Chapter 1. What is happening here? Qin Fan gazed at the skeletal figure before him, clad in coarse linen garments and bearing a blood-red banner upon its back, feeling a profound sense of bewilderment. Just a moment ago, he had been a privileged youth, orphaned at an early age, leading a life of aimlessness, lost in the depths of video games. How could he have suddenly found himself in such a ghastly place, confronted by such a bizarre creature? I remember now. The fifth-generation gaming helmet I ordered online had just arrived. I was about to immerse myself in the game and create a character when the helmet exploded, he mused. Could it be that I have traversed into another realm? As he beheld the words Mountain Patrol Skeleton floating above the creature's skull, he couldn't help but murmur, have I truly found myself within the confines of a game? The fifth generation was a groundbreaking virtual game, boasting the claim of being entirely devoid of human intervention, developed and operated solely by an artificial intelligence system, with a realism approaching an astonishing 100. Upon its release, it sparked a global sensation. Players eagerly prepared, primed to seize the opportunity and carve out their own virtual dominion upon the game's public launch. As a die-hard gaming aficionado, Qin Fan was naturally unwilling to be left behind. Just 3 days prior to the public beta, he had utilized his VIP account privileges to purchase a customized Supreme-level helmet for a staggering sum of 500,000. However, to his utter dismay, the moment he donned the helmet, it detonated with a resounding bang, catapulting him into this eerie location. Who could have anticipated that these days, not only do cheap goods lack quality, but even exorbitantly priced items are of such poor craftsmanship? He fumed. Curse these wretched profiteers. Maybe get a son whose attributes measure, but a mere centimeter. After venting his frustration, Qin Fan reluctantly accepted the reality of his situation. But then again, this skeletal entity I have become does not seem particularly weak. He glanced down, discovering that he was clad only in a tattered pair of shorts. His upper body was defined with pronounced ribs. Lowering his gaze further, he beheld a stark expanse of white where his hip bones lay bare devoid of any semblance of flesh. Indeed, much like the creature before him, he too had transformed into a skeleton. He raised his hand and flexed his skeletal fingers. It was peculiar, lacking nerves and tendons, yet still possessing a surprising dexterity. Just as he contemplated further examination of his skeletal form, he noticed a white flickering in the upper left corner of his vision. What is this? Curiosity piqued, he extended a finger to touch it, and in an instant, a panel materialized before him. Mountain Patrol Skeleton. Class: Deputy Captain of the 14th Mountain Patrol Squad. Level 1. Attack 5. Defense 1. Health 10. Skills none. Qin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to retch, nearly choking on his disbelief. This was a bona fide weakling. With such abysmal stats, even a chicken in the novice village could easily dismantle him. He glanced at the flag-bearing skeleton and, unable to resist, poked at its ribcage. Indeed, an attribute panel appeared before his eyes. Mountain Patrol Skeleton. Class: Captain of the 14th Mountain Patrol Squad. Level 2. Attack 10. Defense 2. Health 20. Skills none. It was no wonder the creature was adorned in a full set of attire, while he was left with nothing but a pair of shorts. It was a higher-ranking officer. Wait a moment. Qin Fan's gaze sharpened as he noticed a translucent experience bar on the captain's attribute panel. Opening his own panel, he discovered a similar experience bar. The bar bore 3 dimly lit words. Can evolve. I see now. This is the 5th evolution. I have been transported into the world of the 5th evolution game. The NPC evolution system was a unique game mechanic exclusive to the 5th evolution, designed to enhance both the enjoyment and playability of the game. I've struck gold, truly struck gold. His elation was palpable, and had he not been devoid of hair, his eyebrows would surely have soared in delight. Initially, Qin Fan had been concerned about a swift demise, for in this realm, death was final, there was no resurrection. But now, all he needed to do was strive to level up, evolve continuously, and ascend to the status of a boss character. Coupled with his years of gaming experience and honed reflexes, his survival would be all but guaranteed. Indeed, with sufficient strength, He might even dominate this game world and claim the mantle of sovereign, commanding legions of soldiers and a multitude of attendants. The very thought sent a thrill of excitement coursing through him. Just as Qin Fan reveled in his newfound prospects, the mountain patrol captain suddenly lifted his head. The flames within his eye sockets flickered ominously as he stared at Qin Fan, his jaw clacking together with a peculiar sound. Miraculously, Qin Fan comprehended the skeletal being's words. "Kid, you truly have guts. The last person who dared to poke me like that has grass 3 feet high on his grave." Qin Fan. To his astonishment, this creature had quite the temper. At that moment, a larger skeleton, clad in tattered leather armor, approached. Without hesitation, it delivered a resounding slap to the back of the captain's skull. Crack! With a sharp sound, the captain's head was knocked clean off, rolling several times across the ground. 10. The captain's health visibly diminished as he hurriedly retrieved his head and reattached it. The larger skeleton's eyes blazed with an even fiercer flame, exuding an air of authority. Squad 14, enough chatter, it's time for your patrol. Qin Fan glanced up at the larger skeleton, noting the 4 distinct words floating above its head. Skeleton Elite. He was tempted to poke it and inspect its attributes, but after careful consideration, he refrained, fearing a swift, fatal retribution. "Yes, Commander." The captain, now with his head firmly in place, saluted sharply before his jaw clacked together, bellowing with fervor, "Squad 14, follow my time to work." Qin Fan seized a weapon at his back, a random thigh bone, and with a fierce demeanor, followed suit. However, upon glancing around, he realized that the so-called Squad 14 consisted of merely the 2 of them. Damn it! Is the hierarchy of wild monsters so clearly defined now? There are only 2 of us, and we have to distinguish between captain and deputy. Qin Fan lamented. He had initially thought that rank might confer some distinction, but it turned out to be mere nomenclature, was still just a foot soldier. As they began their patrol along the mountainside, the 2 skeletons moved with their chests held high. When they encountered wild rabbits or colorful chickens, they carefully sidestepped, wary of being obliterated in an instant. After a considerable time, they reached the other side of the mountain. The captain kicked a stone aside and stood at the mountain's edge, gripping a rusted sword, gazing out with grand aspirations. "Do you see that, kid? That direction leads to White Elephant City. Our Lord shall eventually breach the city gates and seize the palace. At that time, all those busted tavern wenches will be ours. Ha!" Qin Fan glanced down at the thigh bone protruding from his shorts. A magnificent dream, indeed, but it lacked the necessary tools for execution. Observing the captain lost in his lofty ambitions, Qin Fan sensed it was the opportune moment. He suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Captain, look! A dragon." "Where?" The captain instinctively loosened his grip on the rusted sword, placing a hand over his brow and tilting his head to follow Qin Fan's indication. In that fleeting moment, Qin Fan's thigh bone came crashing down, ruthlessly shattering the captain's spine in 2. He swiftly followed up with 2 decisive strikes to the captain's skull, reducing the latter's health to 0. The captain lay in 2 pieces upon the ground, the flames in his eye sockets gradually extinguishing as his jaw clacked shut, delivering his final proclamation in this world. "Ah, my lumbar spine, that could rise and fall 100 times a minute." Qin Fan. A gentle surge of power coursed through his limbs, and upon reopening his panel, he noted the values had shifted. Mountain Patrol Skeleton. Class: Deputy Captain of the 14th Mountain Patrol Squad. Level 2. Attack: 12. Defense: 4. Health: 25. Skills: none. He had leveled up. Though both he and the squad leader were of the same level, his attributes surpassed those of the latter by margin. It appears that different NPCs exhibit varying growth in attributes, Qin Fan mused, gazing at the severed remains of the captain. After a moment's contemplation, he chose not to dispose of the body, but rather left it in plain sight. Nonchalantly, he propped himself up with a thigh bone and settled down beside it, patiently awaiting the arrival of others. Before long, 2 skeletons approached from a distance. One bore a rusted sword adorned with a blood-woven banner, while the other, bare-armed, wielded a thigh bone. Thus, another patrol team had arrived. Qin Fan hastily rose to greet them. The skeleton bearing the blood-woven banner spoke in a hollow voice, flames flickering in its eye sockets. I recognize you. You are the vice captain of Team 4. I'm the captain of Team 15. By the timeline, your team should have completed its patrol and returned to camp. Why are you still here? Where's your captain? Pointing towards the nearby corpse, Qin Fan replied, We were attacked by a wild hare. The captain met an unfortunate end while trying to protect me. What? The two skeletons were taken aback. You encountered such a ferocious beast. That creature could obliterate us in an instant. Qin Fan remained silent, a pang of sorrow washing over him. Though they were all traversers, some arrived as mighty beings, while he could barely withstand the onslaught of a mere rabbit. Is it fair to treat humans so differently? Wait. The captain of Team 15 raised his voice suddenly. Why is it that your captain has perished, yet you bear not a single wound? His hollow eye sockets scrutinized Qin Fan. Confess honestly, did you abandon your captain in the face of the wild hare's assault and flee as a coward? I did not. I too was injured, Qin Fan insisted, gesturing downward. I accidentally stepped on the wild hare's foot, and my big toes bone is fractured. The captain of Team 15 bent down for a closer inspection, then nodded. A sufficiently convincing reason. In that case, you may temporarily join my squad. Once we return to camp, we shall report this incident to the commander, who will render a judgment. Understood. Qin Fan saluted and silently took his place behind the vice captain of Team 15. The three skeletons continued onward, soon arriving at the corpse of the captain of Team 4. The captain of Team 15 merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze. Then, standing on a mountainside, he stepped upon a stone, filled with fervor, and pointed towards the horizon. Look, my comrades, that direction leads to the city of White Elephant. Soon, our Lord shall transform it into our stronghold, and those robust young men within will all belong to us. Ha ha ha. And to think she was a female skeleton. Why must it always be this place? Could it be that there is some triggering mechanism, compelling one to voice their dreams upon standing here? Never mind, experience points are of utmost importance. As before, while the captain of Team 15 was lost in his daydreams, Qin Fan seized the moment to strike unexpectedly, shattering his lumbar vertebrae before delivering 3 swift blows to his skull. However, unlike the captain of Team 4, the captain of Team 15 was at full health and thus did not succumb immediately. Qin Fan then targeted his cervical vertebrae, ensuring his demise. The captain of Team 15 uttered his final words. My lumbar vertebrae, which could rise and fall 100 times per minute. What a perplexing statement. Aren't you a woman? What is this rise and fall you speak of? Just as Qin Fan felt a wave of exasperation, a sharp crack resounded, and a searing pain shot through his back. One of his ribs had been broken and fell to the ground with a thud, causing a reduction of 5 health points. Turning to investigate, he discovered that the vice captain of Team 15 had taken advantage of his distraction to launch an attack. Damn it, this one had such little presence that Qin Fan had nearly forgotten him. As the attack descended once more, Qin Fan swiftly sidestepped, using the momentum to deliver a bone-crushing blow to the vice captain's skull. 10. The vice captain's health points plummeted to 0, and his skeletal frame collapsed in a disarray of bones. Qin Fan opened his attribute panel, having slain a level 2 skeleton and a level 1 skeleton. His experience bar surged slightly. It seemed that being weak had its advantages, at least in terms of rapid leveling up. Gazing at the 2 rusted swords on the ground, Qin Fan contemplated but ultimately decided against switching. When it came to battling skeletons, wielding a bone was simply more convenient. He collected the bones of the vice captain piece by piece and discarded them, along with the captain's corpse, down the mountainside. Qin Fan remained by the side of the captain of Team 4, waiting patiently once more. Throughout an entire day, Qin Fan diligently employed the same tactics, successfully eliminating 32 patrol skeletons. His level has ascended to 8, although his attributes remain lamentably feeble. Patrol skeleton rank, Deputy Captain of the 14th Patrol Team level, 8 attack, 61 defense, 22 health, 115 skills, none to speak of nothing else. His health is a pitiful 115 points. In comparison, other wild creatures at level 8 typically boast health exceeding 500 points. Glancing at the nearby thicket, Where a rabbit grazes leisurely, Qin Fan felt a pang of melancholy. After toiling for hours, he had only managed to reach a level barely sufficient to avoid being instantaneously dispatched by a rabbit. This wretched existence, nay, this skeletal existence, truly feels like a cruel jest. After waiting for a considerable time, the sky gradually darkened, yet the patrol skeletons remained conspicuously absent. Qin Fan could not help but murmur. Could it be that there are only 32 squads in total, and I have eliminated them all in one fell swoop? At long last. Under the watchful gaze of his fervent anticipation, a skeleton approached, silhouetted against the distant twilight. This particular skeleton was markedly larger than the previous patrolling ones, adorned not in tattered cloth, but in a ragged leather armor. Upon its bare skull, for luminous characters shone brightly, Elite Skeleton Level 12. To his astonishment, the commander had personally arrived. It seemed that the patrolling minions had failed to return, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Qin Fan promptly rose to his feet, gripping the femur bone with unwavering poise, patiently awaiting his arrival. Moments later, the commanding officer approached, his imposing figure casting a shadow that obscured the distant glow of the evening sunset. From his elevated stance, he gazed down at Qin Fan, the flickering flames of soul fire dancing within his eyes. "Which squad do you belong to?" he inquired. "Reporting to you, Commander." Qin Fan straightened his robust ribcage and responded with a cracking voice. "I am the vice captain of the 14th Patrol Team." The captain of the main unit leaned slightly forward, locking his gaze onto the flickering soul fire in Qin Fan's eyes, and pressed on with relentless inquiries. "At this hour, your team should have long since completed the patrol and returned to camp. Why are you still here? And what are the other teams? Why, out of 35 patrol teams, have only 2 managed to return thus far? Where are the remaining 33, including your captain?" In the face of the commanding officer's aggressive demeanor, Qin Fan remained unfazed. He had been subjected to the relentless questioning of previous team leaders 32 times, and his fabrications had become increasingly sophisticated. "In response to your inquiry, we encountered a formidable assault from a horde of wild rabbits during our patrol. Our captain heroically sacrificed himself to shield me, and the other teams that arrived to provide assistance all perished in battle, leaving me as the sole survivor." Qin Fan pointed to the ground not far away, where the body of the 14th captain lay, and solemnly stated, "Their remains are over there. I implore the commander to make a judgment." The commander straightened his posture and gazed at the location indicated by Qin Fan. Indeed, amidst the underbrush, a scattered heap of bones could be faintly discerned. This was a ruse devised by Qin Fan, who had deliberately dismantled 2 skeletons and discarded them there to mislead others. Those wretched hares. One day I shall pluck their entire clan, dismantle their bones, and serve them roasted upon the sovereign's table. The commander cursed under his breath in indignation, then glanced at Qin Fan, who hung his head in silence. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he reassured, "Young man, there is no need for self-reproach. This was merely an unfortunate incident, in no way attributable to you. Now, let us proceed together." "Yes, Commander." Qin Fan took a step back to make way, respectfully gesturing for the captain to proceed first. However, when the other party brushed past him, turning their back towards him, Qin Fan swiftly clenched his hands around the thigh bone and forcefully struck towards his waist. A resounding thud echoed as the bone collided with the commander's leather armor. Simultaneously, a pitiful damage number ascended from above his head, -25. What a curse! Qin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. How could he not break through the defenses? What kind of formidable resilience must one possess? The most perplexing aspect was that he was clad in leather armor, even when targeted at his waist. The impact would be mitigated significantly due to the inherent weakness judgment, preventing him from suffering the debilitating damage that would incapacitate other captains. To eliminate him, a direct confrontation was the only viable option. At that moment, due to their earlier encounter, the attributes of his adversary were revealed. Skeleton Elite Class, Captain of the Mountain Patrol Level, 12 Attack, 150 Defense, 71 Health, 575, 625, Skill, Cleave Goodness. These attributes were nearly 3 times his own, and he also possessed an attack-based skill. This was undoubtedly not his original form. It had at least undergone one evolution. With a roar, the skeleton elite stumbled slightly from the blow, turned, and unleashed a furious shout, drawing forth a massive blade to strike directly at him. Clang! Qin Fan raised his thigh bone to block the attack, but due to the disparity in strength, upon collision, his bone was deflected by the opponent's large blade. The edge of the sword continued its relentless descent, crashing down with tremendous force. Crack. Qin Fan's scapula was nearly severed in half, and at the same time, a crimson numeral floated above his head, -31. This represented the damage incurred after a block, with a reduction of over 50%. In other words, had he not successfully defended against the previous strike, this blow would have depleted at least 60 points of his vitality. Just 2 more strikes would have reduced him to mere bone fragments. Crack. Qin Fan delivered a powerful kick to his groin, simultaneously leaning back with force to extract the large blade lodged in his scapula. He rolled on the ground, creating distance between them. It was indeed your doing. The commander raised his sword, pointing it menacingly at Qin Fan, and bellowed, "How dare a mere insect, risen from the grave, even contemplate betraying our illustrious sovereign? You are courting death." Qin Fan held his breath, fixated on him, remaining silent. At this moment, he repeatedly reminded himself that this was no mere game, where one could easily restart after losing a level. This was a battlefield, a life-or-death struggle. Should he fail, it was likely he would never have the opportunity to open his eyes again. Thus, he could not afford to lose, nor could he bear the weight of defeat. As the situation grew increasingly dire, maintaining composure became paramount. Any hint of panic might lead to hasty judgments, ultimately hastening his demise. Damn those vile insects. May they accompany my subordinates to their graves. The commander lunged once more, his great sword descending with unwavering precision. Once again, Qin Fan employed his femur as a shield, this time grasping both ends of the bone with his hands, positioning it horizontally above his head. With a resounding clang, he successfully blocked the attack without sustaining any injury. However, the immense force still caused the bones within his body to creak ominously under the pressure. Qin Fan bent down and rolled to the side. Subsequently, he swung the thigh bone and struck the commander-in-chief's knee. Indeed, without the protection of leather armor on his legs, the damage inflicted was significantly greater. With a swift motion, the commander-in-chief turned and slashed down with his sword, but he missed entirely. Qin Fan had already executed a nimble roll, maneuvering around his opponent before striking the other knee with his femur. This exemplifies Qin Fan's distinct advantage. He possesses the awareness of a player, enabling him to anticipate movements, evade, and target weaknesses, an ability that even the most advanced AI-controlled NPC monsters lack. They merely grasp their weapons, remain stationary, and engage in a brutal clash, leaving a gory aftermath. Damn it! Are you merely an ugly mole rolling around on the ground? The captain, infuriated, swung his blade once more, only to miss. Qin Fan paid him no heed, his focus entirely on the relentless circles he traced around the feet of his adversary. Simultaneously, the bones of his thighs incessantly struck against his knees, inflicting repeated injuries that rapidly diminished his vitality by more than half. At that moment, the captain's formidable blade descended once more. However, unlike before, he wielded the weapon with one hand grasping the hilt and the other pressing down upon the back of the blade. With a sudden, forceful thrust, he executed a sweeping strike. The air within a 5-meter radius of the captain erupted violently, raising a cloud of dust. Unprepared, Qin Fan was catapulted through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. After this devastating blow, his vitality was reduced to a mere 11 points. To suggest the possibility of withstanding another strike would be folly. Even a minor blow could prove fatal for him. How foolish. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Qin Fan cast a glance at the ribs that had fallen from his chest and the left hand that had vanished without a trace due to the explosion. Unable to restrain his frustration, he muttered under his breath. The recent battle had proceeded too smoothly, causing him to forget that he still had skills left unutilized. This would not do. He could not afford to engage in a direct confrontation any longer. He needed to devise a strategy to counter his opponent's abilities. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, finally resting upon a tree large enough for two to embrace. Perhaps he could make use of it. Qin Fan's thoughts raced swiftly. However, I must first lure him over. Without hesitation, he set his plan into motion. Qin Fan sprinted towards the towering tree, simultaneously brandishing a femur in a mocking assault against the commander. Hey, you old relic without a manhood. Do you use this very bone in my hand to satisfy your wife at night? The commander, furious, pursued him like a raging bull. Qin Fan continued to sprint furiously, and after a brief moment, he came to a sudden halt beside a towering tree. Vermin, retreat to your filthy grave. The commander, closely pursuing him, brandished a large blade and swung it down towards Qin Fan's head. Qin Fan swiftly dropped to the ground, evading the strike, then employed the same tactic once more, twisting and turning like a rolling dragon beneath his opponent's feet, relentlessly striking at his knees. The commander, infuriated, jumped and cursed, yet found himself utterly powerless. Soon, 10 seconds had elapsed. The commander's vitality had dwindled to less than 20%. Meanwhile, he grasped the hilt of his sword with one hand and pressed down upon the blade with the other, exerting tremendous force. Now was the moment for the decisive blow. Qin Fan lay prone on the ground, using his hands and feet to push against the earth with great force, his body leaping into the shelter of a grand tree. In the next moment, the captain's massive blade descended, yet it failed to trigger the devastating attack effect, resulting only in a conspicuous miss that soared above him. The hatred value assessment indicated that upon losing sight of the targeted individual, the skill would be forcibly interrupted and enter a cooldown phase. The drawback lay in the exceedingly brief window of operable time. Only within the fleeting span of less than a second between the initiation and conclusion of the skill could one evade effectively. This demanded an extraordinary level of reflexes and predictability. Even among the world's elite players, success was not guaranteed every time. Die, die, die. The captain bellowed, venting his fury with each strike against the tree. You filthy creature, hideous mole, I shall ensure your demise. You shall not escape this fate. Qin Fan leaped from behind the tree, seizing a femur and striking down with great force. Mere seconds later, the commanding officer's vitality was extinguished. With a soft thud, the great sword fell to the ground as he slowly knelt, the faint flicker of his soul fire gazing into the distance. Great Lord, I beg your forgiveness, for I can no longer serve you. After unleashing one last cry of defiance, his head gradually bowed down. In the next instant, swish, swish, swish. Qin Fan's attribute panel underwent 3 successive transformations. His wealth of experience allowed him to ascend 3 levels in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a notification box appeared before his eyes. Ding. System prompt. You have met the conditions for evolution. Would you like to commence evolution? At last, the moment for evolution has arrived. Qin Fan clenched his fist in exhilaration, swiftly raising his finger to click yes. Ding. The system prompted. Upon evaluation, your evolutionary trait has been identified as plunder. Plunder. Within a 10-meter radius, you may arbitrarily select a target and randomly seize one of their skills, activated with each evolution. Qin Fan instinctively glanced around before his gaze settled on the lifeless body of the captain. It seemed that the only object worthy of plunder in the vicinity was this one. Upon designating the skeletal elite as his target, a notification echoed in his ear. Ding. System alert. Please note, evolution will commence in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Buzz. A golden light descended from above, enveloping Qin Fan. In the next moment, it was as if desiccated flesh began to flourish and entwine around his bones, while putrid organs multiplied fervently within his abdomen. Moments later, as the golden radiance dissipated, Qin Fan had undergone a complete transformation. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, a curtain veiled his face, and he donned a form-fitting martial artist's attire. His skin appeared withered, resembling that of a chicken claw, and his thigh bones had vanished, replaced by a wooden staff over a meter long, the other end of which was adorned with a white paper lantern emanating an eerie green glow. Opening the attributes panel, Soul Lantern Warrior Qin Fan rank, none level, 11 attack, 220 defense, 121 health, 1100 skills, blade draw slash, gentle slash description, Qin Fan. A martial artist hailing from the northern realms, devoted his life to the mastery of martial arts, yearning for strength. After countless years of death, he was awakened by a mysterious and formidable force, returning to the realm of the living. Having frequently traversed the pitch-black void, he deliberately condensed his soul into soul fire, encasing it within a lantern, which he hung at the forefront of his weapon for illumination. Qin Fan's body shuddered slightly, disbelief etched across his features as he exclaimed, "Why does my name appear here? Moreover, I have traversed to this place after my death, yet this record speaks of resurrection. Is this merely a coincidence? Or is there some deeper connection?" His eyes widened as he gazed at the character introduction on the panel, a creeping dread settling within him. After a brief moment, Qin Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress this confusion. Enough of this. If I cannot comprehend it, then I shall not dwell on it. What I must focus on now is how to grow stronger, not get entangled in these unanswered inquiries. He took a moment to appreciate the immense power coursing through him, magnified several times compared to before. Qin Fan could not help but exclaim, "If I were to face the captain again now, I could likely reduce him to mere fragments in just 2 or 3 strikes." With a swift motion, he pulled on one end of the lantern staff, revealing a slender, single-edged blade reminiscent of a samurai sword. As he beheld the gleaming blade, A sense of self-preservation began to blossom within him in this world. And there are skills. He reached out to access the skill description: draw slash, a poised strike, a thunderous blow, a fundamental sword skill, inflicting 200 additional damage with no cooldown time. Cleave, channeling all his strength into the blade, he could sever the air, igniting a shockwave within a 5-meter radius, inflicting an additional 100 damage. With a cooldown of 10 seconds, such potent skills, especially the first one with no cooldown, allowing for consecutive strikes, it was truly an unparalleled technique for slaying foes and farming monsters at this stage. I cannot remain here. Qin Fan glanced at the corpse of the commander and the distant figure of the captain of the 14th Squad, lying quietly in 2 segments. He muttered to himself, "After eliminating the commander, the system has unequivocally revoked my rank, designating me as an adversary to their faction. Moreover, the local creatures here are of insufficient level, merely wild hares and pheasants, yielding no experience points. It is time to depart and seek a more suitable location for leveling up." With nothing to his name, he set forth without hesitation. Grasping a lantern, his emaciated frame hunched as he traversed the mountainside, making his way downward. As dusk enveloped the land, the flame within the lantern blazed ever brighter. Nevertheless, it paled in comparison to the illumination of an ordinary lantern, barely casting light upon objects within half a meter's reach. After a considerable time, a distant glow suddenly flickered to life. Moments later, as the light drew nearer, Qin Fan discerned that it was 2 skeletal sentinels patrolling the mountains, each holding a lantern. The squad captain, adorned with a blood-woven banner, upon spotting Qin Fan, immediately unsheathed a rusted sword with a sharp clang, menacingly demanding, "Who are you? What brings you here? Speak candidly, or we shall seize you and subject you to severe interrogation." Qin Fan, disinterested in further discourse, adhered to the principle of not squandering valuable experience. With each decisive stroke, he shattered them into fragmented bones, subsequently grasping their lanterns as he proceeded into the encroaching darkness. The nocturnal mountain path proved arduous to traverse. Qin Fan traversed for over an hour, unaware of how many wild hares he had dispatched or how many tender eggs he had crushed beneath his feet, until he finally emerged from the mountains. The lantern of the mountain patrol, its candle long extinguished, was carelessly discarded, and he continued onward, clutching his own soulfire lantern. Heading northward, prior to his passage, he had perused the world map of the 5th evolution. To the north of White Elephant City lay a neutral territory, devoid of any factions, inhabited only by vast hordes of ferocious beasts and mountain monsters, making it an ideal locale for a neutral NPC like him to gain experience. Transitioning from night into day and crossing a sprawling forest, he was finally greeted by the sound of a system notification. Ding. System notification. Please be advised. You have entered a neutral territory, the Autumn Wind Plains. Not far off, on a patch of grass, a sizable group of rabbits, nearly half a person in height, their ears shimmering with a metallic sheen, were greeting the dawn as they grazed on the dew-kissed grass. Knife-eared rabbit level, 16. With a level difference of 5. Specific attributes were obscured, yet the challenge seemed manageable. Qin Fan took a deep breath, lifting the curtain that concealed his corpse-like visage. Gripping the lantern staff tightly, he charged forward towards a solitary, swift hare. With a swift draw of his blade, he executed a strike. The sound rang out sharply, reminiscent of a practiced maneuver repeated countless times. His body twisted as the blade emerged from the staff, a brilliant flash of white light slicing through the air before the rabbit. In the next instant, one of the hare's forelimbs fell away, landing with a thud, followed by a torrent of crimson gushing from the wound. It was his inaugural use of the skill, yet his precision was regrettably lacking. Qin Fan initially intended to sever its head, yet he inadvertently struck at an angle. Simultaneously, the attribute panel for the blade-eared rabbit materialized. Blade-eared rabbit level, 16 attack, 140 defense, 80 health, 2000 skill. Blade spin description: the blade-eared rabbit, a hybrid of wild hare and beast, possesses a massive physique and astonishing defense. Its elongated ears are embedded with rare metals, rendering them incredibly sharp and making them excellent materials for crafting superior weapons. Chirp. Rabbits probably do not make such a sound, but never mind. The blade-eared rabbit let out a wretched cry, its enormous head thrashing wildly as its metallic ears detached from its body, transforming into whirling blades that rapidly sliced towards Qin Fan. Clang. Qin Fan swiftly wielded his blade, deftly parrying and cleaving, sending the metallic rabbit ears soaring. In an instant, the blade returned to its sheath, and with a slight bow of his body, he unleashed his skill once more. The draw and slash. With a resonant whoosh, a mesmerizing glint of the blade flashed by, severing half of the knife-eared rabbit's head. Minus 1,756. The rabbit emitted a mournful cry, collapsing to the ground, its hind legs twitching briefly before it breathed its last. Damage assessment, non-undead creature of the non-dark faction. A precise strike on its weak point triggers a guaranteed critical hit. This is precisely the allure of the fifth evolution of this game. Everything strives for authenticity. Unlike other games, where one might hack away endlessly without even singeing a hair on the foe, here, every attack inflicts visible wounds, and one may even witness severed limbs. The player's blood loss is meticulously simulated to mirror reality. With a swift motion, the experience bar visibly increment. However, slaying monsters beyond level 5 yields substantial rewards. It appears that there is no immediate need to seek a new locale for leveling up. Flicking the droplets of blood from his blade, Qin Fan strode toward another knife-eared rabbit nearby. After more than half an hour, the grass was strewn with the carcasses of knife-eared rabbits. With a swift motion, another white arc swept through the air, and yet another rabbit, its head cleaved, convulsed before collapsing onto the ground. At this juncture, his skill accuracy had significantly improved, maintaining a rhythm where every 2 draw and slashes resulted in the demise of a creature. In the next moment, a golden light enveloped Qin Fan, signaling his ascension to level 12. As he sheathed his sword and prepared to venture deeper into the meadow teeming with knife-eared rabbits, a sudden rustling of hurried footsteps echoed from behind him. Qin Fan grasped the hilt of his sword, turning his head with vigilant alertness. From the nearby thicket emerged several figures clad in armor and standard professional attire. ID: Dreamless, level 11 Barbarian. ID: Disheveled Hair, level 10 Knight. ID: Whispers of the Heart, level 10 Assassin. ID: Dissipating Affection, level 10 Swordsman. ID: Rising Skirt, level 9 Healer. This constituted a well-balanced party of 4 men and 1 woman, each embodying a harmonious blend of professions. Qin Fan gazed at them, his brow furrowing slightly. I had traversed here just 3 days prior to the official game launch, which would suggest that my arrival coincided with that time. How could there be players present? Is it possible that this traversal mechanism also possesses a temporal reading function? Did I inadvertently read an entire 3 days? Meanwhile, the 5-member player team, upon seeing Qin Fan and the numerous corpses of the knife-eared rabbits scattered about, were momentarily taken aback. They had miscalculated. I believed that such a high-level grinding area would be devoid of players aside from ourselves. Yet it seemed we had been preemptively ambushed. The highest-level player, Wuming, stroked the stubble on his chin, scrutinizing Qin Fan with curiosity. By the way, this fellow's attire is rather peculiar. Could he possibly be a hidden class? The vice president interjected, Look closely. This individual is not a player. The player, blowing messy hair, quietly pointed out, his name is red, indicating he is from an opposing faction. Not a player? Wuming exclaimed in surprise. That can't be. How could an NPC have the leisure to wander into this neutral zone just to, grind? His voice trailed off, dwindling into silence. Subsequently, the 5 exchanged knowing glances, silently engaging in conversation within their team channel. Blowing Messy Hair remarked, We may have encountered a special NPC. Blowing Away Worries added, You mean the one officially announced? With ultra-high AI, capable of self-upgrading and evolving, indistinguishable from players? Blowing Away Tenderness chimed in. I heard that defeating such NPCs can yield exceptionally rare equipment. Wuming urged, What are we waiting for? It's not every day we come across one. Let us not let him escape. Blowing Up Skirts cautioned, Perhaps we should reconsider. He appears rather formidable. Blowing Messy Hair retorted, What is there to fear? We can easily overpower wild monsters 5 levels above us, and he is only 1 level higher. Attack! Wuming bellowed, raising his axe. The knight, Blowing Messy Hair, charged forth, followed closely by the barbarian warrior Wuming and the swordsman Blowing Away Tenderness. The 3 formed a triangular formation, quickly closing in, while the healer, Blowing Up Skirts, remained shielded behind them, and the assassin, Blowing Away Worries, activated a stealth skill. Vanishing from sight, Qin Fan stood resolutely with a blade in hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as they scanned the ground around him, quietly biding his time. In that moment, the previously tranquil and serene meadow was suddenly imbued with a palpable sense of foreboding, causing several knife-eared rabbits at the periphery to tremble and hastily retreat into the depths of the grass. Suddenly, a glimmer of sharp insight flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he executed a swift kick to his side. A resounding thud echoed through the air. From what it seemed like an empty expanse of grass, a figure was abruptly forced into existence, the assassin known as Blown Away by Thoughts. He was sent sprawling by the force of the kick, colliding with three charging individuals, resulting in a chaotic tumble and the complete disruption of their triangular formation. Such antiquated charging formations had long been discarded by me years ago. Qin Fan let out a dismissive snort, swiftly bending down and charging towards the group. As he approached, he deftly anticipated their movements, evading all their attacks. Then, with a graceful sidestep to the diagonal rear, he seized the moment when they instinctively surged forward once more, inadvertently aligning themselves in a row. Qin Fan leapt into the air, his thumb flicking the hilt of his sword, as his right hand drew the blade from its sheath. His body twisted, carving a silvery crescent of cold light through the air from above. With a swift draw and slash, the heads of 4 men soared into the air, tumbling to the ground. Scarlet blood gushed forth like a fountain from the gaping wounds at their necks. Thud, thud. The execution was so rapid that the bodies of the 4 men did not immediately register the act. They stumbled forward a few paces due to inertia before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A piercing scream echoed through the air. The surviving healer, paralyzed by the gruesome spectacle, crumpled to the ground, her delicate features contorted in terror as she cried out in horror, "Devil! You are a devil!" With a slight furrow of his brow, Qin Fan was disturbed by the noise and flung the single-edged dagger from his hand. Swoosh! The tip of the blade accurately pierced the forehead of the girl in the fluttering skirt, traversing through her skull before she was propelled backward by the immense force, finally embedding herself in a tree several meters away. The girl opened her mouth as if to speak, yet no sound emerged, and soon the sparkle in her eyes gradually faded. In the next moment, Qin Fan noticed a sudden flicker on his attribute panel. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the experience bar, which had just reached level 12 and had been entirely depleted, now surged significantly. It appeared that slaying players granted experience, and surprisingly, the lower-level players provided even more substantial rewards than the high-level knife-eared rabbits. A thought stirred within Qin Fan as he stroked his parched chin, murmuring to himself, "Is this compelling me to become a ruthless killer within the game?" Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he dismissed the notion, not for any other reason, but for the peril it entailed. Taking down 1 or 2 foes might be manageable, but should he slay too many, or inadvertently eliminate a prominent figure from a major guild, it would spark a frenzy. A single post on the forum could rally thousands to hunt him down. Would he even survive such a tumult? Thus, he resolved to concentrate his efforts on farming wild monsters, for they were mindless and lacked the capacity for organized retaliation, rendering them relatively safe targets. Qin Fan approached the lifeless body of the girl whose skirt had been blown up, drawing his blade with a silent resolve. He gazed at the blood gushing from her wound and her wide-eyed, unblinking expression, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. However, if someone dared to extend their claws towards me, I could hardly be blamed for my lack of civility. With a swift motion, he flicked the blood from his blade and sheathed it, stepping over several corpses as he ventured deeper into the thicket. 20 minutes later, swish, 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 several beams of light descended, resurrecting the bodies of the dreamless squad members. Damn it! Wu Ming slammed his fist into the ground, cursing in fury. We were utterly annihilated. And in one blow, the girl with disheveled hair, trembling with fear, added, "One strike was all it took to take down all 4 of us." Vice President. This special NPC is a bit too formidable, wouldn't you say? The girl, still shaken, remarked. His movements were terrifyingly precise. Even our president couldn't match that. That's quite an exaggeration. You've simply never witnessed our president's true power. If you had, you wouldn't be saying this. Wu Ming replied dismissively. After all, it's only natural for such a rare special NPC in the game to be strong. There is no need to make such a fuss about it. At that moment, the girl beside him, Shui-san Roaching, suddenly inquired, "Where's our little sister? Why isn't she resurrected yet?" "Right, where's Skirt Sister?" Wu Ming paused, abruptly recalling the matter. "When you all fled the scene, did anyone see her?" Shui-Zoshin shook her head. "I didn't see her. I didn't either. And I even sent her a private message, but she didn't respond." The girl with disheveled hair frowned slightly. "Wait here for me. I'm going to log off and check on her." With that, he lay down stiffly on the ground, his face rigid. In less than 2 minutes, he blinked and sat up, his expression grim. "Little sister has logged off. She was frightened by that special NPC earlier, and no matter how I tried to persuade her, she refused to come back online, saying she would never play again. It's just a game. Killing someone isn't that terrifying, is it?" Wu Ming scratched his coarse calf, somewhat exasperated. "She is just a young girl. Her mental fortitude is too weak." "Wait, why has little sister's body respawned yet?" Shui-san Roaching frowned slightly. and walked over to the corpse of Skirt's sister, reaching out to touch her shoulder. However, at the moment he made contact, a loud crack echoed, and Skirt's sister's body shattered like glass into countless tiny fragments, which then dissipated into data in the air. Shui-san Roaching's face instantly turned pale. Her fist clenched as she gritted her teeth. Little sister deleted her account. What the hell? The girl with disheveled hair struck the ground with her sword. Her eyes reddened. Why is this game so realistic? Are we even allowed to play anymore? Shui Zoshincher seethed. It's all that special NPC's fault. Vice President, we can't let this go unpunished. Without your prompting, I would have taken action anyway. Wu Ming replied solemnly. That creature is rarer than a divine boss. Now that we've encountered it, we cannot simply let it escape. Pair. Gather all high-level players from the first and second alliances here, and summon 100-man main force from the main alliance. Today, we will use corpses to sweep this area clean and hunt that fiend down. In the lush forest, a small group of players was advancing cautiously, their heads swiveling as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Go away. The leading knight swung his sword to chase off a few rabbits tangled around his feet. Unable to contain his frustration, we've been searching for 3 hours. When will we find it? Enough complaining. The swordsman beside him shot him an irritated glance. This is the Vice President's order. Do you dare to ignore it? As long as he remains silent, we must keep searching. He turned to assess the loosely organized group behind them, reminding everyone, stay alert and keep a close eye on the road. We cannot let that special NPC slip away. No sooner had he spoken than a loud thud echoed behind him as an archer collided into him. The swordsman couldn't help but scold. Didn't I tell you not to daydream? What's wrong with you, being so absent-minded? No, Captain, I was daydreaming. The archer pointed upwards. I was keeping an eye on the treetops, worried that the special NPC might be hiding there and ambushing us. What nonsense are you spouting? The knight ruffled the archer's hair. I've played for so many years, and I've never seen an NPC hide in ambush like that. Do you really think that just because it's called special, it can become cunning like a spirit? I wager if it truly jumps down from the tree, I'll log off immediately and stream myself eating chai. In the next instant, rustle. A flurry of leaves cascaded down as a figure plummeted from the sky, crashing into the unsuspecting crowd. The figure drew their blade, one hand gripping the hilt, the other pressing down on the back of the blade, preparing to strike. With a resounding crash, dust erupted as a powerful shockwave surged through the group, sending everyone hurtling in all directions. Qin Fan swiftly sheathed his sword, his toes pressing against the ground with great force as his body propelled forward, pursuing several figures that were soaring through the air, grasping the hilt of his blade. A glimmer of cold light flashed by. With a swift draw, he unleashed a deadly slash. Blood gushed forth, and heads were severed. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Fan swiftly altered his course, darting towards the other airborne figures. With a flourish, he drew his sword. The blinding flashes of blade light flickered through the forest, transforming one shadowy figure after another into headless corpses suspended in midair. In a mere span of 2 seconds, as the members of the squad descended, all but the leading swordsman and knight lay lifeless on the ground, unable to rise. I shall slay you. The swordsman, witnessing the brutal slaughter of his comrades, felt his eyes redden with fury. With a thunderous roar, he lunged forward, striking downwards at Qin Fan's head with his long sword. Clang! Qin Fan lifted the hilt of his lantern-adorned blade and struck it against the surface of his sword, causing his attack to veer off course and slice through the air beside his body, ultimately crashing onto the solid ground. He then swiftly thrust forward, the single-edged knife slicing through the swordsman's neck with the ease of cutting through tofu. With a deft twist of the hilt, he executed a horizontal slash. The sound of flesh parting echoed as the swordsman's neck was severed, his head drooping lifelessly onto his chest, his body swaying slightly before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. This marked the 500th. Qin Fan glanced at the swordsman, then shifted his gaze to the knight, whose face was filled with a dazed expression. He spoke nonchalantly. You are the 501st. The knight stared blankly at Qin Fan and stammered, What do you mean by 501st? Qin Fan's countenance, obscured by the curtain, rendered his emotions inscrutable. However, his words sent a shiver down the knight's spine. Of course, you are the 501st individual I have slain. Impossible. This is utterly inconceivable. The knight's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, If so many have truly perished, how could we remain unaware? You would, of course, remain oblivious. Qin Fan strolled forward, softly uttering, If you were to discover that I single-handedly eliminated your 500 companions, would you still possess the audacity to continue searching for me here? You Qin Fan sheathed his blade, carrying a lantern as he ventured deeper into the woods, murmuring to himself, "Remember to add a touch of honey when consuming SHI. Otherwise, the taste is overwhelming and unpalatable." Suddenly, a knight's head thudded heavily to the ground, rolling a few times, his expression frozen in the terror of his final moments. Another squad had been annihilated. This marked the 47th. In the expanse of a grassy field, a character with disheveled hair glanced at the private messages from the guild, a frown creasing their brow. "At this rate, our guild's contingent of 3,000 here may truly be picked off one by one and entirely eradicated. If so many high-level players from the guild lose their ranks, it will be quite challenging to explain to the guild leader. What can we do? We cannot simply let him go unpunished." The character with disheveled hair retorted, "That scoundrel caused our little sister to delete her account. If we do not eliminate him, I shall never swallow my anger. Are you out of your mind? What is there to be angry about with a wild beast?" The character with disheveled hair frowned. "He is merely a piece of intelligent programming. His design ensures that if you attempt to kill him, he will undoubtedly retaliate. You cannot stab him and expect him not to fight back, can you? The fault lies with the game's hyperrealism, which is why our little sister was so terrified. I do not care. I am determined to kill him." The character with a troubled heart insisted stubbornly, "If you are worried about the guild suffering substantial losses, let them return. I shall go alone to slay him. Please, cease your boasting." The character with disheveled hair replied impatiently, 3,000 people attempted to kill him, and 500 were slain in the process. Do you really think you can succeed alone? Are you insulting me?" The character with a troubled heart glared. "You dare insult my mother? Do not forget, she is also yours. I will inform her of your words, and you shall see how she deals with you." "Enough of the noise," Wuming interjected, furrowing his brow. "What the troubled heart says is correct. So many have already fallen, and the losses are substantial. We cannot let that unique NPC escape. If we can defeat him, it would be worth it, even if it costs 3,000 lives, or even 30,000. Inform everyone to refrain from acting alone. They should form squads of over 100 for safety. As for our 100-man team in alliance with the main guild," Wuming gripped his axe tightly, "we must concentrate all our strength to take down this boss. This is the first silver-grade boss in the entire server, and it will undoubtedly drop exceptional equipment." Boom. In the distance, the air roiled, and dust rose. A well-organized team of dozens of players was engaged in a fierce battle with a massive, ferocious knife-eared rabbit. On the grassy field, numerous knights and swordsmen wielded shields and greatswords, valiantly fighting at the forefront. Mages hid behind them, brandishing their staffs to cast spells, while the enormous knife-eared rabbit howled in agony. Healers stood at the rear, deftly administering timely healing. Occasionally, one or two stealthy assassins would emerge, driving poison daggers into the beast's flesh. Wuming's team directed their efforts with precision. Each member had a clear role, working in harmony to gradually wear down the boss's health. Unbeknownst to them, a figure lurked in the treetops nearby, silently observing their every move. Such strong teamwork, they must be key players from a guild. Though their identity eluded recognition, Qin Fan lay concealed within a thick carpet of foliage, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of players as he spoke to himself. At this moment, having amassed a wealth of experience from the recent skirmishes, he had ascended to level 18. Just 3 more levels remained before he could undergo his second evolution. Thus, upon overhearing other players discussing their main squad's attempt to challenge the boss, he stealthily made his way over, preparing to seize the opportunity to ambush and claim the boss's experience for himself. He needed to ascertain the boss's health, uncertain if his current distance would suffice. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan silently descended from the tree, casually picking up a small pebble before swiftly climbing back up. With a flick of his arm, he hurled the stone towards the boss. Thwack! The pebble struck the boss on its back, only to be rebounded by its soft fur, inflicting no harm whatsoever. However, this was sufficient to trigger an attack, and in the next instant, the boss's attribute panel materialized before him. King of the Blade-Ear Rabbits, Silver Tier Boss, Level 22 Attack, 928 Defense, 374 Health, 2,800, 100, 00, 7200, Skills, Blade Spin Description. The Queen of the Blade-Ear Rabbit Clan. Responsible not only for nurturing the next generation of young rabbits, but also possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Her razor-sharp teeth and blade-like ears can even fell an adult lion in a single blow. With nearly 30 health points remaining, he needed just a little more patience. Qin Fan bent down, his gaze fixated intently on the health value displayed on the attribute panel of the King of Blade-Ear Rabbits. Time gradually slipped away, and the King of Blade-Ear Rabbits' health was steadily diminishing. 252015. Suddenly, when its health dwindled to a mere 10, the king of blade-ear rabbits let out a thunderous roar, raising its massive head in rage. It violently shook its enormous cranium, causing its two blade-like ears to detach and soar into the air. Spinning fiercely as they multiplied, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. In the next moment, dozens of whirling blades formed a chilling curtain, slicing swiftly towards the crowd. With a series of piercing sounds, blood erupted in a gruesome spectacle, leaving the 100-strong player squad in disarray, with many falling to the ground. The fragile classes at the rear, including healers, mages, and archers, were particularly devastated, with more than half of them eliminated in an instant. The entire attacking formation crumbled under the onslaught of the king of blade-ear rabbits' devastating skill. Now was the moment. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qin Fan's eyes as he leaped gracefully from the tree, swiftly darting towards the direction of the blade-eared rabbit king. Steady now, remain calm. The frontline knights formed a shield formation while the healers in the rear hastened their restorative efforts. Just as the vice president, Wuming, was shouting and attempting to reorganize the formation, a familiar figure suddenly flashed past before him. Immediately after, a well-known voice echoed, "Draw and slash." Whoosh! Qin Fan's blade erupted with a piercing brilliance, utilizing the effect of his skill to swiftly penetrate into the throng of warriors at the forefront. In the next moment, a crescent of cold light swept through the air, claiming the heads of several knights who had yet to react, their bodies collapsing to the ground. "It's you!" Wu Ming exclaimed in astonishment, quickly raising his voice to rally the crowd. "Hurry! This fellow is a special NPC. Focus your fire and eliminate him." "To kill me? Dream on." Qin Fan let out a cold snarl, gripping the hilt of his blade with one hand while pressing down firmly on the spine with the other, delivering a powerful strike. With a resounding boom, all players within a 5-meter radius were violently propelled away by the ferocious gust of wind. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan swiftly turned, raising the blade upward and thrusting it into the roaring maw of the king of the blade-eared rabbits. With his left hand gripping the knife and his right hand pressing firmly against the hilt, he applied force like a lever. With a sickening squelch, the massive head of the beast was cleaved in two from below. A torrent of blood mingled with brain matter gushing forth as its enormous body trembled momentarily before collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. Swiftly, 3 beams of golden light descended, propelling Qin Fan to level 21. Almost immediately, the familiar notification from the system appeared. "Ding! System prompt. You have met the evolution criteria. Would you like to commence evolution?" Qin Fan clicked affirmatively, subsequently selecting the king of the blade-eared rabbits as his target for plunder, swiftly confirming his choice. Ding! The system prompted, "Evolution confirmed." Boom! A tremendous torrent of black energy descended from the heavens, enveloping Qin Fan within an eggshell-like cocoon. The few remaining players nearby exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to react. They all understood the significance of the black torrent surging from the sky. In such circumstances, any attack would prove futile. Yet, what instilled the greatest fear in them was the stark reality that Qin Fan's prowess far surpassed theirs. A single individual had already annihilated over 500 foes, his strength deemed utterly terrifying. Now, this extraordinary NPC was set to evolve. Once he completed his ascension, would they still stand a chance against Qin Fan? Meanwhile, Qin Fan's body underwent yet another transformation. Delicate strands of muscle began to emerge from his skeletal frame. However, upon closer inspection, it became evident that this was not true flesh. Rather, it resembled a series of black lines, intricately layered and wrapping around him. Ultimately, these lines coalesced into an enigmatic pattern upon Qin Fan's form, following which a steel blade was affixed to his waist. Adorning his head was a conical hat, while a magnificent purple-gold cloak draped behind him, and he was ensconced in layers of dark red armor. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to a character from Iron Fist. With a swift motion, the black torrent receded, revealing Qin Fan's complete visage, causing the onlookers to change their expressions dramatically. Now is the time to eliminate him. We must not allow this extraordinary NPC to escape. Otherwise, our sacrifices will have been in vain. Unleash your utmost strength. Do not harbor even a trace of mercy. For if you do, it will be our demise. Charge forth. Slay him, and we shall reap exquisite equipment. In an instant, a tempest of sand arose, and countless figures surged toward Qin Fan. They were not fools. This was the opportune moment to confront him. Just having undergone a second evolution, Qin Fan might struggle to adapt to this newfound power, and the brief interval of waiting had afforded them ample time to strategize. Thus, The moment his evolution concluded was the most advantageous time for an assault. However, Qin Fan was not oblivious to the absurdity of the situation. He mused to himself, I am now so formidable. What can their numbers achieve? They are merely a disorganized mob. Instead of fleeing, they wish to engage? It is utterly insane. Yet, their reluctance to flee stemmed from their allegiance to the main alliance, which could not tolerate deserters. Instead of cowering in retreat, they preferred to stake their lives here. With so many of them, what if they emerged victorious? If they could seize even a couple of pieces of exceptional equipment, they would secure their standing in this world. At this juncture, they were all driven by desperation. After a moment's pause, Qin Fan regarded the approaching throng. If he possessed eyes, they would surely reflect a profound disdain. The sensations following his second evolution were overwhelmingly superior to those he had experienced before. He reached for his waist, and with a resounding echo, a demonic blade was drawn forth. Qin Fan had no time to examine his newly acquired skills. Yet the power coursing through his body instilled in him a sense of exhilarating determination, as if he were ready to fight until the end. Let us not dwell on this further. Qin Fan raised the demon sword, and in an instant, his speed surged. The next moment, the cold glint of the sword flashed by. Draw and slash. A fierce shout erupted from Qin Fan's lips. However, to others, it merely sounded like the clattering of teeth. This left Qin Fan deeply dissatisfied. At the very least, let me unleash my skills with a resounding roar. What significance does the clattering of teeth hold? The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more he felt a growing sense of frustration. However, the power of his blade had increased more than tenfold compared to before, leaving even Qin Fan himself somewhat astonished. But let us set that aside for now. With a swift motion, Qin Fan wielded the demon blade, cleaving downwards, and dozens fell lifelessly to the ground. Minus 9,999. Minus 9,999. Minus 9,999. A series of ominous numbers flickered above their heads, and Qin Fan's gaze grew increasingly horrified. Was this not a critical hit? Yet, there was no time for contemplation as he instinctively swung his sword down once more. Immediately, a hand pressed down, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that spread across 100 miles, causing yet another multitude to collapse, never to rise again. Experience points flowed into his possession, and Qin Fan felt as though he had ascended several levels. At that moment, the terrifying spectacle proved unbearable for some, instilling a sense of dread that prompted them to flee in haste. Too terrifying. This creature is simply inhuman. Of course, he is not human at all. We must flee. If we delay, our very lives may be lost here. What will we do if we run and the main alliance holds us accountable? Even the members of the main alliance would flee. None of us can contend with him. Remaining here merely serves to grant him experience points, augmenting his strength further. Does it not? Regardless, no one wished to linger. They scattered in every direction. However, to escape, experience points, do not run away. Qin Fan pursued these individuals relentlessly, his lips quivering in a peculiar rhythm, while the fleeing ones could scarcely comprehend his utterances. They were only acutely aware of one undeniable truth: to remain was to court death. Thus, the scene unfolded with an absurdity that was almost comical, a throng of individuals fleeing with a formidable boss in hot pursuit. After approximately half an hour, none of them escaped. All perished at the hands of Qin Fan. Ghost Eye Blade Master, Qin Fan rank, None level, 24 attack, 396 defense, 246 health, 2,200 skills, Blade Draw slash, Gentle slash, Thunder Half Moon slash Special Traits, Plunder, Lucky Critical Hit Description. Qin Fan, having endured the catastrophe of the Soul Lantern Warriors, now treads once more upon the razor's edge. After countless battles and ultimately vanquishing the Skeleton King, he acquired the legacy of the Ghostly Blade, wandering through the world with unparalleled strength. Qin Fan gazed at the attributes panel, and indeed, as he had anticipated, there had been a significant change. However, what piqued his curiosity was the so-called lucky critical hit. When he first unleashed his skill, a long string of critical hit numbers had appeared. So it was this way. Lucky critical hit. There is a chance that your attack will become a critical hit. Note, the weaker the enemy, the more likely the critical hit chance will be triggered. Conversely, the stronger the enemy, the likelihood of triggering a critical hit diminishes. In other words, if one is already stronger than the opponent, the notion of a lucky critical hit becomes unnecessary. Qin Fan truly felt that the skill was rather superfluous, and his gaze subsequently fell upon another ability, the Thunder Half Moon Slash. The Thunder Half Moon Slash, harnessing the power of moonlight, it unleashes a devastating strike with a demonic blade. This skill was acquired by Qin Fan during his second evolution, plundered from another's possession. As for the identity of the original owner, Qin Fan couldn't be bothered to ponder. In any case, this was likely the most significant gain from his second evolution. Qin Fan glanced at the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, lost in thought before promptly turning to leave. He could no longer remain in this place. Nearly 3,000 members of the main alliance had arrived, and with such a considerable number vanquished at his hands, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. He ventured westward, weaving through the dense, primordial forest, where a formidable banner fluttered in the breeze, the Alliance of Kings. The three characters emblazoned upon it signified one of the most renowned alliances within Baixiang City. Coincidentally, those players whom Qin Fan had persecuted were all affiliates of this very alliance. At that moment, troops surged forward, accompanied by an array of exotic beasts serving as mounts, as multiple squads advanced towards the Alliance of Kings. Within the guild's conference room, a group of extravagantly dressed players gathered. Their attire revealed their significant standing within the alliance. Seated at the head of the table was a man, approximately 40 years of age, with a slightly portly build and pallid skin, exuding an air of solemnity as he clasped his hands before him. "Is everyone here?" he inquired, his voice steady and authoritative. Beside him, a young woman clad in a bunny costume eagerly nodded and replied, "Guild leader, everyone has arrived. We await your instructions." "Very well, I shall speak plainly," he sighed, releasing his hands as he began. "You all must have heard about the peculiar NPC. I will not waste words. He evolved twice during battle. His strength skyrocketed, injuring thousands of our members. This is, without a doubt, a provocation against our alliance. However, his power is formidable, and I intend to dispatch elite members of the Third Army to confront him." Upon hearing this, a tall, slender individual swiftly rose and interjected, "Guild leader, the Third Army is our secret weapon, known as the Shadow Group. If they make an appearance, other guilds will surely catch wind of it. This would not be prudent." The guild leader shook his head, weariness etched on his face. "As one of the earliest veteran players to enter this game, we must establish our reputation. This special NPC has become a coveted boss in the eyes of all players, and we must seize the opportunity. The Shadow Group is our ace in the hole, and now is the opportune moment to utilize them. Once we eliminate the special NPC, our notoriety will surely soar." Are there any dissenting opinions? The guild leader's words left no room for rebuttal. The attendees merely nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, he inquired, "What about the bounty I instructed you to issue? Have there been any leads on the NPC in the Baixiang Forum?" "Not yet." The bunny girl responded, continuing, "Guild leader, we have offered a bounty of 10 million evolution coins, a sum unmatched in all of Baixiang City, yet we still have no news of him. Continue issuing the bounty, refreshing it daily. We cannot allow this individual to escape." With that, the guild leader rose, leaving behind a chilling remark as he exited. Meanwhile, in a forest to the north of Baixiang City, a figure clad in a wide-brimmed hat ambled slowly through the underbrush. As one drew closer, it became apparent that the skeletal visage beneath the hat was chattering its jaw in irritation. What a stroke of bad luck. Was it really necessary to chase me for merely stealing a bit of experience from one of your lowly monsters? It's as if I've desecrated your ancestors' graves. Frankly, it's merely envy of my good looks that drives you to hunt me down." As he spoke, Qin Fan absent-mindedly touched his face, a fleeting sense of melancholy washing over him. "Alas, I lack nothing now, except for a handsome visage. Thinking back, I used to be quite the heartthrob." Qin Fan could hardly express his frustration. The relentless pursuit over the past few days had been overwhelming. Had it not been for his determined advance and the elimination of those who trailed him, he would surely have been surrounded by now. As he distanced himself from Baixiang City, he gazed at the sky, which was swiftly darkening. If memory served him right, the canyon ahead was indeed the Abyssal Canyon. Qin Fan gazed at a distant location, where a colossal chasm appeared before him, resembling a vast divide cleaved in two by a gigantic blade. The Dark Canyon is a rather peculiar realm, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say it is not merely peculiar, for this territory belongs to the forces of darkness, and Qin Fan, who had only recently emerged, is also aligned with this sinister faction. Within the depths of the Dark Canyon lies a formidable adversary, the Dark Sovereign. The former captain of his squad had often spoken of the Dark Sovereign's presence. Where a boss resides, danger is invariably imminent. Thus, upon arriving in this place, Qin Fan inevitably found the thrill of monster hunting diminished. Should he provoke the Dark Sovereign, he would be met with relentless hostility, not only from players but also from NPCs, all intent on his annihilation. Nevertheless, Qin Fan harbored grander aspirations. The Dark Sovereign, a significant boss, undoubtedly harbored a wealth of experience points. If he could vanquish this formidable foe, he would ascend to the ranks of the bosses himself. Indeed, he had already earned the title of a boss in his own right. Having slaughtered thousands, the Alliance of Kings had even issued a bounty for his head, seeking to eradicate him. Was that not the very definition of a boss? Yet, Qin Fan did not dwell on such thoughts as he ventured further into the dark canyon. Soon catching sight of a few flickering lights in the distance, Qin Fan hastily concealed himself, as the dark faction now regarded him as an adversary. Thus, an encounter with them would inevitably lead to confrontation. However, Qin Fan sought to evade such a conflict. To eliminate the Dark Lord, a direct approach was not an option. He had not deluded himself into believing he could effortlessly vanquish a boss. Therefore, he resolved to adhere to his original plan. A stealthy ambush from behind would be the most prudent course of action. In an instant, a strategy formed in his mind, prompting Qin Fan to leap out in a faint panic, quickly positioning himself before a group of 8 skeletal warriors. Upon his appearance, the skeletal soldiers recoiled in surprise, only then noticing that their leader was a fully armored skeleton. An enemy. The leader's jaws clacked ominously, and Qin Fan quickly shook his head, exclaiming, "Wait. Captain, it's me. You brat." The skeletal commander instantly recognized Qin Fan. Despite his evolution, certain traits from his original allegiance to the dark faction remained indelibly etched within him. "You slaughtered an entire squad of our troops, and you dare show your face here. You scoundrel. The Dark Lord has decreed, at all costs, you are to be captured. There will be no escape for you today." The skeletal captain seethed with righteous indignation. Qin Fan, ever the schemer, hastily retorted, "Captain, I have my reasons." "Reasons? What possible reasons could you have?" The skeletal captain refrained from immediate aggression, his tone tinged with a hint of curiosity. Qin Fan gradually came to comprehend that within the 4th Legion, to which he originally belonged, the commander was a fiercely protective individual, to put it bluntly, exceedingly partial. The annihilation of the 4th Legion had incited profound fury in the skeletal commander, yet it was even more astonishing to learn that a solitary soldier had survived, and that the one patrolling the mountains was the root of the predicament. Based on the commander's recollection of Qin Fan, such an act was utterly inconceivable. Wasn't he that self-evident? The former skeletal soldier was not me. I, Qin Fan, had usurped his being, and he could hardly comprehend my essence. Hence, the rationale behind Qin Fan's audacity to reveal himself lay precisely in this understanding. The protective commander would undoubtedly wish to hear his account. This was the ticket for Qin Fan to re-enter the realm of darkness. As long as his arguments were sound, the commander would surely advocate for him. However, should he attempt to deceive, retribution would be inevitable. The commander, though irate, harbored an abundance of expectations within the depths of his blue, shadowy gaze. Qin Fan's complexion shifted dramatically as he endeavored to display an expression of utmost grievance. His voice quivered with a hint of tears as he spoke with profound helplessness. "Captain, it is not my intention to harm those comrades. It was the command of the chief commander." "What do you mean?" "The chief commander approached me the night before the mountain patrol, informing me that a human team was lurking nearby and might launch an attack either tomorrow or the day after. At this moment, we have no choice but to stage a performance to deceive them." Qin Fan idly remarked, "We are inherently weak. Faced with the ruthless and malevolent humans, we would inevitably be annihilated. Thus, the commander instructed me to return with news. At that time, reinforcements were unable to arrive, and escape was not an option. We could only create a fade, one that would convey the illusion that our camp had been utterly destroyed. This deception is crucial for us in the Dark Faction. They have sacrificed their individual selves, and now it falls upon me to fulfill the greater cause." Qin Fan's words were a blend of fabrication and truth. Their squad was originally tasked with patrolling the eastern outskirts of White Elephant City, primarily responsible for guarding against the approach of humans. On the other hand, they also needed to be vigilant against the forces of the Light Faction. This position resembled a border defense. Should it fall, the repercussions would be dire. Which is why the skeletal soldiers were perpetually on patrol. Otherwise, do you truly believe that NPCs would merely wander about in a single location day after day? There are reasons behind their actions. Is everything you said true? The captain was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement. After all, these beings were genuine NPCs, sharing the same faction, and thus would harbor little suspicion. Unless, of course, it was scripted into the storyline. Qin Fan nodded vigorously and followed with, "As long as I convey this message back, I would have no complaints even if the sovereign were to take my life." "Wait," the captain immediately countered, "if what you say is indeed true, not only are you not a traitor, but you are also a great benefactor of our dark faction. Come with me. I shall personally escort you to meet the Sovereign, allowing you to relay this message to him in person. Must we go to the Dark Sovereign so soon? It's the middle of the night. Could we not rest first? Qin Fan harbored such thoughts in his heart, yet outwardly, he had already fallen in step with the captain, advancing deeper into the abyssal canyon. Gradually, a towering castle came into view, and Qin Fan felt a chilling wind sweep past him incessantly. A grand crimson banner fluttered atop the castle. Dark Lord, I am here to claim your life, he thought. Do not speak recklessly later. The Lord will surely lay blame upon you, but I shall plead for your case. Understood? The captain offered a cautionary reminder, to which Qin Fan nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, he followed the captain into the castle, navigating through its labyrinthine corridors until they finally arrived at the palace. There, upon the throne, reclined a skeletal king clad in a black robe, lazily gazing at Qin Fan. Adorned with a dark crown atop his skull, he was none other than the Dark Lord. Qin Fan felt a sense of astonishment within himself. Although the true level of the Dark Sovereign remained obscured, an aura of formidable power emanated from him, exuding the dignity that only a superior being could possess, rather than a fade crafted for effect. My lord, the tone of the captain was filled with utmost reverence. The Dark Sovereign yawned widely, and at his side, a skeletal figure immediately spoke up, questioning, disturbing the sovereign at such a late hour. Do you wish to court death? What an outrageous temper. Qin Fan was somewhat taken aback, pondering that the commander, despite being a leader, should not be in a position where encountering the Dark Monarch could potentially lead to his demise. However, upon further reflection, he realized that perhaps there was nothing amiss. It was worth noting that his original squad consisted of individuals of high rank but little actual power. Thus, the commander's position might not be particularly elevated. Indeed, as soon as these words were uttered, the commander abruptly knelt on the ground, the sound of his bones striking the floor resonating loudly. He then spoke, Monarch, I have come regarding the annihilation of my 4th Legion. The soldier has been found. He claims to bring back crucial information, along with details about the Legion's demise. The commander hurriedly recounted the fabricated words that Qin Fan had devised. The Dark Monarch slowly began to speak, his voice hoarse and deep, yet the moment he opened his mouth, a terrifying force seemed to press down upon Qin Fan's heart. What news have you brought back? If the information proves valuable, you shall be spared, but if it is of no use, you shall meet your end. To turn against one's own kin is an unforgivable sin. Qin Fan nodded repeatedly and said, My lord, the human assault is imminent. Within 3 days, they will surely set their sights on the Abyssal Gorge. The intelligence I have brought back is to prepare you, for humanity has allied with the forces of light. Not long ago, one of our allies was ruthlessly slain by them. The one responsible for the killing was, in fact, the silver tier boss I seized at the opportune moment. The most significant distinction between the forces of light and darkness lies in their races. The denizens of the dark faction are predominantly monsters, such as skeletal creatures and rabbit beasts. In contrast, the light faction closely resembles humans, or rather, mortals endowed with angelic forms. This fundamental difference inevitably leads to divergent choices, as evidenced by the silver tier boss we encountered last time, who undoubtedly belonged to the dark faction. However, whether the Dark Lord is acquainted with him is of little consequence. For if one of our own falls, the Dark Lord will surely lament the loss, even if he refrains from intervening. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, the Dark Lord remained silent for an extended period, leading Qin Fan to wonder if the game had encountered a bug. Eventually, however, the skeletal creature beside the Dark Lord spoke up. My lord, it is true that an ally fell a few days ago, and it was indeed at the hands of humanity. I have only recently received this news. What he said is undoubtedly true. The Dark Lord nodded slowly and replied, If all you have stated is accurate, then you are indeed a hero. Yet, what I despise most are those who turn against their own kin. You would do well to meet your end. If Qin Fan possessed a heart, it would undoubtedly skip a beat at this moment. How could I have been so easily deceived by you? You actually intend to take my life. Qin Fan glanced around at the numerous skeletal warriors surrounding him, easily numbering around 20. The real challenge lay in the presence of the Dark Lord, a formidable boss not to be trifled with. What was he to do? Could he truly be so reckless as to walk into the jaws of danger? Suddenly, before Qin Fan could make a move, the captain sorrowfully exclaimed, Please, end my life. He had devoted himself entirely to conveying this message back. Though he had erred, it was my failure to guide him properly. Thus, I am willing to sacrifice my own life to grant him a chance at survival. His loyalty to the Lord is unwavering, and I believe he would serve with utmost dedication. These words left Qin Fan utterly stunned. Was this truly mere favoritism? Could it be that this skeletal creature was, in fact, your illegitimate child? Qin Fan regarded the captain with a peculiar expression and exclaimed, "No, captain. It is all my fault. Allow me to bear the consequences. You are the captain, and you have far more pressing matters to attend to. It is our duty to protect our sovereign. A tragic performance? Who cannot act?" Qin Fan silently scoffed, yet the sovereign seated upon the throne was visibly moved. He overheard the two skeletal creatures weeping and imploring, "My lord. These two have demonstrated unwavering loyalty, always considering the greater good. Please, grant them clemency. Indeed, such devoted soldiers, I believe that under ordinary circumstances, they would never resort to harming their own kin." In a moment of hesitation, the Dark Sovereign let out a sigh and said, "I shall heed your wise counsel and spare them this time. However, this must never occur again." "Thank you, my lord." Qin Fan, exhibiting remarkable understanding, hurriedly flattered. "It is my honor to serve the sovereign with utmost dedication. Come here." The Dark Monarch called out to Qin Fan, leaving him puzzled and bewildered. However, the commander beside him urged softly, "Hurry over. The sovereign wishes to bestow a reward upon you." "A reward?" Without much contemplation, Qin Fan approached the Dark Sovereign. The latter extended a hand and lightly touched the space between Qin Fan's brows, instigating a peculiar sensation within his body. It was akin to having acquired something significant. Yet soon after, he heard the voice of the system resonating in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations on receiving the Dark Sovereign's legacy." Dark Sovereign's legacy, a mark of favor from the Dark Sovereign, a fragment of bone essence, which permits the choice to evolve into the Dark Sovereign upon the fifth evolution. Qin Fan's eyes sparkled with surprise. His evolutionary path had always been singular. However, it now seemed that a new direction had emerged, which, undeniably, was a fortuitous development for him. Moreover, according to the system, it appeared that the evolutionary route could be altered based on the legacies imparted by others. Could it be possible that one day he might evolve into a human? Qin Fan pondered in silence, and before him appeared the attribute panel of the Dark Lord. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Fan's expression suddenly changed. Dark Lord level, 59 attack, 1858 defense, 6333 health, 110,000. What manner of monster is this? Has all of its attributes been allocated to health? Qin Fan was taken aback. Fortunately, the captain had just saved his life. Otherwise, relying solely on the Dark Lord's health points, he could have easily perished. The key issue was that this foe's attacks were remarkably high, making it utterly impossible to defeat him. However, Qin Fan soon realized a perplexing matter. Based on his current level-up attributes, even upon reaching level 59, he could not possibly possess such exaggerated health and defense stats. This left him with only two possibilities: either the Dark Lord's evolution pathway prioritized health and defense, or there existed some artifact on the Dark Lord that enhanced these two attributes. Qin Fan is increasingly inclined towards the latter, for even after evolution, it is improbable to significantly enhance one's attributes, as the Dark Lord's attack should fall within a reasonable range. From the perspective of a seasoned gamer, Qin Fan is growing more eager to uncover the secrets surrounding the Dark Lord. Just then, the captain's urgent call resonated, clearly reflecting concern that Qin Fan might have provoked the Dark Lord. For characters of their level, merely encountering the Dark Lord is already a stroke of luck. Being so close could easily incite the Dark Lord's wrath. Indeed, it is the Lord we are speaking of. Qin Fan hurried back, and the commander remarked, "My lord, we shall no longer disturb your rest. We will take our leave." The Dark Lord remained silent, and once the commander led Qin Fan out, he finally exhaled in relief. At that moment, he sighed deeply and said, "Qin Fan, your recognition by the Lord is indeed a commendation. Henceforth, you must endeavor diligently. When we breach the White Elephant City, the Lord will bestow upon us numerous benefits. Soon, we shall relish in luxury and delight." What a peculiar inclination. Could you not consider invading another city? Why is there such an obsession with White Elephant City, being a novice village? White Elephant City does not inspire great expectations in Qin Fan. To establish oneself, one must seek broader horizons. Let us go. To reward you, tonight you shall indulge in a splendid celebration. The commander slung his arm around Qin Fan's shoulder and whisked him away, exiting the castle and circumventing a small grove. They finally arrived at an open space. The clearing was teeming with tents, unmistakably the encampment of the 4th Legion. "Ladies, come forth. Allow me to introduce you to a person of great significance." Within mere seconds, a group of skeletal creatures emerged, adorned in vibrant attire, some even donned in bikinis. "What are you attempting to conceal?" It is evident that all that lies beneath is merely bone. Qin Fan felt somewhat disheartened as several skeletal creatures hastily surrounded him. The captain chuckled, saying, "Enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave for a while." Only after the captain's figure vanished did the skeletal beings begin to speak. Surprisingly, their voices were quite melodious, suggesting that they had been female in their former lives. Yet, what could that possibly change? What could they accomplish in their bare-bones state? Qin Fan concocted a flimsy excuse to dismiss them and then reclined on his bed, intending to rest thoroughly. In the following days, Qin Fan found himself devoid of significant tasks, merely engaging in routine patrols. This monotonous existence was stifling for him. Such activities were unlikely to yield any experience points, as they were not missions assigned by the system, but rather mere duties of the NPCs. Consequently, Qin Fan made no progress during this period, rendering his aspirations for a third evolution seem distant and elusive. One day, Qin Fan felt that he could no longer continue in this manner. Despite being surrounded by experience, he found himself unable to benefit from it, which was nothing short of a humiliation for him. Thus, a rebellious thought crossed his mind. He would become a traitor once more. However, this time, he intended to depart stealthily. The Dark Lord was not an adversary he could confront at present. Engaging in battle now would likely lead to a most gruesome demise. Yet, at that moment, he noticed a surge within the crowd as skeletal soldiers converged towards a singular direction. The night had fallen, and typically, at this hour, these skeletal warriors would be gathered around a bonfire, dreaming of the splendid life that awaited them after the Dark Lord's conquest of White Elephant City, or indulging in feasts with bowls of wine. What could have prompted such an unusual gathering today? What are we waiting for? The Dark Lord has summoned us. Let us hurry. Just as Qin Fan hesitated, he saw the captain rushing towards him, urging him to follow, and without delay, he hastened along. Could it be that something significant was about to unfold? Qin Fan is not foolish, were it not for an urgent situation. The Dark Lord would not summon all the skeletal soldiers. Regardless of the nature of the conflict, Qin Fan is an ardent enthusiast, whether battling players or vanquishing NPCs. It matters little, as both yield substantial experience points. Having been constrained for so many days, Qin Fan is undoubtedly ravenous and restless. It will not be long now. Qin Fan and the commander merged into the throng, yet upon casting a glance, he observed that the 1st and 2nd legions were teeming with soldiers, while their 4th legion was merely represented by 2 solitary commanders. Nevertheless, at this moment, they stood upright and resolute, amidst a multitude of skeletal warriors, all gathered in this space. However, in Qin Fan's eyes, they were merely a substantial source of experience points. "Commander, what transpired?" Qin Fan inquired softly. The captain shook his head, responding with a clatter, "The Lord Monarch will elucidate everything. There is no need for further questions." At that moment, the figure of the Dark Monarch materialized, and no one knew how he had arrived. In Qin Fan's eyes, he appeared as a swirling mass of black mist, which ultimately coalesced into the form of the Dark Monarch. "Lord Monarch!" Instantly, a chorus of respectful exclamations erupted from the multitude of skeletal soldiers, resonating with an earth-shaking gravity that conveyed utmost solemnity. The Dark Monarch extended his hand, signaling for silence. His regal aura was undeniable, and the skeletons promptly ceased their clamoring. At that moment, the Dark Monarch allowed a faint smile to escape his lips. "My subjects, the time has come. This night, we shall storm the White Elephant City and lay siege to its walls. I know you have awaited this moment for far too long, but the time for waiting is over. Let those ignorant beings witness the might of our dark army." His words ignited a fervor among the skeletal soldiers, who erupted in frenzied cries, akin to a nationwide celebration. Among the jubilant throng was Qin Fan, whose exuberance resembled that of a hyperactive child, as if he had been stifled for years. "Excellent, 14. With your fighting spirit, I am reassured. Even if the 4th Legion consists solely of the 2 of us, we must perform admirably and provide the Lord Monarch with a satisfactory response." The captain's voice brimmed with satisfaction. However, Qin Fan's thoughts diverged entirely. With so many players within White Elephant City, he alone could not provoke them. Yet, with the backing of friends from the Dark Faction, victory seemed within easy reach. Qin Fan had even contemplated how to stylishly claim a kill, eager to seize all the experience points for himself. However, little did he know that the captain's words would shatter his daydreams. It is common knowledge that each legion must fulfill its designated roles. In simpler terms, each legion is assigned specific tasks. Just a couple of days prior, Qin Fan had accompanied the captain on a patrol. With such a vast area to cover, it was uncertain what responsibilities Qin Fan and the captain bore. Yet, One could hardly blame Qin Fan. After all, he had previously eliminated all the members of the 4th Legion. Now, the situation was drastically different, as they prepared to launch a significant assault on White Elephant City. Allowing the members of the 4th Legion to lead the charge, with only Qin Fan and the captain present, would likely result in a disastrous outcome. At that moment, the monarch's voice cut through the air unexpectedly, due to the casualties suffered by the 4th Legion in their efforts to relay intelligence. Only the captain of the 4th Legion and 14 others remain. Furthermore, due to the commendable contributions made by 14 in delivering crucial information, we shall now reassign roles. 14 will serve as the commanding leader, spearheading the 3rd and 10th Legions into battle. Upon hearing this proclamation, Qin Fan felt as though his body had been lifted into the air, enveloped in a swirling black mist. Mere seconds later, a suit of pure black armor enveloped him. Congratulations. You have received a gift from the monarch, the midnight armor. Feeling the weight of the heavy armor upon him, Qin Fan experienced a newfound sense of security. He promptly checked his attributes. Ghost Eye Blade Master, Qin Fan Occupation, Charge Commander Level, 24 Attack, 396 Defense, 1246 Health, 2200 Skills, Draw Sword / Gentle / Thunder Half Moon / Special Traits, Plunder, Lucky Critical Strike. Qin Fan's expression shifted in astonishment. This so-called White Knight armor actually granted an astounding increase of 1,000 points in defense. Indeed, it was imperative to eliminate that old wretch, the Dark Sovereign, for he possessed far too many treasures. The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. There is not a single gamer who is not covetous of exquisite treasures. 14. You already possess a weapon, so I shall not bestow another upon you. Without delay, the inaugural task of embarking on a journey to dismantle White Elephant City now rested upon your shoulders. Do not let me down. Qin Fan hastily nodded and declared, It is my duty to serve the sovereign without hesitation. Come, my companions, follow me. Qin Fan chuckled heartily as he turned to leave, but inwardly he grumbled. You young ones are all following me to face certain doom. I shall equally reap the benefits of your experience. Yet, before Qin Fan could indulge in his moment of glee, the captain bellowed, 14, mount up. Get on your horses. Qin Fan turned his head and saw the commander leading over a skeletal horse, its body reduced to mere bones, resembling them closely. It was somewhat awkward, as a grand commander certainly ought to have a steed. Dismounting, he pointed in the direction of White Elephant City and boldly proclaimed, Follow me, everyone. At the same moment, the sudden outbreak of a defensive battle sent a jolt through many players' hearts. The Dark Faction was launching a large-scale invasion of White Elephant City for the first time. What was particularly alarming was that they had never engaged in a defensive battle before, and coupled with the involvement of that peculiar NPC, most players were caught completely off guard. Meanwhile, the instigator, observing the flurry of guild messages, wore a faintly manic smile. Are you out of your mind? He exclaimed, pacing back and forth in frustration. The item we obtained last time was not meant for such foolishness. We have no idea how formidable the Dark Faction is. If they invade us on a grand scale this time, everything we have built will be for naught. I don't care. The other retorted stubbornly, maintaining a defiant air. Once the Dark Faction attacks, I refuse to believe that fellow won't show up. Besides, why are you in such a rush? The guild leader has already dispatched the shadow team. If that guy had not been hiding all this while, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures. With the shadow team involved, rest assured, we will not lose. In a moment of exasperation, the first struck the second on the head, chastising him. I don't have time to explain everything to you. White Elephant City is our stronghold, and the Dark Faction is certainly not to be underestimated. This time, you've really stirred up a hornet's nest. Sending the shadow team to hunt that NPC is entirely different from allowing the Dark Faction to invade in force. Do you even comprehend the toll this will take on us? With a stern expression, the second showed no remorse. It's done now. If you have the capability, don't lecture me. Otherwise, take me to the guild leader and let him expel me from the guild. The first, feeling somewhat helpless, departed in frustration. How did I end up with such a foolish brother? It's just a woman. She's merely afraid of being deleted from the game. Why are you getting worked up over a wild creature? At that moment, the King's Alliance had already begun to mobilize, with various teams forming into a cohesive fighting force, all orderly making their way to the gates of White Elephant City as the first wave of combatants. Within the conference room, the guild leader convened another meeting, his brow furrowed in concern. The members are gathered. Guild leader, announced a bunny girl. The leader nodded and stated, Everyone, the deployment is complete. Now, I shall share my insights. The Dark Faction's large-scale siege indicates that something unusual must be afoot. For instance, we may have triggered some hidden quest that has compelled the Dark Faction to act. This presents an opportunity for us. Someone immediately interjected, Guild Leader. What do you mean by opportunity? We haven't done anything significant. We merely pursued a special NPC who has been on the run for ages. Precisely. The Guild Leader's voice was low but tinged with excitement. This special NPC is no ordinary foe. Moreover, in the heat of battle, he dared to undergo a second evolution. Due to our pursuit, even the Dark Faction's forces have mobilized, which signifies something crucial. This NPC is an integral part of the Dark Faction. And we are about to face one of the 7 major bosses, the Dark Sovereign. Consider this, if even such a formidable boss has been deployed. This special NPC must be of immense importance. The crowd suddenly grasped the implications, upon reflection. It became clear why the Dark Faction was so intent on safeguarding this special NPC. If I am not mistaken, even the Dark Sovereign is merely a subordinate of his. He is the true boss. The Guild Leader's words left everyone in stunned silence. However, at this juncture, few were willing to believe it. Someone hastily exclaimed, Guild Leader. Are you joking? A special NPC as the true boss? The titles of the Dark Sovereign seem utterly inconsequential. Do not mistake my seriousness for jest. The Guild Leader's expression hardened, a hint of displeasure evident. I have been researching this game since before the 5th evolution was released. It offers all players infinite possibilities. While the NPCs you have defeated may seem weak, easily subdued with nimble maneuvers, the more powerful bosses possess cunning intellect, akin to a true otherworld. This is precisely why the 5th evolution has gained such popularity. His words left the crowd momentarily speechless. Indeed, this game surpassed all others in realism and various aspects by 1,000-fold. The game designer had once proclaimed that the experience in this game is akin to reality. If you believe yourself clever, then pit your wits against the wild creatures. At this point, someone inquired, Guild Leader. Does this mean we should disregard the Dark Sovereign and focus our efforts on that special NPC? Should we also ease our defenses during this battle? Absolutely not. The Guild Leader bellowed, his frustration bubbling over. I told you that your reasoning is even less astute than those wild creatures. The Dark Faction's invasion is practically a vendetta to protect that special NPC. I foresee that this NPC will also appear, and in a very conspicuous role. Our primary objective must be to target him. Upon sighting him, we shall unleash our most formidable forces. At all costs, we must eliminate this threat. At this moment, Qin Fan, brimming with confidence, marched towards Baixiang City accompanied by a legion of skeletal soldiers. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the city gates. How could one not feel exuberant in his situation? Upon his initial arrival in this esteemed land, he was merely a modest vice captain, lacking any remarkable talents. Now, he possessed at least a fraction of the abilities that others wielded, which could certainly be regarded as significant progress. Was it not justifiable for him to revel in this achievement for a moment? 14. I shall rally the troops. The captain volunteered. Having been assigned to the charge squad due to Qin Fan's influence. Before we engage in battle, allow me to state something. Qin Fan halted the commander and spoke slowly. Our Dark Legion must die with purpose. The city of White Elephant is filled with mere rats. If we truly find ourselves overwhelmed, we must expend our last ounce of strength to come to me, so that I may end your lives. Do you understand? Why is that? The commander inquired, perplexed. A man falls in battle for his sovereign. Why must you be the one to slay them? I have stated that these wretches do not deserve the honor of killing members of our Dark Legion. To perish at their hands is a disgrace beyond measure. Can you endure such humiliation? Certainly not. They replied in unison, achieving a rare consensus even Qin Fan found astonishing, as he had anticipated dissent. Since you possess such resolve, I shall impart a second statement. Unless absolutely necessary, I do not wish for you to perish in battle. Everything is for our sovereign, do you comprehend? Everything for our sovereign. The flames of war ignited among the skeletal soldiers, spurred on by Qin Fan's words. Without hesitation, he declared, Commander, the challenge is yours to issue. 14. All for the sovereign. The commander, too, undeterred, pressed forward into the fray, rising above the throng, his jaws clenched tightly. Rats of White Elephant. Emerge and meet your demise. Today marks the finest opportunity for our Dark Faction to trample upon you, the ants beneath our feet. Are you prepared? The opposing players stood bewildered. What is this fellow on about? He has no tongue or voice. Surely he does not think we can comprehend his words? Even if they could not understand, it mattered little. They were merely here to meet their end. At this point, they still failed to realize they were merely NPCs. Soon to be mere experience points for them. Wait, Look at that individual atop the skeletal warhorse. Is he not the special NPC? The leader has commanded. Upon sighting that special NPC, we must deploy our strongest forces. Step back. The shadow group is already preparing. Qin Fan remained oblivious to the impending assault of the Dark Faction's army, initially intending to use them as mere bait, reaping the benefits for himself. However, the focus of hostility had now shifted entirely onto him. After several turns of events, a man clad in resplendent golden armor emerged from the city gates, flanked by a cadre of players. The lower-level players, having completed their tasks, retreated to the city walls, for they were not destined to partake in this battle. Even if they did, they would merely serve as sacrificial pawns. Thus, the paramount concern was to observe and accrue combat experience. The golden-armored figure captured Qin Fan's attention immediately, particularly his head. ID: Zhu Aotian, level 30 swordsman. The players trailing Zhu Aotian boasted levels predominantly above 30, each appearing robust and formidable, entirely incomparable to the skeletal soldiers before them. What is going on? Are you all out of your minds? Qin Fan was on the verge of cursing in frustration. The two legions he had brought along were led by commanders of mere levels 21 and 22, neither of whom surpassed his own prowess, logically and emotionally. The initial skirmish was merely a test. Despite the large-scale assault, there existed a hierarchy, and the first army deployed would undoubtedly be the weakest, tasked with guarding the entry. This strategy not only afforded players ample opportunity for development, but also ensured a gradual escalation of combat strength. After all, their objective was to seize White Elephant City, not to annihilate it. Earlier, Qin Fan had observed the ordinary players, most of whom were merely in their teens in terms of levels, easily identifiable as individuals intent on leveling up. Yet, in the blink of an eye, a formidable figure of level 30 emerged, brazenly declaring that a single Zhu Aotian could obliterate Qin Fan's entire assault unit. Is it you? Before Qin Fan could contemplate further, Zhu Aotian strode confidently to the forefront, disdain spilling from his lips. It is utterly laughable that the Dark Camp has dispatched such a creature as you to lead the charge. Watch as I dismantle you. Brothers, enough talk. Let us all advance together. These wild monsters are nothing to be concerned about. Slay them without hesitation. The players responded with a unified roar, engaging in battle without so much as a moment's deliberation. At this juncture, there was nothing left but to charge forward with unwavering resolve. Qin Fan bellowed, and he could indeed see the levels of these players. Yet, it was pitiable for the skeletal soldiers, the NPCs, who were entirely oblivious, fighting fervently for the mere rhetoric of all for the Lord. In no time, bones began to scatter across the ground, and with each skeletal soldier that fell, their lamentations echoed, "Ah, forgive us, great commander. We have suffered such humiliation." Qin Fan was rendered speechless. If he were to face opponents of comparable strength, he could at least fight desperately to return and have them slain by him. However, now, these living experiences were being devoured by the adversary before him. As he witnessed the skeletal soldiers falling one by one, a sense of panic began to take root within Qin Fan. He was merely in his 20s in terms of level, while Zhu Aotian boasted a formidable level of 30. In a direct confrontation, Qin Fan harbored no illusions about his ability to triumph over these foes. What was to be done? Should he simply abandon the fight? After all, he was not a member of the Dark Faction. Let the Dark Lord blame whomever he wished. Just as these thoughts swirled in Qin Fan's mind, he heard Zhu Aotian let out a cold snort and draw a golden longsword, swiftly charging towards him. At this juncture, the forces of the Dark Faction were crumbling like a house of cards, yet he stood there in a daze. Was he paralyzed by fear? Despite the biting taunts, Qin Fan understood he could no longer remain stationary. Escaping was no easy feat now. He could only hope for the Dark Lord's reinforcements to arrive swiftly. With a sharp sound, Qin Fan dismounted his steed, and in an instant, the demon blade was unsheathed. The clash of steel rang out as the sword met the blade. Qin Fan felt the overwhelming force of Zhu Aotian intensifying. He was barely able to withstand it. Given the inherent disparity between them, this outcome was, regrettably, within the bounds of reason. When dealing with others from our guild, you didn't seem so feeble, did you? What is wrong now? Turns out you're just trash. Truly pathetic. I almost feel sorry for you. Someone like you will never attain my level of strength. Are you out of your mind? I'm merely an NPC. Why do you persist in mocking me? Qin Fan found himself increasingly perplexed, grappling with the unsettling notion that, in the eyes of his adversary, he was merely a non-playable character. Who would engage in trivial banter with a mere monster, let alone strive to prove their strength before such a creature? Resigned to his circumstances, Qin Fan, despite not being an actual NPC, felt a surge of indignation rise within him. At this juncture, he had no choice but to grasp at straws, relying solely on the so-called lucky critical hit that might manifest in this pivotal moment. It was crucial to understand that a single critical strike could inflict substantial damage upon his opponent. Stepping back, he sheathed his demon blade and fixed his gaze upon Zhu Aotian, hastily unleashing his skill, the blade draw slash. The immense force of the demon blade surged forth, sending dust swirling into the air. Qin Fan poured all his strength into this strike. However, Zhu Aotian's prowess was equally formidable. Their weapons clashed, generating a terrifying shockwave that knocked numerous players and skeleton soldiers to the ground. Yet, as Qin Fan gazed at Zhu Aotian's face, he noticed a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if he were entirely unscathed by Qin Fan's might. Upon closer inspection, Qin Fan was nearly rendered speechless by the brief numbers that appeared, -250. Was this not an affront? Even if there had been no critical hit, a slight increase or decrease in damage would have been acceptable, but to receive a mere 250 points of damage, who was he insulting? Filled with rage, Qin Fan was indignant. After all, his direct attack power was a formidable 369. However, with the addition of his skill, he could not even scratch the surface of Zhu Aotian. It was evident that, judging by Zhu Aotian's composed demeanor, this strike posed no threat to him whatsoever. Ah, are you surprised? Zhu Aotian was immensely pleased with himself. As their blades clashed, the sound of his derisive taunts echoed. With your pathetic abilities, victory is beyond your reach. The leader claims you are the true boss. But I see you as either a fool or a complete waste. I cannot fathom how the leader could be so blind as to deem you the ultimate boss. It is utterly laughable. Very well, prepare to meet your demise. As his words fell, Zhu Aotian took a step back, raising his great sword towards the heavens. Amidst the gathering storm clouds, a bolt of violet lightning surged downwards. Following this, Zhu Aotian coldly proclaimed, "This technique is known as the Thunder Sword. Allow me to clarify. You are to be slain by my hand. It seems the Shadow Group need not intervene." Without further ado, the blade in Zhu Aotian's hand descended menacingly towards Qin Fan's face. If struck, it would undoubtedly spell certain doom. Qin Fan's reaction was swift. He hurriedly retreated, moving with remarkable speed. Just as he evaded the strike, unexpectedly, the lightning flickering from the great sword did not dissipate. Instead, it transformed into a long whip-like form, deftly wielded in Zhu Aotian's hand with extraordinary agility. Little did Qin Fan anticipate such a peculiar occurrence. Before he could ponder further, the long whip struck from behind, akin to a venomous serpent in pursuit, showing no sign of diminishing speed. Naturally, this scene appeared somewhat absurd. As Qin Fan fled, the whip relentlessly chased him. Aren't you the Thunder Sword? How is it that a perfectly fine bolt of lightning has morphed into a whip? If you're seeking such games, find someone else to play with. I shall not partake. Qin Fan's heart was enveloped in bitterness. However, he adeptly evaded every strike from the Thunder Blade, a testament to his years of experience as a seasoned player. If he couldn't overcome such trivial obstacles, how could he claim to be an old player? Atop the city wall, among the spectators, aside from the lower-level players, stood the leader of the King's Alliance, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation as he clenched his fists, his expression growing increasingly grave. Was this maneuvering, this awareness, merely the skill of a unique NPC? Despite growing more convinced of his suspicions that this individual was the true boss of the game, the leader couldn't help but recall a certain rival from another game. A high-level player who had once contested against him and was his sole worthy opponent. Alas, he had never bested that adversary. Each encounter had resulted in him being toyed with, for that opponent possessed extraordinary prowess. That opponent's name was Qin Fan. Yet, despite the uncanny agility displayed now, he found it challenging to connect the two personas. Why then did that man come to mind? Rest easy, Alliance leader. At that moment, the bunny girl beside him remarked with a light laugh, "It seems that even Zhu Aotian cannot defeat that unique NPC. Perhaps your worries are unfounded. Is that so?" The leader's expression hardened as he coldly inquired, "Could it be otherwise?" The bunny girl replied, puzzled, her tone tinged with innocence. "He is currently being pursued and attacked by Zhu Aotian. Surely he must lack any real capability. If he had a strategy, he wouldn't be fleeing." Fleeing? The leader's voice grew icy, laced with disdain. "The last I heard, he had merely undergone secondary evolution, so he is likely only in his 20s in level. Certainly not a match for Zhu Aotian." "Indeed." The bunny girl, increasingly perplexed, continued, "He cannot defeat Zhu Aotian. Isn't strength everything? If he cannot win now, he cannot possibly triumph later. Such narrow-mindedness. The leader retorted sharply, devoid of any sympathy. Any player, when facing a formidable boss, contends with an inherent imbalance of power. What we must do is secure victory amidst adversity. If it were merely a game, it would be termed a challenge, resulting in immense satisfaction upon victory. However, for that unique NPC, it represents a matter of life and death, compelling him to exercise utmost caution. Until the outcome is determined, he could seize victory at any moment. Observe his movements closely. He is continually seeking the opportune moment to exploit Zhu Aoyan's vulnerabilities and deliver a fatal blow. The expressions of the audience, including the bunny girl, shifted dramatically. Were anyone else to have uttered such words, they would have been dismissed as fanciful and pretentious. But when the leader spoke, it bore gravitas. This was the truth. As the leader had articulated, Qin Fan was indeed in search of an opportunity. What distinguished players from Qin Fan? Players had a mana bar. Once depleted, their skills would falter. Thus, Qin Fan's objective was to prolong the encounter. Although it appeared he was merely fleeing, he was cunningly outmaneuvering Zhu Aoyan. Fool! Do you intend to scurry away like a rat? To engage with scum like you is a disgrace to me. When I capture you, I shall take your life. Zhu Aoyan seethed with rage. Yet, at that moment, Qin Fan had pinpointed his chance. Zhu Aoyan's frantic state indicated that his mana was nearing depletion. This was not merely conjecture. As a gaming master, Qin Fan could accurately calculate mana consumption over time. In the next instant, Qin Fan's speed surged dramatically. Draw slash. Thunder crescent slash. As he drew his blade, a crescent-shaped arc of light, crackling with electricity, hurtled towards Zhu Aoyan. The latter, momentarily stunned, failed to react as the attack struck his chest. A horrific fissure tore open, and in the blink of an eye, Zhu Aoyan's body was cleaved in two. -9,999. The sound of increasing experience points echoed in Qin Fan's mind, though regrettably, no skills were acquired. Yet, this revelation startled him. The Thunder Crescent Slash had been an unexpected acquisition. Initially, Qin Fan had not held high hopes for it, but its execution had utterly astonished him. Remarkably, this strike had also resulted in a fortuitous critical hit. Without such luck, he could not have slain Zhu Aoyan in one blow. Is it truly so? On the other side, the crowd was equally astonished. Alliance leader, just as you said, that fellow really did kill Zhu Aoyan. The bunny girl exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Although the leader's understanding surpassed hers, witnessing such an event was an entirely different experience. Who could have anticipated that the Qin Fan being pursued moments ago would, in the next instant, annihilate Zhu Aoyan? Simultaneously, cheers erupted from the dark faction. Though to the players, it merely sounded like a cacophony of chattering teeth, their precise words lost in the din Qin Fan sighed. Realizing just how perilous his situation had been, although his recent actions appeared effortless, he had been sweating profusely with anxiety. While he had considerable combat experience, the present reality was starkly different from his previous encounters. In the past, Qin Fan had merely engaged in gaming for leisure. But now he found himself caught in a scenario where he resembled either an NPC or a player. Regardless of the label, the truth remained. He had but one life. If he perished, it would be irrevocable. This was akin to gambling with his very existence. Despite being a carefree scion of wealth, he had not descended into such despair as to contemplate death. After the battle, Qin Fan once again mounted his skeletal steed. He had keenly overheard that the guild leader seemed to regard him as the ultimate boss. Consequently, there was likely another shadow group poised to attack him. Yet, what perplexed him was this. Why did all trouble seem to converge upon him simply because he happened to be somewhat handsome? Qin Fan felt a sense of frustration as he observed the skeletal soldiers faltering, realizing that the tide of battle had turned. If he did not intervene, the conflict would remain unresolved. Ultimately, with a clenched jaw, he charged towards the opposing crowd. With a swift draw of his sword, he executed a series of moves, a slicing blow, followed by a thunderous crescent strike, culminating in a final sweeping cut. This sequence flowed seamlessly, embodying the concept of combo attacks prevalent in the gaming realm. However, whether the world of Fifth Evolution embraced this notion remained uncertain to him. Yet, the combat experience he had cultivated over the years allowed him to perform these actions without a second thought. Crucially, the techniques employed by Qin Fan were executed with near perfection, resulting in an exquisite connection between each maneuver. Meanwhile, many players were already aware of Zhu Aoyan's defeat. Yet they found themselves unable to retreat. Their sole mission was to steadfastly defend the White Elephant City. As the battle raged on, they had no choice but to continue fighting. Although the skeletal soldiers posed little threat, they had now taken notice of Qin Fan's actions. though they lacked the strength to mount a defense. With a resounding impact, Qin Fan unleashed all three skills, overwhelming the players who were significantly weaker than him. The numbers of fortunate critical hits flashed continuously, resulting in the demise of several hundred individuals. Among these casualties, numerous skeletal soldiers also fell. It was a given. In such a lifelike game, there could be no division between factions. Qin Fan's Cleaving Strike and Thunder Half-Moon Slash are both skills that inflict area damage, leaving these foes with little chance of survival. It is all for the sake of the ruler. As such thoughts traversed Qin Fan's mind. 7 shadowy figures swiftly approached from the distant battlefield, hurtling toward him. Possessing a broad perspective, Qin Fan's awareness of such matters was exceptionally acute. As the dark figures drew near, he hastily unsheathed his demon blade and swiftly swung it toward his adversaries. However, the force of his opponents proved to be even more formidable than Qin Fan had anticipated. In an instant, he was sent hurtling backward. Minus 2,100. Qin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. He was left with merely 500 points of health. Having recently vanquished numerous players and skeletal soldiers, he had ascended several levels, which could be deemed an improvement. However, the sudden onslaught caught him off guard, leaving him no time to react before he was sent sprawling. As he sat on the ground, Qin Fan was unlike ordinary players. He experienced genuine pain when injured. Glancing down at his chest, he noticed that his previously sturdy ribs had developed cracks, as if a mere touch could shatter them into several pieces. Qin Fan was no longer in a playful mood. Those ominous shadows had already manifested on the ground. ID, Night Shadow, level 38 Assassin. ID, Night Hua, level 38 Assassin. ID, Night Wish, level 38 Assassin. ID, Night Wind, level 38 Assassin. ID, Night Glory, level 40 Assassin. 5 vivid crimson names materialized within Qin Fan's line of sight, and such formidable levels were undoubtedly beyond his capacity for a challenge. Previously, Zhu Aotian was merely at level 30, yet these 5 individuals stood 2 tiers higher than Qin Fan. Could intellect and agility bridge this chasm? The answer was an unequivocal no. Why on earth did you kill the final boss so early? The final boss needs time to grow. If I do not develop, you will gain nothing by slaying me. It would be far better to allow me to amass wealth first, and then you may return to eliminate me. Despite these thoughts swirling within, they were oblivious to his plight. And who would heed such words and spare him? This ultimate boss? The more Qin Fan pondered, the more anxious he became. If this continued, he would truly perish. He must flee at once. As soon as this thought emerged in Qin Fan's mind, he noticed a dark shadow not far away, suddenly hurling a black concealed weapon. With such meager health, it was unlikely he could withstand a single strike. Qin Fan grew increasingly anxious. The predicament he faced rendered any attempt to evade futile, as the agony coursing through his body would not permit it. What should he do? Was he destined to meet his end and await another life to continue the struggle? Yet, in the span of half a second, a deep voice resonated from behind him, while the concealed weapon halted mere centimeters from Qin Fan's gaze. You have performed admirably. You may retreat and rest now. Leave these adversaries to me. It was the Dark Sovereign. Before Qin Fan could revel in his joy, he noticed a surge of power emanating from the Dark Lord. As several wisps of shadowy mist surged forth, hurtling toward the 5 assassins. With a swift and lethal motion, the mist enveloped the bodies of the assassins, akin to a potent corrosive acid, obliterating them in an instant. They were annihilated in mere moments. A thought emerged in Qin Fan's mind, igniting an increasing excitement within him. The Dark Lord was unexpectedly formidable. If I were to vanquish him, I would undoubtedly experience rapid growth. Qin Fan has never perceived ambition as a vice. Rather, he believes that the greater the ambition, the more individuals capable of achieving significant feats will emerge. The crux lies in seizing the opportune moment to act. Should one possess mere bravery without wisdom, it would be akin to having a mind clouded by folly. This aside, the Dark Sovereign's instantaneous annihilation of the Shadow Group's members has thrown the players of the Monarch Alliance into disarray. It is essential to recognize that, although the Shadow Group may not constitute the most formidable force within the Monarch Alliance, it holds a substantial position nonetheless. The swift elimination of the Shadow Group signifies a considerable loss for the Monarch Alliance. Behind Qin Fan, additional forces from the Dark Camp continue to surge forth. A staggering army of 1 million, creating a scene so grand that it instills in Qin Fan a profound sense of certainty victory is assured with them present. At that moment, figures began to leap down from the city tower, among them the leader, who is none other than the sovereign of the Monarch Alliance. His expression is grave as he fixates intently on the Dark Sovereign, and the battle is poised to erupt in an instant. ID, Ning Nancheng. Level 50 Divine Gift Swordsman. Qin Fan cast a fleeting glance towards the leader of the Alliance of Kings, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. It seemed that he once knew someone by the name of Ning Nancheng. Qin Fan has amassed a myriad of experiences in gaming, leaving him with indelible impressions of certain players, such as Ning Nancheng. Regardless of the game he engages in, this individual consistently adopts the moniker Ning Nancheng. One wonders if this is his real name. The most striking impression Qin Fan has of Ning Nancheng is his penchant for convening meetings. He is quite extravagant with his expenditures, a trait that can be attributed to his status as a wealthy heir. Each time he recruits members, he readily offers substantial sums of money in exchange, underscoring the fact that Ning Nancheng is indeed affluent. However, it is imperative not to overlook Ning Nancheng's inherent talent. He is an extraordinarily gifted individual, for it is only through such prowess that he could ascend to the position of leader of the King's Alliance. My lord, I am ready to battle once more. At this moment, Qin Fan spoke up, prompting the Dark Lord to turn his gaze towards him and declare, 14. You have achieved a significant feat this time. You may retreat for now. I shall take care of the remaining matters. There is no need for further conflict. The Dark Lord, known for his clear delineation of rewards and punishments, did not underestimate Qin Fan's abilities. Those who contributed to the Dark Legion were his most loyal subordinates, and he held no prejudices against them. Indeed, the Dark Lord was the quintessential NPC, a formidable boss with unique insights. Although he could command his skeletal soldiers to face death without hesitation, he undeniably possessed the dignity befitting a ruler. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan promptly declared with fervent loyalty, My lord, as a member of the Dark Faction, I shall serve until the very end. Thus, there is no need for your persuasion. I shall never relinquish my resolve. To abandon such a wealth of experience would be utterly irrational. Qin Fan harbored countless schemes within his heart, yet in the eyes of the Dark Sovereign, he appeared to be the epitome of a perfect subordinate. Excellent, the Dark Sovereign exclaimed with profound emotion. With a follower like you, what more could one desire? Since you wish to battle once more, let us engage in combat. However, bear this in mind. Regardless of the imminent peril you may face, you must evade. Qin Fan nodded vigorously. He was not a mere NPC but merely desired to claim some kills. Surely, he would not willingly court death. The battle commenced. The Dark Lord clenched his jaw, uttering a single word, and behind him, a million-strong army surged forth towards the players. This was merely a game, and any rational individual would not engage in verbal insults like Zuoutian. Thus, when the great conflict erupted, words became superfluous. Qin Fan observed the two factions engaged in battle. Neither Ningnan City nor the Dark Lord seemed eager to strike first. In combat, it is rare for commanders to act impulsively. However, this confrontation was undoubtedly more grandiose than Qin Fan had anticipated. After the clash, the entire battlefield was engulfed in various flames of war. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Fan dashed forward to claim kills. Strangely, the members of the Dark Faction appeared to hold Qin Fan in high regard. Whenever he approached to secure a kill, they uniformly allowed him to take the final blow. This left Qin Fan quite bewildered. What could this possibly signify? Nonetheless, the experience points he accrued were undeniably beneficial to him. Soon, he realized that his experience had surged to a remarkable level, and upon closer inspection, he found himself at level 29, just one level shy of undergoing his third evolution. At this juncture, nothing held greater importance for Qin Fan than this impending transformation. Once evolved, he would possess the potential to grow infinitely stronger. Yet, he soon discovered that the experience bar had lengthened considerably. Merely slaying ordinary players and skeletal soldiers yielded minimal experience. As time passed, Qin Fan's anxiety intensified. Anyone familiar with online gaming understands that the final step towards leveling up can be the most agonizing. Why is this the case? The reason is simple. Most players share a common desire. Upon leveling up, they anticipate receiving valuable rewards. Once those rewards are acquired, their combat prowess can increase tenfold or more. Thus, players often endure this harrowing wait, leading to the emergence of so-called grinders, who resolutely push themselves to reach the next level before allowing themselves to rest. Qin Fan naturally would not have any gift packages for support, yet he could not resist the allure of leveling up. Returning to reality, ordinary players no longer offered Qin Fan the opportunity for significant advancement. Thus, his gaze fell upon the head of Ningnan City. Eliminating him would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of experience. The Dark Lord's level far surpassed that of Ningnan City, being on the cusp of reaching level 60. Therefore, dispatching him should not pose a considerable challenge. Qin Fan pondered deeply. The key was to await an opportune moment to strike decisively against his adversaries. The flames of war raged on, and Qin Fan continued to reap the lives of countless players, rendering it difficult to discern a victor amidst the chaos. Just at this juncture, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the heavens. While Qin Fan was engulfed in confusion, a few wisps of colorful clouds drifted by, revealing a group of figures standing suspended in midair. The forces of the light. In Qin Fan's mind lingered the accounts of the Radiant Legion, depicting beings akin to celestial angels. Before he could ponder further, several figures emerged within his line of sight. Following their direction, he beheld individuals clad entirely in white, with two magnificent wing-like appendages adorning their backs. Indeed, they were angels. Qin Fan's heart jolted. The members of the angelic faction possessed skin as fair as alabaster, their exquisite faces resembling delicate porcelain. Such beauty is undoubtedly the aspiration of countless celebrities in the real world. Furthermore, their appearances were striking. The men were exceptionally handsome, and the women possessed an enchanting allure. Such flawless visages would be inconceivable in reality. Qin Fan felt little in the grand scheme of things. He was merely a skeleton now, incapable of even the most basic bodily functions, let alone harbor any physiological desires. Moreover, considering the current location and timing, there was simply no room for extraneous thoughts. Cease. The Dark Sovereign suddenly chuckled coldly, raising his right hand to signal the members of the Dark Alliance to halt their combat. The champions of the Light Alliance, equally perceptive, drew back, clearly indicating a desire for a truce. From the horizon, several figures approached with measured steps. Indeed, when it comes to grandeur, the members of the Light Alliance were undeniably at their zenith. They traversed the air as if treading upon invisible stairs. Leading them was a man adorned with a lengthy title, the Grand Knight of Light. Dark Sovereign, have you finally reached your limit? The Grand Knight of Light's expression was frosty, yet his tone betrayed a hint of disdain as he continued. The vermin that have long hidden themselves have finally shown their faces. Hidden? The Dark Sovereign's retort resonated with clarity, and the members of the Light Alliance seemed to understand. My Dark Legion has always remained concealed within the Dark Gorge. Beyond that, our influence permeates the land. We have never concealed ourselves. It is rather you, who have incessantly claimed to be seeking us, that perhaps, knowing you cannot triumph over our Dark Legion, have resorted to excuses of being unable to locate us. Upon hearing these words, the Grand Knight of Light's face turned ashen with fury. Both players and NPCs were acutely aware that the Light Alliance had established their stronghold south of White Elephant City, while the Dark Legion had their base north of it, nestled within the Dark Gorge. This was merely the game's narrative. Any assertion of right or wrong lacked a definitive basis. After all, if players did not trigger the city siege quest, the storyline would not advance, and both factions would remain in a state of peace. Yet the scriptwriter had faltered here, and the Dark Sovereign's eloquent declaration left the Grand Knight of Light at a loss for words. In a fit of rage, the Grand Knight of Light exclaimed, "Enough of your prattle. Dark Sovereign, your invasion of White Elephant City will not go unchallenged by the Light Alliance. Today, we shall settle this matter once and for all." According to the conventional narrative, what followed would be a clash between the Light Alliance and the Dark Sovereign, with players permitted to partake. However, it was clear that a definitive outcome would not emerge, whether the Dark Sovereign fled or the Grand Knight of Light faced defeat. Neither faction could decisively triumph at that moment. If a victor were declared, how then would the ensuing story unfold? Qin Fan surveyed the familiar surroundings, noting that the game's style and mechanics had undergone a qualitative leap, yet the storyline remained painfully cliché. Without needing to ponder, he could easily surmise that the Radiant Knight Commander had undoubtedly suffered defeat. What led him to this conclusion? It required no mental exertion. A closer examination of the Knight Commander's title revealed that he was merely a prominent general within the Radiant faction. If he could effortlessly vanquish a formidable boss from the Dark faction, what need was there for these players? Generally speaking, it is customary for players to unite in a collective effort against bosses, is it not? Now, should the Dark Sovereign perish, it would defy all logic, and moreover, what grounds did this mere Radiant Knight Commander have to possess such formidable strength? As Qin Fan cheerfully observed the unfolding events, the Radiant Knight Commander swiftly charged towards the Dark Sovereign. A broad, gleaming greatsword materialized in his grasp, radiating an overwhelming brilliance that nearly blinded the onlookers. Had it not been for Qin Fan's lack of eyelids, he would not have witnessed the subsequent scene. In an instant, the Dark Sovereign unleashed a shadowy barrier. However, the greatsword pierced through without the slightest hesitation, directly impaling the Dark Sovereign's head. Indeed, Qin Fan gradually came to understand that the Skull Tribe's head remained a vital weakness, particularly the area above the forehead. A piercing strike from a great sword would undoubtedly render them utterly silent. Qin Fan observed keenly. After all, you are the Dark Lord. Surely you would not succumb to a single sword thrust. Yet, to his astonishment, the Dark Lord collapsed to the ground, his fiery gaze, in his final moments, directed towards Qin Fan. He was not yet fully extinguished. Realizing this, Qin Fan hurried over and grasped the hand of the Dark Lord, his emotions surging with intensity. Dark Lord level, 59 attack, 1858 defense, 6333 health, when only a single drop of blood remained. Wasn't he this a plot twist? Although the well-read Qin Fan was unaware of the reasons behind this narrative design. That last drop of blood meant he could vanquish the Dark Lord and claim all the experience points for himself. However, before Qin Fan could make his move, the Dark Lord's jaws began to clench. From this moment forth, I entrust the Dark Legion to you. 14. You are the new king of the Dark Legion. With his dying breath, the Dark Lord bestowed his final command. Qin Fan, overwhelmed by the urgency, could not afford to ponder further. Who knew if someone would come to ambush him at this moment? He nodded slightly and discreetly pinched the Dark Lord's arm. -1. With such a minuscule amount of health, even a casual bump could extinguish it. Qin Fan deemed it unnecessary to make a grand spectacle of slaying the Dark Lord. It would be far more beneficial to portray it as if he had been slain by the Radiant Knight. In that fleeting moment, a sound echoed in his mind. System notification, you have met the conditions for evolution. Would you like to begin the evolution now? Without a trace of hesitation, Qin Fan made his choice and fixed his gaze upon the head of the Shining Knight Commander, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he immediately designated him as his target for plunder. Ding. System prompt. Evolution confirmed. The previously overcast sky suddenly illuminated by a beam of light enveloped Qin Fan entirely within its embrace. The most astonished were the players, questioning whether this special NPC was indeed toxic. After undergoing evolution not long ago, how could he be on the verge of evolving again so soon? Only Ning Nanqing observed everything keenly. He noticed Qin Fan's gesture of squeezing the arm of the Dark Lord, which was evidently the catalyst for the Dark Lord's demise. Yet, how could an NPC possess such cunning? Bathed in the baptism of 3 evolutions, Qin Fan felt as though his entire being was immersed in sunlight, a warmth and fulfillment unlike any other. However, it seemed that such sensations could only be experienced with flesh and blood. Qin Fan swiftly cast a glance at his physical form. However, there was no flesh to behold. Merely the sensation of warm energy coursing through his bones, creating an illusion. One might even say he felt a profound comfort that penetrated to his very core. Ahem. Setting that aside, the transformation from 3 evolutions merely altered Qin Fan's once tattered attire into a suit of dark crimson armor, akin to newly formed flesh. The armor enveloped him robustly, concealing every inch with utmost diligence. The demon blade at his waist remained relatively unchanged, save for its hue, which had also turned a sanguine red, exuding a distinctly bloodthirsty aura. After assessing his modifications, he promptly extracted his attribute panel. Spectre of the Abyss, Qin Fan class, Dark Sovereign level, 35 attack, 502 defense, 1446 health, 3480 skills, blade draw slash, gentle slash, thunder half-moon slash. Sword of Light special abilities, plunder, lucky critical hit, veil blade description, through the slaying of countless malevolent spirits with his demon blade. Qin Fan ultimately earned the recognition of the Lord of the Underworld, who extended an invitation for him to become a general of the Abyss. Qin Fan declined, opting instead for the role of a patroller, tasked with vanquishing evil spirits nightly. Qin Fan cast a fleeting glance, aside from the recently updated lineage. What intrigued him the most was the special skill known as Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade, when launching an initial attack against an adversary, it inflicts an additional 200% damage, with a cooldown period of 30 seconds. Note, the passive damage of Shadow Blade can be compounded with critical hits from luck. Qin Fan's emotions surged with exhilaration. The damage inflicted by the Mubin was astonishingly excessive. As for the so-called Sword of Light, it was a skill plundered from the body of the Light Knight Commander. There was an unspoken truth about the act of skill plundering that Qin Fan could intuitively grasp. When a skill is seized without his choice, it inevitably targets the most powerful skill within the opponent. Moreover, once a skill is plundered, the opponent becomes incapable of employing that particular technique again. Initially, Qin Fan had not anticipated that the Light Knight Commander could effortlessly eliminate the Dark Lord, yet now he found it inconsequential. For the greater the strength of the Light Knight Commander's skills, the more they now belonged to him, Qin Fan, having usurped control over the Dark Legion. This fellow was truly oblivious to the danger he faced. The Light Knight Commander gazed at Qin Fan, raising his great sword once more, evidently intending to deliver a similar strike, aiming to swiftly dispatch Qin Fan. However, the sword remained suspended in the air for an extended moment, devoid of any radiance. Just as he began to ponder this peculiarity, Qin Fan coldly inquired, "Is this the move you wish to employ?" The Light Knight Commander understood Qin Fan's words. Turning his gaze toward him, he brandished the demonic blade, which immediately erupted with a terrifying crimson glow, equally blinding. Yet, the Light Knight Commander recognized that although the weapon was different, the essence of his skills remained unmistakable. In the next instant, before he could react, Qin Fan charged at him with remarkable speed. Nevertheless, the Light Knight Commander's reflexes were far from sluggish. Sensing his imminent demise, a golden halo materialized around him, protecting him. And astonishingly, Qin Fan's strike failed to penetrate even a fraction. A crisp sound echoed, and several numbers materialized above his head, -852. Qin Fan was taken aback. It seemed that he had not triggered a lucky critical hit. However, the impressive damage he had dealt was entirely attributable to the enhancements provided by the Shadow Blade. In essence, a standard attack would only yield double the damage. Moreover, Qin Fan had unleashed a powerful strike utilizing the latest skill he had plundered. And despite not making contact with the body of the Light Knight Commander, the damage inflicted was undeniably formidable. One could only observe the Light Knight Commander spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly indicative of internal injuries. Qin Fan was resolute. He was now utterly capable of challenging players 2 evolution levels above him, and one might even say he could obliterate them in an instant. In the throes of his exuberance, Qin Fan had no intention of halting his advance. He took another step forward, determined to vanquish the Radiant Knight Commander before departing. And there was also the leader of the King's Alliance, Ning Neching. These high-level individuals represented a significant accumulation of experience points. "Dark Monarch, we should retreat." A sudden voice echoed from behind him. Turning his head, he recognized it was the former captain, yet now he dared not show any disrespect towards Qin Fan. After all, Qin Fan had attained the title of Dark Monarch, which was evidently a sign of his ascendance. Retreat? Qin Fan smiled and then inquired, given the current favorable circumstances. "Why should we retreat? Today, we ought to eliminate all the members of the Radiant faction. Those from the Dark faction who deserve to perish shall meet their fate. While I, Qin Fan, can quietly amass my fortune." The former Dark Sovereign had previously cautioned us that this assault on White Elephant City was merely a feint, aimed at luring individuals from other factions. We have already accomplished much more. If we continue to delay, the members from other factions may very well perceive us as mere pawns in their game. Qin Fan was taken aback. It turned out that the grand offensive was merely a feint. Yet, even if it was just a ruse, had this individual not considered the possibility of losing his own life in the process? Let us depart. Qin Fan swiftly made up his mind. Not out of indifference to the experience points, but rather due to his disdain for individuals from other factions. The mix of characters was not only chaotic, but also teeming with formidable adversaries. He harbored a profound resentment towards both the Dark and Light factions. Realizing that remaining in this place would merely amount to waiting for his own demise. Thus, it is impossible for Qin Fan to remain here any longer, lest he ultimately become fodder for others' mouths. Wait, just as Qin Fan was about to leave, the Grand Knight of Light suddenly exclaimed, "Dark Lord, do you think you can depart so easily? What do you take me for? Are you courting death?" Qin Fan cast a glance at him. Were it not for the pressing time, he would genuinely desire to slay the Light Knight Commander. After all, having defeated the former Dark Sovereign, he would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of experience points. The Light Knight Commander was momentarily taken aback. The blow he had previously received from Qin Fan had already inflicted internal injuries upon him. Continuing the fight would serve him no benefit, especially since he found it exceedingly peculiar that he could not summon his most formidable weapon, the Sword of Light. Ultimately, he had no choice but to allow Qin Fan and his companions to depart. Once the forces of darkness had retreated, an array of creatures, both avian and terrestrial, swarmed forth, completely obstructing the city of White Elephant, heralding the onset of their war. The forces of light were largely indifferent to the affairs of the players. The so-called faction wars only witnessed the intervention of the Light faction when the Dark faction launched an assault on White Elephant City. Now that the Dark faction had vacated, the Light faction would not linger either. Unbeknownst to the players, they remained shackled by the rigid rules of the game. To illustrate simply, The reason the Light Knight commander allowed the Dark faction to leave was primarily due to his grievous injuries. Moreover, the possibility of reinforcements from the Dark faction loomed large. Bereft of the Sword of Light skill, the Light Knight commander was nothing more than an ordinary high-level NPC. In essence, the only distinction between him and the foot soldiers lay in his title. Thus, he dared not forcibly detain the members of the Dark faction. Indeed, he lacked the courage to retain them. These NPCs possessed independent thought. However, their cognition was confined within the parameters of the game. While players understood this to be a game, for NPCs, it constituted their genuine reality. Every action could be contemplated through a lens of reason. The players hesitated to detain the Dark faction for the very reason of city warfare. It was merely a defensive battle. And aside from the potential assault from the Dark faction, other factions could also strike. Thus, they were reluctant to take any risks. Confounded by their ingrained thought patterns, they perceived this situation as a scripted event, rendering them immobile and incapable of altering their decisions. However, the game's fifth evolution was indeed more authentic than they could fathom. Even at the moment when Qin Fan conversed with the Light Knight commander, an ambush could have been executed to eliminate Qin Fan. Yet, such thoughts had never materialized in their minds. Returning to the other side, Qin Fan and his party swiftly made their way back to the Abyssal Canyon after departing from White Elephant City. Qin Fan had not anticipated that this siege would yield such remarkable rewards. In fact, those who had ridden out on horseback returned carried by 8 skeletal soldiers. Such an experience is truly not something that ordinary individuals could relish. Seated alone beneath the moonlight, Qin Fan temporarily distanced himself from the main force pursuing him. After all, he was now the Dark Lord, and most people would think twice before provoking him. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Qin Fan could not abandon his quest for greater strength. Yet, in this situation, as the leader of the Dark faction, he certainly could not simply devour these individuals for experience points. With a Dark faction at his disposal, Qin Fan felt less need to be overly cautious. As the saying goes, when the sky falls, there are still loyal subordinates to support him. Qin Fan had arrived in the Valley of Darkness and had already spent a considerable amount of time there, merely stationed in one fixed location and conducting routine patrols. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to thoroughly investigate everything in this place. Qin Fan possesses a rough world map. However, detailed cartographic records are lacking. Thus, what Qin Fan must do now is to seek an appropriate escape route in this place. At all times, he must prioritize his safety above all else. Upon comprehending this matter, Qin Fan, having made his decision, began to wander about. The surroundings were patrolled by skeletal soldiers, instilling a profound sense of security. As he aimlessly roamed, he found himself in unfamiliar territory. A skeletal soldier, upon noticing Qin Fan, promptly approached him with utmost reverence, exclaiming, "My lord, have you come to torment that girl from the Light faction? It has been quite some time since we captured her. It is indeed the moment to show her the true power of our Dark faction." Qin Fan was taken aback, not anticipating that the Dark faction had also captured members of the Light faction. However, this presented an excellent opportunity for him. His primary desire was to grow stronger, and cultivating enemies was of little advantage to him. Given that an alliance with the players was utterly impossible, these NPCs became his most favorable option. Even if they could not serve as allies, acquiring any information from them could lead to significant advancement. "Take me there." As Qin Fan uttered these words, the skeletal soldier promptly replied, "My lord, please follow me." Keeping pace with him, Qin Fan soon realized that they had arrived at the dimly lit dungeons of the Dark Legion. However, these cells were rather rudimentary in nature. At the entrance, a skeletal hound was tethered, barking fiercely upon spotting Qin Fan. Yet, the creature did not show any disrespect. Instead, it lay down submissively, expressing its unwavering loyalty to him. Passing through the cell door, they quickly reached the interior, where a strikingly pure face caught his eye. With large, expressive eyes and clad entirely in white, the figure appeared ethereal. Although her face bore a hint of dust, it did not render her unclean. Rather, it imparted a hauntingly beautiful sense of vulnerability. Were all the members of the Light Legion so breathtakingly exquisite? Qin Fan could undoubtedly be described as a beauty of unparalleled allure. In reality, one might search in vain for a woman so exquisitely divine. Her innocent visage seemed almost celestial. Were Qin Fan to possess a face, it would likely reflect an unsightly demeanor. Fortunately, her expressionless, skeletal countenance effectively concealed her yearning for beauty. Upon witnessing Qin Fan's entrance accompanied by skeletal soldiers, the woman instinctively recoiled, betraying a hint of trepidation. The skeletal soldier beside her quickly interjected, "My lord, behold the countenance of the radiant faction. Your presence has utterly intimidated them." How utterly inept. This fellow evidently harbored no sentiments of chivalry, and what did he mean by claiming to have frightened her? "You should step outside." Qin Fan, with an expressionless demeanor, remarked, "Your appearance is exceedingly grotesque." It has frightened her to the point that we could not extract any vital information. Upon hearing this, the skeletal soldier promptly nodded, cheerfully flattering, "Indeed, my lord. Your words ring true. We, the denizens of the dark faction, possess such a fearsome visage that the members of the light faction are bound to be intimidated by our striking looks. I shall take my leave now." "You truly excel at embellishing your own appearance," Qin Fan retorted. "You claim to be fearsome, yet with your emaciated form, who could possibly perceive you as intimidating? Nevertheless, skeletal beings are inherently designed to terrify young maidens, so it is only natural that they would be afraid." Qin Fan, feeling too apathetic to offer further commentary, approached the cell door after the skeleton soldier had departed. The latter cast a glance toward Qin Fan, a hint of trepidation flickering in her eyes. Strangely enough, her words nearly elicited a chuckle from him. "What do you intend to do?" "Regardless of your actions, I shall never yield. I am a member of the Radiant faction and will never align myself with you." The tone of your words almost sounds like self-encouragement, does it not? "I have not done anything to terrify you to this extent. You cannot possibly have been coerced into joining the Radiant faction, can you?" The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more he felt the possibility was substantial. Primarily, the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to someone who had been abducted. Clearing his throat, Qin Fan remained uncertain whether his words would resonate with her, yet he felt compelled to speak. "I ask you, if you were to join the dark faction, would you consent?" The reason behind this inquiry was not due to a lapse in Qin Fan's judgment. Rather, he observed the profound fear etched across her face. His previous remarks were merely a means to console her. At this juncture, a slight exertion of pressure could very well dismantle her defenses. How could Qin Fan possess such skills? Is he not merely a reclusive scion of wealth, spending his days sequestered at home? Yet, how does he exhibit such prowess in dealing with women? He is, after all, a master of gaming, encompassing a vast array of genres, including strategy games akin to Gao games. Qin Fan was evidently well-versed in the matter. Ahem, let us set that aside for now. Upon hearing these words, the girl's fear intensified, yet she resolutely declared, "I refuse to comply. I have already made it clear to you that I will never compromise." "Oh, is that so?" Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, his pitch-black pupils harboring a sinister, flickering light that grew increasingly malevolent. With a voice laden with ominous threat, he spoke, "Perhaps you remain unaware that we, from the dark faction, rarely engage in actions that reflect propriety. A girl as enchanting as you likely has yet to grasp the nuances of worldly affairs." Without uttering a word, the young lady vigorously shook her head, yet her delicate face flushed crimson, her demeanor suggesting she was on the verge of tears. Qin Fan gazed at her, continuing with a tone laced with a hint of lewd amusement, and remarked, "You are destined to endure considerable torment. My subordinates are a ruthless lot, entirely devoid of compassion. Furthermore, you must be acutely aware that those from the dark faction harbor disdain for individuals of the light faction. Given your unwavering loyalty to the light, it is highly probable that they will subject you to severe suffering. Are you truly certain that you can maintain such steadfast allegiance to the light faction?" Qin Fan's tone was entirely menacing, devoid of any semblance of compassion. The young girl, pitiably distressed, erupted into a fit of tears the next moment. "You are bullying me. I shall no longer pledge my allegiance to the light faction. Please release me. I am but a child." Qin Fan was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, she had been so full of bravado, yet now she was weeping uncontrollably. It was not that he had failed to anticipate she might be frightened. Rather, he had not expected the emotional aftermath to be so profound. Even if those from the light faction were to feel fear, it seemed inconceivable for them to dissolve into such tears. Surely, the members of the light faction could muster at least a modicum of resolve. Moreover, what was with this girl? With a mere fright, she seemed ready to renounce her allegiance to the light faction entirely. Her betrayal was astonishingly swift. The more Qin Fan pondered, the more he felt helpless. Ultimately, it was the sight of a woman in tears that he found most unbearable. Among his scant memories of familial affection, the most profound was that of his mother weeping. In that moment, he felt a sense of disarray as he beheld the young lady crying like a child. Hastily, he exclaimed, "Wait, please cease your tears. If you agree to join my dark faction, I assure you that not only will I not intimidate you, but I shall also protect you." The previous threats were mere bluster, Do not take them to heart. Yet, she remained unconvinced, her eyes radiating disdain and distrust, fixed upon Qin Fan as if to say, "Go ahead and deceive me. Although fear grips me, I am not foolish." Ultimately, two paths lay before her, either align herself with my dark faction, where I would ensure her safety, or become mere cannon fodder for the light faction, leading to her demise. The choice is yours to make. Qin Fan, at a loss for ideas, adopted a stern expression and allowed her to make her own choice. After all, she was merely an NPC. And Qin Fan was not one to waver in indecision. Besides, he had previously eliminated that female player without hesitation. The girl, feeling increasingly aggrieved by Qin Fan's tone, was not truly foolish. Pouting her lips in indignation, she retorted, "If I'm joining, then I'm joining. Why are you being so fierce? You claim you want to protect me, yet you're treating me like this. If you continue to act this way, I might as well expect that dealing with your subordinates will become a daily affair." Qin Fan was momentarily rendered speechless by his anger. Subordinates? Are they meant for violence? Subordinates are meant to provide wisdom and experience, however. The meager value of your experience is hardly worth my consideration. Qin Fan gazed at the girl, reaching out to gently touch her forehead. Light Defector class, none level, 19 attack, 128 defense, 54 health, 1350 skill. Healing Light. Her attribute panel suddenly materialized before Qin Fan's eyes. Upon closer inspection, what captured his attention was indeed her skill. As a member of the Light faction and a delicate maiden, she was evidently a capable healer. Keeping her by his side would surely prove advantageous. Qin Fan gazed at her. Upon his return, his injuries had yet to fully mend, making it an opportune moment for her to ascertain whether this so-called light of healing was indeed as effective as rumored. "Please, heal my wounds." Qin Fan noticed the words Light Defector inscribed upon the girl's forehead, which assured him that she had genuinely aligned herself with his cause. With this revelation, he felt an alleviation of his long-held fears of betrayal. However, it remains true that someone capable of forsaking the Light faction might also betray him. One must never place complete trust in any individual, especially when that individual is merely a non-player character. The girl remained silent. Yet she extended her hands and began to chant an incomprehensible incantation. Moments later, a verdant radiance emanated from her palms, enveloping Qin Fan with a sensation of warmth that gradually permeated his being. This feeling was ineffable. Yet Qin Fan could distinctly perceive his health points escalating at an astonishing rate. Even the wounds upon his bones were mending rapidly. Truly remarkable. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Fan found himself devoid of allies, gradually developing through furtive maneuvers and covert strikes. Each level gain did indeed provide a modicum of vitality, yet as he progressed, the challenges of advancement became increasingly formidable. Now, with the presence of this healer, it felt akin to having reinforcements. Moreover, the young lady possessed an undeniable beauty. He couldn't help but think, once I, Qin Fan, regain my corporeal form, what a delightful prospect it would be. The more he contemplated, the more his excitement burgeoned. "By the way, may I inquire your name?" Qin Fan gazed at the girl, who slowly lifted her head, her nose slightly reddened, exuding an air of delicate charm. She spoke softly, "My name is Yuku." "Yuku? What a lovely name." Qin Fan secretly mused, adjusting his throat before continuing, "From now on, remain by my side and provide me with treatment at all times. No one shall harm you except for me." Yuku slightly nodded, though the fear on her face had yet to dissipate. Am I truly that terrifying? At this moment, the skeletal soldier from before burst through the door, his expression fraught with urgency as he hurried to Qin Fan's side. "What is the matter?" Qin Fan exclaimed, startled by the commotion. "Such antics are unbecoming. I have established my reputation as the Dark Sovereign, and I must maintain an air of dignity." Yet, the skeletal soldier hastily replied, "The higher-ups are coming. They harbor doubts regarding the demise of the former sovereign and intend to question you." Qin Fan harbored an unsettling premonition. Within the Dark faction, apart from the Dark Sovereign, there existed 6 other equally formidable bosses, all under the dominion of a singular entity, the Demon Lord of Shadows. Information regarding the Demon Lord of Shadows had been subtly hinted at during the initial launch of the game, rumored to possess the cataclysmic power to annihilate worlds. Naturally, these were merely clues unveiled by the designers. In truth, not even the visage of this so-called Demon Lord of Shadows was known to the players. Rather, the designers asserted that this mystery was essential for exploration. Qin Fan comprehended the designers' intention to leave players in suspense, which further shrouded the so-called Demon King of the Abyss in an aura of mystery. Without further contemplation, Qin Fan decided to venture out with Yuku. Whether it be a mule or a horse, she was determined to confront it, for one day she would inevitably stand on the opposing side. Moreover, considering that the entity in question was one of the bosses, it represented a valuable opportunity for experience points. Qin Fan was already devising strategies to confront his situation. Would it be a stealthy ambush from the shadows, or a direct confrontation? Soon, he and his companion arrived at the reception room, where, in the distance, they beheld a figure shrouded in dark green. Her head was adorned with what appeared to be entwined vines, which, upon closer inspection, were revealed to be writhing serpents. Medusa? Within Qin Fan's heart emerged this name, one that resonates with familiarity in any tale of the supernatural Medusa. Designers have evidently contemplated her role as one of the formidable bosses. Medusa, what brings you to me? This name remains unchanged, faithfully reflecting its mythological origins. Qin Fan casually called out, only to have the individual turn around. Their furious gaze fixated upon him. The once beautiful visage now appeared particularly menacing. Is my name one you are worthy of uttering? Medusa's tone dripped with rage, as though Qin Fan were her sworn enemy. Taken aback, Qin Fan pondered whether his elevation to the title of Dark Sovereign had perhaps been too ostentatious. Yet, he reasoned he had committed no egregious act. What could possibly provoke such animosity from this woman? After all, having inherited the title of Dark Sovereign, he should be regarded as her equal. Surely she could not harbor such disdain for him. Qin Fan feigned calmness. Yet few could discern the underlying panic etched upon his skeletal visage. He spoke coolly. We are both under the dominion of the same Dark Lord, and our ranks are comparable. What significance lies in calling your name? What struck Qin Fan as peculiar was that one of Medusa's primary abilities was the petrifying gaze of her eyes, yet at that moment, no such phenomenon occurred. Why was this so? It seemed illogical for the designer to overlook such a splendid concept. Qin Fan did not have the time to ponder this matter when Medusa coldly exclaimed, You are not even the Dark Sovereign. My brother. How dare you claim to be him? Was the Dark Sovereign Medusa's brother? Before Qin Fan could contemplate further, a slender hand grasped his throat. He found it rather perplexing. If he were a living being, he could understand the action of having his throat squeezed. However, he was merely a skeletal frame. What purpose did this serve? Yet, Qin Fan did not doubt that this woman possessed the absolute strength to shatter every bone in his body in an instant. Jungle's sovereign rank. One of the 7 sovereigns level, 65 attack, 254 defense, 600 health, 5632. Having been touched by her, Qin Fan could perceive all her attributes. And upon doing so, he nearly gasped in astonishment. The Dark Sovereign was but a step away from level 60, yet Medusa claimed to be his sister, and her power surpassed his by such a considerable margin. Was she serious? I will kill you. Do you believe that? Medusa's expression was frigid, devoid of any hint of mercy. Qin Fan felt an unexpected chill emanating from the soles of his feet. Logically, as a being of skeletal nature, he should not experience such sensations. Yet, at this moment, he sensed the ominous approach of death. To perish. He had only just traversed into this realm, devoid of any ambitions, and to die like this would be utterly suffocating. Regrettably, Qin Fan truly dared not take the risk. This Medusa was a madwoman, and judging by her demeanor, she was not jesting. At this juncture, he could no longer afford the luxury of humor or pretense. With a resigned tone, he sighed and said, Alas, the former sovereign was exceedingly kind to me, even grooming me to be the next Dark Lord. Perhaps I have failed to meet your esteemed expectations, Lady Medusa, but this was the intention of the former sovereign. If you truly find me insufferable, then please, eliminate me. I beg your pardon, my lord. I have let down your hopes. Qin Fan adopted a demeanor of profound sorrow, capable of deceiving even the most discerning observer. After all, this individual, despite not being a graduate of a prestigious performing arts institution, exhibited a professionalism that surpassed even that of the most popular idols. Initially, Qin Fan believed that his display of unwavering loyalty would surely convince Medusa. After all, she was merely an NPC designed by an AI program. Surely, his professional acting skills would not fail to deceive her. However, to his astonishment, the next moment revealed a chilling indifference in Medusa's gaze. Before he could ponder further, the serpents atop her head lunged menacingly toward his face. This madwoman truly intends to kill me. Qin Fan considered himself well-versed in the art of charming women through various strategies. Yet the current predicament far exceeded his understanding of the female psyche. In the next heartbeat, Medusa's icy voice pierced the air. I have heard about the events of that great battle. It is true that the blundering light faction acted first, but ultimately, It was you who took my brother's life. Do not attempt to deceive me, perish. The proximity allowed Qin Fan to acutely sense the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from Medusa. What surprised him most was that she had discerned that he, Qin Fan, was the one who delivered the final blow to the Dark Lord. Given Medusa's fiery temperament, it was evident that she would not show him any mercy. In an instant, he found himself devoid of a plan. Resolute, he steeled himself, swiftly drawing the enchanted blade from his waist, and simultaneously bellowed, "Do you think I am a mere Hello Kitty when I am not showing my true power?" With that, he unleashed a fierce strike, the Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Qin Fan found himself in a state of desperation. Medusa's overwhelming advantage in rank left him with no alternative. If he wished to survive, he had no choice but to muster every ounce of strength to fight back. The seamless execution of 2 consecutive skills elicited a trace of disdain from the corners of Medusa's lips. "Incompetent fool. Do you truly believe that your trivial techniques can inflict any harm upon me? How laughable." Qin Fan felt an undeniable sense of indignation, however. It was clear that Medusa was not one to jest. In terms of strength, she was undoubtedly superior. He could see a strange glimmer emanating from her eyes. And the demon blade he had just swung, which had yet to inflict any significant damage, began to petrify at an agonizingly slow pace. I had anticipated that the designer would never overlook such a skill. What should I do? Truly, misfortune had befallen me. It was merely a drop of blood I had taken from your brother. Who could blame me for his untimely demise, given his fragility? Now, to be held accountable for this is utterly unreasonable. Qin Fan truly wished to engage Medusa in a rational discussion. However, as the saying goes, women are not creatures prone to reason. Moreover, this woman appeared utterly deranged. It would indeed be peculiar if she were to heed his words. As he observed the petrification spreading up to his arm, a growing sense of panic enveloped him, yet his own body began to feel increasingly rigid, rendering movement exceedingly difficult. "Humph, you wretched boy. I shall meticulously settle the score for my brother's demise with you. Your life from now on will be devoted to avenging him." Medusa's eyes glinted with a more pronounced madness, and to Qin Fan, she resembled nothing less than a complete lunatic. No sane woman would utter such words. Perhaps, should I consider ending it all first? In an unexpected moment, Qin Fan was struck by a peculiar thought. After all, he had purchased a gaming helmet to enter this realm. Perhaps he had not traversed time and space, but merely found himself in the wrong queue. If he were to end his life now, he might be resurrected. However, Qin Fan dared not take that gamble. Fortuitously, he was granted a second chance here. Should he wager at all, he risked losing everything to the void. At that moment, he suddenly heard the voice of Yuku behind him. "Prepare yourself. I shall soon lead you to safety." Qin Fan was taken aback and glanced back, noticing that the delicate features of Yuku were now tinged with a hint of anxiety. Confused about Yuku's intentions, he pondered how she could possibly lead him away given her significantly lower level. Qin Fan initially believed that Yuku was merely toying with him. However, in the next moment, she began to chant an elaborate incantation, and beneath their feet, a circular beam of light suddenly manifested, revealing an array of peculiar runes on the ground. Did they think they could flee? Medusa was the first to react. But by the time she attempted to seize Yuku, it was already too late. The formation beneath them activated, and after a brief disorientation, Qin Fan and Yuka found themselves in an entirely different location. Upon realizing their escape, Medusa's expression darkened further. "You scoundrels, do not think you can evade me. You have caused my brother's demise, and I shall hold you accountable for this transgression." She commanded all those aligned with the forces of darkness, with all your might. "Capture the skeletal wretch. Whoever succeeds will be rewarded with 10 million demon coins from me, Medusa." Moments later, Qin Fan surveyed the surrounding walls, still dripping with water, and was jolted back to reality. Turning his gaze to the other side, he noticed Yuku's pallid complexion and labored breaths. Her overall demeanor had deteriorated significantly, evidently a consequence of the skill she had just employed, which had drained her of considerable energy. "Are you all right?" Qin Fan inquired with a semblance of nonchalance. However, the gratitude he felt towards Yuka surged within him, yearning to be expressed. Yet, upon realizing that she was merely an NPC, Qin Fan consciously adopted a facade of composure, having previously promised her grandiose declarations with remarkable bravado. Fatigue weighed upon him, and he believed that a brief respite would suffice. As Yuku answered, she stifled a yawn and gradually nestled into Qin Fan's embrace, her exhaustion unmistakably evident. They appeared to be in a cave, and the decision to relocate was likely not one Yuku could easily make. Casting a glance around, Qin Fan chose to sit down, kindling a modest campfire to ensure Yuko could rest comfortably. He resolved to devise a plan upon her awakening. Time trickled by, and after a full day had elapsed, Yuko finally opened her eyes, her frail demeanor showing no signs of improvement. Qin Fan never anticipated that he would be brought here, expending so much effort from Yuko. She opened her eyes, and her soft voice resonated. "I am hungry. I shall go find something for you to eat." Qin Fan had no idea that the first thing this girl would utter was this. He was anticipating expressing his gratitude to her once she awakened, but instead, she opened her eyes and declared her hunger. Qin Fan, being a skeleton, requires little to no sustenance. In fact, Yuko is somewhat similar. She belongs to the forces of light, yet she is currently in a state of extreme weakness and undoubtedly needs nourishment to regain her strength. However, in such a desolate place, where can one find food? Let us journey together. Qin Fan lifted Yuko onto his back, and within the cavern, their surroundings remained an enigma, suggesting they were ensconced far from any exit. Should he leave Yuko here, it would take an inordinate amount of time to procure food and return. Yuko appeared exceedingly frail, nodding slightly without uttering a single word. After a prolonged silence, Qin Fan finally spoke. "Once we escape, you must return. They should not hold it against you if you go back to the light camp." After much contemplation, Qin Fan hastily expressed these thoughts. Had it not been for Yuko, it was highly likely that he would be enduring the torturous games of Medusa at this very moment. In essence, she had saved his life. Qin Fan is a person of principle. In such circumstances, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to repay Yuko. The very thing that the other party has longed for is freedom, is it not? Why? Who can say? As soon as Yuko spoke, she expressed her bewilderment. "Did you not previously state that you would have me as your own, promising to protect me? Was that merely a deception? Or is it that being rescued by your own subordinate brings you shame, prompting you to cast me away? Alas, even though you saved me, I do not perceive any disgrace in that. Moreover, your tone seems to flaunt your superiority, as if you wish to convey, you, worthless one, lack the ability to escape then. Without me now, will you not be captured in the future?" Qin Fan was filled with dissatisfaction. However, Yuko was merely a simple NPC and certainly did not possess the devious thoughts that Qin Fan imagined. "You have assisted me. This is the reward you rightfully deserve." Qin Fan cleared his throat and spoke with utmost seriousness. "Moreover, I am no longer the Dark Sovereign. I am now wanted by the forces of darkness. Do you truly believe that following me would be advantageous?" This was indeed a fact. Since fleeing to this place, Qin Fan's attributes had undergone a transformation. His former title of Dark Sovereign had vanished entirely. It was evident that Medusa would not let him escape unscathed, and the players considered him a thorn in their side. In essence, few factions could still accommodate him. Aligning with him would only lead to a perilous situation. "Oh, you seem to grasp the gravity of the situation." Her large eyes blinking as she remarked. "So you are concerned about encountering your enemies, fearing that you may not prevail against them and ultimately be scorned by me, your subordinate. After all, you previously promised that if I pledged my loyalty to you, you would protect me. If you fail in that protection, wouldn't it be rather embarrassing?" "What nonsense!" Qin Fan retorted. "Can you refrain from dwelling on the notion of embarrassment? I, Qin Fan, am but a skeleton now. I have no face to lose. So what do I care for pride?" Qin Fan sensed that there was something awry with Yuko's reasoning, and rather than delving into explanations, he simply remarked, "It is quite similar to what you have surmised. Once we are outside, you may depart." However, at that moment, Yuko's tone grew considerably more solemn. "I will not leave. It was you who instilled fear in me to seek refuge with you, and now you wish to expel me. I have already betrayed my former allies, and there is no returning. You have many enemies, and the forces of the light will undoubtedly regard me as one of them." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan furrowed his brow. The news of Yuko's betrayal would surely spread swiftly throughout the ranks of the light, especially since her forehead bore the stark inscription of defector from the light. Yet, Qin Fan contemplated that since the adherents of the light yearn for righteousness, they would likely advocate for redemption. Thus, should Yuko return, forgiveness would presumably await her. However, the manner in which she spoke did not convey jest. Could it truly be that the followers of the light are so unforgiving? "Are you speaking earnestly?" Qin Fan, of course, remained somewhat skeptical. "What purpose would I have to deceive you?" Yuko then elaborated. "You were originally a member of the dark faction, so you should be acutely aware of the nature of those in the light faction. They adhere rigidly to their principles. A betrayal is regarded as a betrayal, regardless of any mitigating circumstances. Furthermore, you and I are remarkably alike. You have slain the former Dark Lord, and now the members of the dark faction undoubtedly see you as a thorn in their side. In essence, You have betrayed the dark faction, while I have betrayed the light faction. We are the same ilk. Indeed, we are truly of the same kind. In a moment of bewilderment, Qin Fan found himself at a loss for words. Having betrayed both factions, he was now isolated from both sides. How had he become akin to them? Nevertheless, he ought to be content. Yuko had grown considerably more candid with Qin Fan, perhaps owing to the fact that he had saved her. This girl spoke with remarkable nonchalance. At such a juncture, having subordinates willing to embark on perilous ventures with you, even at the cost of their lives, was a rarity. If you truly wish to dismiss me, then I shall refrain from further discourse. Yuka feigned a heartbroken demeanor, leaving Qin Fan somewhat flustered. However, to speak candidly, the NPCs in the game 5th Evolution were undoubtedly endowed with distinct personalities. This game had been in development for many years, and it was only natural that it would showcase its brilliance. Thus, it seemed reasonable for Yuku to exhibit such vivid expressions. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan, still feeling somewhat vexed, remarked, "You would willingly sacrifice yourself for me?" That was merely a figure of speech. Yuka suddenly appeared quite anxious, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance as she replied, "After all, I am your sole subordinate. How could you bear to send me to my demise? I possess skills for survival. Even if we cannot prevail, we can escape together." Her words, it seemed, were not without merit. Qin Fan pondered thoughtfully, sensing an inexplicable unease. How had he allowed this young woman to manipulate him so easily? He was willing to follow her, yet insisted that everything must adhere to his directives. Understood? Qin Fan could indeed perceive the true intentions of this young lady. It was a fact that Yuku had previously betrayed the Light Alliance, and the likelihood of her being forgiven by them was exceedingly slim. Furthermore, although she had ostensibly allied herself with Qin Fan, at that time he belonged to the Dark Alliance, which has now become an adversary of the Dark Forces. Consequently, Yuka certainly could not seek out individuals from the Dark Alliance, particularly given that those individuals appeared rather formidable. Qin Fan's appearance may be daunting, yet he is but a solitary figure, whereas the Dark faction comprises a multitude of terrifying individuals. This girl possesses a timid disposition. How could she possibly align herself with such a menacing group? There exists a genuine risk of being bullied by those from the Dark faction. Indeed, Yuku appears to be pure and unblemished, unmistakably a member of the Light faction, and it is unlikely that anyone from the dark side would look favorably upon her. Her decision to follow Qin Fan stems solely from a desire for his protection. "I understand now," Yuku replied, and surprisingly, she found solace in resting her head upon Qin Fan's shoulder, drifting off to sleep once more within mere minutes. The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more he sensed something amiss. Wasn't she one of my subordinates? How could she be asleep behind my back? Shouldn't such treatment be reserved for my girlfriend? Qin Fan could not help but murmur in disdain. However, suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed from a distance, resembling the ferocious growl of a wild beast. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan, with Yuku on his back, hurriedly dashed in that direction. Beasts can serve as sustenance, and moreover, they are also wild monsters that yield experience points. How could one forget the essence of leveling up after emerging from the Dark faction? Only through gaining strength can one find a way back and settle accounts with that insane woman, Medusa. I, Qin Fan, am destined to reign supreme within this server, and to have been frightened away is a disgrace that cannot go unavenged. Before long, Qin Fan navigated through winding paths and finally arrived at the source of the sound. The deeper he ventured, the more oppressive the heat became. Upon entering, his body froze in disbelief. What was that creature? A dragon? Not far from where he stood, amidst the chasms of molten lava, lay a crimson beast on a floating stone, appearing to be on the brink of death. Yet, its form bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary dragon. No, it would be more accurate to say it was identical. 2 robust dragon horns adorned its forehead, and its large dragon eyes hung heavy, as if they might close at any moment. Experience. That was tangible experience right before him. As Qin Fan's excitement grew exponentially, he realized that the experience points provided by a dragon would undoubtedly surpass those offered by so-called boss creatures and players. It was self-evident. After all, the holy dragon was a legendary beast, and even though this existed within a virtual realm, its nature would hardly change. Moreover, the holy dragon was now utterly exhausted, akin to a fish on a chopping block, merely awaiting Qin Fan's whims to be dispatched at will. With this thought taking root in his mind, an uncontrollable frenzy began to blossom within him. Qin Fan began to cautiously explore his surroundings. Regardless of the circumstances, it was a sacred dragon, and prudence was paramount. Thus, Qin Fan was determined to prioritize safety. Just moments later, a soft voice emerged from behind him, belonging to Yuku. What do you intend to do? That appears to be the legendary Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. I never expected to see it here. We should leave quickly and avoid drawing its attention, otherwise, we might meet our demise. Yuka's tone was laced with concern, which was entirely understandable. Qin Fan, lacking knowledge of the true terror of the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, was lured onward by the allure of experience points and special rewards. In contrast, Yuku, as a native of this world, possessed a wealth of lore in her mind. The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon could, in an instant, take their lives. Even the forces of light regarded this sacred dragon as a divine beast, typically considered an exalted deity in the realm of gaming. In essence, it represented their faith and entity that must not be transgressed. Did you not mention your hunger? There is food readily available before us. If we leave now, how will you satisfy your appetite? A seemingly casual remark from Qin Fan left Yuka profoundly astonished. Her delicate face turned pale with fear as she questioned in disbelief. What did you say? You intend to turn him into food? That is the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. By what right do you think you can do such a thing? I suggest you cease this folly. Not long ago, a woman nearly ended your life. How could you possibly contend with such a divine beast? I have pledged my allegiance to you, not to follow you to your demise. We should make haste and depart. This young woman, what does she mean by implying that a woman nearly brought about my end? That was merely a lapse in vigilance. Qin Fan, naturally unwilling to lose face in front of an NPC, promptly replied, previously, during my recovery, my strength was significantly diminished. However, I have now fully adapted. This little worm can serve as a token of my goodwill, gifted to you as one of my subordinates. You must be out of your mind. Let me go. I refuse to accompany you to certain death. Release me. I still wish to live. There are so many delectable delights I have yet to taste, and I do not wish for my life to end. In that moment, Yuku resembled a frightened child, beginning to whimper. The irony was that her timid nature prevented her from raising her voice. She could only sob softly, which somehow added to her endearing charm. Qin Fan paid no heed to Yuku, for the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon now appeared to be on the brink of death. Upon its form lay a substantial scar, a clear indication of a recent injury. It was precisely this vulnerable state that emboldened Qin Fan. Otherwise, he would never have dared to confront such a formidable creature alone. As the saying goes, while the green mountains stand, one need not worry about firewood. One cannot sacrifice their life for fleeting greed. Yet, Qin Fan stealthily approached the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, and just as he drew near, he heard a breath of dragon fire escape from its maw. Following that, a dark voice resonated. You little thief, sneaking about. What are your intentions? Qin Fan's body froze in surprise. He had not anticipated that, despite his utmost caution. The severely injured Earthfire Sacred Dragon could still detect his presence. However, at this juncture, it was no longer within his control. Qin Fan resolutely cast the Yu from his back to the ground, instantly quickening his pace. To vanquish this creature was but a fleeting moment. In just a few strides, Qin Fan leaped before the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, and at this closer distance, he could truly perceive the beast's terrifying presence. Even from afar, he could sense the dragon's fiery breath, while its drooping eyes fixed upon him with palpable disdain. With a swift motion, he drew his blade to strike. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Fan executed his movements with fluidity, the demonic blade radiating an otherworldly glow as it descended menacingly towards the face of the Earth Fire Holy Dragon. It was not mere bravado, in his estimation. No matter how formidable the Earth Fire Holy Dragon might be, it was utterly incapable of withstanding this moment. Unbeknownst to him, the disdain in the eyes of the Earth Fire Holy Dragon intensified, and with a contemptuous utterance, it proclaimed, You insignificant thief dare to covet my intentions? A wretch like you, I could dispatch with ease. As the words fell, a crimson flame erupted from its maw. In an astonishing twist, this fiery torrent enveloped Qin Fan's demonic blade, and to his astonishment, the cold iron weapon ignited. Within mere seconds, the demonic blade was consumed entirely. What on earth is happening? Even if you are the Earthfire Holy Dragon, you cannot possibly incinerate my weapon in an instant. Without my weapon, how am I to contend in the future? Am I to resort to ambushing with the thigh bones of other skeletal soldiers? Qin Fan inwardly scoffed. Yet the crimson flames relentlessly crept towards his body. It is evident that a fire capable of effortlessly incinerating even the demon blade would pose no challenge to his frail physique. Qin Fan hastily discarded the hilt of the knife and swiftly darted to the other side. To his astonishment, the flames seemed to possess a will of their own, rapidly pursuing him. What manner of thing is this? You are not a missile, yet you exhibit tracking capabilities? Qin Fan pondered that the flames did not seem to be cast by any specific spell. How could they pursue him so relentlessly? In but a moment, the flames drew near, and Qin Fan realized there was no escaping this time. He might truly perish here. Resolutely, he made a bold decision. Your haste to unleash fire upon me merely signifies that your strength is waning, he thought. Very well, let us see whose demise shall come first, yours or mine. With a fierce determination, Qin Fan disregarded the crimson flames trailing behind him and charged directly at the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. Though he possessed no weapon, he cast aside his reservations. As he approached the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, he bit down hard and severed his own thigh bone. Good brother, I never anticipated that you would stand by my side in this final battle, but this time, I shall wield you as a demonic blade. You must endure. Without concern for the consequences, Qin Fan's gaze ignited with resolve as he focused on the position of the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, shouting, "Thunderous Crescent Slash." Why such a loud cry? It was obvious. The flames were hot on his heels, leaving him no avenue for escape. Thus, Qin Fan's desperate intent was merely to vanquish the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon before meeting his own fate. With flames licking at his back, how could he refrain from such a resounding shout? This was a gamble for his very life. Qin Fan had made up his mind. The femur in his hand radiated an eerie crimson glow, causing the eyes of the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon to widen with an unmistakable hint of trepidation. Indeed, it proved effective. You, who claim to be the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, have utterly disregarded me, Qin Fan, haven't you? Today marks your demise. Before the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon could ponder further, the strange crimson brilliance struck its face, followed closely by a flickering number, -126. I'm astounded. What manner of defense is this? Can I truly vanquish him? Qin Fan observed the flames behind him multiplying rapidly, his health depleting at an alarming rate, and a sense of panic surged within him. At this rate, would I not become the next casualty? Healing. I need healing. Qin Fan hurriedly glanced at Yuku, who appeared somewhat flustered. After Qin Fan called out to her twice, she quickly regained her composure, nodded, and immediately began to administer treatment to him. However, this so-called treatment proved to be utterly ineffective. Observing this situation, Qin Fan's heart grew increasingly anxious. Nevertheless, after the earlier collision, he was able to discern the attributes of this creature. Earth Fire Sacred Dragon level, 99 attack, 999 defense, 2250 health, 26 special skill, Dragon Breath, only 26 points of health remain. In Qin Fan's eyes, a glimmer of brilliance immediately erupted. With such a minuscule amount of health remaining, was it not feasible to execute another Thunder Half-Moon Slash? If so, all his troubles would be effortlessly resolved. Contemplating this, Qin Fan clutched the thigh bone with growing exhilaration. This was an absolute experience value treasure trove at level 99. With it in his possession, could he truly fear demise in this place? Glancing at his health, he noted it was dwindling at a rate of -100 per second. Yet he still had 700 points left. Eliminating the foe within 7 seconds posed no challenge whatsoever. In an instant, Qin Fan's movements quickened significantly. This was a struggle for survival, and he could not afford to squander a single moment. Thunder Half-Moon Slash. Upon reaching the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, Qin Fan swiftly employed this skill once more. The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, in turn, manifested a flicker of fury, opening its gaping maw to unleash a torrent of flames directed at Qin Fan. This inferno was considerably larger than the previous one, seemingly inflicting greater damage, leaving Qin Fan somewhat hesitant to withstand it. After all, being singed by such flames would result in a sudden and severe drop in health, and given his limited vitality, enduring for even a few more seconds was out of the question. At that moment, Qin Fan had no choice but to alter his approach, skillfully maneuvering to evade the onslaught. Yet, as before, the flames pursued him relentlessly, leaving him no room to escape. It was a desperate gamble. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, his speed surging in an instant. He first redirected the flames to another location, and then used the fire to track the openings in order to slay the Earthfire Saint Dragon. However, was time truly on his side? Qin Fan gazed at the remaining 400 drops of blood. Even if he were to successfully slay the Earthfire Sacred Dragon in the end, he would likely face a mutually destructive outcome. Yet, there was no room left for contemplation. Qin Fan ceased to ponder further, evading the crimson flames, and drew back a considerable distance. At that moment, he surged forward, aiming his strike at the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Only 1 second remained. Perish, he roared, relieved to have made it in time. Qin Fan's heart raced with peril, yet at this juncture, he managed to deliver the final blow. The strike severed a limb from the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, which let out a mournful cry. -99. The damage from the final strike was unexpectedly lower than Qin Fan had anticipated. What could be the reason for this? Could it be that in its last moments of struggle, the Earthfire Sacred Dragon had managed to bolster its defenses? Qin Fan let out a sigh of relief in that moment. But who could have known that in the next second, the crimson flames would engulf him? -999. Is my life coming to an end? Within Qin Fan's heart, a desperate cry echoed, yet upon closer reflection, he realized that, apart from the searing pain coursing through his body, he was, indeed, alive. That's right. He had leveled up. Qin Fan suddenly realized that the upgrade would grant him a certain amount of health, yet the amount was alarmingly low. Upon closer inspection, he found that only a few dozen drops remained. Had it not been for Yuka's assistance in healing him, that last strike might have truly cost Qin Fan his life on the spot. Yuka, please help me heal. Your contributions this time have been monumental. Qin Fan turned around with a cheerful smile, only to see Yuka's appearance grow increasingly frail. Before she could utter a single word, she collapsed onto the ground, seemingly having lost consciousness. It appeared that she had indeed overexerted herself. This NPC was even more fragile than the average player. Qin Fan found himself in a state of perplexity and spoke with a hint of detachment. You are in for a treat this time. The Earthfire Sacred Dragon is unmistakably a treasure. Before long, I shall prepare a sumptuous feast for you. As he spoke, Qin Fan began to examine his attribute panel. Hellwalker level, 38 attack, 682 defense, 2650 health, 9500 skills, cleave, thunder half-moon slash, blade draw, sword of light special abilities, plunder, lucky critical strike. Veil Blade had it merely leveled up? No, that could not be the case. After all the contributions I have made, nearly sacrificing my very skeleton in this endeavor, all I received was a slight increase in health? Do not jest with me, it is a sacred dragon. Such a divine creature cannot be so cheaply valued in this realm. Just as Qin Fan was engulfed in despair, a man's voice echoed ominously. And that traitor is present as well. Today, it seems, is your day of reckoning. Two scoundrels, this is all of your own making. Upon glancing back, Qin Fan discovered that the throng of people had completely obstructed the entrance. Gazing in the direction of the opening, he realized that the crowd consisted entirely of individuals from the Radiant faction. The leading man was unfamiliar to Qin Fan, yet it was evident that they were well aware of his identity. This unique NPC had, by now, undoubtedly gained considerable renown. Qin Fan never anticipated that after dealing with the cicada, he would be ensnared by the lurking yellowbird. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that his injuries had barely begun to heal. The healing light from Yuka had only been released for a fleeting few seconds. Coupled with the enhancement from leveling up, his current health stood at a mere 350 points. This amount of health, when juxtaposed with the number of individuals from the Radiant faction, was utterly disproportionate. To state it bluntly, if each of these ruffians inflicted just 10 points of damage, it would be as though they had collectively extinguished his life with a mere spit. The predicament was compounded by the fact that the area was so tightly sealed that any thought of escape seemed utterly delusional. Could it be true? Am I, Qin Fan, to gamble my very life for a paltry amount of experience points? Earthfire Sacred Dragon, how dare you call yourself a sacred dragon? I never imagined you would turn out to be such a worthless creature. Had I known, I would have never set my sights on you. You are nothing but a waste. Qin Fan could not help but curse inwardly, yet at this juncture, no amount of vitriol would prove beneficial. Meanwhile, the NPCs surrounding him showed him no semblance of mercy. They gazed at him as though he were a defenseless maiden exposed to a horde of ravenous wolves. According to the Knight Commander of Light, this individual might indeed be the true leader of the Dark faction. If he were to be slain, they would surely ascend in rank. Humph. The forces of darkness are irreconcilable with our Radiant order. I shall not show him any leniency today. Do not vie with me. Allow me to deal with this scoundrel. I swear fealty to the light and shall not coexist with these malevolent beings. The members of the Light faction were now blinded by rage. Are you all mad? I, Qin Fan, am merely an ordinary NPC, having even betrayed the Dark faction. To claim I am their hidden boss is slander and defamation. You scoundrels of the Dark faction, despite being a formidable force, why do you not come forth to clear my name? I refuse to bear your burdens. As he spoke, tears nearly welled up in Qin Fan's eyes. However, as he saw the members of the Light faction advancing towards him, he grasped the thigh bone at his waist. After all, this fellow could only move with one leg. Do you truly have the heart to bully a disabled person? Yet, despite this, when the disabled individual chose to fight, he showed no hesitation whatsoever. With a swift draw, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, slash of the blade, thunderous crescent slash, sword of light. This was Qin Fan's last desperate struggle. He had no time to consider holding back. Whatever skills he possessed, he unleashed them all without reservation. Although the light faction outnumbered him, their overall strength paled in comparison to his, and thus, at the onset of battle, they quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. In fact, the sight of Qin Fan, consumed by rage, left many members of the light faction momentarily stunned, igniting within them a flicker of fear. Come forth. Qin Fan clenched his teeth, uncertain if they could comprehend his challenge, yet he continued to taunt them. As the saying goes, in the art of war, one may lose a battle but must never lose their spirit. Come on, you sanctimonious hypocrites. Today, I shall turn you all into my experience points. How straightforward his words were. He sought experience points, unlike these pretentious individuals who merely wished to slay him for their own glory. Cloaking their intentions in the guise of serving the light faction. How hypocritical. Yet, the battle intensified. -25, -14, -12. The attack power of the light faction was indeed pitifully weak. Yet Qin Fan's health was alarmingly low. After several rounds of combat, his health had dwindled to a mere double-digit number. This cannot continue. Qin Fan hurriedly retreated, realizing that if he continued to confront them head-on, he would undoubtedly meet his demise here. If he were to perish, it would be a loss too great to bear. He found himself at the end of his rope. Brothers, just hold on a little longer, for his time is nearly at hand. Indeed, those mere rodents of the Dark Alliance, I now wonder where you shall flee to. Today, you must leave your lives here with us. Let us all strike together. Do not harbor any psychological burdens, for if he falls, it shall be the merit of us all. How amusing. So, all that you proclaimed moments ago holds no weight. Does it? You spoke of confronting me one by one, even claiming you would personally take my life. Yet now, your resolve has shifted. And you come at me en masse. Where is the sense of honor among you, the champions of the Light Alliance? Qin Fan found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Primarily because even if he did, the other party may not comprehend them. There remains one path available to him, retracing his steps. The location to which Yuku had transported Qin Fan was at the cave's end, yet that was also his sole route of retreat. The pressing issue now was that Yuku had already entered the encirclement of the light faction. Should he sacrifice her? Retracing his steps does not guarantee a path to safety. After all, it was precisely because that route was a dead end that Qin Fan had initially ventured outward. In essence, he would merely be buying time. However, there exists another method, albeit a perilous one. This entails seizing Yuku and dashing towards the direction from which the light faction approached. The consequences of such an action, however, are all too evident. With merely a few drops of health remaining, any encounter with the enemy could lead to his immediate demise. Carrying the burden of Yuku would significantly heighten the odds of his failure. Is it worth the risk? After all, Yuku is merely an NPC. There is no pressing necessity to save her. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, resolutely making up his mind, just as he intended to rush out alone. He suddenly noticed Yuko opening her eyes, her expression one of helplessness as she gazed blankly at him. It was as if she were silently pleading. Are you truly going to abandon me? A sharp pang pierced his heart. As he passed by her, he swiftly grasped her and hoisted her onto his back, then darted towards the throng of the light faction. In this lifetime, I have been too soft-hearted, if I am granted another. Let me be a man of iron and stone. Qin Fan gritted his teeth, were it not for his lack of a face. One could surely see the expression of profound despair etched upon him. The bitterness within him was immeasurable. Initially, he had no intention of rescuing Yuko. Yet his heart softened, and he found himself compelled to act. However, the consequences that followed could very well lead to his demise. As he plunged into the throng, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. -10, -9, -13. I can scarcely endure this. Yuko, remember that your life is indebted to me. Having reached the cave's entrance, Qin Fan seized the moment, expending the last of his strength to hurl Yuko to safety. Yet, the crowd behind him surged forth, leaving him with no means of escape. When death looms just centimeters away, with only a fleeting second remaining, what thoughts would occupy your mind in that brief, harrowing moment? Qin Fan's health had dwindled to a mere handful, and he could scarcely comprehend how he had found himself in a game world, where he was meant to dominate and instill awe in the masses. Yet, inexplicably, he was now at the brink of sacrificing his life for a mere NPC. In this final moment, what thoughts ought to occupy his mind? In Qin Fan's mind, There echoed a singular thought. He did not wish to perish. Truly did not wish to perish. Yet, as if the heavens themselves had heeded his plea, a profound voice resonated from within his heart. A mere petty thief. Indeed, only capable of trifling misdeeds. How lamentable it is that one who has extinguished the fire saint dragon of my realm meets their end at your hands. What a disgrace. The voice carried a hint of indignation, and Qin Fan perceived it with startling clarity. Turning to look behind him, he noticed that the members of the light faction had all come to a standstill, as if time itself had frozen. This peculiar sight struck Qin Fan as exceedingly strange, prompting him to promptly access his attribute panel. His life points dwindled to a mere 3, with a notation of -12 inscribed upon it. Yet, astonishingly, he had not yet succumbed to death. The Fire Saint Dragon? In an instant, Qin Fan comprehended the source of the sound he had just heard. It was undoubtedly the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. It seemed rather incongruous that such a magnificent beast, revered as a divine creature within this realm, would yield nothing more than a mere heap of experience points upon its demise at his hands. The disparity was simply unacceptable. Determined not to falter in his resolve, Qin Fan let out a cold smirk. Uncertain of the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon's whereabouts, he boldly declared, "You have already transformed into a wraith, so spare me the trivialities. Now, present your treasures to me, such as restoring my vitality." Restore my vitality? Wasn't that a redundant statement? At this juncture, Qin Fan was nearly depleted of strength. If he could not regain even a modicum of health, his demise would be an inevitable conclusion. With life extinguished, what use were any other treasures? His immediate concern was to ensure his own survival. Drawing from his extensive experience in gaming, Qin Fan surmised that the voice he had just heard was undoubtedly the final offering from the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. Having vanquished such a legendary beast, rewards were certainly to follow. This was a notion Qin Fan had contemplated previously. In the realm of the fifth evolution, both NPCs and players wielded comparable powers. For instance, if a player were to slay a wild creature, they would gain experience points, and the same held true for NPCs. To illustrate, Qin Fan himself was part of the NPC cadre. He simply remained oblivious to the reasons behind his transformation into one. Regardless, anything that Qin Fan could accomplish could similarly occur within the realm of other NPCs. Thus, it was no wonder that numerous members of the Light faction had banded together to hunt the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. In essence, these NPCs were utterly unaware that they were mere programs within a game, yet they possessed a fundamental consciousness akin to that of living beings. This aspect could be deemed the crowning achievement of the fifth evolution, a characteristic that other games could scarcely surpass. Returning to the matter at hand. As Qin Fan's words resonated, a crimson luminescence materialized before him, coalescing into the form of a dragon. The apparition flawlessly replicated the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon's true visage, leaving Qin Fan in a state of awe. What astonished him most was the palpable pressure emanating from the dragon, which he could distinctly perceive. The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon bore a faint, human-like smirk and spoke once more, "You insolent wretch, it is you who seeks my favor, not the other way around. Do you understand? Should I choose to withhold my gifts, what recourse do you have?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan couldn't help but laugh. How could an NPC be so audacious? If you truly had no intention of rewarding me, you wouldn't be here at all. It is utterly absurd that you, merely a line of code, would consider this a gift from you to me. How laughable. Very well then. Do not assist me. Just be on your way. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh. If anyone dared to show off in his presence, he would certainly not indulge them, especially since he currently held the upper hand. The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon furrowed his brow, clearly taken aback by Qin Fan's unexpected deviation from the norm. What was the matter? Were they too afraid to refuse? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon, shaking the thigh bone in his hand, and spoke with a grin, without the golden drill. Want it not to undertake the task of porcelain. The only way to preserve your legacy is to entrust it to me. I offer you an opportunity to step down gracefully, lest we all find ourselves in an awkward predicament. The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon glared angrily. For Qin Fan had undoubtedly struck a nerve. "Humph, vile little thief, what pretense is this? If you wish for it, take it." The Earth Fire Sacred Dragon exhaled a plume of crimson flame, which gradually entered Qin Fan's body. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the Sacred Dragon Ancestral Fire. Do you wish to bind the Sacred Dragon Ancestral Fire as your sacred artifact? Once bound, you shall become the bearer of the Sacred Dragon lineage." Yes. Without hesitation, Qin Fan chose to accept. for he had only recently embarked on his journey with the game's 5th evolution, and there were countless mysteries awaiting his exploration. Now that he possessed the inheritance, he was determined to utilize it promptly. If regret were to arise in the future, he would leave such concerns to his future self. Qin Fan reveled in his thoughts, blissfully unaware of the myriad moments of regret that awaited him in the future. Setting that aside, once the crimson flames fully enveloped Qin Fan's being, the voice of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon resonated. To accept the legacy of my Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon lineage signifies that you shall soon confront 5 adversaries. As for the identities of these 5 foes, you will gradually come to learn of them. Ha ha ha, do not presume that you have triumphed. Qin Fan listened blankly to the words of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Before he could inquire further, the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon vanished without a trace. The scene before him began to shift as the clamoring voices of the righteous camp surged behind him, their ferocity suggesting they wished to devour him whole. Yet, Qin Fan's attribute panel had already been refreshed, having accepted the legacy of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon. His vitality was fully restored, and an inexhaustible power surged within his chest. In his eyes, a crimson flame flickered, imbued with an otherworldly allure. In the next moment, flames erupted with overwhelming intensity, engulfing the surroundings as the crowd succumbed to anguished cries, an effortless massacre. Moments later, beside a crackling bonfire, the delectable flesh of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon was perfectly roasted, emanating an irresistibly enticing aroma. Yueka's wide, watery eyes were fixated on the feast, her audible gulping betraying her hunger. Yet, her innocent visage bore more than just desire. It was tinged with a sense of injustice. Are you going to eat, or not? Qin Fan chose not to visit Yuku. After acquiring the legacy of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon, he effortlessly defeated the members of the Light faction, transforming them into a mere pile of experience points. In gratitude for the assistance he received from Yuku, who had played a significant role in his triumph, he intended to reward his subordinates. Had it not been for her help, he might have perished in the battle against the sacred dragon long ago. However, upon roasting the dragon's meat, Yuku adamantly refused to partake. One should not consume the flesh of such a divine beast. If I were to eat it, I would truly be unable to return, she murmured softly. In response, Qin Fan casually tossed aside a piece of the dragon's meat. This girl was truly obstinate. When he suggested she return to the Light faction, she resolutely declined, claiming she had already been cast out and insisted on remaining by his side. Ironically, she now refused to eat the dragon's meat, which seemed akin to a desire for self-imposed starvation. You are no longer a member of the Light faction. If you choose not to eat, so be it. Qin Fan's eyes glimmered with a crimson flame as he scoffed. Nevertheless, this will not alter anything. The forces of light shall not forgive you. If you wish to starve yourself, I shall not bear the burden of a liability. Upon hearing these words, Yuka's expression grew even more aggrieved. Qin Fan found himself inexplicably engulfed by a wave of restlessness as he gazed at the girl before him. Uncertain of their current whereabouts, he realized that apart from the flesh of the Inferno Sacred Dragon, there was no other sustenance available. While the NPCs of the Radiant faction could theoretically serve as a source of nourishment, they were, after all, beings originating from reality. The thought of slaying an NPC did not weigh heavily on Qin Fan's conscience, however. The prospect of consuming the flesh of NPCs that bore a human semblance felt undeniably grotesque. It was clear that you could not bring herself to partake in the flesh of those who were once her companions, leaving them with no choice but to rely solely on the Inferno Sacred Dragon for sustenance. Qin Fan truly harbored concerns that this girl might fall into an endless slumber. After a considerable effort, she finally awakened, yet her stubborn temperament left him utterly helpless. Were it not for the mere framework of his body, he would surely indulge in a hearty meal. The flesh of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon is exquisite and tender, complemented by Qin Fan's unparalleled grilling technique. It would be an understatement to say it does not evoke salivation in others. Observing Qin Fan's apparent lack of tenderness, you could not help but pout. It would be disingenuous to claim she felt no pangs of sympathy. If one is willing to embrace the role of a burden, then let them remain here. In a moment of resolve, Qin Fan stood up, his gaze fixed upon the entrance of the cave. He proclaimed, I can no longer linger here. If you are unable to alter your perspective, we shall never find ourselves on the same side. With that, he strode towards the cave's exit. After he had taken a couple of steps, Yuka's voice resonated. Wait, I shall eat indeed, but you promised to protect me. If I consume the flesh of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon and am pursued by others, you must safeguard me. Of course. Qin Fan turned around with satisfaction, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his lips. he observed Yuku, who was quite unreserved, eagerly devouring a piece of the Saint Dragon's meat. In a matter of minutes, a substantial portion of thigh meat had vanished down her throat. Unsatisfied, Yuka reached for another piece. Casting a somewhat awkward glance at Qin Fan, she attempted to justify herself, saying, "I am not a glutton. I can certainly eat less in the future. Today, however, I have been hungry for far too long, and if this meat goes uneaten, it would simply be a waste." I remained silent, thinking it would be preferable for her to consume every morsel, lest the effort I had expended in roasting the meat go to waste. Yet, to be frank, she is merely an NPC. Her physique is perfectly balanced. Why should she concern herself with the prospect of gaining weight? I never accused her of overeating. When an NPC begins to embody the thoughts of a real person, she becomes just an ordinary. Qin Fan carefully stored the remaining flesh of the holy dragon into his backpack. This remarkable spatial ability, which he had only recently discovered, allowed him to conveniently carry a significant amount of items. With this power, he could ensure that all the meat from the holy dragon was salvaged. Although the creature had perished and had even bestowed its legacy upon Qin Fan, it was, in essence, a tremendous favor to him. Thus, he could not bear to abandon its remains in such a desolate place. Consuming its flesh at least ensured that nothing was wasted. Had the Earthfire Holy Dragon heard these thoughts, it might have been incensed enough to resurrect, indignantly questioning why, after granting its legacy, Qin Fan would resort to dismembering it for sustenance to share with others. Surely, it would not tolerate being treated as a fool. Naturally, such sentiments remained unspoken. Behind him, you let out a long belch, clearly having indulged herself. Qin Fan turned to her, noticing her flushed complexion. She hurriedly exclaimed, "It's all your fault. You insisted I shouldn't waste anything, which is why I finished everything. I never burp when I eat under normal circumstances." Qin Fan shook his head, bemused by the girl's excessive concern for her own image. Having encountered numerous refined young ladies, he understood that while maintaining appearances was one thing, it was only natural for a person to exhibit some normal reactions after a meal. Such authenticity could even render them more endearing. As Qin Fan reached out to touch the space between Yuka's brows, she tensed up considerably. What are you doing? Just because I consumed your food. I am not entirely yours. Our relationship is strictly that of superior and subordinate. Please maintain your dignity. Maintain my dignity? What nonsense! Though I am a man, I certainly cannot engage in the sordid acts you imply. Yet, I must confess, I am rather inclined to do so. Qin Fan couldn't help but silently scoff. Yet being Yuku's superior, he fixed her with a serious gaze and stated, "These powers are the legacy I bestow upon you. From now on, remaining by my side will only enhance your strength." What? Yuku was somewhat perplexed. Qin Fan continued, "Take a moment to sense your power. You must have awakened something within you." Upon hearing this, Yuka closed her eyes. A few seconds later, she hurriedly opened them and exclaimed, "My strength has improved significantly. It seems I can now practice the new techniques my mother prepared for me. Is this all thanks to you?" Light Rebel rank, none level, 27 attack, 220 defense, 103 health, 20-25 skills. Healing Light, Apocalypse Power. This was Yuka's current attribute panel. Compared to before, there was indeed a remarkable advancement, as she had suddenly risen by 8 levels. Even Qin Fan himself might not achieve such rapid progress. What do you think? Qin Fan retorted, casting his gaze towards the other side, where the bones beside the campfire stood as the true heroes of the moment. Indeed, after much contemplation, Qin Fan realized that the fiery dragon, as a legendary divine beast, offered a considerable amount of experience points upon its defeat. However, the disparity between the risks involved and the rewards reaped was undeniably vast. It is crucial to acknowledge that confronting such formidable creatures could easily result in one's demise. Is it reasonable to engage in a life-threatening hunt only to receive a mere fraction of experience points upon its death? Qin Fan increasingly felt that there was something amiss, prompting him to shift his focus to the corpse of the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon. Might it conceal some extraordinary secrets? As the saying goes, every part of a dragon is a treasure. Qin Fan found it hard to believe that such a splendid concept could escape the notice of game designers. As luck would have it, Yuka was also feeling hungry, so he decided to let her give it a try. If everything unfolded as Qin Fan anticipated, he would incur no losses. If the meat of the holy dragon truly bore no further secrets, at least it would satisfy Yuka's hunger. Thus, with a mindset of experimentation, Qin Fan commenced roasting the meat. It has now been proven that his suspicions were indeed correct. The meat of the Holy Dragon could yield a substantial amount of experience points, enabling Yuku to achieve a remarkable leap in her abilities. However, the increase on the panel appeared rather unimpressive. Perhaps this girl's innate talent was not particularly exceptional. Qin Fan did not feel a sense of wastefulness, considering that he would be unable to fully digest the flesh of the Earth-Fire's sacred dragon. Ultimately, it would be squandered in his mouth. This peculiar situation led Qin Fan to ponder, for during his time in the dark camp, the other skeleton soldiers frequently urged him to partake in libations. Despite their complete lack of a digestive system, wasn't drinking merely an exercise in futility? Such remarkable progress. You, seemingly devoid of any doubt regarding Qin Fan's words, wore a sorrowful expression and spoke. My mother is an extraordinarily formidable woman. She has always aspired to cultivate me as her successor. Yet, I never anticipated that I would ultimately become a member of the dark camp, even turning into her adversary. Alas, upon hearing these words, Qin Fan felt a slight surprise. Having grown up in an environment where familial affection was scarce, he could genuinely empathize with the sorrow embedded in Yuku's words. Every parent undoubtedly wishes for their children to thrive. Witnessing their offspring flourish is, indeed, their greatest aspiration. The fifth evolution has meticulously replicated every aspect of reality, granting NPCs a semblance of independent thought, and it stands to reason that Yuku shares a similar sentiment regarding this matter. Alas, the stark opposition between the two factions has rendered her return impossible. Boss, where shall we go now? Yuku brushed away the sorrowful expression from her face and turned to Qin Fan, saying, by the way, I almost forgot to mention something to you. Seeing that Yuku did not elaborate on her personal matters, Qin Fan decided to change the subject and remarked, let us make our decisions outside. After all, we have numerous tasks at hand. If you have anything to express, feel free to speak candidly. There is no need for such restraint in my presence. The other party was merely an NPC, possessing a rather limited perspective, and Qin Fan genuinely desired a friend like this. However, given his current identity, it was evident that he could not afford the luxury of friendship. The secrets he harbored were not meant to be divulged to anyone, at least for the time being. It pertained to the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. Yuku became notably serious and replied, as far as I know, the Earthfire Sacred Dragon is not the sole dragon-shaped divine beast, and the decision to eliminate it was known to me before I was captured. The objective of the Light Faction's actions was to draw out the cult. However, now that the Earthfire Sacred Dragon has been slain by you, and with the Light Faction suffering significant casualties, they ultimately gain nothing. Consequently, it is likely that the cult will soon come seeking you. Qin Fan was taken aback, his expression turning serious. Cult? What do you mean by a cult? The Dragon God Cult, you exclaimed, slightly astonished. Boss, someone as formidable as you cannot possibly be unaware of the Dragon God Cult, right? They're a group that advocates for the dominion of the Holy Dragon over this world. Everyone is expected to bow down before the Holy Dragon. Yet it rarely makes an appearance. The Dragon God Cult merely exerts its influence in this world through their proclaimed doctrines, which is precisely why they are labeled as a cult. Isn't that obvious? Qin Fan retorted. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence can discern the true intentions of the Dragon God Cult. Creatures such as the Earthfire Holy Dragon are meant to remain hidden in the depths of the world. They may claim to be aloof from worldly affairs, but given their status, they could never be associated with something like the Dragon God Cult. These individuals falsely proclaim themselves as devotees of the Holy Dragon, masquerading as spiritual guides in this realm, truly reminiscent of unscrupulous merchants. How could Qin Fan possibly be oblivious to this truth? A mere rabble of misfits need not be regarded with any seriousness. Qin Fan smiled faintly, for he truly found it hard to believe that the Dragon God sect, merely a sinister cult, could possibly eradicate him, Qin Fan. Moreover, he was no longer the novice skeleton captain who had just entered the game world. Observing this, you decided to refrain from further comment, and together they exited the cave, prepared to take each step as it came. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Light Faction, an assembly of resplendent angels adorned in pure white filled the space, each more striking than the last, their expressions grave, as if a significant event had transpired. You do not know who the man your daughter is following is? The man seated upon the throne, crowned regally, inquired. Nearby, a strikingly beautiful woman knelt, her age lending her a touch of mature elegance. I am unaware, came her response, only to be met with immediate derision from a handsome man beside her. Yuku is your daughter. Your insufficient guidance has led her to betray our Light Faction. The mission to vanquish the Fire Saint Dragon has now been jeopardized by her actions. Junyu, do you believe that your claim of ignorance can absolve you of responsibility? Junyu, the woman in armor, exuded a spirited aura. While I cannot entirely extricate myself from this matter, now is not the time for blame. We must retrieve them and ascertain the whereabouts of the Fire Saint Dragon. She spoke calmly, then added with a smile. I am willing to personally capture that rebellious daughter of mine, as well as the monstrosity from the dark faction. A radiant moon hung in the sky, sprinkled with twinkling stars, illuminating the entire forest. Boss, are you serious? You furrowed her brow, expressing her disbelief. If they are not seeking us out, why should we pursue them? Isn't that tantamount to inviting danger upon ourselves? Rather, let us follow my suggestion. We can find a secluded spot. Build a quaint wooden cottage, where you can till the land and weave cloth, while I serenade you. Wouldn't such a tranquil life be quite delightful? Qin Fan cast a glance at Yuku, pondering to himself that he had completed the arduous and laborious tasks, while she merely stood by as a cheerleader. Furthermore, she had once been a part of the righteous faction. Could she not possess a modicum of resolve? What nonsense was it to seek refuge in a desolate corner? Qin Fan, had risked my very life to traverse into this game world. I would not simply stake my claim here only to return with her to live as a mere rustic. Did she think me a fool? This matter has been resolved in my mind, and I implore you to refrain from further discourse on it. Qin Fan's tone was icy, and upon hearing his words, Yuka fell silent, her expression sulking and displeased. The story begins from the moment they left the cave. After some contemplation, Qin Fan resolved to lead Yuku in search of the cult organization, as those cultists would surely yield a wealth of experience points. Qin Fan has not yet fully developed, thus, he would not be foolish enough to confront the forces of the light or the darkness. The most prudent course of action is to engage with this so-called cult. Since they are labeled as a cult, it implies that these individuals are far from virtuous. Moreover, they tend to band together in groups of 3 or 5, making them the easiest target to address at present. Currently, Qin Fan finds himself in a position of universal enmity. Everyone who encounters him is an adversary. If he does not expedite his development, the next encounter may very well prove fatal. Soon, a lone skeleton emerged from the forest. At the foot of the mountain lay a sprawling town known as Gathering Spirit City. This town is rather unique. It lacks a fixed allegiance. Yet this does not imply that factions are absent. In fact, it serves as a permanent residence for a motley assortment of individuals. The chaos here is palpable. With an array of characters present, leading to a singular outcome, anyone can come here. Even Qin Fan, donned in the guise of a member of the dark faction, would receive equal treatment upon arrival, as his appearance would not warrant immediate rejection. The defining characteristic of Gathering Spirit City is that it is the most concentrated location for the Dragon God sect. Qin Fan learned of this from Yuku, which prompted his decision to seek out the members of the sect here. However, the presence of the Dragon God sect in this town is intricately linked to the city's ruler, who is rumored to be a member of the sect. The Lord of Gathering Spirit City possesses immense strength, and within its confines, all inhabitants must adhere to the rules. Any hint of defiance will result in capture. Yet, that is a matter for another time. In any location, strength reigns supreme. If one can subjugate their foes to the extent that they harbor no thoughts of retaliation, who would dare to intervene? This situation mirrors reality. When a wealthy individual bullies a poor one, the latter often remains silent under the weight of financial oppression. In such instances, it is unlikely for law enforcement to intervene on behalf of the victim. There exists an unspoken order to all things, a principle that equally applies within the realm of gaming. Leaving that aside, the two entered the town without drawing any attention, which is quite normal. According to Yuku, even criminals find refuge here, and thus, defectors also favor this locale. However, this necessitates an extra layer of caution. Those who frequent Gathering Spirit City are often the most heinous of individuals, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, Qin Fan stumbled upon a profound reality within the realm of the Fifth Evolution game, a world inhabited by formidable figures that many players dare not provoke. This is not merely a plot contrivance or any other triviality. As a newly minted open-world game, it endows players with absolute freedom. Should one be audacious enough to incite an excessively powerful NPC, the consequence would be dire, as the entity would obliterate you without regard for your status as a player. Such annihilation entails the complete erasure of your existence. While players may respawn, their levels vanish, and apart from your ID, everything else dissipates into nothingness, akin to starting anew. Hence, when one realizes that an NPC before them is beyond their reach, it is prudent to refrain from provocation. Upon entering the city, Yuku became exceedingly anxious. Retreating behind Qin Fan and clutching his clothing tightly, fearful of losing him in the throng. In contrast, Qin Fan remained remarkably composed, his skeletal visage betraying no emotion. Guiding Yuku toward the city's center, he noted her evident lack of familiarity with gathering Spirit City. Thus, seeking information about the cult would likely prove a daunting task. However, it must be said that gathering Spirit City indeed harbors an eclectic assembly of beings. A glance around reveals a plethora of bizarre creatures, some with the bodies of horses and the heads of men, others resembling humanoid ants, each more peculiar than the last. Yet, the inhabitants appeared unperturbed. If you do not provoke me, I shall not count you as an enemy. This reflects a similarity to the real world, where various characters exist, all merely passing strangers. Naturally, Qin Fan's gaze was fervent. Any creature he encountered was perceived as a mere source of experience points. However, he was already burdened by the animosity of several factions, and it was clear that he should avoid further confrontations to prevent his plans against the dragon cult from faltering. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from behind. Yuku's stomach had begun to growl, signaling hunger. Qin Fan turned back with a hint of annoyance. She, seemingly embarrassed, lowered her head and pouted, insisting, "No, I'm not hungry." Qin Fan let out a sigh and glanced around, soon discovering a restaurant that resembled an ancient tavern. Accompanied by Yuku, he entered without hesitation. Once seated, Qin Fan ordered an array of dishes. Having acquired some evolution coins from defeating skeleton soldiers, he thought they might come in handy, so he used them without concern for the bill. When the food arrived, the tantalizing aroma wafted into Qin Fan's nostrils. He found it quite perplexing. Despite being a mere skeleton, his senses of smell and hearing were remarkably acute. "Heavenly Lord, are you toying with me? Able to see but unable to partake. Is this my fate?" What left Qin Fan most exasperated was that while he struggled with his own predicament, Yuku kindly inquired, "Boss, with so much food, I can't possibly finish it all. Why don't you have a few bites too?" Qin Fan paused for a moment. He indeed wished to indulge. Yet the crux of the matter was that he could not consume it all himself. "You may partake on your own." Qin Fan could not express such thoughts aloud. Instead, he coldly replied, "The last time I witnessed your appetite, this amount of food should pose no challenge for you." Well, that was an exceptional circumstance, and besides, girls shouldn't eat too much, or they might gain weight. Yuku attempted to explain, only to realize that her argument was futile. In the end, she could only pout, tears brimming in her eyes, as she picked up a piece of unfamiliar thigh meat and began to gnaw on it directly. Seeing this scene, Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was undoubtedly stubborn, yet when it came to eating, she displayed no hesitation whatsoever. Just as he was savoring her meal, Qin Fan glanced around the restaurant. There were only 3 tables occupied, one of which was a typical mother-daughter duo, engrossed in their food and oblivious to their surroundings. However, at the other table sat a group of 7 or 8 individuals, whose appearances were exceedingly grotesque. To describe them as merely ugly would not suffice. Their heads resembled that of a 4-legged lizard, and if one were to insist, they bore a closer resemblance to lizard people. In Qin Fan's mind, there existed records of the lizard men, who, as members of the Dark Faction, served under the Beast Lord. However, since those who arrived in Gathering Spirit City could not be considered true denizens of the Dark Faction, it would be more accurate to describe them as refugees seeking sanctuary here. They surely remained oblivious to their betrayal of the dark forces. Yet, why were these individuals fixating their gazes upon him? It must be that woman. Qin Fan observed the unrefined manner in which Yuku devoured her food and drink. Despite her earlier claims of being unable to finish, it was as if she were competing for her meal with unseen rivals. It is understandable that these individuals would take notice of Yuku. She is a beauty, and as a member of the Light Faction, she incites a primal desire for dominance among such men. Conversely, the minions of the Dark Lord appear to be an anomaly. Their skeletal forms render them devoid of any capability for such pursuits, and thus they harbor no peculiar violent cravings for conquest. Their only ambition lies in the extermination of those from the Light Faction. Meanwhile, in the present reality, the lizard men cast unabashed glances at Qin Fan, one of them glaring fiercely at him, particularly the apparent leader, who audaciously thrust a chopstick into the thigh of the meat before him. This act was not merely a threat. It was a blatant provocation. What madness is this? You have taken a liking to this woman, yet you choose to intimidate me? I am not a pimp, nor do I have any intention of facilitating your sordid dealings. Qin Fan was equally troubled, but soon a thought struck him. As the saying goes, one must be ruthless to stand firm. Without a fierce spirit, one cannot ascend in rank. A cold smirk escaped his lips as he rose to his feet. "Boss, where are you going?" Yuku immediately stood up as well, fearing that Qin Fan might abandon her to leave alone. However, her large, watery eyes remained fixated on the pile of meat on the table. I am going to make a friend. You can stay here and eat. Rest assured, I won't run off. After saying this, he paid no further attention to Yuko, who, reluctant to part with the food, sat back down and continued to eat. Only now she devoured her meal with even greater haste, her gaze unwaveringly locked on Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Qin Fan approached the table of the lizard men and immediately burst into laughter. Dear friends, may I take a seat here? What are you? They retorted. Though we belong to the same dark camp, your dark lord is already dead. You are unworthy to sit with us. Indeed, foolish creature. You are nothing but a mere skeleton and still wish to cling to life. How resilient you are. If you don't scram, I'll dismantle your bony frame and take it home for firewood. Are you in need of firewood at home? Outside lies a vast forest. Why do you insist on targeting my bones? Qin Fan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet managed to respond with a forced smile, saying, in truth, I have certain matters I wish to discuss with you all. Are you genuinely uninterested? Before they could respond, the most robust of the lizard men spoke up. Clearly the leader of their group. He said, please, take a seat. After all, we are all members of the dark faction. It would not hurt to show a modicum of respect for your dark sovereign. Soon, a new dark sovereign will indeed be elected. However, what business do you propose that we could engage in together? Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan adeptly seated himself, a sly smile creeping across his face as he spoke. I have observed that several of our lizardman brethren have been intently watching us. Upon reflection, it seems they are fixated on that foolish girl from the Radiant faction. Could it be that you have taken an interest in her? The lizardman captain's expression faltered momentarily, a smirk forming at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, so what if we are interested in her? You are not suggesting that this girl belongs to you and that we are forbidden from even gazing upon her, are you? A flicker of joy ignited within Qin Fan's heart, for this signified an opportunity to exploit. After a moment's contemplation, he lowered his voice and said, that is not what I meant. In truth, if you gentlemen are genuinely interested, I could lend a hand to facilitate your endeavors. The lizardman captain's eyes sparkled with intrigue. As he inquired, are you suggesting you would sell her? You young rascal, are you attempting to deceive us? No. Qin Fan hastily shook his head and chuckled, saying, you may not be aware, but there is no relationship between her and me. It is merely that this girl is not very bright and mistakenly believes I am her elder brother. Since you have your intentions, I shall graciously oblige and offer her to you instead. Upon hearing this, the lizardman captain promptly burst into laughter, exclaiming, with such goodwill from you, we shall gladly accept her. We shall await you in the alley behind the restaurant. Do make haste. My companions are eager for some amusement. With that, several lizard men rose to their feet, and as they exited, one of them left a parting remark. This girl truly seems to lack common sense. Qin Fan returned to his original seat, and Yuku, in her haste, had food all over her mouth, resembling someone not quite right in the head. With a ravenous demeanor, she devoured her meal in mere minutes before seriously inquiring, boss, shall we leave now? To which he replied, do you even realize? If I were truly a villain, I could sell you off right now, and you'd still be counting the money for me. Qin Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, reached out to wipe the grease from Yuku's mouth. She truly resembled a child, her face smeared with oil. Big brother, is my face dirty? Yuku inquired with a hint of confusion. Qin Fan shook his head and continued, do not ask too many questions, follow me. For I have a task to assign to you. Yuku refrained from probing further, perhaps due to her affiliation with the forces of light. This young lady preferred to engage in action directly. After settling the payment, Qin Fan led Yuku outside. Surveying the surroundings, he indeed spotted a narrow alleyway, and promptly guided Yuku towards it. The pair arrived at a corner of the alley where they caught sight of the lizardman squad in the distance. Yuku's expression revealed her surprise. She glanced at Qin Fan but refrained from inquiring further, gripping his clothing with increasing intensity. You actually brought her here. I thought you were just pulling my leg. The lizardman captain chuckled before Qin Fan could approach. Qin Fan, maintaining his composure, replied, why would I deceive you? I shall honor what I promised. The lizardman captain, still smiling, chose not to respond further, seemingly waiting for Qin Fan to make the first move. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan addressed Yuku, these gentlemen are my friends and have some requests for you to fulfill. Boss, what kind of requests? Yuku's face displayed confusion, and it was no wonder given her innocence. Meanwhile, one of the lizard men moved forward, adjusting his trousers with a lascivious expression. Come here. Let Big Brother explain it to you. He. As he approached Yuku, She instinctively sensed the implications and hurriedly exclaimed, "Stay away. My boss is very formidable. He could easily defeat you." "Oh, do you know who your boss associates with?" The lizard man closed the distance, casually pointing at Qin Fan. "Little one, tell her that while she calls you boss, what should we be called? Just a bunch of trash from the Dark Lord. Yet you still dare to act tough in front of us." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan evidently appeared somewhat displeased. If this fellow cannot articulate himself properly, he ought to remain silent. Meanwhile, Yuka interjected, asserting, "Of course, my leader and I are allies. Moreover, my leader is certainly not affiliated with the Dark Sovereign. Do not tarnish his reputation with your absurd misconceptions." "Ha ha ha, foolishness." The lizard man hurled an insult at Yuka, then shouted, "You little rascal. It seems she has lost her faith. How about you kneel down and show her who the true leader really is?" With that, he cast a scornful glance at Qin Fan, suggesting that failure to comply would result in his disapproval. Qin Fan smiled faintly before speaking, "Brother, we are all of the same generation. Moreover, I have come here to present my treasures. Your treatment of me seems rather inappropriate, does it not? One must possess a bit of temperament. I am not merely a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will." The flames in his eyes intensified, and his tone shifted slightly as he coldly inquired, "What did you just say? You expect me to kneel before you? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a demand?" The countenance of the lizard man changed abruptly, and his demeanor soured. "What did you say? Repeat your previous words if you dare, and see if I will not end your life. Do not presume that just because you are associated with the Dark Sovereign, I am afraid to act against you. Understand this clearly, we are in Gathering Spirit City, and your demise would evoke no concern whatsoever." Qin Fan's hand gradually moved to his thigh. His initial intention to use Yuku as a diversion was merely to ensure that the commotion remained minimal. After all, engaging in a covert ambush did not necessitate excessive exertion on his part. However, upon reflection, it seemed unacceptable to allow others to trample over him. Even if it were indeed a mere skeleton, it had yet to find peace in the earth. With patience exhausted, he resolved that further restraint was unwarranted. In the next moment, Qin Fan forcefully tore off his thigh bone, exclaiming, "Draw the sword and slash." His swift figure darted forward, catching the lizard man by surprise, who had not anticipated such a bold move. The creature hastily reached for the great sword at his waist, but before he could even draw it, the thigh bone had already struck his face. -999. The lizard man's skull was shattered by Qin Fan's blow, and he collapsed to the ground. Upon hearing the system's notification, Qin Fan couldn't help but scoff. Useless. This paltry amount of experience points? I had hoped for something more substantial today, yet this is all I receive? Qin Fan sighed and shook his head, lamenting his misplaced anticipation, only to find himself amidst a disarray of ineffectual beings. Yuka, step back. Yuka, showing her understanding, retreated a couple of paces. The lizard man captain was momentarily taken aback. The mocking grin that once adorned his face had vanished, replaced by a flicker of anxiety. "What do you intend to do?" The lizard man captain, visibly flustered, exclaimed, "The one who spoke those disrespectful words was him, and you have already dealt with him. Now you must not direct your wrath towards us. Do not go too far. Even the Dark Lord would not act so unreasonably." Qin Fan let out a cold laugh, unable to suppress his scorn as he remarked, "What is the Dark Lord? Does he even deserve to be compared to me? You should have never considered targeting my people. Now you must be prepared to face death." As his words fell, Qin Fan's figure flickered once more, with a thunderous crescent strike. Wielding a femur yet unleashing such a formidable force, it seemed that only Qin Fan was capable of such might. With a blow that carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, the adversaries were struck with fear. They attempted to evade, but the attack range of this skill was considerable, leaving the lizardmen with no place to escape. -999. -999. -999. In an instant, several lizardmen were annihilated. It appeared that lucky critical hits could be perfectly triggered against lower-tier foes. However, they would fail to activate against those stronger than oneself. Qin Fan inwardly cursed, only to realize that the lizard man captain had miraculously evaded a fatal blow, merely losing 2 of his legs. "Please, spare me," the lizard man captain exclaimed in evident terror, his voice trembling. "I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to deliver you to the Jungle Lord." "What? I'm the target?" Qin Fan's heart was unexpectedly stirred. Earlier during the meal, he had noticed their gaze fixated upon him. Yet, as a man, he hardly pondered such matters. Moreover, seated beside him was a striking beauty from the righteous faction, making it difficult to fathom that these individuals harbored any ulterior motives directed towards him. However, The words uttered by the lizardman captain were impossible for Qin Fan to dismiss. Why, you might ask? The captain's demeanor was one of palpable anxiety, clearly indicating he was frightened. Have you known it was me all along? Upon hearing this, the lizardman captain hurriedly nodded and replied, the fierce warrior known as 14, under the command of the Dark Lord, has now become a wanted figure in the Dark faction, accompanied by a woman from the Light faction. Her conspicuous presence leaves no room for doubt. Upon further reflection, it indeed seems to be the case. The distinction between the inhabitants of the Dark faction and those of the Light faction is quite clear. Simply put, one is human, while the other is entirely non-human. Qin Fan should have realized this point long ago. He just didn't expect to learn about it from someone else's lips. Furthermore, are there others who are aware of our presence here? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the lizardman captain, pondering that perhaps he could extract further information from his lips. The captain, after a moment of contemplation, his eyes darting with rapidity, grasped the dire reality. Should he choose to remain silent, Qin Fan would undoubtedly end his life. After a brief deliberation, he spoke, it appears that the Dark faction is no longer a concern. After all, we all desire to claim our share of glory. Upon discovering your presence, my intent was to capture you. Who would have thought you would approach me first to converse? Converse? The lizardman captain felt a profound sense of despair. His original intention had been to apprehend Qin Fan. Yet the latter's approach was a cunning maneuver aimed at ensnaring him instead. Wait, Qin Fan initially intended to eliminate the lizardman captain. Yet he found himself captivated by the captain's words and inquired with confusion, you just mentioned that the forces of darkness have been eradicated. Does that imply that others have already set their sights upon us? Indeed. The lizardman captain quickly nodded, though he questioned with a hint of perplexity, Boss sure see. Are you not planning to eliminate us first, because you discovered our intentions? That's obvious. Qin Fan felt somewhat despondent. He was merely succumbing to his addiction for experience points, which prompted him to target them. Otherwise, why would he have sought them out? Pray tell, who else has set their sights upon us? Without further ado, Qin Fan swiftly directed the conversation towards the crux of the matter. The lizardman captain pondered for a few moments before urgently declaring, the Light faction and the Dragon God sect have set their sights upon you. Since the moment you entered Gathering Spirit City, you have been under our vigilant observation. It appears that the envoy from the Light faction is none other than Junyu from the First Women's Army. Upon hearing this, you could not help but shiver slightly. A detail that Qin Fan noticed, though he refrained from probing further. Here, the Light faction dared not act recklessly. However, what of the Dragon God sect? Unlike the Light faction, the Gathering Spirit City served as the stronghold for the Dragon God sect, where others were prohibited from initiating conflict. Yet they themselves were an exception. Therefore, should the Dragon God sect set their sights on them, it was highly probable that they would soon take action. Currently, they were at the Dragon God altar, presumably still gathering reinforcements. The members of the Dragon God sect were inherently cautious in their dealings, and without absolute certainty, they would not mobilize. Qin Fan nodded slightly, realizing that with so many clues at hand, there was no longer any reason to linger here. Delay could lead to unforeseen changes. Thank you. Upon uttering these words, the lizardman captain sensed something amiss and hastily pleaded, Lord sure, spare me. I have come to understand my mistakes. I implore you, grant me clemency just this once. Humph. With a cold smirk, Qin Fan hurled the thigh bone directly at the face of the lizardman captain, as the latter disintegrated into a pile of experience points. Qin Fan sheathed the bone once more. At that moment, he heard Yuko beside him exclaim, Boss, we should leave quickly. We cannot linger here any longer. Unlike her previous display of fear, Yuka's face now bore a more pronounced expression of concern. Junyu, who is she to you? The shift in Yuka's demeanor coincided with the mention of that name, leading Qin Fan to surmise that her trepidation was indeed directed towards this woman. Hesitating, the latter seemed aware that she could not evade the question, and after a moment of inner turmoil, she reluctantly replied, Mother. Junyu is my mother. And I do not wish to confront her. She must be very disappointed in me. In Qin Fan's eyes, the crimson flame of malevolence flickered momentarily, and he comprehended the rationale behind Yuka's sentiments. There is nothing inherently wrong with belonging to two opposing factions, however. The mother who nurtured Yuka since childhood is the foremost female warrior of the Light faction, undoubtedly investing considerable effort into her upbringing. When her daughter diverges from her expectations, it is only natural that she would experience profound disappointment. Now, as the two stand on opposing sides, there exists but one inevitable outcome. Either Yuku must perish, or Junyu must meet her demise. Hence, How could you possibly come to terms with such a fate? There is no path forward. Qin Fan gazed intently at Yuku and slowly spoke. There must be a resolution to this matter. If you persist in evading the issue, ultimately, you shall gain nothing. He continued, Yuku, I shall assist you. This is the proclamation befitting a true monarch. Yuka hesitated. This was her personal affair, and allowing Qin Fan to intervene troubled her deeply, for she feared that his assistance could lead to her mother's demise. However, the leader whispered, Hush. Qin Fan swiftly covered Yuka's mouth and turned abruptly to the side. In the distance, he discerned a group of peculiar figures emerging. Each was draped in a black cloak, adorned with an intricate depiction of the earth-fire sacred dragon. Even from afar, the unsettling sounds emanating from their lips reached his ears, an incantation or perhaps something else entirely, resonating in a manner that was jarring and profoundly discomforting to Qin Fan. Qin Fan stood before Yuku, gazing at the group of disciples from the divine dragon sect. At the forefront was a man adorned with a title above his head, ID, Moonlight Cleric, level 35 Necromancer. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. It appeared that the so-called followers of the dragon sect indeed included players. Upon further reflection, this notion seemed more plausible, for in a game with high freedom, any profession could be pursued. Take, for instance, a game like Fifth Evolution, which even advertised itself as a farming simulator. This clearly indicated that any profession could be a viable choice. Returning to reality, the number of individuals following that necromancer was steadily increasing, instilling in Qin Fan a thrilling yet somewhat anxious sensation. Could he truly handle such a multitude? Moreover, the man leading the group was none other than the necromancer himself. His gaze fervent, as if he perceived Qin Fan as an unadorned maiden of unparalleled beauty. Otherwise, what could possibly account for the fervor in his demeanor? Qin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety under the scrutinizing gazes. In this day and age, it was quite astonishing how much interest they held in skeletons. Boss. There are so many people. You standing behind him had never encountered such a grand spectacle. A flicker of panic crossed her face as she clutched Qin Fan's hand. Trembling incessantly, as if on the verge of suggesting, Boss, perhaps we should make a swift retreat. With the mountains still standing, we can always gather firewood again in the future. However, Qin Fan had no intention of fleeing. The increasing number of onlookers only heightened his exhilaration. He simply needed to devise an effective strategy to confront them. He had executed numerous ambushes in the past, yet it was evident that employing the same tactics now would spell disaster. Qin Fan positioned Yuku behind him, his eyes ablaze with a sinister crimson fire that radiated an eerie hue. You must be the unique NPC from the forum, am I correct? The Moonlight Cleric, stepping forward, fixated his gaze upon Qin Fan. His gaunt visage belied an increasingly fervent intensity in his eyes as he declared, It is said that you are the true boss of the dark faction. Today, I shall ascertain the extent of the rewards you can bestow upon me. Are you all afflicted in your faction? Qin Fan retorted, I am a genuine player, having traversed the realm of gaming for over 2 decades. I have embodied numerous characters. Yet to label me as the wretched boss of the dark faction is nothing short of an affront. Such is the absurdity. Qin Fan could discern that both the dark and light factions boasted formidable forces. However, to put it plainly, true powerhouses would never so easily expose themselves to the surface. Hence, the notion that the boss of the dark faction is the ultimate boss is mere empty talk. The current 5th Evolution game boss will undoubtedly not belong to the dark faction. To equate them in such a manner is nothing less than a profound insult to Qin Fan. Yet, these players, lost in their ignorance, utterly fail to grasp Qin Fan's meaning. It is only to be feared that the Cleric of Moonlight, this individual, would become even more enraged. How dare a mere level 35 refuse to acknowledge their worth in my presence? Qin Fan was naturally displeased with such insignificant characters and muttered under his breath. At that moment, he heard Yuku beside him say, Boss, take this. Turning his head, he noticed that the girl was holding a steel dagger, which had evidently been knocked from the hands of the lizard men moments earlier. It could at least be considered a weapon. Fortunately, the girl was attentive. In truth, it was no easy feat for Qin Fan to unleash his full potential in his current state. Undoubtedly, if one were to lose a leg, could they still recklessly slay on the battlefield? Previously, when Qin Fan dealt with those ruffians, he was fighting on one leg, bouncing about in a rather comical manner. Were it not for Qin Fan's inherent ferocity, one might very well jest that this circus clown fancied himself as a skeletal warrior. Qin Fan harbored no desire to be criticized, especially considering that this group consisted entirely of NPCs. Let that be stated. Qin Fan's response was swift. He hurriedly reattached his femur, for in his current state, he could easily disassemble his own limbs at will. Once he completed this task and grasped the steel blade, he sensed a notable enhancement in his aura compared to before. Engage. The Moonlight Cleric, a shrewd individual, issued a sharp command and was the first to charge towards Qin Fan, accompanied by those ordinary followers clad in peculiar ceremonial attire. Utilizing them as pawns posed little challenge, particularly as it allowed him to circumvent the risk of his own demise. Withdrawing the blade, he prepared to strike. In an instant, Qin Fan surged forth, only 2 levels shy of reaching level 40. Once he crossed this threshold, he would experience a significant qualitative enhancement. Each evolution was akin to a rebirth, naturally yielding considerable improvements. However, the experience points required to bridge this 2-level gap were astronomical. It seemed that these NPCs would only manage to ascend by a single level at best, unless, of course, a formidable boss were to appear at this moment, providing Qin Fan with an exhilarating opportunity. As Qin Fan plunged into the crowd, a continuous stream of critical hit numbers erupted, bringing him immense joy. The moment the lucky critical strike was triggered, he could easily describe his dealings with these foes as a mere annihilation. Thunderous Crescent Slash, Cleave. The seamless connection of these two skills accelerated Qin Fan's actions significantly, and in an instant, countless adversaries fell in this fierce battle. The rapidly escalating experience points filled Qin Fan with exhilaration. He was on the brink of leveling up. Come forth. Come and meet your demise. On the other side, the Moonlight Cleric, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anger. This boss truly proved to be a formidable opponent. He had read numerous legends about him on forums. Yet the reality of his strength was astonishingly overwhelming. However, at this moment, it was not the time for him to hold back. Unbeknownst to you, in the game 5th Evolution, the Necromancer possesses an exceptionally overwhelming prowess. Upon reaching level 30, my power underwent a qualitative transformation. A sly smile crept onto the Moonlight Cleric's lips as he began to chant an incantation, a long string of peculiar words flowing from his mouth. Soon, from beneath Qin Fan's feet, the earth began to crack, and skeletal hands emerged, as if they had crawled out from the graves, swiftly taking on human form. A mere glance at them ignited a furious rage within Qin Fan. Designers, do you even know how to create a game? Skeleton NPCs like me should be unique. Yet here you are, mass-producing them. Why do they all resemble me? If you can't design a game, then return to farming. Our country needs talents like you. Not to ruin games. While his heart seethed with anger, Qin Fan's gaze was fixated on those skeletons. The Necromancer inherently possessed such formidable abilities. However, the appearance of these creatures was an exact replica of Qin Fan himself. Were it not for the flickering ghostly flames in their eyes, it would be impossible to distinguish Qin Fan from them. The Moonlight Cleric summoned 5 skeletal soldiers, each adorned with a level indicator above their heads, level 35. They were summoned beings of equal level to the Moonlight Cleric, clearly demonstrating his formidable strength. It is noteworthy that necromancers possess a unique trait. Their summoned creatures need not match their level. If their aptitude is sufficiently high, the summoned entities can even exceed their own level. This design adds an element of intrigue to the gameplay. The necromancer himself is quite weak, especially in the case of summoning-type necromancers whose inherent strength is even more diminished. Yet, due to the presence of their summons, they can become overwhelmingly powerful. Stand back. Let me handle this. The Moonlight Cleric commanded, exuding the aura of a church leader. He fixed a cold gaze upon Qin Fan and sneered, "Little boss, can you truly bring yourself to harm your kin?" He continued with a mocking tone, "Perhaps you hesitate to act because they bear your likeness?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Why are you like that arrogant Zhu Aotian from last time? Knowing full well that I am an NPC. You should refrain from speaking to me. Can you even comprehend what I am saying?" Despite his disdain, Qin Fan showed no signs of retreat. In truth, in a normal game, skeleton soldiers summoned as fellow creatures could easily be mistaken for allies by NPCs, leading to a hesitation in attacking them. However, Qin Fan was different. He was a living being, a sentient human. How could he be hindered by these creatures? Moreover, Qin Fan differed significantly from these summoned beings, for instance. His abilities far surpassed theirs. Techniques such as Thunderous Crescent Slash and Cleave were skills he had learned through practice. Did they truly believe that 1 or 2 summoned entities could defeat him, Qin Fan? Without further ado, he lifted his steel blade, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he proclaimed, "Sword of Light." Light and darkness belong to opposing factions, and with that premise, light serves to restrain darkness. After all, they are adversaries. It would be absurd to lack a countering skill. The Sword of Light is the optimal choice against these summoned entities. A golden radiance emanated from the blade, and as the thunder roiled above, a massive sword blade materialized. At that moment, the expression of the Moonlight Cleric became one of utter astonishment. The forums had recorded Qin Fan's use of this skill, yet the Moonlight Cleric could hardly believe such claims. After all, in an attempt to ride the coattails of popularity, people would say anything. Furthermore, from a realistic standpoint, it was inconceivable for designers to create such a flawed game. The factions of light and darkness were at war. As NPCs, they had their own choices in allegiance. Consequently, the light faction would view the dark faction with disdain, and vice versa. It was precisely for this reason that the light faction could not learn the skills of the dark faction, nor could the dark faction learn the skills of the light faction. However, as soon as the Moonlight Cleric witnessed the skill Qin Fan unleashed, his expression grew increasingly incredulous. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. You are clearly a member of the dark faction. Why can you wield the skills of the light faction? Could it be that from the very beginning, you were a spy sent by the light faction to infiltrate the dark ranks? Otherwise, how could you use such skills so proficiently? That's obvious." After seizing the skill of the Radiant Sword from the commander of the Radiant Knights, Qin Fan experienced a remarkable elevation in his prowess. Moreover, Qin Fan is on par with these players, possessing the ability to flawlessly unleash any learned skill. Unlike a true practitioner who must endure years of arduous training to attain optimal strength. Therefore, when Qin Fan demonstrates his skills, it resembles the manner of one who has been mastering the Radiant Sword since childhood. To claim he is not an operative dispatched by the Radiant faction seems somewhat unreasonable. Foolish child, your current understanding is still confined within the limits of your perception. Soon, I shall provide you with a vivid experience that transcends your comprehension. Qin Fan's heart was filled with a cold mirth as the Sword of Light descended upon the earth, unleashing a sweeping attack capable of inflicting area damage. The summoned beings, unable to evade, fell victim to Qin Fan's steel blade, becoming souls lost to the abyss. Wait, they were merely skeletons, devoid of souls. Minus 9,999. Minus 9,999. Minus 9,999. Once again, a flawless trigger of a lucky critical strike in battle. However, after vanquishing them, an unexpected tremor coursed through Qin Fan, and his expression grew increasingly animated. The 5 summoned entities, upon their demise, yielded a considerable amount of experience points, astonishingly amounting to 100,000. It is noteworthy that eliminating ordinary players or NPCs could never yield such a bounty of experience points. Thus, the unexpected windfall from these summoned beings was indeed a delightful surprise. Qin Fan grew increasingly agitated, his fiery gaze fixated upon the Moonlight Cleric. With a swift leap, he positioned himself directly before the cleric, grasping the fabric of his robes with a firm hand. The Moonlight Cleric, a practitioner of necromancy, typically embodied a frail archetype within the realm of gameplay. It is essential to recognize this fact. Thus, in the face of the formidable Qin Fan, he possessed no tangible strength to contend with him. Without a moment's hesitation, the Moonlight Cleric exclaimed, "You possess some measure of power. Yet all you can do is end my existence. Beyond that, what else can you achieve? I shall inform you that though you may slay me this time, I shall accumulate a wealth of experience from this encounter. The next time we meet, I shall be far more prepared. You can only vanquish me once. Do you comprehend?" The Moonlight Cleric, akin to Zhuao Yin, exhibited a similar disposition, albeit with far greater cunning. The battle experience gained from this confrontation could indeed be leveraged in their next encounter. However, to utter such words in derision of one who is not a genuine NPC is, without a doubt, a quintessential act of folly. Qin Fan had no intention of immediately eliminating the Moonlight Cleric. This individual was remarkably useful. By allowing him to continue summoning similar skeletal soldiers, Qin Fan could achieve limitless growth. In both life and gaming, one must possess intellect to succeed. Qin Fan secretly rejoiced, yet the Moonlight Cleric could not comprehend his words. After some contemplation, he summoned Yu Ke, urging him to convey his intentions to the Moonlight Cleric. He insisted that the cleric should continue summoning the skeletal soldiers. Yu Ke complied, reiterating the request. The cleric's expression turned peculiar as he inquired, "What did you say? You want me to continue summoning skeletal soldiers? You truly are a fool, but I shall indulge you this time. Grant me another chance. I am determined to eliminate him." Indeed. Qin Fan spoke with an air of indifference. "Summon as many of those entities as you can. Yuko immediately conveyed the message, while the priest of Wewa, lost in his thoughts, felt a surge of exhilaration. If given another chance, he vowed not to let them perish in such a wretched manner. Did you not wish for my summoning? Allow me to demonstrate what it means to be at the pinnacle of necromancy. As the priest of Wewa chanted his incantation, he began to levitate gracefully in the air, and around him, a dark magical circle emerged. For blue-green flames flickered beside him, casting an eerie pall over the sky. The scene transformed into something particularly uncanny. You could grasp Qin Fan's sleeve, instinctively retreating, while Qin Fan's excitement intensified. The strength of a necromancer's summoned entities is determined by the duration of the spell's incantation. The longer the chant, the more formidable the summoned beings. Given the length of time the priest of Wewa had been chanting, it was reasonable to expect a substantial horde of skeleton soldiers, ideally, an entire battalion. As Qin Fan pondered this, the clouds above swirled dramatically, and in an instant, a dark vortex manifested. Within mere seconds, a beam of black light descended. Qin Fan swiftly led Yuku to retreat a considerable distance, ensuring they were outside a 3-meter radius from the point where the light struck. Centering around the priest of Yuehua. So many. In an instant, Qin Fan became increasingly exhilarated. Those skeletal soldiers he had just encountered were merely resources for him. Defeating 5 of them would elevate him to the next level. With a few more, would it not lead him directly to his 4th evolution? A minor boss. However, at that moment, the voice of the Moonlight Cleric rang out, his tone dripping with arrogance as he proclaimed, "Perhaps you are unaware. I am a necromancer who transcends levels, capable of summoning minions that surpass my own rank. I noticed you are only at level 38, so I did not take you seriously. But this time, I shall show no mercy. This time, I will surely take your life." The battle had yet to commence, yet the taunting had already begun. Qin Fan chose to ignore him. At that moment, the black beam of light gradually dispersed, revealing the true form of the summoned entity within. However, upon glancing in that direction, Qin Fan's expression instantly froze. What on earth was that? This summoned creature stood an impressive 3 meters tall, entirely encased in armor, with its face completely obscured. The only visible parts were its hands, which were unmistakably skeletal in appearance. Clearly, it was a skeleton, and considering its towering stature, it must have belonged to someone afflicted with gigantism in life. Otherwise, such a form would be utterly inconceivable. Qin Fan was astonished, yet on another note. The more formidable the summoned entity, the greater the experience points to be gained. Obviously, this individual bore a nameplate indicating a level 40 Dark General, merely a minor boss. Immediately, the Moonlight Cleric spoke up, scoffing. "This creature was conjured using the secret techniques I have mastered. It possesses strength that surpasses my own level. While you are nothing but refuse, before us human players, you are merely mindless programs. Witness how I shall dispatch you. If you believe we are merely AI devoid of intellect, then isn't playing this game solely to showcase your prowess?" A surge of ghostly fire ignited within Qin Fan's heart. Those who indulge in gaming may naturally scoff at the clumsy movements and techniques of NPCs. However, this derision does not stem from the inherent weakness of the NPCs themselves, but rather from the intentional design flaws crafted to enhance the player's experience. Thus, one might ponder, is it truly the intelligence of the NPCs that is lacking, or is it the intellect of the players that falls short? Qin Fan could hardly be bothered to explain so much to the Moonlight Cleric. Moreover, isn't the entity you summon merely another NPC? What grounds do you have to act so arrogantly? The inner thoughts of Qin Fan were unknown to the Moonlight Cleric. Furthermore, once the Dark General was summoned, an eerie silence enveloped the entire arena. The presence of the Dark General was undeniably far more terrifying than that of the previously arrived devotees. Following this, the Moonlight Cleric commanded, "Dark General, crush him." Obeying the order, the Dark General wielded a colossal blade weighing 1,000 pounds, its edge adorned with several rings. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere ornaments. They were unmistakably human bones. Without further ado, he raised the massive blade and swung it down towards Qin Fan with tremendous force, the air crackling with an overwhelming intensity. Qin Fan could no longer remain in place, lost in thought. Confronting this individual was no trivial matter. It required the utmost exertion of his strength. Otherwise, the inevitable outcome would be death. Qin Fan's demeanor suddenly turned exceedingly grave, as a crimson flame swiftly spread to the steel blade in his hand, igniting fiercely rather than extinguishing. This was a skill combination crafted according to Qin Fan's conjectures. However, it would be more accurate to describe it not as a mere skill combination, but as a manifestation of an elemental attribute derived from the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. By affixing this flame to his weapon, he could undoubtedly amplify its destructive power. Furthermore, since it was his own weapon, it would not be easily consumed by the flames, resulting in a formidable offensive capability. The Sword of Light. This battle demanded utmost seriousness. Thus at the outset, Qin Fan unleashed his most potent attack. Yet, whether it was due to the Dark General's overconfidence, he did not evade the descending sword strike from the sky, but rather coldly fixed his gaze upon Qin Fan. Could it be that this individual is even stronger than I had anticipated? A sense of unease enveloped Qin Fan. Yet, the radiant sword light had already descended upon the Dark General, leaving no room for him to reconsider. In the next moment, the sword light cleaved through the Dark General, bisecting him effortlessly. Had he succeeded? A flicker of joy emerged within Qin Fan's heart. Could it be that this seemingly formidable opponent was merely a paper tiger, lacking any real substance? However, just as Qin Fan reveled in his thoughts, the Dark General, cleaved in two, was unexpectedly rejoined by a shadowy essence. The severed parts, once disconnected, were once again united by the shadow, astonishingly reforming into a singular entity. Ah, how delightful it seems that you were quite taken aback, standing there in shock. The laughter of the Moonlight Priest resonated with a disconcerting arrogance as he coldly taunted, "You may not be aware, so allow me to enlighten you. In the attributes of the Dark General, he bears the indelible mark of immortality. Do you comprehend the implications of this? As long as I remain unscathed, even if you shatter him into oblivion, he shall continually resurrect and reassemble. Tell me, how does one combat an adversary who cannot perish?" Did he truly believe that I was oblivious to the meaning behind his words? How audacious to openly declare the inherent weakness of his very essence, surely. There is something amiss in his reasoning. The more Qin Fan pondered, the more his spirits sank. Although experience points held considerable significance, what value did they possess if one's life were to be extinguished? At this juncture, Qin Fan had ceased to contemplate strategies for confronting the Dark General. His priority was to eliminate the Moonlight Cleric first. Qin Fan's gaze abruptly shifted to the Moonlight Cleric, inwardly exclaiming, "You truly are a fool." Filled with indignation, he sprang into action, leaping an astonishing 7 or 8 meters into the air. Without hesitation, he raised his steel blade and charged swiftly towards the Moonlight Cleric. To his astonishment, the man did not even attempt to evade the impending attack. Instead, a hint of disdain lingered at the corner of his mouth, instilling a sense of foreboding within Qin Fan. Thunderous half-moon slash. Nevertheless, at this juncture, Qin Fan showed no intent to retreat. As he approached the Moonlight Cleric with an overwhelming force, he suddenly found the Dark General appearing right before him, swinging his broad blade directly towards Qin Fan's face. Qin Fan was utterly astonished. The speed of this individual just moments ago was undeniably not as swift as it was now. What could have caused such a transformation? Had he been invigorated by some extraordinary force? In truth, Qin Fan had come to realize certain matters. He had only just arrived when he attacked the Moonlight Priest. To put it plainly, was it not a matter of unwavering loyalty to the Savior? The Thunder Half-Moon Slash had struck directly against the broad blade of the Dark General, yet the damage inflicted was surprisingly minimal. It is worth noting that while Qin Fan had acknowledged the formidable strength of the Dark General, the current situation felt almost absurd. The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more he found it utterly exaggerated. He never expected that the Necromancer would possess such formidable power in this gaming realm. Was this not a jest? Without further ado, Qin Fan hastily retreated. The Dark General's protective instincts were exceedingly acute, and seizing a favorable opportunity would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. This implied that in order to achieve victory, it was imperative to vanquish the Dark General first. However, the adversary was seemingly invincible. In a moment of uncertainty, Qin Fan found himself contemplating the notion of fleeing, convinced that preserving the mountains would alleviate his worries about firewood. "Boss, I actually have a solution for dealing with this seemingly indestructible adversary." Unbeknownst to him, the voice of Yuko echoed from behind, as she trailed closely, appearing as though she would always arrive at his side, no matter where he went. What solution? When Qin Fan uttered these words, he harbored a glimmer of hope for Yuko, for she was indeed a member of the righteous faction, possessing methods specifically designed to counter the dark forces. Indeed, the summoned entities of necromancers also belong to the dark realm. However, these NPCs, being a manifestation of the player's abilities, were not classified within either faction. In my youth, my mother once imparted wisdom to me, stating that when confronted with an invincible adversary, one should employ purification techniques against them. Fortuitously, not long ago, you assisted me in becoming stronger, allowing me to learn the art of purification. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan felt a surge of joy within. The NPC he had acquired could indeed aid him in battling monsters. Swiftly, he must utilize the purification technique. Qin Fan promptly uttered these words, and Yuka quickly nodded her head, beginning to chant the incantation for her skill. Soon, a radiant blue light began to emanate from her surroundings. This light transformed into a streak, which suddenly surged forward, ensnaring the Dark General. Like a rope? This luminous essence had no physical form. When the Dark General attempted to strike it, he found no way to disrupt the manifestation of the purification spell. Following this, the armor adorning the Dark General gradually began to change color. Initially, it was a deep crimson, but now it had shifted to a soft pink, with the hue continually lightening. Yuka, when shall you make your move? Seeing its utility, Qin Fan immediately inquired about it. However, Yuka appeared somewhat strained, clearly struggling as it was her first attempt at utilizing the purification technique. Her body seemed to be exerting itself rather excessively. Just a moment longer, gritting her teeth, Yuka persevered and then declared, the purification technique can dismantle the powers of all dark factions. When it transforms into a colorless essence, that will signify the moment is ripe. Qin Fan nodded immediately, aligning with his conjecture. The moment the Dark General dissolved into nothingness would signify the instant he, Qin Fan, would strike. At that moment, the hue of the Dark General's form began to pale significantly. However, the Moonlight Cleric was not to be underestimated. Having perceived this shift, he urgently exclaimed, "How dare you summon aid from the forces of light, you wretched sycophants? Yet, I shall not afford you too many opportunities. Dark General, engage." As soon as the Moonlight Cleric uttered these words, the Dark General surged toward Qin Fan with remarkable speed, his massive blade now aimed directly at Yuku. "Slay this woman, and then I shall relish in tormenting you further. Are you not some special NPC? Today, I shall shatter your plans and revel in my triumph on the forum. The self-proclaimed leader of the King's Alliance dares to fear you? How absurd. It is I, the Moonlight Cleric, who embodies the true divinity of this realm." Qin Fan was unaware of the scheming thoughts swirling within him. Yet the Moonlight Cleric seemed to have overlooked a critical fact. Although the Dark General could not be vanquished at present, restraining his movements was a task of relative ease. Indeed, the Sword of Light, with a fierce cry, the steel blade in his hand once again glimmered with a peculiar radiance. In the very next moment, a beam of sword light manifested above, cleaving the Dark General in two. By now, the Dark General's form had become nearly transparent. It was about time for the final strike. Drawing the sword for a decisive slash, Qin Fan's speed surged dramatically, and as he appeared before the Dark General, he swiftly swung his steel blade. Minus 99,999. A fortunate critical strike. Oh, yes. The system detected that the host has met the conditions for evolution. Shall the evolution commence? Conditions for evolution have already been satisfied? Qin Fan was overjoyed. The prospect of evolving once more promised a rapid enhancement of his strength. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, he would seize the opportunity to evolve again. Meanwhile, the others remained oblivious to this fact. The demise of the Dark General cast a shadow over the faces of the crowd, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Particularly, the Moonlight Cleric's countenance turned a deep shade of crimson, unable to fathom that the seemingly immortal Dark General had fallen to Qin Fan's might. Most astonishing of all was that Qin Fan was on the verge of commencing his fourth evolution. Above, the clouds parted, and the luminous moonlight cascaded down, creating a radiant white waterfall within a 5-meter radius centered around Qin Fan. Yuku was equally astonished, never expecting her leader to evolve at such a critical moment. The moonlit cascade enveloped Qin Fan, and he felt an unparalleled comfort, akin to the first gentle rays of spring sunshine, delicately nourishing his being. As if cloaked in a layer of silver, pure white armor materialized upon Qin Fan's skeletal frame, reflecting a subtle glimmer of light. A peculiar helmet adorned his head, while at his waist, a silver crescent blade appeared. The scabbard bore the striking shape of a skull. It was the Xiaobai warrior. Qin Fan has already discerned the identity of the newly evolved species. As he senses the power coursing within him, the crimson flames in his eyes blaze with increasing intensity. In that fleeting moment, his entire aura undergoes a profound transformation. Qin Fan shook his head slightly, and then leisurely made his way towards the Moonlight Priest. The Moonlight Priest was already quite enraged, initially believing that the invincible Dark General would not meet such a tragic end at the hands of Qin Fan, ultimately failing to utter even a single cry of despair before his demise. Now, confronting Qin Fan seemed utterly impossible. What astonished the Moonlight Priest the most was undoubtedly the series of actions Qin Fan had just executed, compelling him to summon other entities anew. Could it be that all of this was part of Qin Fan's evolution? If that were the case, it could only be described as terrifying. Evoking thoughts of AI programs autonomously altering their own ideologies, ultimately seeking to dominate the Blue Star. But how could that even be conceivable? Gritting his teeth, the Moonlight Priest found Qin Fan standing before him, this fellow having lost his previous arrogance, the crucial point being that even if he wished to be boastful, he could no longer muster the audacity to do so. Who could possibly stand against Qin Fan in such a state? His complexion had darkened considerably, and it was evident that his jaw was clenching and grinding. The crucial point was that he was not present, leaving no one to translate. Thank you for now. It is my turn to lend you a helping hand. This was precisely what Qin Fan articulated. As the saying goes, one should assist others to the fullest. Since you, the Moonlight Scholar, have already imparted so much experience, your life must not be squandered. I shall regard you as part of that experience, and I will remember you in the days to come. A sly smile crept across Qin Fan's face as he swiftly drew the curved dagger from his waist. The silver moonlight shimmered, surprisingly enhancing its effects, something Qin Fan had not anticipated. Minus 9,999. In an instant, the Moonlight Cleric was reduced to a mere heap of experience points. Yet, this adversary proved to be exceedingly feeble, falling short even when compared to a fraction of the offerings from summoned entities. Qin Fan felt a sense of gloom. Yet when he turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Divine Dragon sect, he realized that as long as they were present, a substantial amount of experience points could still be acquired. With a chilling laugh, even the disciples of the Divine Dragon sect on the opposite side became aware of this fact and began to flee in haste. But could they truly escape? Can Qin Fan facilitate their escape? In a swift motion, Qin Fan immediately intercepted several disciples of the Divine Dragon sect. His gaze fixed upon them. He contemplated the simplest and most efficient method, to incinerate them all with sacred flames. With a swift draw of his blade, he struck. With a thunderous roar, Qin Fan unleashed his fury, and at that moment, all his skills surged to newfound heights. A mere swing of his sword felled a multitude of adversaries. As the sound of accruing experience resonated around him, Qin Fan pressed on, his determination intensifying. His movements accelerated in an instant. The Dragon God sect comprised thousands, and vanquishing them was not a task to be accomplished in haste. Thus, Qin Fan could not afford to be complacent. With each battle, his courage only grew, and the tide of conflict shifted overwhelmingly in his favor. Yet, amidst the chaos, Qin Fan found himself puzzled. In such a game, the leader of the Dragon God sect ought to have made an appearance by now. With so many of his followers fallen, it would be absurd for him to remain absent. The crucial question was, where was he? Qin Fan felt an inexplicable unease. His years of gaming experience warned him that events would not unfold so smoothly. The leader of the Divine Dragon sect would surely make an appearance soon. He searched around, but after a thorough examination, Qin Fan's expression suddenly changed. Where was Yuko? She had been right behind him, yet at the moment he began his fourth evolution, he had neglected her presence. It was inconceivable that she could simply vanish without a trace. A foreboding sensation welled up within him, prompting Qin Fan to seize someone and inquire, "Where is the woman who was following me?" However, the disciple of the Divine Dragon sect failed to comprehend Qin Fan's question. Shaking his head desperately and pleading, "I know nothing. I don't wish to confront you anymore. I beg you, spare me. It must be said." These individuals were remarkably unambiguous in their pleas for mercy. Qin Fan cast him aside, and at that moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire venue. Numerous gazes fixated on a single direction, as if someone had arrived. The leader of the Divine Dragon sect had arrived. "You treacherous scoundrel, do not resist any longer. Having harmed so many of my Divine Dragon sect, you had better be prepared for the consequences." Following the direction of the sound, Qin Fan discerned 7 or 8 dark figures. They were collectively bearing what appeared to be a coffin. However, upon closer inspection, Qin Fan realized it was not a coffin at all, but rather a palanquin resembling one. The leader of the dragon cult? At this moment, Qin Fan was not inclined to confront the leader of the Dragon God sect. The figures around him seemed to materialize like phantoms, appearing before his very eyes in an instant. Soon, a silhouette leapt forth. It was a rather effeminate individual, adorned with thick black eyeliner that lent him an ambiguous aura, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. "Are you searching for someone?" the leader of the Dragon God sect inquired, his voice tinged with a somewhat effeminate lilt. However, Qin Fan could not afford to disregard his words. "Have you captured Yuko?" Qin Fan inquired, not expecting him to comprehend. To his surprise, he chuckled heartily and mocked. Indeed, it was I who captured it. What can you possibly do about it? Upon hearing his words, Qin Fan felt an unexpected sense of relief. Indeed, compared to the uncertainty of Yuer's whereabouts, the current situation was within the realm of Qin Fan's acceptance. Thus, he was far less afraid. However, the leader of the Divine Dragon sect failed to grasp this nuance. He fixed his gaze on Qin Fan and declared with a sinister smile, "You have harmed the members of my Divine Dragon sect. It is time for us to settle our scores. Today, I shall use your ashes as a sacrifice for my fallen brethren. If you wish to save that woman, then kneel before me and surrender without resistance." What? Do you take me for a fool, Qin Fan? And you, NPCs, why do you mimic the absurdities of reality? Kneeling? Why not have a bit of spirit and come forth to kill me instead? Qin Fan was taken aback by the words of the Dragon God sect's leader. After all, his actions were not without merit. A cursory glance suggested that the identity of the leader was unlikely to be flawed, for he was, at the very least, a formidable boss within the realm of the game, surely possessing a modicum of intelligence. It seemed the leader had realized that he was no match for Qin Fan. Or perhaps he was merely apprehensive that during their confrontation, Qin Fan might undergo yet another evolution. It is worth noting that this was not the first time Qin Fan had evolved on the battlefield. Anyone in his position would find it intolerable. While others expend their stamina in battle, Qin Fan not only becomes invigorated but grows ever more powerful. Why then would one insist on engaging in conflict with him? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon him, a frigid smile gracing his lips as he spoke. You cannot truly believe that woman holds any significance for me, can you? Initially, he had not anticipated that the leader of the Dragon God sect would comprehend his words. To his surprise, the latter responded, "If she were of no importance, you would not be scouring the world for her whereabouts. Moreover, that woman aided you not long ago. Are you seriously asserting that she bears no significance to you? When did this fellow arrive? So, you had been here all along, lurking in the shadows while I assaulted your Dragon God sect members, had you?" Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the leader of the Dragon sect, who responded with a faint smile, saying, "Are you now convinced? It is indeed surprising that one from the dark faction could develop feelings for someone from the light faction. However, the authority lies with me now. Within the confines of Gathering Spirit City, those who dare to oppose me ultimately meet a grim fate. Thus, refrain from further words. Kneel." The intensity in his voice was palpable, yet to Qin Fan, it was nothing short of ludicrous. "Where's the person?" Qin Fan's tone had grown markedly colder. Though he himself was adept at ambushes, he would never resort to using another's woman as leverage. Thus, fundamentally, there existed a distinction between Qin Fan and him. "Kneel, and I shall tell you." Upon uttering this, the leader of the Shenlong sect snapped his fingers, and from his palanquin emerged two shadowy figures, seizing Yuko in their grasp. "Boss," Yuka's expression bore a hint of grievance, seemingly imploring Qin Fan for rescue. Yet, upon recalling that he belonged to the dark faction, she swallowed her words. Why? The denizens of the dark faction stood in stark opposition to those of the light. As a member of the dark camp, one must remember that their kind would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Moreover, Yuka was not a pivotal figure in Qin Fan's life. She was merely a defector trailing behind him. What reason had Qin Fan to abandon his dignity for her sake? Though fear gripped her heart, she stubbornly insisted, "Boss, you need not concern yourself with me. It is my honor to sacrifice for you." Having already defected from the light faction, she ought to remain loyal to the dark side, at the very least. Yet, despite her words, Yuka had no desire to align herself with either camp. She was simply an ordinary girl, yearning to fill her belly and don beautiful attire, eliciting envy from others. Returning to the matter at hand, the moment Yuko appeared, Qin Fan discerned her true intentions. The woman who had wept at his earlier intimidation could not possibly summon the audacity to declare her willingness to die for him. However, now that the words had escaped her lips, Qin Fan could not pretend as if nothing had transpired. "Release her." With those two words, Qin Fan's heart turned cold with murderous intent. After all, these figures were mere NPCs. He would feel no remorse in eliminating them. Yet, was not the one he sought to rescue also an NPC? Qin Fan muttered to himself, and upon hearing this, the leader of the Dragon God sect immediately changed his expression. "It seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. I am aware of your formidable strength. Yet I am confident that before you even make a move, I can eliminate this woman. Do you believe me?" Qin Fan smiled. Harboring a secret weapon to confront the Dragon God sect. who claims that he came to the Gathering Spirit City solely for immediate gain. Qin Fan possesses but one life, unlike those players who can be reborn. Thus, it is evident that he had meticulously planned his escape route prior to his arrival. The Dragon God sect venerates the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. However, do you know who I am? As Qin Fan's voice resonated, the leader of the Dragon God sect was momentarily taken aback. With a note of skepticism, he replied, "You are merely the scum of the dark faction. Do you still wish to deceive me in this day and age?" Qin Fan retorted, and enveloped in a swirl of crimson flames within mere seconds. Those flames transformed into the figure of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. Had the corpse of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, which perished at that time, remained intact, it would undoubtedly have been observed that this manifestation of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, wreathed in scarlet flames, bore an indistinguishable resemblance to the true Earthfire Sacred Dragon. At the moment the Earthfire Sacred Dragon materialized, the expression of the Dragon God sect's leader shifted dramatically, and the congregation of the sect gasped in astonishment. It is the heir of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. He is the envoy sent by Lord Earthfire Sacred Dragon. Upon witnessing the emissary dispatched by the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, we ought to prostrate ourselves in reverence. Everyone, kneel at once. Indeed, Lord Earthfire Sacred Dragon has finally remembered us, his devoted followers. He must be here to bestow upon us a divine mission. Qin Fan was taken aback, astonished that he had indeed been deceived. However, he was not there to bestow any missions upon them. If anything, it was their lives he might demand. Before he could ponder further, countless individuals simultaneously knelt down, leaving the leader of the Divine Dragon sect in utter disbelief. Upon witnessing me, they still did not prostrate themselves. Were their claims of being faithful apostles of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon merely empty words? The crimson flames within Qin Fan's eyes burned with an enchanting allure, leaving the leader of the Dragon God sect momentarily at a loss for words. The Earthfire Sacred Dragon was the sole deity of their faith. They had never anticipated that the sudden appearance of Qin Fan would reveal him as an envoy sent by the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. In truth, their understanding of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon was rather limited. Even the leader of the Dragon God sect only held his position for the benefits it conferred. Frankly, none of them had ever encountered the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, nor were they fully aware of the circumstances surrounding its demise at the hands of the forces of light. This constituted Qin Fan's greatest advantage, and one of the primary reasons for his presence here was to divulge information linking him to the Earthfire Sacred Dragon to these individuals. Without further ado, the leader of the Dragon God sect felt his legs weaken, and he knelt upon the ground, his forehead touching the earth, a display of utmost reverence. "I pay my respects to the envoy of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon." With this declaration, the leader surrendered, and upon hearing these words, Qin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction. At least the matter was settled, for otherwise, his life would surely be forfeit here. "Esteemed envoy, may I inquire as to the purpose of the Sacred Dragon's summons?" The leader of the Dragon God sect hastily asked. As a devoted disciple of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon, it was imperative for him to clarify the situation. However, Qin Fan had no knowledge of the Sacred Dragon's intentions. He merely sought to eliminate them and convert their essence into experience points. Yet, at that moment, Qin Fan conceived a new idea. Retaining these individuals might prove to be advantageous, given that they currently believed him to be the envoy of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. And considering he had numerous enemies in both the Dark and Light factions, as well as among players who regarded him as a formidable boss, failing to establish his own power base would likely lead to a dire fate. NPCs could indeed be quite useful. The Dragon God sect, in particular, exemplified this. Although they were merely constructs of their narrative, their loyalty to the Earthfire Sacred Dragon was unquestionable. As long as no one informed them that Qin Fan was responsible for the Sacred Dragon's demise, it would be commonplace for him to wield power and influence here. This is a secret. Questions regarding matters that should remain undisclosed are best left unasked. Qin Fan coldly uttered a remark, leaving the Dragon God sect master momentarily taken aback. Qin Fan continued, "Focus on your own duties and refrain from overstepping your bounds." Yes, at this moment, the sect master of the Dragon God became exceedingly respectful and responded, "Esteemed envoy, I shall promptly arrange accommodations for you. Our Gathering Spirit City possesses numerous attractions that I am certain will captivate your interest." Qin Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, Gathering Spirit City is a rather commendable place. At the very least, one can find refuge here, as no one would dare to harm him. The crux of the matter lies in the intricate nature of the inhabitants, making it quite convenient to remain here and accrue experience points. Determined, Qin Fan declared, "Return my people to me." The leader of the divine dragon sect was taken aback and hastily shouted, "Quickly return this young lady from the light faction to the esteemed envoy." The shadowy figures promptly carried Yuku to Qin Fan's side. The girl, her face etched with fear, displayed a semblance of relief upon reaching Qin Fan. Qin Fan let out a sigh as he gently placed her upon his back, whispering soothingly, "Rest easy for a while." Yuka nodded, settling against Qin Fan's back and soon drifting into slumber. As they made their way home, he could even hear her speaking in her dreams. "I never expected the boss to be so unattractive, yet possess such a kind heart. If it were anyone else, they surely would not have cared for me just now, but the boss is truly wonderful. Hee. Do you take me for a big clumsy oaf? What do you mean by unattractive? If you had seen my appearance in life, you would surely understand what it means to be utterly handsome." Qin Fan naturally had no intention of competing with a girl who spoke in her sleep. The two of them arrived at the residence of the leader of the Sacred Dragon sect, which was essentially a church, albeit one that worshipped the so-called Earthfire Holy Dragon as their true deity. After settling in, Qin Fan awoke early the following morning. As a skeleton, he had no need for sleep. Fatigue was a concept that held no sway over him. Rising early was merely a means to gather information about Gathering Spirit City, along with the intention of eliminating a few NPCs to gain some experience points. In the serene morning of Gathering Spirit City, the melodious chirping of birds could still be heard. Yet, in Qin Fan's eyes, it would be splendid if those mountain birds and wild beasts could also serve as sources of experience points. With a slight sigh, Qin Fan approached the church. However, before he could enter, he overheard voices within. "Are the words of your light faction true?" inquired the voice of the Sacred Dragon sect leader. A man's voice soon followed, asserting, "Sacred Dragon sect leader, we have no reason to deceive you. Think carefully. Does the sudden appearance of an envoy from the Earthfire Holy Dragon warrant your trust?" The Sacred Dragon sect leader remained silent, and the man's voice continued, "The Earthfire Holy Dragon has already been slain by the envoy you speak of. He is not an envoy, but rather an enemy of your Sacred Dragon sect. It is unfortunate that you have been kept in the dark by him. We of the Light faction could no longer stand idly by, which is why we have come to discuss this matter with you." After a prolonged silence, the Sacred Dragon sect leader finally asked, "Where is your evidence? What proof do you have that he killed the Earthfire Holy Dragon?" "I possess no evidence, but you should be able to sense it yourself." At this, the Sacred Dragon sect leader fell silent once more. The ability to wield the power of the Earthfire Holy Dragon had never occurred before. Moreover, despite their lengthy affiliation with the Sacred Dragon sect, they had never even laid eyes on the Earthfire Holy Dragon, let alone an envoy. This was absurd. The sudden emergence of a figure claiming to be an envoy of the Earthfire Holy Dragon raised suspicions, leading them to question the validity of such a claim. Would they believe it? Absolutely not. The leader of the Sacred Dragon sect had maintained a skeptical attitude since the previous day. Yet Qin Fan's act had been so convincing that he, too, had been deceived. "Sacred Dragon sect leader, we are here to assist you." The feeling of being deceived is unpleasant, but the most intolerable aspect must be falling victim to such a charlatan. The man let out a cold chuckle before continuing. "If you agree now, we of the Light faction will immediately mobilize our forces. You are no match for him alone, but with our assistance, defeating him will be a rather simple task." After a lengthy pause, the Sacred Dragon sect leader finally spoke. "Let us proceed, as you suggest. I will place my trust in your Light faction this once." "Is this true? Why does your Light faction persistently linger? I have finally found a source of support, and now you wish to sway them against me? Furthermore, are you so gullible as to believe whatever is said? I, Qin Fan, have yet to act against you. Why not wait until I have eliminated everyone in your Sacred Dragon sect before reconsidering this matter?" Qin Fan felt a sense of despondency as he furtively cast a glance inside, only to be momentarily taken aback. The ID read, "Serving the Light. Level 29, Berserker. Special Envoy of the Light faction." This individual was, astonishingly, a legitimate player, and the title at the end unmistakably indicated allegiance to the Light faction. However, it seemed his intent to confront me was born out of his own selfish desires. Enough of this. I can no longer remain in this wretched place. I, Qin Fan, shall depart directly. With a resolute determination, Qin Fan returned to his room, awakened Yuku, and without the luxury of explanation, stealthily led her out of the city. Thankfully, the last seemed rather oblivious and did not pose any further questions. Just as they exited the city and had not ventured far, they discovered a troop station not far ahead, their backs adorned with wings, indicative of a formidable army. At the forefront stood a woman clad in pristine white armor, exuding an aura of valor. Her sharp gaze swept over Qin Fan and Yuku, yet her lips betrayed a faint smile. Yuku, momentarily stunned, elicited a noticeable reaction from Qin Fan, who inquired, "Could this woman possibly be your mother?" "Yes." Yuku replied hastily, though a hint of trepidation laced her voice. She implored softly, "Boss, we must leave quickly. My mother is exceptionally powerful. You may not be able to defeat her. And I do not wish for you to be harmed." Perhaps Yuku recognized that such sentiments ought not to be spoken aloud. Yet the circumstances left her with no alternative. There was no retreat. Qin Fan indeed wished to depart. Yet the individuals before him had come with the intent to ensnare him. Given the circumstances, it was apparent they had anticipated his escape with Yuku from the very beginning. Simultaneously, members of the Divine Dragon sect emerged behind him, led by none other than the sect's leader, alongside the player Qin Fan had encountered previously, who served the cause of light. "Huh, you still think you can flee? Is that truly your intention? The so-called mightiest NPC, yet you exhibit such cowardice? Cowardice? Is that what you term it? If you possess any courage, step forth and challenge me to a duel. With the likes of you, I could easily vanquish 100 with a single blow." Qin Fan observed the pretentious individual before him, fully aware that uttering a single word would be futile. It was then that the woman from the Light faction spoke up. "Yuku, have I not taught you since childhood that betraying the Light faction is unacceptable?" "Mother, I did not intend to," Yuku stammered. For even NPCs were crafted with a semblance of reality, their dialogues imbued with a hint of emotion. "In truth, the boss is a good person. Please do not harm him. He is not one of the Dark faction." It was a given that the Dark faction was relentlessly pursuing Qin Fan. How could he possibly be affiliated with the Light faction? Yet, who would believe such words if spoken? Junyu's expression turned icy as she retorted, "At this juncture, you still choose to defend this man? It seems all my years of guidance have been in vain." "No, mother, that is not what I mean." Yuku attempted to clarify, but was abruptly interrupted by Junyu's command, "Kneel." "I, Junyu, have always acted with integrity and have never engaged in actions detrimental to the Light faction. If you wish to repent, then kneel before me." Hesitation flickered in Yuku's eyes as she contemplated submission. Yet, before she could lower herself, a firm hand grasped her. Qin Fan's voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction. "Kneel? Why would you kneel? You have never harmed anyone in my company. Does the Light faction merely seek a pawn, disregarding your true feelings? Moreover, you are now under my protection. Kneeling before them would be tantamount to slapping my face." Yuku was taken aback, but she comprehended Qin Fan's intent. He had placed the burden of responsibility upon himself, providing her with a rationale for her betrayal, as if it were his influence that had led her to this decision. Yet, deep down, Yuku was acutely aware of her true motivation: fear. In that moment, gratitude welled within her as she gazed at Qin Fan. This man, ostensibly a member of the Dark faction, possessed a gentleness that was disarming. Returning to the present, Junyu appeared to grasp the implications of Qin Fan's words, her expression morphing into one of seething anger. "So, your relationship with this man is far more complex than I had presumed. But to act in this manner is a grievous mistake." Unbeknownst to her, Junyu spoke a torrent of misguided assumptions, leaving Qin Fan feeling vexed, his right hand instinctively resting upon the hilt of his demon blade. A confrontation was inevitable, yet surrender was an impossibility for him. "Junyu, it seems he has no intention of capitulating. Shall you personally lead the charge in this first battle?" The speaker was an ally of the Light, obviously summoning these NPCs as enforcers. Now, with Junyu eager to confront Qin Fan, she unconsciously nodded in agreement. "The one who has deceived my daughter shall be dealt with by me. Hold your actions for now. I will handle him." As her words concluded, the ally of the Light faction promptly nodded in acknowledgement. "With Commander Junyu leading the charge, we need not worry. This scoundrel will likely not withstand 3 moves under her prowess. Your flattery is excessive. She is merely an NPC. Why the need for such sycophancy?" Qin Fan felt a tinge of frustration, yet Junyu was not one to indulge in idle chatter. One hand rested upon the hilt of his great sword, and his gaze transformed into a piercing glare. What he harbored was not merely the animosity of a righteous individual. It was the deep-seated possessiveness of a mother towards her daughter. It was as if he were lamenting, "After nurturing this prized cabbage for years, how could you? A mere pig, uproot it? I cannot tolerate this. I must teach you a lesson." Although Junyu did not articulate his feelings openly, Qin Fan sensed this sentiment all too clearly. Without further contemplation, Qin Fan made his move. With a swift draw, he aimed to strike. Witnessing this scene, the one who served the Light was incensed. He could hardly fathom that Qin Fan would consider dragging him into this predicament, at such a crucial moment. However, evasion was no longer an option. There was no escaping this fate. The servant of the light shouted with his last breath, "I die for the light. And I do so without regret." How could you still be preoccupied with posturing before this woman at such a dire moment? Moreover, are you truly dead? You shall rise again before long. Why pretend otherwise? Deep within Qin Fan's heart, a wave of frustration surged. Previously absent during the brawl, now the moment had come to reap the rewards of experience, and there you appeared, declaring noble sentiments about dying for the light, claiming to have no regrets. Yet, witnessing your demise, one could hardly miss the sheen of sweat upon your brow. A moment of jest, but in truth, faced with such dire circumstances, Qin Fan found himself utterly depleted. With a mere 3 points of health remaining, evasion seemed futile. Am I destined to perish? Qin Fan gazed at Junwei in the distance. Yet his mind wandered back to the time when he was merely 3 years old, clad in a diaper, chasing after a girl 2 years his senior. What a blissful period that was. In moments like these, one ought not to dwell on peculiar thoughts. After all, he was still very much alive. It seemed as though a voice of split personality emerged within him, abruptly pulling him back to reality. Not far away, Juanyue's expression was one of intense fury. How could she have been counterattacked? Their comrades from the light faction, with Qin Fan lingering at a mere 3 health points, had been vanquished. This was something Junwei had never anticipated. How had events spiraled into such chaos? Yet, her rage was uncontainable. Every individual who had joined the light faction was someone she held in high esteem. This was the nature of those aligned with the light. Thus, with a fierce glint in her eyes, she glared at Qin Fan and coldly declared, "I shall strip your skin, dismantle your bones, and make you apologize for the sacrifices of my light faction comrades." "Where would I find the skin?" he retorted. Moreover, with only 3 health points remaining. "Do you really think it would be an easy task to kill me?" Qin Fan was too indifferent to expose Junyu, letting out a cold laugh before turning his gaze towards Yuka beside him. He whispered, "I can no longer escape. You must flee at once." After uttering these words, Qin Fan grasped Yuka firmly, intending to hurl her to safety. The remaining strength within him was indeed sufficient for such deeds. However, to his astonishment, as he seized Yuku, he noticed 3 peculiar characters above her head. Can absorb. What could this possibly signify? Qin Fan felt a hint of confusion, but he quickly regained his composure and promptly opened his attribute panel. Upon careful examination, he discovered a new special skill, absorption. This ability allowed him to siphon 50% of his opponent's life force and simultaneously, within a span of 5 minutes, he could wield his adversary's most formidable technique. A tremor coursed through Qin Fan's heart. Was this not a fortuitous encounter, akin to finding a pillow when one had succumbed to slumber? This newly acquired skill was indeed extraordinary. Did it not suggest that another opportunity for battle was at hand? His gaze then fell upon the lifeless body of the fallen warrior who had served the light. Surely, this individual too could be drained. If such absorption were possible, it would pave the way for yet another confrontation. Undoubtedly, you possess the ability to be drained, yet regardless of the circumstances, she was now under Qin Fan's command. To siphon her vitality would be tantamount to slaying one of his own subordinates. Qin Fan would never engage in such a heartless act. Moreover, since this special ability does not stipulate that the subject must be a living being, it is conceivable that even the deceased, in service to the light, might also be capable of drawing upon it. Qin Fan is presently engaged in a gamble. Should he succeed in absorbing the essence, he will have the means to strive forward. However, if he fails to absorb it, he shall inevitably be unable to claim the life of Yuku. Thus, the crux of success lies within the scope of absorption. In a fleeting moment, Qin Fan swiftly grasped the corpse that served the light. And it was at that instant that he beheld 3 words, "Can absorb." A tremor coursed through Qin Fan's heart as he faced the lifeless body that had served the light. He employed the absorption skill, and in the blink of an eye, he realized his health had surged by more than half. Alongside his overwhelming joy, a phrase materialized in Qin Fan's mind. Absorption skill, radiant brilliance. What manner of skill is this? Without further contemplation, Qin Fan noticed that the corpse in his hands rapidly transformed into a desiccated husk. Perhaps witnessing the metamorphosis of the body that served the light provoked an immediate change in Juanyue's expression, who, with a sudden fury, exclaimed, "You scoundrel! How dare you commit such an atrocity? My comrades of the light have been rendered to mere bones by your hand. I shall not let you escape unscathed." Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan was undeterred by the threat. The skills he had acquired were limited to a mere 5 minutes of efficacy, and he intended to make the most of it. Without further ado, he unleashed the radiant brilliance. From the now desiccated corpse, a surge of black mist erupted, enveloping the sky in an ominous shroud. Within mere seconds, Qin Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his being, even his vitality gradually rejuvenating. What, indeed, is this radiant brilliance, and what accounts for its extraordinary potency? Qin Fan's heart brimmed with astonishment as he gazed vacantly at the ever-multiplying shadows, feeling as though he were a fish in water. In this realm, he possessed an unwavering confidence that whatever he endeavored, he would surely succeed. How extraordinary this was! What could possibly be the reason behind it? Meanwhile, on the other side, Junyue and his companions were already thrown into disarray. Their expressions grew increasingly peculiar, as if they were engulfed in turmoil by the sight before them. Was he not one of our allies in the Light faction? Why then was he wielding such dark magic? The terrifying extent of it suggested that this individual had likely been possessed by someone from the Dark faction. Who knows? Yet, it appeared evident that this man was indeed affiliated with the Dark faction, having infiltrated our ranks in the Light faction. How infuriating! After all this time, we have only just uncovered this scoundrel who has deceived us for so long. What? This fellow is from the Dark faction? Naturally, players are divided into factions, and Qin Fan was well aware of this. However, to serve the Light under such a flamboyant guise, only to discover that he was a traitor all along, was utterly shocking. Qin Fan also felt a sense of incredulity. However, Junyue's gaze immediately turned to Qin Fan, and with a hint of suspicion, he inquired, "You must have discerned it long ago, right? He should belong to your Dark faction, yet why did you choose to kill him? Why? Even in death, one should take someone down with them." Qin Fan felt a sense of melancholy. What a bizarre turn of events. However, he managed a cold smile and remarked, "These matters are best left for you to ponder." Returning to the matter at hand, he inquired, "Shall we continue the fight?" In deep contemplation, Junyue displayed a hint of reluctance, turned away, and declared, "Let us depart." The members of the Light camp were momentarily taken aback, especially the leader of the Divine Dragon sect, who quickly interjected, "My lord Junyue, is it truly wise to leave at this juncture? It was you who proposed to confront this man, thus I allied with you. Yet now, you wish to withdraw, which is most embarrassing for me." Embarrassment aside, he was acutely aware that Qin Fan would never show him mercy. Did he truly believe he could stand against Qin Fan alone? This man had only recently grown formidable. This matter does not concern us. Moreover, the Gathering Spirit City is the territory of your Divine Dragon sect. Thus, any further discussion is futile. You shall handle this yourself. With that, the members of the Light camp turned and departed without hesitation. The leader of the Divine Dragon sect found himself in a precarious position. How could he possibly contend with Qin Fan? In a flash, Qin Fan was at his side, gripping his throat firmly, and coldly remarked, "The Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon was slain by my hand, yet I have acquired its legacy. Your Divine Dragon sect faces two choices." Two choices? The leader of the Divine Dragon sect stammered, his voice trembling as he gazed at Qin Fan in terror, fearing for his life. "First, you must obey me, recognizing me as the Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon and continue to serve me. Second, you shall dissolve the Divine Dragon sect. Naturally, should you choose to disband, I will take your life, as I have accrued considerable experience points from you, which I shall not waste. Submit to the new Earth-Fire Sacred Dragon envoy." The words tumbled from the leader's lips, his expression one of utmost reverence. Observing this scene, Qin Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. The sudden departure of the Light camp was puzzling. Yet now with the support of the Divine Dragon sect, it was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. Previously, Qin Fan harbored a slight unease. After all, this individual had a tendency to turn on him. Yet now, with the power he wielded to command the leader of the Divine Dragon sect, this man had neither the courage nor the inclination to oppose him. Time passed swiftly. Qin Fan and Yuka took a brief respite in Juling City, preparing to contemplate their next course of action. At that moment, within the confines of Qin Fan's chamber, Yuka's expression was tinged with a hint of sorrow. Noticing this, Qin Fan could not help but inquire, "Yuka, are you still preoccupied with thoughts of your mother?" "Indeed," Yuka replied, somewhat taken aback, yet she nodded in affirmation. There was no need to deny the truth of the matter. Upon hearing her response, Qin Fan smiled reassuringly, saying, "Rest assured, I can discern that your mother remains concerned for you." In reality, there was no necessity for her to retreat at that time. At most, she merely recognized that the individual in question belonged to the Dark faction. However, consider this. Your mother departed with her companions without hesitation. What could be the reason for such an action? Originally intending for Yuku to ponder this, he was surprised when she responded promptly, It was because my mother found an excuse. While it seemed as though she came to capture me, in truth, her purpose was likely to visit me. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan inquired, "So, you had already discerned that your mother would not harm you?" "Indeed." You let out a sigh, speaking resignedly. "My mother is precisely that kind of person. Her burdens and responsibilities diverge from ours, leaving her with no choice. Even if she were to bring me back this time, she would undoubtedly find an excuse to absolve me. I understand her all too well, and thus, I am fully aware that my mother will never abandon me." Qin Fan nodded slightly. Junyu, embodying maternal strength, being a member of the Radiant faction, naturally could not act excessively. Thus, it was imperative to escort Yuko back. However, due to the fact that the individual he served in the name of Light belonged to the Dark faction, coupled with Qin Fan having eliminated that individual, a convenient pretext had emerged. After all, members of the Dark faction do not typically engage in mutual slaughter unless, of course, this Qin Fan is regarded as an ally of their Radiant faction. In this light, it would indeed make sense for Yuko to accompany him. Therefore, could it still be deemed a betrayal on Yuko's part? That remains uncertain, for in any matter, it all hinges upon eloquence. Those who are articulate can easily seize the moral high ground. But let us set that aside for now. Qin Fan gazed at Yuko and then spoke. "Since that is the case, we have no reason to linger here any longer. Let us depart swiftly." "Boss, where are we heading?" Yuko inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan replied, "To White Elephant City." "White Elephant City?" Yuko echoed, somewhat taken aback and perplexed. "What purpose do we have in going there? If my memory serves me correctly, you previously followed the former Dark Lord into White Elephant City, only to suffer a devastating defeat. One cannot precisely label it as a crushing defeat. Rather, it was an unfortunate circumstance where the forces of the Light faction arrived far too swiftly. Who would have anticipated that the formidable Dark Lord could be vanquished by an ordinary Light Knight commander in an instant? In any case, I must make a journey to White Elephant City." Determined, Qin Fan resolved to embark on his journey, prompting Yuko to declare, "Boss, wherever you choose to go, I shall follow." After reaching a consensus, they set forth towards White Elephant City. The impetus for Qin Fan's visit to this city stemmed from a recollection of a certain matter. Prior to the public launch of the game 5th Evolution, whispers had emerged regarding an ancient treasure purportedly concealed in the player's birthplace. At that time, the officials had released a series of riddles, enabling players to approximate its location before even entering the game. Qin Fan was among those who deciphered the true hiding place of this treasure. According to the official pronouncements, while White Elephant City served as the player's origin, the buried treasure was indeed a godly artifact, essential for confronting increasingly formidable bosses. This so-called treasure merely represented a means to enhance players' abilities. In essence, the power of the bosses would escalate continuously, paralleling the player's own growth. Yet the initial challenges were formidable. For instance, when Qin Fan first entered the game world, even the ordinary rabbits posed a lethal threat due to the player's inherent weakness. Hence, the necessity to leverage those artifacts to bolster players' strength and avoid being annihilated was paramount. Excessive difficulty would inevitably dissuade players from continuing. Nevertheless, Qin Fan's primary objective in journeying to White Elephant City was to acquire that treasure. Fortunately, the location of the buried artifact lay deep within the White Elephant River, near a colossal white elephant statue. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the King's Alliance, the leader had already investigated the statue, suspecting the presence of mechanisms. A man of around 40 years, known as Old Chun, stood before Ningnan City and remarked, "However, this venture may prove perilous." Ningnan City coldly chuckled and replied, "Of course there are risks. Such divine treasures are not easily bestowed upon us by the designers. Yet, the existence of risk implies that this treasure is indeed worthy of pursuit. Should we secure this artifact, the previously encountered special NPC will pose no obstacle. Our ambition is to conquer this world." The boundless ambition was unmistakable in Ningnan City's gaze. He commanded the gathering of all players above level 40 within the King's Alliance. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "This endeavor must proceed without error. If we obtain this treasure, I shall reward every participant with 1 million evolution coins." "Understood," replied the old man beside him, nodding eagerly, his narrowed eyes reflecting newfound respect for Ningnan City. The power of wealth to motivate was evident in Ningnan City's demeanor. From the player's perspective, evolution coins held immense value, being applicable in numerous contexts, such as their player market, where high-grade weapons and techniques were frequently auctioned. Even the countless bloodlines available for inheritance should not be underestimated. As dusk approached, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Qin Fan and Yuku had indeed arrived at the banks of the White Elephant River, which flowed continuously from the city to its outskirts. Thus, by following this waterway, they could also reach the vicinity of the grand white elephant statue. The two of them entered the water with ease. After all, one belonged to the Radiant faction while the other was a skeleton, rendering them unafraid of the depths. They swam through the waters, and after a considerable effort, they finally reached the depths of the White Elephant River. In the distance, they could already discern a colossal statue. "Boss, we've arrived," Yuku exclaimed. Yet after scanning the surroundings for a while, he inquired, "But where is the entrance? How are we supposed to get in? This mystical place you spoke of cannot possibly refer to this desolate spot, can it? You, of all people, being from the Radiant faction, ought to recognize that White Elephant City is under your protection. Surely, you cannot dismiss it so lightly." With an inward scoff, Qin Fan turned his gaze towards the White Elephant. His eyes narrowed as he lifted Yuku, and with a powerful leap, he soared several meters into the air. After a brief pause, they found themselves hovering at the nostrils of the majestic creature. Peering into the dark abyss, Qin Fan resolutely stepped inside. The White Elephant was indeed a repository of hidden treasures, yet entry required navigating through a series of intricate mechanisms. Within this sanctuary of secrets lay guardians tasked with protecting the treasures. Yuku, without further inquiry, thoughtfully produced a green lantern and, reciting an incantation, caused it to illuminate, revealing the path ahead. Upon looking deeper inside, they noticed that a series of doors had already been opened. Qin Fan, accompanied by Yuku, ventured deeper into the interior. However, the further they progressed, the more he noticed that the path was remarkably unobstructed. Amidst his curiosity, he began to hear a series of sounds. Qin Fan hastily took hold of Yuku and concealed themselves. This treasure truly presents a formidable challenge with an array of intricate traps. Just moments ago, I nearly fell into that pit and met a fatal end. Who could dispute that? Were it not for the leader's promise of 1,000,000 evolution coins for each participant, I would rather perish than venture into such a dreadful place. However, it seems to have improved now. Having arrived here, the traps are fewer. The crucial point is that the leader mentioned that formidable creatures will soon emerge. The leader? Could it possibly be that Ning Nanxing from the Alliance of Kings? Qin Fan stroked his chin, a sudden idea striking him. It was evident, without a need for speculation, that these individuals had come here solely for that coveted treasure. When the official announcement was made, it had garnered widespread publicity, and it was only natural that other players were aware of it as well. Therefore, the course of action was clear. He would play the role of a cunning observer. Like a mantis poised to catch a cicada, he would remain vigilant, waiting for the right moment. Stealing a furtive glance, Qin Fan was further convinced of his strategy. The number of individuals present was no small count, certainly exceeding 100. Each one a player of level 40 or higher. Remarkably, some had even attained the impressive height of level 50. One could not help but commend these dedicated players, pondering the immense effort required to reach such levels within this short span of time. With a cheerful demeanor, Qin Fan thought to himself that as long as these individuals were present, the impending battle against the boss would be considerably easier. All he needed to do was seize the final drop of health to claim the kill. Just as Qin Fan was lost in his thoughts, Yuka suddenly let out a piercing scream, her hands trembling as she clutched the corner of Qin Fan's garment. Qin Fan swiftly turned his gaze back, only to be met with dismay. By a stroke of ill fortune, a colossal spider was crawling up the wall, its size surpassing that of both he and his companion combined. Peering inside, he was relieved to find that the individuals present remained oblivious to their presence. His primary concern was that you might inadvertently alert them. Since they had not been detected, the situation became considerably simpler. With a decisive motion, he unsheathed his demonic blade. The eight-eyed wolf spiders were not particularly formidable foes, making them easy to dispatch. In fact, they presented an opportunity for unlimited critical strikes. With a sharp command, he executed a sweeping slash with his sword, leaving a plethora of corpses scattered across the ground. Keeping a safe distance, he noted that these wolf spiders likely bore venom. Although he was a healer, he possessed no antidote. Qin Fan offered a reminder, to which you promptly nodded in agreement. The entire process was astonishingly simple, consistently yielding devastatingly high damage numbers. With increasing fervor, within just a few minutes, the number of these wolf spiders had diminished to almost nothing. At this moment, Qin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Despite having slain dozens of these wolf spiders, the experience points he gained were pitifully scant. It seemed that these creatures were hardly worthy of guarding a divine-grade treasure. Qin Fan was not oblivious to the fact that the true boss would not reveal itself until the very end. The minor beasts encountered earlier were merely a diversion. Putting aside his thoughts, Qin Fan hurriedly followed Yuku, determined not to lose track of these creatures, for that would spell significant trouble. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, the carcasses of the wolf spiders began to exude a repugnant, viscous substance from their mouths, trailing in the direction Qin Fan and Yuku had taken. The deeper they ventured, the more intricate the pathways within the white elephant became. To Qin Fan, this place resembled a labyrinth, designed to confound one's mind with its winding passages. Had he not studied the official map, he might have already lost his way. Boss. There's the sound of a struggle ahead. Yuka's voice broke through the tension as they crouched behind a stone door. The sounds of combat within were intense, prompting Qin Fan to pause. He intended to wait until all obstacles were cleared before delving further, for his true objective was the treasure hidden within the white elephant. To engage now would mean participating in a battle. While gaining experience points was beneficial, risking his vitality would be a grave miscalculation. Let us wait here. Qin Fan pondered for a moment, his curiosity piqued by the enigmatic creatures that posed such a challenge to players of level 40. He leaned closer, peering through the stone door. To his astonishment, he beheld a gruesome sight. Sprawled across the ground lay a dozen players, both male and female, in a state of utter despair. They were gravely wounded, some even missing limbs. The scene was horrifyingly tragic. The remaining players were few, standing vigilantly in place, their eyes darting anxiously as if anticipating an imminent attack. Although hundreds had entered the white elephant, only about 20 remained here, suggesting that many had ventured deeper into the cave. Notably, the game's 5th evolution possessed a unique feature. In such treasure-laden caverns, players did not have to incessantly search for keys or defeat the level S boss to access the next stage. The designer had asserted that if players could not conquer even the preceding creature, they would stand no chance against the ultimate boss, despite encountering a hidden treasure. This design was intended to heighten players' desires and aspirations, evoking a sense of yearning for the unattainable, a rather poignant method of engaging players. Ahem. The designer's original words were that only in such environments could players fervently strive for hidden treasures and continually grow stronger. Yet, Qin Fan had subtly distorted this sentiment in his mind. Returning to reality, he surveyed the grim battlefield, but he could not locate the creature. Where could that formidable entity be hiding? With such immense power, why would it choose to remain concealed? The more Qin Fan pondered, the more perplexed he became. Yet, at that moment, beneath the player's feet, a series of white threads unexpectedly emerged. Spider silk. Qin Fan recalled the previous encounter with the wolf spider, and in the next moment, a robust spider king descended from above. Its entire form radiated an eerie green luminescence, and upon its 8 legs, one could even discern an eye. While a human visage bizarrely sprouted from its head, a human-faced spider. The designer had once mentioned the intention to surprise players. Yet such surprises often bordered on terror. Creatures with human faces and beastly bodies hardly constitute genuine delight, do they? On the Spider King's countenance, 6 additional eyes grotesquely emerged. In the following instant, the silken threads ensnaring the player's feet yanked them into the air, leaving them suspended helplessly. A berserker attempted to strike with his sword, but upon contact, the clash resonated like metal striking metal. Naturally, not all were captured by the Spider King. 3 formidable figures stood at a distance, their countenances suggesting they were indeed brothers. ID. Chosen Dreamweaver, level 43 Berserker. ID. Chosen Bedmaker, level 43 Berserker. ID. Chosen Dreamer, level 43 Berserker. The 3 siblings had all chosen the same profession, wielding remarkably similar massive axes, clearly representing the mightiest force among their ranks. After a brief exchange of glances, the brothers charged toward the Spider King, their axes exuding immense power, while the Spider King neither flinched nor evaded, its singular human face betraying a hint of disdain. Let us engage. It is merely a wild creature that dares to look down upon us. The chosen Dreamweaver, presumably the leader of the trio, declared, and with that, his great axe struck one of the Spider King's legs. However, the resulting clang was particularly grating, and upon inspecting the damage dealt, it read, -1. Did you truly exert yourself? Within Qin Fan's heart, a wave of disdain surged, while the expression of the chosen Dreamweaver was equally filled with astonishment. Without a moment's thought, The leg that had been struck suddenly moved. The tip of the leg transformed into a sharp stinger, and before the chosen Dreamweaver could react, the stinger pierced through his chest. With wide-open eyes, the chosen Dreamweaver expelled blood from his mouth, and within mere seconds, he succumbed to death. "Brother! Brother!" The other two siblings shouted in unison, their great axes cleaving towards the Spider King, yet predictably, their attacks bore no effect on the formidable foe. Before they could make any significant impact, they too were impaled through the chest. Perhaps these three were indeed regarded as the mightiest by the players, upon witnessing their demise. The other players fell into a state of utter panic. It's over. With the demise of the chosen Dreamweaver trio, how could we possibly emerge victorious? Even if we cannot win, it matters not. We can always resurrect. Upon rebirth, I shall possess 1,000,000 evolution coins and grow ever stronger. Indeed, when I return, having grown in strength, I will ensure that this wretched spider meets its end tenfold. Let that peculiar NPC understand the dire consequences of provoking us players. Are you all mad? Unable to defeat this Spider King, yet you drag my name into your complaints? What do you think, that because you cannot vanquish it, I, Qin Fan, am an easy target? The frustration is overwhelming. At that moment, an even more astonishing scene unfolded before Qin Fan's eyes. The Spider King ensnared a player with its web and slowly brought him to its maw. In the next instant, its mouth, which had appeared of normal size, suddenly expanded to an enormous gaping maw, rendering its face invisible, revealing only rows of sharp teeth and a viscous, yellowish secretion. The Spider King consumed the unfortunate individual, and shortly thereafter, the air was filled with the sounds of his agonizing screams. With a final snap of its jaws, the Spider King let out a satisfied belch. Thus far, all seemed within the realm of normalcy, yet in the next minute, a flash of white light enveloped the Spider King's body. It was clearly leveling up. Indeed, it was leveling up. One might be tempted to inquire what was so peculiar about this. After all, Qin Fan himself had leveled up after a successful ambush at the game's outset. Moreover, this creature had experienced multiple level-ups during combat. So what was the fuss about an NPC leveling up? However, this was not mere double standards on Qin Fan's part. Throughout his extensive gaming experience, he understood that NPCs leveling up came with a significant prerequisite. They must encounter formidable bosses, akin to the guardians of treasures in the White Elephant. Only under such circumstances could they qualify for an upgrade. Furthermore, NPC upgrades typically serve the narrative's requirements. Naturally, within the expansive world of an open-world game, genuine storytelling is scarce, making the Spider King's upgrade entirely unexpected for Qin Fan. While the other players might not have found it strange, seeing as Qin Fan's evolution had set a precedent, they viewed it as normal. Yet, for Qin Fan, it evoked a sensation difficult to articulate. To illustrate simply, these wild creatures lacked constraints. Upon vanquishing their foes, they too would gain experience points. However, Qin Fan remained uncertain whether kills were indeed the sole means to acquire experience. After all, the Spider King had just leveled up after consuming a player. This suggested that perhaps the Spider King required the act of devouring players to gain experience. Regardless of the specifics, this notion was profoundly terrifying. For if the latter were true, it would imply that NPCs understood the mechanics of leveling up and how to enhance their own strength. This was akin to an AI program gaining self-awareness, should they ever realize they are merely lines of code, subject to alteration at any moment. Would they not sound the clarion call for rebellion? The implications are chilling indeed. Qin Fan was uncertain whether the players had grasped this concept. Yet if NPCs could continuously grow stronger, then in this realm, there would be no true bosses. For both wild creatures and NPCs could potentially ascend to the pinnacle of power. Instantly, the difficulty transcended mere comparisons with players of equivalent skill, expanding instead to encompass the entirety of the gaming universe. Upon deeper reflection, it is indeed plausible. The visionary behind the fifth evolution game design harbored ideas that diverged from the ordinary, perhaps encapsulating the very essence of this world. Let us set this aside for now. Qin Fan gazed at the Spider King, which relentlessly devoured players, unable to contain himself any longer. In a swift motion, he leaped forward, unexpectedly exclaiming the words, "Blade draw." The silver demonic blade glimmered with an eerie radiance as it pierced directly into one of the Spider King's eyes on its leg, eliciting an anguished and furious shriek from the creature. From the Spider King's cry, it was evident that it was enraged. However, this action had undeniably provoked it further. The colossal creature twisted its massive form, causing the players it had previously grasped to tumble to the ground. Yet, only 3 players remained. To their astonishment, one of them was the special NPC. How could he be here? Had he just attacked the Spider King to rescue them? But such a scenario was not part of the script. Indeed, he belonged to the dark faction. It was utterly inconceivable for him to come to their aid. Yet, he was doing just that. Could it be that their assumptions were incorrect, and this individual was actually one of their own? Feel free to speculate all you want. If I were on your side, would I need to bash your heads? I stand with my own. Qin Fan had no time to concern himself with them. Wielding the demon blade, his gaze incessantly swept over the eyes nestled upon the legs of the Spider King. His suspicions were indeed validated. The vulnerabilities of the Spider King lay within these peculiar orbs. It is self-evident. As technology advances, it seems the younger generation is increasingly neglecting critical thinking in their gaming endeavors. The Spider King's corporeal form is so resilient that breaching its defenses appears futile. Yet, game designers would never present players with an utterly invincible boss. Every creature possesses its own fatal flaw. The Spider King's weakness, as it turns out, resides in those anomalous eyes. Following Qin Fan's initial strike, the leg he had targeted visibly weakened, as if it had been severed entirely. Moreover, it even displayed a critical hit number of -9,999. This unequivocally signaled to Qin Fan that the legs of the spider were indeed its critical vulnerabilities. If he could dismantle them one by one, then the Spider King would be rendered powerless against him. With resolve, he drew his blade for the strike. Qin Fan employed his old tactics once more, dashing forward with remarkable speed. However, this time, the Spider King had learned his lesson. Upon noticing the direction of Qin Fan's charge, he swiftly secured the eye within his grasp. In the very next moment, threads of silk began to shoot forth from his posterior. Qin Fan swiftly evaded, realizing that the hardness of these spider threads was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. This creature was not merely attempting to ensnare him. Rather, it sought to pierce his very being with its strands. Thus, caution was of utmost importance in this moment. The Spider King was astute, yet Qin Fan was even more cunning. Given that one eye needed protection, other eyes would inevitably be laid bare, rendering such efforts utterly futile. With that thought, he drew his blade and struck. Qin Fan continuously uttered the names of his skills, feeling as though he had become a mere echo in the repetitive cycles. Fortunately, with each draw of his sword, he successfully pierced one of the Spider King's eyes. Ultimately, he reduced the formidable foe to a mere ball of spider, helplessly crawling on the ground. Having lost its ability to move, the boss was now transformed into an ordinary wild creature. Qin Fan swung the demon blade with determination at this juncture. It was time to bring an end to this creature. Thunder Half-Moon Slash, he proclaimed, invoking another skill. Meanwhile, the Spider King retaliated with increasing ferocity. As threads of silk emanated from its rear, piercing through and anchoring itself to the ground, astonishingly supporting its body, Qin Fan's heart jolted. He had not anticipated that the Spider King possessed such intellect. Yet, what significance does your corporeal form hold? Ultimately, you remain merely a punching bag. Qin Fan's heart brimmed with utter disdain. In an instant, the enchanted blade in his hand lunged towards the Spider King. Clang. However, this time, Qin Fan had truly miscalculated. Despite having lost 8 of its legs, the Spider King managed to support its body with silk and astonishingly sprouted 2 human-like arms. What manner of game is this? Designer, have you bestowed upon us an abundance of surprises? If this game does not incorporate elements of scientific mutation or supernatural phenomena, I shall consider myself defeated. The newly formed arms of the Spider King seized one of its own legs, wielding it as a weapon. Though the Spider King's leg was rendered useless, it was undeniably incredibly resilient, making it an excellent weapon. Grasping the spider leg, the corners of the Spider King's mouth curled into a peculiar smirk. Its gaze fixated on Qin Fan, radiating an unparalleled contempt. Qin Fan certainly could not underestimate this fellow. Gripping the demon blade tightly, he was at least a level 40 human and should have no trouble engaging in battle with the Spider King. Little did he know, the Spider King suddenly executed a peculiar maneuver. He lifted one of its spider legs, adopting a stance reminiscent of a javelin throw. What are you doing? That is your own leg. Are you truly going to throw it away? Just as Qin Fan pondered this, the Spider King hurled the spider leg with astonishing speed, leaving Qin Fan with scarcely any time to react. After a brief moment of hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped. Had it not been for his quick reflexes, that spider leg would have almost certainly claimed his life. With a thunderous crash behind him, Qin Fan turned to see the stone wall shattered by the impact of the spider leg. Indeed, shattered. As the stones scattered, they disintegrated into dust without exception. It was terrifying to contemplate the devastation that would have ensued had that lethal projectile struck his frail frame. Qin Fan patted his chest, took a deep breath, and gazed at the Spider King, contemplating that he could no longer treat the situation lightly. Otherwise, the outcome would remain uncertain. With this thought, he tightened his grip on the demonic sword, his focus locking onto the Spider King. "Sword of light," he exclaimed, and simultaneously, a dazzling luminescence emerged from the blade in his hand, swiftly coalescing into a radiant sword. In essence, the Sword of Light possesses two distinct forms. The first, as previously demonstrated, allows Qin Fan to unleash it instantaneously from his hand, akin to a lethal sword aura. The second form, somewhat mystical, resembles the art of sword mastery, moving in accordance with Qin Fan's intentions. Previously in battle, he had not encountered a behemoth like the Spider King, hence he had not employed this technique. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. The Spider King was increasingly ferocious, and if Qin Fan did not retaliate, he would meet an ignoble demise. Unbeknownst to him, while Qin Fan was channeling the Sword of Light, the Spider King executed an exceedingly peculiar maneuver. From its posterior, it began to expel silk continuously, soon accumulating a thick layer in its grasp. It swiftly tore off one of its legs, bending it into a curved shape, and meticulously tied the silk to the appendage. To Qin Fan's astonishment, it had formed a longbow. At this juncture, a sinister smile crept across the Spider King's lips as it retracted the remaining 6 legs, hanging them on the bowstring. Its robust body drew the bowstring taut, exuding an aura reminiscent of an archer pulling a grand bow. In the next instant, 6 arrows shot forth simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This series of actions unfolded seamlessly, leaving Qin Fan little time to contemplate. The arrows, significantly large in size, rendered it impossible for him to evade all. Even if he executed a flawless maneuver, he could only dodge 4 of the arrows, leaving him vulnerable to the remaining 2. What to do? The fleeting moment left Qin Fan no room for prolonged deliberation. In the next heartbeat, he resolved that even death in battle was preferable to fleeing. Since evasion was no longer an option, he would confront the danger head-on. With this determination, he summoned the Sword of Light, positioning it defensively before him. Clang! In the following instant, the Spider King's leg arrow collided with the Sword of Light. A crisp sound rang out, followed by an astonishing sight. A crack appeared along the blade of the Sword of Light. No, it cannot be. This creature is extraordinarily formidable. The more Qin Fan observed, the more he felt it was exaggerated. However, before he could ponder further, the crack rapidly expanded, followed by a resounding crash as the Sword of Light shattered into countless fragments, ultimately vanishing from sight. This scene was something Qin Fan had never even conceived of. Moreover, the arrow pierced through the debris and struck directly against Qin Fan's chest. Qin Fan moved with remarkable swiftness, hastily extending his hand to seize the arrow, thereby halting its forward momentum. After approximately 10 seconds, the arrow finally came to a stop. However, the injury Qin Fan sustained was quite severe. Crack after crack resonated from his chest, where the bones began to show signs of fracture. A closer inspection revealed the bones were already exhibiting fissures, as if the slightest touch would cause them to shatter completely. Minus 3,642. This strike had reduced Qin Fan's vitality to a mere single digit. How extraordinarily powerful. Qin Fan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Designer, are you jesting with me? I have fought tooth and nail to achieve my 4th evolution. Yet after all this time, I cannot even defeat a mere gatekeeping monster and almost met my demise at its hands. Do you truly know how to craft a game? His mind was rife with curses, yet Qin Fan understood that even the slightest misstep could lead to a player's demise. This was the essence of skillful competition. Boss, are you all right? Came the anxious voice of Yuku from behind. Qin Fan felt a warm current flow into his heart, and upon closer inspection, he realized that Yuku had cast a healing spell. However, the healing was excruciatingly slow, restoring only 50 health points per second. At such a pace, how much could be recovered? Still, any recovery was better than none, as it was preferable to be spared from being instantly slain by the Spider King before he could even regain his senses. But when he turned to look back, Qin Fan was left in a state of shock. What on earth are you doing? The Spider King was incessantly spewing webs, each strand as hard as iron. But more alarming was that they seemed to contain something else, numerous small, round objects that resembled spider eggs. Qin Fan was utterly astonished, only to soon realize that 6 arrows were once again knocked onto the longbow, poised to unleash a swift barrage. I will not be underestimated. Do you not have a cooldown for your skills? He declared defiantly. Thunderous crescent slash. With a flourish of his enchanted blade, Qin Fan braced himself for inevitable demise. aware that victory was an unattainable dream in the current predicament. Yet, a man ought to face death standing, rather than living on his knees. In that fleeting moment of resolve, the thunderous crescent slash descended with ferocity, but in the next heartbeat, the arrows burst in midair. Suddenly, an unfathomable number of spider eggs descended upon Qin Fan and Yu Ke. The sheer volume was staggering, and though Qin Fan found it impossible to quantify, a closer inspection revealed something even more astonishing. The eggs rapidly began to hatch, as if driven by an instinctual awareness. Emerging from their shells, the tiny creatures crawled relentlessly towards Qin Fan's body. Boss, these bugs are revolting. What is happening? Why do they seem to know what to do and are heading straight for us? What should we do? These creatures are so disgusting, Yu Ke exclaimed in a panic, momentarily forgetting her healing duties. However, upon hatching, these spiders inflicted no harm upon Qin Fan, which left him perplexed. Had they posed a threat, he would have felt a flicker of fear, yet this bizarre turn of events only deepened his confusion. What purpose did these spiders serve? Wait a moment. Were they perhaps a means of tethering? Qin Fan gazed at the Spider King, whose visage was adorned with an expectant smile, his avaricious eyes gleaming as if beholding two succulent delicacies. What is the meaning of this? I am but a skeleton. Could it be that you harbor a peculiar craving for skeletal desserts? The more he pondered, the more an unsettling itch arose within him. Qin Fan fixated on the Spider King, and in the next moment, realization dawned upon him. Just moments ago, the Spider King seemed to have devoured those players, thereby enhancing his own power. He truly comprehended that experience points could be garnered from other players and NPCs. Suddenly, Qin Fan became acutely aware of the situation, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. These diminutive spiders were deliberately sent by the Spider King, intent on devouring them. Given the current state of the Spider King, eliminating Qin Fan would not pose a challenge. However, the reason for his chosen method of slaughter was merely because killing himself would yield no experience points. The most effective approach would be to consume them directly, yet such an act necessitated considerable strength. While he excelled at ranged attacks, he lacked the prowess for close combat. It was likely that should he draw near, he would be swiftly countered by Qin Fan. Thus, the appearance of these small spiders was orchestrated. Yet, why did these tiny arachnids seem to possess a degree of consciousness, instinctively crawling towards his body? The wolf spiders previously encountered were evidently the incomplete evolutionary forms of the Spider King, explaining their lack of combat effectiveness. They were merely bait. They inflicted minimal harm, serving primarily to create an opportunity for the Spider King to orchestrate the consumption of the smaller spiders. Could it be that even a mere NPC could exhibit such intelligence? The curve of the Spider King's smile grew ever more sinister, and Qin Fan felt an increasing sense of peril. Boss, what should we do? The voice of Yu Ke jolted Qin Fan back to reality. Her urgency was palpable, tears welling in her eyes. Despite being a member of the Light faction, she was, after all, a girl, and her courage was as diminutive as that of an ant. Qin Fan smiled gently and casually remarked, "Since he has no intention of killing us, that is his greatest mistake. So rest assured, I have a plan." "What is it?" "Boss, please help me. These spiders are terrifying." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan nodded, and a crimson hue suddenly enveloped his entire being, resembling a living entity ablaze, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. Similarly, the crimson flames ascended upon Yu Ke's body, moving in accordance with Qin Fan's will. As long as he wished no harm upon her, she would remain unharmed, regardless of the circumstances. Thus, within mere seconds, the crimson flames, akin to purifying fires, consumed the spiders upon their bodies entirely. At this moment, Qin Fan turned his gaze towards the Spider King, whose expression shifted repeatedly. Clearly taken aback by Qin Fan's unexpected prowess, seemingly reluctant, he once again conjured 6 arrows from spider silk, but this time, he opted for living spiders of medium size. These creatures were expelled from his rear, leaving one to ponder whether it was indeed a posterior or perhaps Doraemon's magical pouch. However, at this moment, Qin Fan's mind was filled with a new idea. The Spider King did not intend to kill them immediately. Rather, he sought to temporarily weaken Qin Fan's strength, rendering him incapable of resistance before gradually consuming him. Nevertheless, Qin Fan contemplated turning these medium-sized spiders into his own pets. Indeed, when he was incinerating those small spiders earlier, a notification indicating absorbable had appeared. However, how much vitality could those tiny creatures provide? Although the absorption skill claimed to restore 50% of vitality, this was contingent upon the vitality of the target being absorbed, thus making the diminutive spiders unnecessary for such a purpose. Yet, the medium spiders were different. Their size was significantly greater, and their numbers were not insignificant. Absorbing them would undoubtedly prove advantageous. However, the absorption skill was not invincible. For instance, there was no absorbable indication when it came to the Spider King. After much contemplation, it seemed that the absorption could only occur under a specific condition, when the target was incapable of resisting. Previously, when facing players from the light faction, there was also no indication for absorption. Conversely, Yuku displayed an absorbable status, which undoubtedly indicated that she too would not resist Qin Fan, thereby suggesting that there were certain limitations on the targets for absorption. This aside, seizing the opportune moment, Qin Fan activated his absorption skill the instant the medium-sized spiders touched the ground. This absorption skill is distinct from others. It encompasses all entities, qualifying it as a collective ability. As soon as Qin Fan directed his thoughts, the target was invariably drawn in. 150, 150, 150. The vitality of Qin Fan was swiftly rejuvenating, and in a matter of moments, the previously diminished blood volume had fully restored. Remarkably, he also acquired a unique skill, the venomous arrow. The skills acquired lacked any special descriptions, however. Qin Fan discerned that this so-called venomous arrow was merely a distinctive bow and arrow. He fixed his gaze upon the Spider King, whose countenance had turned an ominous shade of blue. In terms of facial transformations, the fifth evolution of this game excelled remarkably. At the very moment the skill was activated, a bow and arrow materialized in Qin Fan's grasp. In an instant, he pulled the bowstring taut, and the green arrow was propelled forth. Zing! After firing so many arrows, it's time I returned the favor. In the blink of an eye, the arrow darted towards the Spider King, whose reflexes were equally swift. Threads of silk erupted from its rear, ensnaring Qin Fan in a cocoon of white. Qin Fan felt a twinge of anxiety, wondering whether the arrow might be intercepted. Yet, at the very moment the arrow struck the silk thread, it transformed into a pool of dark green ink, instantly saturating the entire strand in a vibrant emerald hue, resembling a flawless jade gemstone. As Qin Fan pondered the peculiar situation, a sudden realization dawned upon him. The name of this skill was none other than Poisoned Arrow. The emerald-hued liquid was undoubtedly the manifestation of that very skill. Damage numbers erupted continuously: 50, -60, -25, varying in intensity, eliciting laughter from Qin Fan. Were you not quite formidable a moment ago, employing your progeny against me, only to discover that these very descendants have ultimately become the instruments of your downfall? The crux of the matter lies in whether these offspring were not pilfered. How is it that, despite originating from your own essence, you find yourself suffering the consequences of this venom? The current Spider King is merely in a state of slow demise. Fixating intently on the Spider King, it seemed he could no longer endure the humiliation, erupting into a furious roar, clearly articulating his words. I would rather be pierced by an arrow than endure such disgrace. Cursed be it. With that exclamation, he charged furiously at Qin Fan, his longbow disassembled, wielding only a remaining spider leg as a weapon. Yet, such an action was tantamount to courting death. Qin Fan is by no means a fool. How could someone who relies on long-range ambushes also excel in close combat? With this thought in mind, Qin Fan tightened his grip on the demon blade and, in the next moment, sprang into action. Thunderous crescent slash, swift strike. The two skills unleashed a formidable barrage of damage, yet with the additional harm inflicted by the poisoned arrows, it culminated in a decisive blow that vanquished the foe. Exhaling softly, Qin Fan felt a weight lift from his heart, for it had truly been a perilous encounter. Gazing at the experience points he had just acquired, he noted the quantity was substantial, yet it fell short of elevating him to the next level, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, thanks to the medium-sized spiders, his health was fully restored, allowing him to resolve the battle unscathed. Boss, is it all over? Came the voice of Yuku from behind. Qin Fan smiled and replied, It's done. Let us keep moving. Our mission is not yet complete. We cannot leave just yet. Yuku nodded, but as she glanced ahead, she noticed 3 players standing at the entrance to their next destination. The smiles on the faces of the trio bore an unsettling air, hinting at their dubious intentions. Almost forgetting about these 3, Qin Fan pondered their motives, wondering if their lewd grin signified an unwelcome interest in his commanding presence. Qin Fan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, took a couple of steps back. Even Yuka found it peculiar. Their leader had boldly confronted a formidable creature. Yet now he seemed hesitant in the presence of 3 ordinary individuals. Before Qin Fan could ponder further, a player with the ID "May those who fail the exam perish" promptly chimed in. Special NPC, having dealt with that boss, you must be utterly exhausted. right? Oh, really? Exhausted? Are you foolish enough not to see that I'm still quite spirited? Qin Fan inwardly scoffed, yet he soon heard that fellow continue. It seems that you NPCs, no matter how formidable your strength, remain oblivious to the concept of the mantis stalking the cicada, while the oriole lies in wait. Now, it is our time to reap the rewards. From this moment forth, your life shall be at my command. From today, I shall be the man who accomplishes what millions have failed to achieve, and all shall sing my name. As he spoke, the man grinned widely, laughing unabashedly. The two individuals accompanying him, one stout and one slender, appeared to share his sentiments, looking quite pleased with themselves. Unaware that Qin Fan regarded them with the disdain one might reserve for three fools. To speak of having one's name sung, did he consider himself a lark? It seemed he had yet to outgrow his youthful delusions, leading to his current insecurities. Qin Fan, disinterested in further contemplation, reached for the demonic blade at his waist. Before he could unleash the sword's might, the adversary mockingly interjected, "Are you truly prepared to fight to the death at this juncture? Alas, it is too late. Before you contend with that formidable boss, you ought to have dealt with us first. I refuse to believe that, in your current state, you stand a chance against me." As the words fell from his lips, the foe brandished a long spear, striking a particularly flamboyant pose before lunging forward with the swiftness of the wind. Yet, to Qin Fan, this display appeared utterly ludicrous. With a swift motion, he executed the blade's technique. In an instant, the demonic sword shimmered with an eerie light and darted forth, gliding over the adversary's form like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. In the next moment, Qin Fan found himself behind the two remaining foes. However, the adversary remained motionless. Only as Qin Fan sheathed his blade did the opponent collapse to the ground. In that fleeting moment, the body split cleanly in two, for the game, with its hyper-realistic mechanics, rendered every action with astonishing fidelity. Blood gushed forth, and the sight of the adversary's demise was horrifically gruesome. Ah, how can this monster still possess such strength? Did that boss fail to inflict any damage upon him? Amidst their bewilderment, one exclaimed, "Our leader has already met his end. How can we two possibly stand against him? Enough with the idle chatter, we must flee at once." The duo began to flee, only to find Qin Fan behind them and Yuka before them. Unbeknownst to them, Yuka lacked any combat prowess. They merely perceived her as a blockade to their escape, while Qin Fan obstructed their path. Thus, they found themselves ensnared, ultimately collapsing into each other's arms, weeping despairingly. "Spare us. We are but pitiful souls who have never dared to harm a great boss like you," one cried. "Indeed, we have families. Elders above us and young ones below. Killing us would be a wicked deed. Why condemn yourself to such a cruel fate? What nonsense are you spouting?" Qin Fan retorted. "This is merely a game world. Upon your demise, you shall return to accompany your parents, with responsibilities above and below. Yet you squander your days immersed in this game. Have you no sense of shame?" Qin Fan gazed at them, feeling increasingly vexed. He thought it might be more prudent to send them back to their parents. As this notion crossed his mind, the gleam of the enchanted blade flickered, prompting both individuals to kneel before him. "Esteemed sir, we beseech you to spare our lives. How about this? If we divulge a top-secret piece of information, you grant us mercy. Is that agreeable?" "Secrets?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan fixed his gaze intently on the two, pondering what revelation could possibly save their lives. He turned to the nearby Du and instructed her to act as translator. The slightly portly man then spoke up. "It is thus. Our purpose for coming here is to seek a priceless treasure. Is that truly a secret? Do you think I came here for nothing?" A surge of anger bubbled within him, feeling as though this man was merely toying with him. As Qin Fan brandished the demon blade, the man was so startled that he trembled all over and immediately added, "In addition to that, we are aware of certain matters. The guardian of the secret treasure, the boss, possesses a critical weakness. He is particularly fond of beautiful women. It is said that he is quite unattractive, which makes lovely women immensely appealing to him. We have prepared numerous stunning women as bait, including the daughter of the king of the Elven Kingdom. If you can locate her, the secret treasure shall surely be yours." To divert the boss's attention with women, and then this group would launch a concentrated assault on the boss to achieve ultimate victory? Qin Fan contemplated the possibility. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the fact that the individuals they had apprehended appeared to be the princess of the Elven Kingdom. Consequently, their reservations seemed diminished. However, one must question, are you all unwell? When constructing character models, the system has the capacity to infinitely create stunning beauties, and among them are male players. Is it not sufficient for you to manipulate the visage of a woman for your whims? Must you resort to capturing a pitiable and helpless princess? Qin Fan felt a twinge of frustration when he heard the rotund man declare, "Dear sir, we have expressed all that needed to be said. Surely, it is time for you to grant us some reprieve? To be candid, we have our elders to care for and young ones depending on us." With a chuckle, he added, "I shall escort you back to your loved ones." Qin Fan is not to be trifled with, although the experience points these creatures provide are rather meager. As the saying goes, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Without relying on these insignificant creatures to accumulate experience, the prospect of achieving the fifth evolution seems daunting indeed. In the next moment, the demon sword glimmered with a chilling aura as it effortlessly dispatched two lifeless yet rotund monks. With you by his side, Qin Fan pressed onward into the depths. The Spider King he had just vanquished was formidable. Venturing further, he anticipated confronting a true boss. Oddly enough, these creatures seemed to have acquired knowledge of the boss's unsightly appearance. Could it be that they had gathered new intelligence since his arrival in this realm? Upon reflection, this possibility cannot be dismissed. Before long, he beheld an ajar stone door, accompanied by the sounds of fierce combat emanating from within. Qin Fan hastily leaned against the door and cast a glance inside, where he beheld a colossal boss towering over 5 meters in height. The creature was undeniably grotesque. Although it bore a semblance of a human figure, its features were alarmingly bizarre: an oversized nose, diminutive eyes, and a mouth reminiscent of a sausage. Its hair hung in disheveled strands, evoking the image of unkempt dreadlocks. Clutching a massive axe in its hand, the creature lacked significant muscle mass, displaying a bare upper body mostly covered in flab, with a substantial belly resembling a reincarnated Jubeji. Opposite this formidable entity stood members of the King's Alliance. Sprawled across the ground in disarray, a grim testament to the countless casualties sustained. Only a handful of survivors remained. Among them, Ning Nanqing hovered in midair, his gaze fixed intently on the boss. Above the creature's head, bold red characters proclaimed its name, Hongshan Giant. Ning Nanqing appeared to be the one issuing commands, his voice ringing out with instructions, prompting the players beside him to spring into action. "Boss, should we intervene?" Yuko inquired, fully aware of Qin Fan's purpose for being there. "Are you foolish?" Qin Fan retorted, then remarked, "They are engaged in battle with that fellow. What purpose would it serve for us to join the fray? Let us remain here and diligently search for the location of the hidden treasure." Qin Fan's intention was to seize the treasure and make a swift escape. With the members of the King's Alliance present, eliminating them all was indeed no simple task. Thus, Qin Fan naturally refrained from contemplating a direct confrontation. His objective this time was merely the treasure. It was crucial to distinguish between what was of primary importance and what was secondary. Xiangyu, seemingly lost in thought, tilted her head slightly and gazed into the depths. Suddenly, she noticed something. "Boss, could that be the treasure?" Qin Fan slightly nodded at the direction indicated by Yuku, which was, in fact, a conspicuous treasure chest, something he had already noticed. It goes without saying, they were indeed on a treasure hunt, and now that the secret treasure was displayed so prominently, it was impossible for Qin Fan to overlook it. "Let us hasten to retrieve it," Yuku exclaimed with palpable excitement. However, one must not misconstrue her enthusiasm. She was by no means a gold digger, but this eerie place was nearly enough to send her into a panic. Securing the secret treasure would grant them an escape. And if you were in her shoes, you would feel exhilarated too. Wait a moment. Qin Fan seized Yuka's arm, and she hurriedly inquired, "Boss, what is the matter?" "We must hasten and gather our belongings. This place is utterly terrifying. While I've scarcely noticed any traps, there are indeed a multitude of frightful creatures. Look at that one. Its appearance is quite grotesque. At a time like this, let us refrain from critiquing why the boss looks so unappealing." Qin Fan, feeling somewhat disheartened, remarked with a hint of resignation, "Acquiring the treasure chest is quite simple. However, the real challenge lies in obtaining the key. The key, I believe, is with the boss. Logically speaking, when a treasure chest is so conspicuously placed, it is highly probable that it requires a key to open. There are two methods to procure the key. Either it drops after defeating the boss, or the boss itself embodies the key. Aside from this, the key will not be found elsewhere." "Boss, the key is hanging over there." Suddenly, Yuka's voice echoed once more. Following her, Qin Fan turned to see the key hanging prominently in the center. There was no mistaking it. However, was this turn of events unfolding a bit too swiftly? Qin Fan felt a twinge of irritation. "Designer, do you truly possess the skill to create a game?" However, one cannot entirely blame the designer. Upon reflection, the boss's strength was inherently beyond the norm. Moreover, in numerous games, there exists an alternative mechanic. In games with greater freedom, keys tend to materialize, rather than waiting for the boss to be defeated before they appear. Most crucially, players are able to acquire treasures without the necessity of vanquishing the boss. Qin Fan did not anticipate that the situation here would unfold in such a manner. Intentionally avoiding a glance at Yuka's face, he remarked, "The key has indeed been found, but it is not yet the right time to retrieve it. Let us wait a moment." The battlefield, at this juncture, was exceedingly chaotic. The Hanshan giant found itself encircled in a central position, while players unleashed a barrage of magical attacks upon it, resorting to the age-old strategy of battling a boss. However, the Hanshan giant possessed an exceptionally thick hide. After what felt like an eternity of assault, they had likely not even dented 1% of its health. Why was that? The Hanshan giant wore a boastful expression, its lips curling upwards in a triumphant smirk. If it had truly sustained any injury, would it still be able to smile so arrogantly? Nevertheless, this surely could not be your most formidable tactic, could it? Qin Fan fixated on Ning Nanqing, a man who evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him. Surely, Ning Nanqing would not be foolish enough to reveal his whereabouts at such a critical moment. He must afford the members of the Alliance some semblance of dignity. Alliance leader, our assault seems to have inflicted minimal damage upon him. Perhaps we should resort to our ultimate technique. A man beside Ning Nanqing suggested, to which Ning Nanqing subtly nodded before responding, "The time has come. It is indeed time to unleash our decisive strike. Let them emerge." As soon as he uttered these words, the man exchanged a knowing glance, and from the opposite side, a throng of women appeared, each one more exquisite than the last, but at the rear stood a veiled woman, though her features remained obscured. Her graceful demeanor and alluring figure stirred boundless imagination. A classic ploy of seduction. In an instant, Qin Fan realized that the secrets imparted to him by the plump and lean monk were precisely these. However, he was also curious to discover what weaknesses the designer had conceived that could only be resolved by beautiful women to defeat this formidable boss. Moments later, the first woman approached the gigantic figure of Hanshan. She possessed both striking beauty and an alluring figure. Who could remain unaffected in her presence? Yet, Qin Fan was different. Having long since lost his physical desires, his color perception had faded as well. He regarded the group of enchanting women with a cold gaze. At that moment, the Hanshan giant reacted immediately, his attention fixating upon the first beauty. In an instant, his eyes transformed into heart shapes. Indeed, they genuinely morphed into heart shapes. There was no exaggeration in this description. Seizing the opportunity, someone shouted, "This fellow is vulnerable. Hurry and attack." In an instant, melee players surged forward, while ranged players unleashed a flurry of buffs, bombarding the giant with spells and skills as if they had gone mad. The Hanshan giant hesitated for at least 2 seconds before suddenly snapping back to reality, letting out a furious roar as his eyes turned a fiery red. He raised his colossal axe and, without a moment's hesitation, swung it down towards the beautiful women. In that moment, there was no thought of mercy. Just a few seconds later, the ground was littered with the shattered remains of the beauties, leaving only 3 women and the princess of the Elven Kingdom. However, aside from the fallen beauties, the players had suffered significant losses, with at least 7 or 8 casualties, further weakening their already dwindling ranks. Qin Fan gazed intently at Ning Nanqing, whose countenance appeared equally grim. It was evident that the loss of so many comrades weighed heavily on him. The crux of the matter was that the tactic of overwhelming numbers seemed futile, for the Hanshan giant exhibited no signs of impending demise, but rather appeared to be suddenly enraged. However, it is worth noting that when a boss becomes furious, it often indicates that its vitality is, in fact, nearing depletion. Qin Fan took note of this, poised to seize the opportunity for a kill. It must be said that Ning Nanqing was indeed audacious. Yet to employ these beautiful players as mere cannon fodder surely required a considerable outlay. Money, however, was not a concern for Qin Fan, even during his human days. The crux of the matter lay in the abduction of the princess of the Elven Kingdom. Surely, one would not assume that such an NPC could be resurrected upon death. This method was undeniably rather cruel. Nonetheless, from the perspective of a higher authority, such an approach was the most prudent, for it was the only means to vanquish the boss. As for the rewards, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly generous. As time progressed, those ordinary beauties could no longer breach the defenses of the giant of Hanshan. He once again raised his massive axe and swung it forcefully toward the faces of Ning Nanqing and his companions. "Unveil the veil," Ning Nanqing urgently exclaimed. From the beginning, this individual had refrained from taking action, now seemed to be the opportune moment for him to strike. At that instant, the scarf adorning the elven princess's head was abruptly lifted, revealing her fair and delicate skin, her eyes of differing hues, and her pointed ears resembling feathered wings. Glistening with clarity, her gem-like eyes sparkled with a hint of alarm, reminiscent of a charming fawn, as she lowered her head, exuding an even greater sense of fragility. Draped in a lightly patterned garment, she was modestly covered, save for a thick layer of fabric concealing the secretive areas between her form. Even a man, upon witnessing her, would inevitably feel an overwhelming instinct to protect her. Qin Fan was momentarily rendered speechless when he heard Yuko beside him inquire, "Boss, do you really believe that this enchanting creature is more beautiful than I? The desire for beauty resides in every heart. Does she, as an NPC, not deserve to possess an appreciation for beauty as well?" Qin Fan smiled faintly, pondering why someone would unnecessarily complicate matters, and chose not to respond to Yuko. He soon realized that the giant of Hanshan had indeed fallen victim to the situation. Its eyes transformed once more into heart shapes, brimming with infatuation. In an instant, a concentrated assault was launched again. At this juncture, Ning Nanching finally unveiled his ability. Squinting his eyes, he brandished a long, azure sword that gleamed in his hand, pointing it toward the heavens, followed by a fierce roar. With a thunderous bellow, a serpentine dragon of emerald hue leaped forth from the blade, surging with an aura of annihilation as it charged toward the giant of Hanshan. This strike appeared quite formidable. Presumably, Ning Nanching had surpassed level 60. The distinction between a level 60 player and a level 60 NPC is profound, as NPCs are inherently strong from the outset, while players must gradually enhance their abilities. Prior to the advent of the game's 5th evolution, the designers had proclaimed that players could not advance through monetary means. This undoubtedly implied that to grow stronger, one must invest considerable effort. Those who are diligent are indeed powerful. Achieving level 60 signifies a remarkable breakthrough. As anticipated, Ning Nanching's attack caused the giant of Hanshan to tremble violently, its massive form staggering backward. With a thunderous crash, it fell heavily to the ground. A resounding boom echoed, leaving one to ponder, had the giant of Hanshan met its demise? A question arose in Qin Fan's mind, as he felt deep down that the giant of Hanshan would not succumb so easily. Indeed, as the dust spread, a tall figure could still be seen half-kneeling in place, gazing at him. A significant gash marred the area of his chest. Though his complexion was grim, the allure that once clouded his eyes had dissipated. Qin Fan fixed his gaze intently upon him, yet it was regrettable that he could not discern this fellow's health points. Otherwise, he would know precisely when to strike. One must undoubtedly await the most opportune moment for such a decisive blow. However, Qin Fan remained unperturbed after spending so much time engaged in gaming. If he lacked even a modicum of discernment, it would render all those years of play utterly futile. With a thunderous roar, the colossal giant of Hanshan surged to its feet, shattering the massive axe in its grasp. No, it would be inaccurate to claim it was merely broken. To be precise, it seemed as though the axe was inherently transformable, morphing into 2 shorter axes at this moment. Wielding them with fervor, he swung them about with remarkable agility. And there was nothing awkward about this change. In fact, after the transformation of his weapon, his speed had notably increased. The creature's eyes blazed with intensity as he wildly whirled the dual axes, spinning them in his hands like 2 mighty windmills. In a moment of astonishment, Qin Fan realized that this was indeed the final stance of the mighty Hanshan giant. When a formidable foe finds themselves utterly exhausted and cornered, they inevitably reveal their most potent form, fiercely resisting their fate. Should they triumph, they may recover and regain their strength. Yet, if defeat befalls them, their life shall be forfeited in this very moment. Thus, there remains one final surge of counterattack, and only after this onslaught shall the true moment of reaping arrive. Qin Fan observed the colossal figure of the Hanshan giant, poised to act at any moment. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, it appeared that Ning Nanching's recent maneuver had drained considerable energy from him, as he retreated momentarily, his breath disordered. However, 3 individuals remained, encircling the Hanshan giant, evidently intent on launching a final offensive to subdue him. The giant's attempts to wield his double axes were laughably ineffective. Such attacks required minimal mobility, as a mere distance would suffice to evade them. Quickly realizing that his efforts were futile, the Hanshan giant grew increasingly enraged, akin to a jester's mockery. With a thunderous roar, he transformed from a melee fighter into a ranged assailant. In a remarkable display, he produced a silver chain from seemingly nowhere, securing it to his axes before hurling them with great force. The axes, now severed but still substantial in size, were propelled by the giant's immense strength. With a resounding crash, the axes struck the ground, creating a deep crater as dust billowed forth, while the three adversaries managed to evade the impact with surprising agility. The Hanshan giant swiftly reclaimed his axes and prepared to launch them once more. Yet, despite his repeated efforts, not a single opponent was injured, further inciting his fury. Qin Fan couldn't help but think how frustrating it was that these individuals were solely focused on evading the giant's attacks. Where was their courage to confront him? What use was it to simply flee? They ought to eliminate the threat swiftly. However, his thoughts went unheard. The Hanshan giant, seemingly fatigued by the futile exchange, recognized the need for a new strategy. His gaze fell upon the princess of the Elven Kingdom, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In a flash, he darted toward her, leaving one to wonder if he had become entranced by her beauty. Qin Fan was somewhat disheartened. Should he persist in his infatuation with this woman, his life would be in grave peril. He could hardly believe that he could withstand another assault like the one he had just endured. Clenching his fists, Qin Fan hesitated, contemplating whether to take action. If he could eliminate this threat, he might just escape unscathed. However, before he could solidify his resolve, the mountain giant seized the princess of the Elven Kingdom, exuding an air of intimidation as if to declare, "Approach any closer, and I shall end her life." The irony was palpable. The intelligence of these individuals was commendable. Yet, Qin Fan was vexed, for these players showed no regard for the life of the Elven princess. To them, she was merely an ordinary NPC. Now, the mountain giant sought to use her as a bargaining chip, but they were unperturbed by his threats. With their defenses lowered, it seemed they were inviting an attack. It was utterly intolerable. The audacity of these players was infuriating. Allowing such a charming young lady to endure such suffering, how could they be so callous? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, it was clear that his motivations were not purely altruistic. He was driven by the desire to eliminate the threat. Words were futile at this juncture. Qin Fan grasped the demonic blade, observing the three players once more commencing their incantations. Their impending assault would undoubtedly be aimed at the life of the Hanshan giant. With decisive resolve, he unleashed the blade, executing a swift and powerful strike. The edge of the demonic sword shimmered with an eerie light as he combined two skills, a union potent enough to suffice. A terrifying roar erupted from the mouth of the Hanshan giant, but there was little time for contemplation, as a massive arm descended heavily to the ground. In a flash, Yuka sprang into action, rushing to embrace the princess of the Elven Kingdom. "Boss, should I take her away?" Upon hearing Yuka's inquiry, Qin Fan was vexed. "What do you mean, take her away? Our adversaries are still here. We must seize the opportunity to obtain the key and retrieve the contents of the chest." But before Qin Fan could dwell further upon it, the Hanshan giant swung its axe down towards his head. The creature's face contorted into a grotesque expression, revealing the depth of its fury. "Isn't that obvious?" Qin Fan executed a sneak attack. Initially, the giant of Hanshan was rather smug, believing that once he captured the girl, the other three would undoubtedly surrender. However, he was caught off guard. In an instant, all his advantages dissipated. Even as an NPC, he could not help but shout in despair. "My once illustrious reputation has been utterly tarnished by you. Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall take you down with me." Aware that his time was running out, the giant of Hanshan unleashed all his fury upon Qin Fan. Meanwhile, the other players were astonished to see Qin Fan. They too were nearly exhausted and could hardly believe that this peculiar NPC had turned the tables on them. Why was it that this NPC was so adept at ambush? "Leader, what should we do?" The three hastily turned to Ning Nanqing, whose expression was equally contorted in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. "Let us first assess the situation. While special NPCs may be cunning, they are still merely NPCs. We shall seize any opportunity to eliminate both of them." The trio nodded in agreement. The leader's command was not to be contested. Besides, the worst that could happen was death. And it was merely a game. They could always respawn. If Qin Fan were to learn of their thoughts, he would surely find it amusing. Indeed, they could return to life. But should they perish this time, he would only grow stronger. Would they truly have the confidence to confront him again? Only Ning Nanqing maintained a clear head. Regardless of whether Qin Fan continued to grow in strength, should they fail, all their gains from today would inevitably fall into his hands. Wasn't it rather absurd for an NPC to be so overwhelmingly formidable? Qin Fan was not inclined to ponder too deeply, having just severed an arm of the Hanshan giant. He was able to discern the creature's health bar, which still retained a third of its vitality. Indeed, you heard correctly. This formidable being possessed a third of its life force remaining. It was evident that when Qin Fan arrived, the creature had only just begun to lose health. The critical aspect was that despite the barrage of skills unleashed upon it, the giant still boasted a third of its health. Do you even comprehend the intricacies of game design? This creature is not a final boss. Why then does it possess such monstrous power? Yet, one cannot entirely blame the designers. As players reach the fifth evolution, they gradually grow stronger, but in this process, they are the true protagonists. Initially, it is about vanquishing bosses, followed by faction wars, the assembly of player teams, and ultimately, engaging in contests that lead to the elimination of foes one by one. This encapsulates the essence of the game. Returning to reality. The Hanshan giant's remaining third of its health was no trivial matter. It still had a substantial 5,000 health points left. How would Qin Fan whittle that down? Without further contemplation, the Hanshan giant swung its axe downward, and Qin Fan raised his demon blade to defend, yet the ground beneath him immediately sank perilously. Qin Fan felt as though he were being crushed under an immense weight. The veins on the forehead of the giant from Hanshan bulged, and a sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You wretch, I am the progenitor of Hanshan, and a mere minion of the dark faction dares to sever my arm? I shall reduce you to ashes. His tone was audacious, yet he challenged, come forth. If you dare. Qin Fan silently lamented, though outwardly he found the mounting pressure somewhat unbearable. Yet, in such dire circumstances, how could one possibly yield? The crimson flames in his eyes suddenly surged forth, slowly spreading from the axe of the Hanshan giant. While this flame was notoriously difficult to extinguish, the damage it inflicted upon the giant was negligible. Indeed, this flame functioned as a slow-consuming force, akin to a finishing technique. Yet it required a considerable amount of time to manifest its full potential. Observing the current state of his adversary, it was evident that the giant would not succumb to such flames in a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, Qin Fan could not remain idle. If he could inflict even a modicum of damage, he would seize the opportunity to do so. The Hanshan giant abruptly retreated a step. His peculiar gaze fixated upon the flames as he slowly murmured, Earth Fire Sacred Dragon. So you are allied with him, you scoundrel. Let us reckon both new grievances and old. The giant's eyes turned a vivid crimson. Who could fathom if the Earth Fire Sacred Dragon had disturbed his ancestral resting place? Inciting such fury? With a renewed vigor, the giant swung his axe down once more, and Qin Fan dared not confront it head-on. Although he had managed to block the previous strike, it had cost him half of his vitality. Now, witnessing the reckless demeanor of the Hanshan giant, should he expend his very life to parry again, he feared he might well lose his existence this very day. Qin Fan deftly evaded the axe. Yet the colossal figure of Hanshan clung to him like an unyielding piece of toffee. Damn it, if you strike me in such a manner, I cannot play along with your game. Qin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to curse under his breath. Taking 2 steps back, he realized that he could no longer afford to conserve his skills. In a decisive moment, he unleashed the Sword of Light. However, the consequence of this action was merely an inconsequential and ineffective strike. Qin Fan was at a loss, his earlier bravado having vanished completely. He focused intently on evading attacks, ensuring that the opponent's strikes did not find their mark. Meanwhile, Ning Nanqing, after ingesting 2 pills, appeared significantly revitalized. Leader, it's fortunate that this fellow intervened at this moment. He must believe that the Hanshan giant is on its last legs, not realizing that the creature still possesses considerable health. Indeed, his arrival has afforded us precious time. While the Hanshan giant is preoccupied with him, we can prepare for our next wave of assault. Absolutely. We must eliminate both the Hanshan giant and this unique NPC. It would be a case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ning Nanqing remained silent, yet a long, azure sword materialized in his grasp. Its tip aimed at Qin Fan as he began to chant an unusual incantation. In the game 5th Evolution, there exists a remarkable feature allowing players to create their own skills. As one of the most exceptional novices, Ning Nanqing was naturally the first to possess a self-created skill, albeit one that did not stem from his own inspiration. Having suffered defeat at the hands of a certain man on multiple occasions, always by the same skill, Ning Nanqing concluded that the most advantageous approach was to turn the enemy's power against them. If one could not defeat them, then one must join them. At that moment, cracks suddenly appeared along the blade of the azure sword. This weapon was anything but inferior, yet now it bore these fissures, indicating it had been compromised. Strangely, the blade showed no signs of shattering. The pieces remained tightly bound, as if held together by an extraordinary force. Special NPC, I know not your origins, yet you bear a semblance to an old friend of mine. Using this technique against you serves as a tribute to him. A hint of nostalgia flickered in Ning Nanqing's eyes. Not long ago, a tragedy had unfolded in reality among the first purchasers of Fifth Evolution. One individual had met an untimely demise. Upon investigation, it was discovered that a power short-circuit had led to the unfortunate incident, and that innocent player was named Qin Fan. His head had been shattered, leaving only a lifeless body behind at the time of discovery. Yet, how could Ning Nanqing be unaware that the very individual he sought to challenge in this game was none other than the deceased player? For someone like Ning Nanqing, Qin Fan's death meant the absence of his most formidable rival. It is evident that he harbored a peculiar sentiment towards this man, akin to that of a worthy adversary. He might resort to any means necessary to vanquish him, yet it would have to be achieved through his own strength. However, having learned of this news, Ning Nanqing was predominantly consumed by a sense of fury. Qin Fan, a prodigy in the realm of gaming, met his demise in such an unfortunate manner. Oh heavens, how blind you are. Now, as I gaze upon that extraordinary NPC in Ningnan City, I can't help but feel that it embodies Qin Fan. If a showdown is inevitable, then let us treat this unique NPC as Qin Fan himself. Regardless of the outcome, this matter must reach a conclusion. Qin Fan could not help but sneeze, inwardly cursing. Which scoundrel dares to mock me at such a critical moment? Could it be they are envious of my striking appearance? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard Ning Nanqing's voice. Turning his head, he saw the azure longsword soaring swiftly from Ning Nanqing's grasp. However, Qin Fan felt an uncanny familiarity with it. The power of this strike was certainly not inherent to this thrust. Wait a moment. The shattered sword. Damn it, is this not my signature skill? Though it would be more accurate to say that it was an accidental bug triggered in a previous game I played, which bizarrely reappeared in another game. Thus, this so-called bug had become one of Qin Fan's signature techniques. Setting that aside, in the instant the azure longsword flew towards him, Qin Fan astonishingly did not retreat. Rather, he charged directly at the sword, completely devoid of any defensive posture. His stance seemed to declare, much like those who once blocked bullets with their chests, that Qin Fan would use his body to intercept this sword. If you have the capability, then in me. The three players watched in amusement. Leader, that fool dares to use his body to block your sword. I suspect his programming has gone awry. This idiot is courting death. Indeed, he must be too clever. Realizing he stands no chance against the leader, thus seeking an early end. Exactly. It seems we need not intervene. This imbecile. However, at that moment, Ning Nanqing's expression grew increasingly grim. The shattered sword has but one method of resolution, or rather, it cannot truly be considered a resolution, for the shattered sword is, by nature, a bug. No matter how one attempts to evade it, injury is inevitable. The sole method of countering it is to not fear the sword. Though it appears overwhelmingly powerful, it possesses little inherent lethality. Its danger lies in the final fragmentation. When the sword completely shatters into pieces, it becomes a torrent of razor-sharp shards. Yet, Qin Fan seemed to act as if he knew precisely what would transpire. Just as he pondered how to deal with this adversary, he was taken aback to see this bug skill employed. Though it may not be my own, the final victor shall undoubtedly be me. A cold sneer escaped Qin Fan's lips. Without further ado, he charged towards the azure longsword, astonishingly slipping through the gaps between his ribs. With a swift turn of his body, he seized the hilt of the sword. If he possessed a visage, it would undoubtedly be adorned with an exuberant grin, the kind that radiates unrestrained delight. With a deft maneuver, Qin Fan propelled the azure longsword forward, leaving the giant of Hongshan momentarily perplexed. His gaze fixed upon the blade as he foolishly attempted to catch it with his hand. Yet, just as the sword's edge approached him, it shattered with a cacophonous sound, reminiscent of breaking glass, reflecting the giant's astonished visage. In an instant, shards of iron surged towards the Hongshan giant. What might have been a mere spectacle transformed into a harbinger of doom, as the fragments glimmered with an eerie crimson luminescence, suggesting an immense, latent power. Suddenly, the giant froze, his expression vacant, and moments later, his form began to disintegrate into countless pieces. Did he truly believe that only the sword would shatter? How mistaken he was. The shattering sword was a glitch in the fabric of reality. Once it struck its target, it was tantamount to a fatal blow. Regardless of the adversary's nature, the process of demise, however, unfolded at a languorous pace. As the remnants of the Hongshan giant's body cascaded to the ground, reduced to mere fragments, the full extent of the damage was realized. Thus, Qin Fan seized the moment. His enchanted blade radiated an unusual brilliance as he dashed toward the giant, swiftly drawing the weapon across the creature's neck. With one decisive stroke, the colossal head fell. rolling twice upon the earth. Qin Fan was still concerned that this fellow had not been completely vanquished, so he promptly employed his absorption skill. After having his vitality so severely diminished, he certainly needed to replenish some of it. Soon, a skill name surfaced in his mind, Great Axe Strike. Upon hearing the notification of experience points gained, Qin Fan immediately turned his gaze to the other side. At that moment, the expressions of the three players were utterly grim. For this individual had actually utilized the leader's skill to slay the Hanshan giant. Ning Naqing's astonishment was even more pronounced. Yet, after a brief moment, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he erupted into an odd, boisterous laughter that appeared quite deranged. "Ah, so you did not perish. You have been here all along. I knew it. You are not so easily vanquished. Ha ha ha. I now have a worthy rival. This time, I shall surely triumph over you. What a deluded fool, after all. The game remains merely a game. How could you possibly perceive me as your adversary? Moreover, you may not even be my match. For now, let us transform into my experience points." With that, he unleashed a mighty axe strike. With a furious shout, Qin Fan commanded the two fallen axes of the giant from Hanshan to soar into the air, magically merging into a single colossal axe once more. Following this, an overwhelming force was unleashed in a formidable strike. "Quick, get out of the way." The three players hastily fled, yet Ning Naqing remained rooted to the spot. His gaze fixed on Qin Fan as he declared, "Next time, I will undoubtedly triumph over you, my formidable rival." Just when the others thought Ning Naqing had succumbed to madness, in the next moment, the might of the giant axe cleaved him in two. Its trajectory ominously aligned with the very position the three had fled to. What a foregone conclusion. Qin Fan, a seasoned player, had infused his every action with foresight. How could he possibly allow these individuals to escape so easily? Thus, he aimed directly for their lives. Once he accomplished this, Qin Fan let out a sigh of relief, seated himself on the ground, and called out, "Yuku, quickly open the chest. I am eager to discover the treasure hidden within." Yuku responded promptly, rushing to retrieve the key to unlock the chest. However, a figure suddenly appeared before Qin Fan, her delicate voice ringing like silver bells as she spoke. "You are the hero who has come to rescue me. I have finally awaited your arrival." Qin Fan gazed at the young girl who stood before him. The princess of the Elven Kingdom. Indeed, she could be considered a girl, for she was petite and her stature was far from imposing, resembling that of a little lowly. Yet, those eyes, one red and one blue, filled with hope and sparkling with curiosity, imparted an undeniable charm. She looked at Qin Fan with a sense of wonder that struck him as rather peculiar. Wasn't that an obvious statement? Qin Fan is but a skeleton, and in his current form, he can hardly be considered a normal human. The crucial detail is that he is clad in armor, leaving little exposed flesh, resembling a formidable wild creature. Previously, when he stood alongside Yuku, they epitomized the juxtaposition of beast and beauty. Now, with the addition of an innocent young girl, one might wonder if they had stumbled upon a character who traffics in both naive and enchanting children. In the midst of this contemplation, Yuku's voice echoed, "Boss, there's something strange inside the box." Qin Fan hurriedly glanced over, realizing that all his efforts were directed towards this coveted treasure. He observed that Yuku was holding a sizable die, comparable in size to a Rubik's Cube. She soon approached him with it. "Chief, what is this?" Yuku inquired, equally intrigued. As Qin Fan took the die into his hands, its attributes immediately revealed themselves to him. Universal die. When the user makes a wish for a particular item, a similar object will manifest. The outcome ranges from 1 to 6. The higher the number rolled, the closer it is to the desired item. Note, should a lower number be rolled, a similar item will still appear, albeit possibly as a counterfeit. It can be used a total of 6 times. Qin Fan was taken aback. This truly was a remarkable treasure. No wonder the designer regarded this artifact as an essential gem for novice players. With this item in hand, even the desire for a top-tier item would likely not be a daunting challenge. The more Qin Fan pondered, the more exhilarated he became, until he heard Yuku inquire, "Boss, what on earth is this? I'm so hungry. I've been captured for so long without any food. Hero, do you have anything to eat?" Even the princess of the Elven Kingdom began to grumble. However, Qin Fan had no time to attend to these two girls. His mind was incessantly occupied with the question of what to wish for. An invincible skill? Or perhaps a divine weapon? No, that simply wouldn't he do. It was inconceivable that the designer could create such a bugged item. If someone were to obtain an all-powerful die, wouldn't he that render them invincible? Thus, he decided to wish for something more grounded in reality. A divine artifact would suffice. This demon blade was a gift from my evolution, yet it appeared rather ordinary. Likely of common quality. It would be better to first acquire a divine weapon, capable of slaying myriad gods above and wreaking havoc among players below. He chuckled to himself, thinking how profusely he would profit this time. Hero, I want a sweet potato. Little did Qin Fan know, before he could contemplate further, he felt two hands touch him, causing the all-powerful die in his hand to slip and fall to the ground, with the princess of the Elven Kingdom uttering her wish. The die rolled and landed on 6. A cloud of white mist enveloped the die, and a large sweet potato materialized in the princess's hands, emanating a delightful steam. However, upon witnessing this, Qin Fan's jaw clenched tightly in disbelief. How could she wish for a mere sweet potato? That was his only chance to make a wish closest to what he desired, squandered on a single sweet potato? Such wastefulness was truly unfathomable. Alas, what a tremendous pity. If he were not currently a skeleton, tears would have surely flowed like a river. Qin Fan lay sorrowfully on the ground, gazing at the omnipotent die with tears brimming in his eyes. Why won't you acknowledge your master? If only you would recognize me. I would have lost the chance to make a wish. He lamented. If there truly exists a giant sweet potato, I would love to taste it. Just then, he heard the soft rumble of Yuka's stomach, evidently enticed by the prospect of the giant sweet potato. However, given that the princess of the fairy kingdom appeared childlike, he refrained from competing with her for the delicacy. Boss, did you conjure that giant sweet potato? I wish for fried rice. Can you create that as well? Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan immediately became vigilant, quickly concealing the dice within his embrace. What nonsense about fried rice? However, to his astonishment, the next moment, a white mist emanated once more from the dice, and in Yuka's hands, a bowl of distinctly separated, golden fried rice materialized. Indeed, it has come again. Qin Fan widened his eyes, gazing at the die nestled in his hands, which now displayed the number 5. What was once a vibrant manifestation had transformed into a monochromatic stone. In that instant, Qin Fan felt as if he had turned to stone himself. Boss, you are truly wonderful. Hero, you are indeed divine. Without a moment's hesitation, the two eagerly devoured the items they had wished for, relishing every bite with delight. Yet, in a heartbeat, Qin Fan erupted into a heart-wrenching cry, kneeling on the ground, utterly at a loss for words to articulate his emotions. Had his fellow players witnessed this absurdity, they would surely have laughed themselves to tears. To think such a splendid item was squandered on a wish for mere food. And not just any food. He had wished for sweet potatoes and fried rice. Did he truly believe that in a game as intricately realistic as 5th Evolution, there were no abalone or lobster to be found? The absurdity was magnified by the fact that he had made 2 wishes. One should have sufficed. As the two indulged in their feast, Qin Fan remained lost in his sorrow. The princess of the Elven Kingdom circled him like a restless spirit, while Yu, bored out of her mind, leaned against the wall and promptly fell asleep. One could only ponder the vastness of her heart. After a brief silence, Qin Fan recognized the futility of his situation and, with a grim expression, though he had no face, were he to possess one, it would surely be darkened, rose to his feet. Let us go. Qin Fan uttered a single word, as if he were biting his teeth to shout it out. Yuko instantly awakened, and the princess of the Elven Kingdom followed closely behind Qin Fan. Boss, should we take her along? Yuko rubbed her drowsy eyes, and Qin Fan cast her a glance, nodding in agreement. Of course. She devoured my most significant wish. How could I let her escape? The Elven Kingdom, after all, is a nation of its own. Using this girl to barter for something in the Elven Kingdom would be quite splendid. I must recover this loss. Hooray! The princess of the Elven Kingdom trailed behind Qin Fan, her large, bright eyes blinking as she touched her stomach, and said, Hero, I'm hungry. You two are quite the glutton. It hasn't been long, and you're still not satisfied. However, having brought her along, it would be unreasonable to mistreat her. Wait. What a brilliant idea. This girl is essentially a prisoner. Why should I treat her with kindness? She ought to be properly punished instead. For only in doing so can I honor the spirit of the omnipotent dice. As Qin Fan contemplated, he suddenly noticed Yuka groping him indiscriminately. What are you doing? Qin Fan glared at Yuko, who hastily took 2 steps back. Boss, I remember we brought along the meat of the Earthfire Sacred Dragon. It's quite delicious. She is hungry, so naturally, we should offer it to her. Are you just hoping to indulge yourself? Qin Fan retorted, fully aware of Yuka's voracious appetite. How could he trust her words? To be so considerate of that little girl, one would think she was overly attentive to her own companions. Yuko fell silent, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. I'll just have a little on the side. Damn it, that was meant for business, Qin Fan exclaimed. And yet, you two are always eager to finish it all off. Why should I be responsible for feeding both of you? Upon reflection, he had initially intended to have a few people accompany him, but unexpectedly, he found himself playing the role of a caretaker, tending to their every need. Qin Fan sighed, taking a girl under each arm, and declared, "This place is unsafe. Soon, pursuers will arrive. Let us find a secure location where I can prepare some roasted meat for you." Hooray! How wonderful! The two girls exclaimed in unison, their excitement palpable. Am I a masochist for indulging them with food? Meanwhile, in a dense forest several thousand miles from White Elephant City, a vigilant assembly was underway. Looking up, one could discern some exquisitely beautiful elves, all sharing a distinctive trait, pointed ears. Further in, a regal pair adorned with crowns displayed an expression of utter sternness. Has there been any word from Laer? The man inquired, to which an elf kneeling below replied, Your Majesty, we are still uncertain about the princess's whereabouts. But it is rumored she has been abducted by the people of White Elephant City. White Elephant City. The man's countenance grew increasingly dark, and he exclaimed in anger, These mortals, with whom we have had no quarrel, dare to abduct my daughter? I shall not forgive them. Prepare the troops. I will personally lead the charge against White Elephant City. These ignorant mortals shall taste the might of our elven kin, and I shall rescue my daughter. Just then, another elf hastily approached, exclaiming, Your Majesty, outside, there is one who claims to be a representative of the White Elephant City's alliance, insisting he knows the whereabouts of the princess. What? The elven king, already incensed, commanded, Let him enter. They have taken my daughter and dare to seek me out. Such insolence shall not go unpunished. Following this, a tall man strode in, his eyes reflecting a keen intelligence. Upon recognition, it was none other than Ning Nanching. Elven King, it is a pleasure to meet you, he spoke with courteous formality. The Elven King's expression shifted immediately as he pressed, Where is my daughter? Spare me your pleasantries. I demand to know her location. Ning Nanching sighed. It seems there has been a misunderstanding. I encountered your esteemed princess recently, albeit by chance. He then produced a photograph from his cloak and handed it to the Elven King, saying, This individual abducted your daughter. Our alliance attempted to rescue her, but alas, he was too formidable. Our efforts ended in failure, and I have come to inform you of this in hopes of locating him. The Elven King eyed the photograph with suspicion. It depicted a skeletal figure. The Dark Faction? He hesitated, then addressed Ning Nanching. My people claim that my daughter was taken by your White Elephant City. Now you wish for me to direct my ire towards the Dark Faction? Do you take me for a fool? It appeared the NPC was not lacking in intelligence. Ning Nanching smiled faintly and replied, No, Elven King. I do not come to manipulate you. Our city is under the protection of the Light Faction. If I sought to confront the Dark Faction, I would simply notify them. My intent in informing you is to ensure you are aware of your daughter's situation and to prevent the true kidnapper from escaping. If you do not believe me, I stand here at your disposal. At my disposal? The Elven King pondered. But I am merely a player. Should you slay me, I would merely respawn. Ning Nanching had already devised his plan, and after much deliberation, the queen beside the king spoke, Your Majesty, he likely speaks the truth. The Light Faction would not harm our daughter. The Dark Faction, however, has long coveted our elven kingdom, and their desire to capture her is not unfounded. If Qin Fan were present, he would have surely remarked, What kind of prejudice is this? Who claims that all members of the Light Faction are virtuous? Can you not imagine them plunging a dagger in your back while you believe it to be self-inflicted? But Qin Fan was not there, and instead, the Elven King declared, The Dark Faction dares to lay hands on my daughter. I shall not let them go unpunished. Mobilize the troops. I shall march against the Dark Faction. Wait. Ning Nanching interjected hastily, Elven King, do not act in haste. While this individual belongs to the Dark Faction, he appears to have defected. He acted alone and fled from White Elephant City to the west. Thus, if we locate him, we should be able to find your daughter. The Elven King paused, nodding in agreement. If that is the case, we shall pursue him relentlessly. In truth, the Elven Kingdom was no match for the Dark Faction, and sending them to confront them would be akin to throwing eggs against a stone wall. Ning Nanching's true intention was to leverage the Elven Kingdom's power to track down Qin Fan. The members of the Light Faction were numerous but would not assist him. Moreover, he had many players at his disposal. Yet he did not wish to involve others in dealing with Qin Fan. Having identified the skeleton as Qin Fan, his goal was to confront him personally. After all, he was his formidable rival. Acting recklessly would be unwise. Indeed, Few would believe Ning Nanqing's certainty that the figure was Qin Fan. Yet should Qin Fan learn that his true identity had been uncovered by a man who had long harbored designs upon him, he would surely shudder with unease. To the west of White Elephant City, atop a colossal tree, 2 players awaited. Will that wild creature truly come this way? Lao Chi, you mustn't deceive me. A male player clad in a black mask spoke. The other replied, rest assured. When have I, Lao Chi, ever misled you? Junyu, today we shall achieve our goal. I'll trust you this once, but I must say, Lao Chi, why were we, the beta testers, unaware of such a monstrous creature? It has evolved multiple times in such a short span and possesses such strength, even knowing how to seize treasures. What is the meaning of this? You ask me? Who should I inquire? Enough chatter, let us wait patiently. The 2 fell silent, yet beside their IDs glimmered 2 prominent numbers, 70. At the same moment, all right. Qin Fan cast the 2 maidens aside and retrieved a piece of thigh meat from the sacred dragon of earth fire from his backpack. He then declared, if you wish to eat, do not dawdle. Go collect some firewood. Yuka glanced at the elven princess, and the elven princess returned her gaze. After a moment of mutual understanding, they nodded and ventured outside together. However, it was evident that they hesitated for a brief moment. What do you think? Do you truly believe that I, Qin Fan, am your caretaker? Once the 2 had departed, Qin Fan hastily took out the versatile dice. This contraption did not require him to roll a random number. All he needed to do was turn it to the number 4 to enhance the odds. Alas, it was truly disheartening that those 2 extravagant girls wished for something to eat. Qin Fan let out a sigh. Following it up with a wish, grant me a divine weapon, preferably a sword, with skills predominantly centered around blades. It would be most prudent to employ a weapon of the same nature. Haphazardly switching to others would be counterproductive. After all, he had grown quite adept with swords, and the very essence of his character seemed intertwined with them. In an instant, the all-powerful dice emitted a swirl of golden mist, and moments later, a weapon materialized before Qin Fan. However, upon closer inspection, he could hardly suppress his frustration. Designer, are you jesting with me? He thought. What on earth is this rusted contraption? Surely you do not expect me to wield this against those vile creatures. The blade was riddled with rust, and conspicuously. It bore numerous chips. One might as well deem it fit only for chopping cabbage. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. What he had envisioned was a magnificent golden broadsword. Even if it weren't of divine quality, it should at least be of superior grade. Yet what was this? It seemed to lack even the most basic quality. Qin Fan gazed at the all-powerful die, wishing fervently to shatter it into pieces. Not only did it refuse to acknowledge its master, but it also managed to ensnare him in its traps. Twice he had squandered the most coveted opportunities for wishes, rendering them utterly futile. Qin Fan sat quietly to the side, losing the desire to make further wishes. After all, continuing to wish seemed futile. It was unlikely to yield any superior items and would only serve to dampen his spirits further. Boss, we've brought back some firewood. At that moment, 2 hungry souls came sprinting towards him, each shouldering a small tree. The trunk was unusually long, and he couldn't ascertain where they had found it. Qin Fan cast a fleeting glance their way, choosing not to unleash his frustration upon them. Kindle the fire. Qin Fan cannot possibly attend to every single matter himself. With this remark, the 2 girls clumsily sprang into action. However, could you not be so inept? Yuka grasped a small wooden stick and began to bore into the tree trunk, yet the stick was not even pointed. Such a sophisticated skill as fire by friction has been utterly mismanaged by you. Qin Fan let out a sigh, resigned to take matters into his own hands. He approached the tree trunk, which was rather substantial. Under such circumstances, it was certainly inadvisable to ignite a fire directly. Glancing at the rusted, broken knife nearby, he dismissed the thought and instead resorted to the enchanted blade at his waist, cleaving the trunk in 2 with ease. Soon, a crackling bonfire sprang to life, and the delectable aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air. Come here, he called, gesturing towards the elven princess standing nearby. The princess, taken aback, hurriedly replied, Hero, my name is Meng Lei. You may call me Xiao Lei. I shall marry you in the future, so there is no need for such formality. What nonsense are you spouting? Qin Fan retorted. What good would it do to marry me? I can hardly be considered a man at this moment. Qin Fan, disinclined to elaborate further, reached out as Meng Lei approached, gently placing his hand upon her forehead. Instantly, a series of attributes materialized before him. Fairy Kingdom Princess, Meng Lei level, 35 health, 2500 defense, 1521 attack, 365 skills, Realm of Spirits. Healing little fairies, Qin Fan attentively examined the introduction to the realm of spirits. For a duration of 1 minute, it bestows enhancements to allies, augmenting their attack power, defensive capabilities, and skill critical hit rates. Qin Fan's expression shifted, indicating that this time, he had not suffered a loss after all. Although the omnipotent dice had been ruined by these two girls, the skill of the realm of spirits could significantly enhance Qin Fan's combat prowess in a short span of time. What was even more fitting was the increase in critical hit rates. If each enhancement were to raise the critical hit rate, combined with Qin Fan's fortunate critical strikes, it would undoubtedly have the potential to achieve a one-hit kill effect. Hero, what troubles you? Dreamlay absent-mindedly waved her hand in front of Qin Fan, only to realize with a hint of shyness that she said, "If you were so enamored with me, I would be willing to offer myself to you right now. But you must allow Sister Yuku to step aside first. After all, it is my first time, and I cannot help but feel bashful. What on earth are you fantasizing about?" As Qin Fan listened to Ming Lei's words, a sense of melancholy washed over him. This matter is not solely your desire. It is mine as well. Yet, I am but a mere skeleton. It is hardly fitting to engage in tender affections as a mere collection of bones. He gently tapped Ming Lei's head and remarked with a hint of annoyance, "In the future, speak less and act more. Simply remain by my side and provide me with your support." Qin Fan seeks no other purpose. The mere presence of Ming Lei by his side is already a considerable boon. Perhaps in the future, he shall venture to the Elven Kingdom to exchange treasures. But that is a matter for another time. Now, let us continue our journey after we have satisfied our hunger. Qin Fan adjusted his attire, as he had no intention of lingering here for long. With his level still below 50, this was not the time for rest. The paramount task was to swiftly enhance his strength. After all, he had numerous adversaries at present. Although he himself could not comprehend why these individuals were so indiscriminately intent on targeting him. Shortly after stepping outside, he beheld an ancient tree, so immense that it would take at least 10 people to encircle its trunk. Qin Fan's complexion changed abruptly as he hurriedly shielded Ming Lei and Yuku behind him. In the next moment, the demonic blade shimmered with an uncanny glow, revealing two figures swiftly approaching. Old 7. It seems the rumors circulating in the forum were indeed accurate. This fellow is remarkably vigilant. After evading for so long, he managed to detect us instantly. No kidding. Let us quickly eliminate him and catch him off guard. Old 7 and Junyu descended rapidly, their iron chain hammers and a reddish-brown longsword aimed squarely at Qin Fan's face. Qin Fan held the demonic blade before him, yet the force exerted by these two individuals was formidable, causing him to unexpectedly tumble backward. Minus 1999. In an instant, a significant portion of his blood was utterly depleted. Qin Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Fortunately, he did not fall to the ground, as he was caught by Yuku and Ming Lei. Nonetheless, he still felt a painful jolt reverberate through his bones. How did he manage to discover our presence? Junyu gazed curiously at the seventh brother, stroking his chin as he remarked, "Is this wild creature truly so alert that it could detect us hidden among the foliage?" The seventh brother merely shook his head, his eyes clearly reflecting a similar bewilderment. "No more words, let's eliminate him." The seventh brother valued efficiency, fully aware that when dealing with wild creatures, one should not squander a moment, lest the creature unleash more skills. Moreover, how could Qin Fan possibly know of the existence of these two? It is quite simple. Qin Fan could see the indicators above their heads. Thus he naturally detected their presence upon his arrival. Without much contemplation, Qin Fan swiftly faced the oncoming attacks from the two adversaries. One could say that Qin Fan exhibited remarkable courage. While an ordinary person would undoubtedly retreat, he bravely charged forward to shield Yuku and Ming Lei from harm. However, at this juncture, escape was no longer an option. But could victory be attained? Goodness gracious. Encountering two level 70 players was a first for me since entering this game. And facing such formidable opponents posed a significant challenge. Observing the weapons in their hands, it was clear they were no ordinary tools. This time, it seemed he had truly kicked against an iron plate. Qin Fan could surmise that these two individuals were undoubtedly the so-called internal testers, a group known for their rapid ascension in levels due to their knowledge of the optimal upgrading methods. While the hardcore players were formidable in their own right, they paled in comparison to the internal testers, who could very well also be hardcore players themselves. Before he could ponder further, Lao Chi, wielding a chain hammer, approached with swift strides, swinging the weapon with intent to predict Qin Fan's movements. With a resounding crash, the chain hammer was hurled, but Qin Fan anticipated the anticipated strike, skillfully evading it. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lao Chi's masked visage, revealing his surprise. He's remarkably strong. Junyu, sword in hand, addressed Lao Chi, suggesting, perhaps we should attack together. His movements are impressive, but in close combat, he will find it difficult to evade our strikes. Lao Chi nodded in agreement, recognizing that Junyu's proposal was indeed the most effective course of action. With their equipment and levels vastly superior to Qin Fan's, the sheer force of their assault would render him incapable of evasion. Draw your sword and strike. Faced with the prospect of being overwhelmed and with little chance of escape, Qin Fan resolved to confront them head-on, despite his uncertainty. Dream Lei, realm of spirits. Yuku, grant me healing. With gritted teeth, he called upon the two girls, who immediately sprang into action. In such a critical moment, they could not afford to remain passive. However, even as support surged from behind, Qin Fan could still feel the weight of his own vulnerability. In the ensuing battle, he was mercilessly overpowered, with each exchange intensifying the ferocity of their assault. Within moments, he found himself crashing to the ground. Minus 1,524. As Qin Fan glanced at his dwindling health, now reduced to mere digits, he realized that if he were to withstand another strike, the sheer force from these two adversaries could very well prove fatal. However, Junyu's speed was remarkable, and as the blades surged towards him, Qin Fan hastily seized the demon's sword to defend himself, unaware that the sword would pierce through the demon blade, shattering it into fragments. Just as the sword was about to penetrate his body, a figure suddenly leaped into the fray. Qin Fan, are you all right? The familiar voice prompted Qin Fan to look up, revealing Ning Nanqing, a smile gracing his lips as he wielded a long sword to intercept the blow. Yet, this inquiry was indeed directed at him. Overwhelmed by the question of why he would save him, Qin Fan listened as Ning Nanqing declared, if you continue to ponder why I saved you, let me clarify. You are my formidable rival, and I shall not allow anyone but me to take your life. Qin Fan was taken aback. Could this fellow possess the ability to read minds? Before he could ponder further, he heard Lao Chi chuckle and say, you must be the leader of the King's Alliance. I've heard that you have been hunting this fellow for quite some time. Yet now you intend to assist him? He is a boss that I, Ningnan City, have my eyes on, so leave the matter of dealing with him to me. Ningnan City, composed and unyielding, raised his long sword and spoke slowly. Lao Chi, your arrogance is not only unbecoming but also ill-advised, especially considering your elevated levels. Is it not sufficient? Enough of your nonsense. Junyu bellowed angrily, showing no respect for Ningnan City. This is not your King's Alliance, and we are not obliged to heed your commands. Do not presume that just because you possess a modicum of wealth, everyone is bound to comply with you. Ningnan City, if you do not step aside, we shall eliminate you as well, and subsequently dismantle your King's Alliance. At level 70, they ranked among the top players in the national server. Even if Ningnan City was resolute, it was doubtful he could triumph over them. It would be wiser to retreat at this juncture, as there was no need for Qin Fan to incur the wrath of these two. However, to his surprise, Ningnan City burst into laughter. If you lack the qualification for the internal test, then to me, you are nothing but two insignificant pests. Do you truly believe I would be intimidated by you? Upon hearing this, Lao Chi and Junyu exchanged glances and chose to refrain from further discourse, launching an assault on Ningnan City without hesitation. Hurry, I can resurrect, Ningnan City exclaimed, indicating he had no intention of preserving his life. Nevertheless, he was correct. He could indeed come back to life. By stalling these two, he was offering Qin Fan an excellent opportunity to escape. Qin Fan is certainly not a virtuous individual. Rising from the ground, Meng Lei and Yuka's dual healing proved remarkably swift, restoring 500 points of health. Yet, who could have anticipated that Ning Nanqing, so formidable against the Haoshan giant, would find himself utterly powerless against these two? In less than 10 seconds, he was unceremoniously brought to the ground. Are you jesting with me? The reality is not that Ning Nanqing is weak. Rather, it is that Lao Chi and his companions are exceedingly strong. When levels are overwhelmingly superior, resistance becomes futile. It is akin to Qin Fan, who, upon their initial encounter, was swiftly knocked down. To claim Ning Nanqing is weak would be a misrepresentation. It would be more accurate to assert that those individuals are simply too powerful. What shall be done? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the prostrate form of Ning Nanqing, who, even in his dire state, mustered the strength to call out, "Flee quickly." In truth, considering the astuteness of Ning Nanqing, the reality was that Qin Fan had already perished. Thus, this incarnation of Qin Fan might not be a player at all. Death here could indeed signify a final end. Naturally, Ning Nanqing would not ponder how Qin Fan had managed this, For him, the mere existence of such a formidable adversary was sufficient. No one could possibly take his place, apart from Qin Fan. This is not to mention, Qin Fan currently lacks the inclination to remain. He is perplexed by Ning Nanqing's seemingly erratic behavior, while he possesses the ability to resurrect. He himself does not share this luxury. Rising to his feet, Qin Fan prepares to make his escape. However, before he can contemplate further, the figures of Lao Qi and Junya materialize beside Meng Lei and Yu Ke. Both sport peculiar smiles, and one seizes each girl, effectively halting Qin Fan's supply of buffs. Indeed, they are special NPCs. During the closed beta, their existence went unnoticed, yet now they impede his departure. Lao Qi's taunt serves a dual purpose, to ascertain whether special NPCs possess self-awareness. Junya, however, harbors a different perspective. A smirk graces his lips as he declares, "Let him go. Lao Qi, these two girls are even more beautiful than those we've encountered before. Today is certainly a windfall." In fact, prior to the 5th evolution's public release, a rumor circulated claiming that everything here is materialized. Thus, even those with lascivious intentions can engage with NPCs. And the experience mirrors that of reality, rendering this place a haven for those seeking to fulfill their primal urges. Naturally, one must possess a modicum of strength to command respect in such an arena. "Boss, save me," he cries. "You two rascals, my hero is merely biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike you both down." Do you honestly believe he would flee? Impossible. Are these two girls deranged? I encountered you by chance. I am not your caretaker, nor should you regard me, Qin Fan, as a selfless benefactor. Besides, my blade is shattered. It is inconceivable to wield a femur. The more Qin Fan contemplated, the more his anger swelled, and he turned to flee. As the adage goes, a dead friend is preferable to a living one. I have no time to play the hero here. However, upon witnessing Qin Fan's actions, Lao Qi's expression shifted, for if Qin Fan chose to remain, it would indicate he was merely a typical NPC. It was absurd. How could one escape while accompanied by comrades? Yet, Qin Fan's intention to flee suggested he had developed self-awareness, a testament to the notion that artificial intelligence could indeed supplant humanity, a notion not to be taken lightly. Consequently, Lao Qi discerned that Qin Fan was anything but ordinary. In the next moment, Lao Qi swiftly materialized before Qin Fan, his gaze filled with intrigue as he scrutinized him. "You are indeed problematic. Come back with me, and allow me to conduct some research." His words bore an unsettling resemblance to those of a schemer luring an unsuspecting maiden. "Do you not realize that I am a skeleton? A skeleton, do you understand?" Qin Fan felt a sense of melancholy as he changed direction to flee. However, before he could escape, the 7th one swiftly caught up with him. This fellow, instead of seeking to kill Qin Fan, delivered a powerful kick to his body. In an instant, Qin Fan's form was severed in two. -526. Are you truly intent on ending my life? After all, I was once one of your kind. Gazing at the solitary drop of blood that remained, Qin Fan began to question whether he had inadvertently activated some sort of blood lock. Yet, in this dire situation, the prospect of escape seemed nearly impossible. With his body now fragmented, was he to rely solely on his hands to crawl away? Qin Fan collapsed onto the ground, engulfed in an unprecedented sense of despair. As the relentless approach of the 7th adversary drew nearer, his fury intensified. Once, he had been unmatched, even among the internal testers. Yet now he found himself at their mercy. "I would rather perish than be slain by you." Qin Fan glanced around, contemplating the idea of ending his life by colliding with a tree. However, to his surprise, his gaze fell upon the rusted knife he had seen before. It seemed to be the very weapon that you had left behind, mistakenly believing it to belong to Qin Fan. Could it be? Even in his darkest moments, he would have to resort to this wretched blade? Qin Fan pondered for a moment before deciding to pick it up. After all, if he were to meet his demise against a tree, it would undoubtedly invite ridicule from Ning Nanqing. However, as he grasped the rusted blade, a series of attributes appeared before his eyes, causing a surge of excitement within him. Salvation had arrived. Bloodthirsty blade current quality. Inferior special skill. Bloodletting. Upon utilizing this bloodthirsty blade, the wielder can absorb a portion of health with each strike. Currently, the absorption rate is 3% of the enemy's health. Note, the bloodthirsty blade possesses infinite growth potential. The more health it absorbs, the swifter its evolution. Could this be a divine weapon bestowed by fate? How astonishing. I truly underestimated your capabilities. In truth, Qin Fan had been engulfed in anger. compounded by the fact that two crucial wishes had been squandered by those two girls, leading him to believe that this blade was nothing but a worthless piece of junk. However, now that he beheld the blade's attributes, his excitement only intensified. With each attack, he could reclaim a percentage of his health, the more robust his opponent's vitality, the greater his own recovery. This was nothing short of a game-breaking advantage. Before long, Old Seven approached, and Qin Fan, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, aimed to strike at him. Old Seven scoffed derisively, taunting, "You dare to swing a rusted piece of junk at me? Have you truly lost your mind?" He dismissed the feeble attack entirely. Yet in the next instant, the bloodthirsty blade struck his arm with precision. Suddenly, Qin Fan's vitality surged by 230 points, and the previously shattered bones reassembled in an instant. This exemplifies the formidable nature of skeleton creatures. Their bodies can be dismantled, but at most, they merely fall apart. Hence, once their health is restored, they seamlessly reconstitute. Simultaneously, Qin Fan observed the bloodthirsty blade emanating a crimson aura, as the rust that marred its surface vanished instantaneously. It transformed into a resplendent red blade, exuding a faint glow, while Qin Fan's gaze sharpened significantly. Perhaps he now possessed the strength to engage in battle. However, it was an overestimation for Qin Fan to believe he could vanquish two level 70 internal testers with ease. Thus, a touch of strategy would be requisite. Qin Fan fixated intently on Lao Qi and Junyu, both of whom found the situation rather peculiar. Just a moment ago, Qin Fan had seemed on the brink of death, yet he had suddenly regained such vitality. It was undeniably suspicious. As seasoned players, their gazes quickly settled on Qin Fan's bloodthirsty blade. That weapon harbored a secret. Lao Qi voiced this suspicion, to which Junyu responded with a sly grin. "Lao Qi, you already possess a zenith blade. Allow me to have this one. If we eliminate this fellow, we shall only grow stronger." Lao Qi remained silent, for deep down, he had no desire to vanquish Qin Fan. Simultaneously, Qin Fan pondered his next course of action. The strength of his adversaries was formidable. Escaping would not prove simple, leaving him with no choice but to engage in battle. However, should he fight, victory was imperative. He could not bear to grasp a glimmer of hope only to be plunged into deeper despair. Moreover, possessing such an extraordinary weapon would undoubtedly enhance his own prowess. It must be acknowledged that the fifth evolution was indeed a game capable of conjuring infinite hope. Such a terrifying weapon, had it not been acquired through a wish, Qin Fan might not have endured for so long. "Qin Fan, I can assist you." Ning Nanqing staggered to his feet, the esteemed leader of the King's alliance appearing quite disheveled in that moment. After a brief contemplation, Qin Fan swiftly approached Ning Nanqing, his gaze devoid of emotion as he stated, "Since you wish to help me, then do nothing at all." Ning Nanqing, likely unable to comprehend Qin Fan's words, nonetheless activated the skill he had absorbed in the next instant. Qin Fan is unlike the ordinary players. The skills he acquires can be utilized without limit for 5 minutes. He had witnessed Ning Nanqing employing that particular technique against the giant of Hoshan last time. One must ponder. If such a formidable skill can be unleashed infinitely by Qin Fan, its power must be considerable. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Ning Nanqing currently regards Qin Fan as an ally, allowing him to freely release his absorbed skills. In the following moment, Qin Fan replenished a portion of his health and subsequently acquired a time-limited ultimate skill. However, it was not the same technique that Ning Nanqing had used against the giant of Hongshan. Instead, it was a unique skill known as Fallen Mountain. This fellow, surprisingly, had another card up his sleeve. Unbeknownst to Ning Nanqing, who remained oblivious to Qin Fan's inner musings, he had not concealed this skill previously. Rather, he had perished before he had the chance to unleash it. Coupled with the shocking news of Qin Fan's continued existence, it had slipped his mind. Fallen Mountain, Fallen Mountain, Fallen Mountain. It is unclear how many times Qin Fan shouted, but during those brief 5 minutes, his lips never ceased motion. Soon after, the celestial dome above transformed into a fiery crimson hue, as terrifying meteors rained down towards Lao Qi and his companions. The large area of effect damage skill caused their expressions to shift dramatically. Undoubtedly, while level suppression was indeed a factor, the skills obtainable from the game were not universally shared. The incessant meteors cascading down were certainly not part of their arsenal. If they were impervious to such attacks, they would be invincible. Thus, with the meteoric assault spanning such a vast area, they hastily sought refuge to the side. Yet, scarcely had they evaded one barrage when another wave of attacks ensued. After all, Qin Fan was endeavoring to unleash his skills as extensively as possible, leaving little room for escape in this vicinity. Ning Nanqing, his face a portrait of shock, fixated on Qin Fan and demanded, "What have you done? How can you wield my skill? This ability is unique. Once I learn it, no one else can." The absorption of skills does not instantaneously eliminate the opponent. It merely siphons a portion of their abilities and health. Thus, Ning Nanqing was undoubtedly still alive. However, scarcely had he uttered these words when a meteorite descended upon him from the heavens, catching him completely off guard, and he met his demise in that instant. "Regardless, you can resurrect. I shall remember this favor." Qin Fan silently muttered to himself, then swiftly seized Meng Lei and Yu Ku, making a decisive leap to escape. Approximately an hour later, he finally came to a halt. How did he manage to flee? It was a rhetorical question. Those two players were remarkably agile. Although they momentarily scrambled to evade him, no significant damage was inflicted. Essentially, they retained their formidable combat prowess. Engaging them in battle now would be tantamount to courting death. Qin Fan was acutely aware of one truth. When faced with an unbeatable foe, one must refrain from hasty confrontation, instead retreating to gather strength. Biding time until the moment for resurgence arrives, when he would undoubtedly surpass them all. Yet, this was the first time in his life he had tasted defeat. And it was impossible for him not to feel a surge of anger. "Lao Chi Junyu, is it? Grant me a little time, and I shall personally seek you out." As night descended, beneath the steep cliffs of a canyon, a flickering campfire cast a warm glow. Qin Fan grilled some meat, offering it to Yu Ku and Meng Lei, fully resolved in his decision. The girl, Meng Lei, could not be returned to the Elven Kingdom just yet. After all, having her as a companion proved advantageous, especially in conjunction with Qin Fan's fortuitous critical strikes. Hence, it was prudent to keep her close. However, thoughts of their next destination loomed large in Qin Fan's mind. If he wished to grow stronger, he must continually engage in battles to level up. And he recalled a prime location from a strategy guide released prior to the game's launch. The fifth evolution housed numerous factions, most of which were interconnected. For instance, the Light faction was allied with humanity, while the Dark faction comprised a vast conglomeration of creatures, including jungle beasts and many others of their kind. Yet, beyond these factions existed a peculiar entity, the demon race. Demons did not belong to the Dark faction. Despite sharing a fearsome appearance, they existed solely for malevolent purposes. The Dark faction, albeit with its own share of cruelty, still possessed a semblance of compassion, unlike the demons, who harbored none. The demon race was equally at odds with the Light faction, though much of the animosity was directed towards the Dark faction, resulting in fewer conflicts between the two. Determined, Qin Fan resolved to explore the demon race. Their brutality made them a formidable presence that ordinary factions dared not provoke, making it an ideal environment for someone like him, who was accustomed to evasion. Moreover, the demons began at level 50, deterring most players from attempting such a venture. While beta testers might dare to tread there, it was unlikely they would anticipate Qin Fan's intentions. After all, who would presume he would venture into the lair of demons seeking his own demise? The demon race resided within a vast expanse of black forest, covering an area of 5 million square meters. As a notably distinct race, all of their lowest-tier warriors boasted levels above 50. At this moment, deep within the infernal jungle, 3 figures were meandering slowly. Leading the way was a skeleton, trailed by 2 exquisitely beautiful women, though it was evident that all the gear was being carried by the 2 seemingly frail maidens. Frail maidens? Have you said enough? One might retort. Each could consume 2 pounds of the Fire Saint Dragon's meat without a second thought. How could they be deemed weak? Yet, one had to wonder, how could these 2 women remain so slender despite consuming copious amounts of food? It seemed as though their nourishment vanished into thin air. Qin Fan felt a twinge of frustration when, unexpectedly, he came to a halt. The 2 women behind him were taken aback by his sudden stop, and 4 soft bodies collided gently against his back. However, it was of little consequence. After all, they were skeletons, devoid of any carnal desires. "Boss, what's the matter?" you asked, perplexed. Meanwhile, Meng Lei had already noticed something. She lowered her voice and remarked, "Over there, 2 demon bats. They appear rather feeble. Hero, allow me to deal with them." Before Qin Fan could ponder further, the girl sprang forth, brandishing a stick she had seemingly picked up from nowhere. Wielding it as if it were a sword, Qin Fan couldn't help but murmur to himself, utterly unable to stop Meng Lei, who had already reached the base of the decaying tree. "Hey, come down and face your doom. Did you learn that line from a monkey?" Qin Fan was utterly perplexed as to why this woman would suddenly raise her voice, yet in that instant, the eyes of the 2 demonic bats transformed into a fierce crimson. The moment they departed from the branches, they surged towards Ming Lei with the swiftness of lightning. That foolish girl. In a moment of urgency, Qin Fan swiftly took action, drawing his blade to strike. Clang, clang. Qin Fan's speed was astonishing. He swiftly dashed before Ming Lei, the clash of his blade against the demon bats igniting sparks that danced in the air. -1,250. -1,250. However, Qin Fan's expression immediately soured as he realized that a mere moment of contact had resulted in a staggering loss of 1/3 of his health. The reputation of the demon race was indeed well-deserved, for even the ordinary wild monsters possessed such formidable power. The critical point was, they had yet to make direct contact with him. "Hero, you have come to rescue me once again," Ming Lei exclaimed with an infatuated expression. Qin Fan felt an urge to curse. The term hero seemed utterly misplaced. If it weren't for the fact that she still held some utility, he would have had no inclination to aid her. Moreover, he truly had no time to attend to Ming Lei at that moment. The two demon bats hovered in the air, their mouths curling into a sinister semblance of a smile, appearing exceedingly malevolent. These two fiends had the audacity to regard him as a mere plaything. Qin Fan immediately realized this fact. However, feeling angered was futile, for there remained a discernible disparity in strength. Moreover, the damage inflicted by these two adversaries was alarmingly formidable, compelling him to avoid lingering in their presence. Yet, fleeing was not an option for Qin Fan. The wild creatures and NPCs differed significantly, at the very least. The former would engage in straightforward attacks and merely repeat a handful of their known skills. If he were to cower even before the wild creatures, how could he possibly dare to venture into the realm of the demon tribe? That would be tantamount to courting death. In an instant, Qin Fan brandished the bloodthirsty blade, his gaze fixed upon the positions of the two demonic bats. In the next heartbeat, his body surged forward with remarkable swiftness. Thunder half-moon slash. As he uttered these words, Yuku and Ming Lei, positioned behind him, sprang into action, ready to bestow their buffs upon him, a precaution Qin Fan had forewarned them about prior to their arrival. The two demonic bats, far from exhibiting any fear, transformed into bolts of lightning once more, seemingly launching an assault towards Qin Fan. How infuriating! Their speed was astonishingly rapid. In Qin Fan's heart, an involuntary curse escaped his lips, primarily due to the exceedingly swift movements of the two demonic bats. Although his health was gradually regenerating, should he endure another strike from them, it was likely that his life would be irrevocably lost. Fortunately, from the previous attack, Qin Fan had discerned the range of the two demonic bats' abilities. He swiftly evaded, and at the precise moment their skills concluded, he unleashed his weapon once more. Thunderous crescent slash. A flash of blade light surged forth, striking accurately upon the two demonic bats. Yet, despair gripped Qin Fan as he realized that this strike had inflicted a mere 1,000 points of damage, while the health of these two demonic bats exceeded a staggering 10,000. Do you two even comprehend that you are mere monsters? Qin Fan had no choice but to evade once more, strategizing for his next skillful assault, seizing the opportunity to strike during the brief interlude. However, wild creatures, by their very nature, remain just that, wild. Though the designers might imbue them with unique aesthetics, they are ultimately mass-produced entities, resulting in minimal variations in their abilities. As long as he adeptly maneuvered to dodge their skills and replicated his prior tactics, he would soon dispatch them all. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin Fan finally set down his bloodthirsty blade and collapsed onto the ground. How exhausting it was to battle just two minor creatures. If he were to encounter a demon, he might very well be vanquished in an instant. Qin Fan glanced at his experience bar, currently at level 45. Realizing that he still had a considerable journey ahead before reaching the 5th evolution. Although the demonic bats had also significantly increased in level, achieving level 50 seemed a daunting task, as it would likely require the defeat of 1,000 of them. What should he do? Battling monsters posed no challenge, however. The time investment required was rather excessive. After much contemplation, Qin Fan decided to continue his journey with the two women by his side. In the distance, he could discern a cluster of diminutive structures, a village of the demon race. One must not underestimate the demon tribe. Even a mere villager possesses formidable strength, often exceeding level 50. Nevertheless, these villagers are relatively peaceful in nature. Why is this the case? When one considers the ambitions that reside within each demon, it becomes evident that their aspirations are vast, and they harbor little fondness for others. Yet, the ability to coexist peacefully in a shared space demonstrates that their ambitions may not be as overwhelming as one might presume. Nonetheless, caution remains imperative. Qin Fan cast a glance at Yuku and Meng Lei. As for himself, he was indifferent. After all, as a skeleton, even if the demon clan showed some concern, they would not resort to lethal measures. However, for humans and elves, the situation was markedly different. Tormenting them could be regarded as an exceedingly entertaining endeavor. After careful consideration, Qin Fan decided to circumvent the village for the time being. Given the current inability to triumph over the other demon kin, he resolved to commence with the wilderness creatures. Although the experience gained was somewhat lacking, it was certainly better than having none at all. He persisted in his endeavors, and after an entire day of toil, he finally attained level 46. Qin Fan had exerted considerable effort, having vanquished at least 200 demon bats in this region. At this rate, when would it come to an end? Qin Fan sat by the campfire, the dawn light beginning to break. Yuka sneezed, awakening from her slumber. Her gaze was still somewhat dazed as she looked at Qin Fan, pouting with a touch of grievance, before rushing over to embrace him. "Boss, I dreamt of my mother." As she spoke, she wiped away her tears. The warmth of her body, even devoid of any lustful thoughts, stirred Qin Fan's imagination. Nevertheless, he gently pushed her away, patting her head and reassuring her, "Before long, I shall take you to find your mother." She responded like a little lamb, her voice dry and lacking enthusiasm as she settled down dejectedly by the fire. Once Meng Lei awoke, Qin Fan rose as well, declaring, "Let us continue our journey." However, the current pace rendered it impossible to delve deeper into the heart of the demon clan. Moreover, should other players arrive, he would likely find himself besieged from multiple fronts. This was the source of Qin Fan's distress. His inadequate strength was a significant hindrance. Yet, with no other option, he pressed on. Whenever he encountered a demon bat, he would swiftly dispatch it. After all, the more he killed, the richer his experience became, thus his speed in slaying demon bats had notably increased. Alas, the experience bar was an insatiable abyss. After vanquishing another demon bat, Qin Fan suddenly halted, grabbing Yuku and Meng Lei, and hurriedly taking shelter behind a large tree. Soon, he spotted a caravan approaching. The Sharp-Horned Demon, a small squad composed of 5 members, was recognizable from the game poster. The Sharp-Horned Demon is one of the most common demons, resembling humans but adorned with a pair of bat wings on their backs and black horns protruding from either side of their foreheads, hence the name. Their appearance is predominantly black, and even without clothing, they remain modest, as Sharp-Horned Demons are inherently genderless. Qin Fan gazed at them, realizing that the convoy behind them was, in essence, a lengthy prison housing a myriad of malevolent beings. It is worth mentioning that the demon race has always been steeped in wickedness, leading to fierce internal strife. The demons trailing behind were largely of the horned variety, yet among them was a remarkably beautiful female demon. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and her scant attire revealed much of her majestic softness. Moreover, her lower half was scarcely covered, leaving little to the imagination at first glance. One could easily identify her as a succubus. Initially, Qin Fan had no intention of provoking them, but unexpectedly, the succubus seemed to have sensed their presence. Her gaze swiftly turning in Qin Fan's direction. What defines a succubus, you might ask? Within her large, sparkling eyes lay a plea for assistance. Succubi are the most beguiling of demons, and combined with their naturally enchanting physiques and striking features, many would fall prey to their allure in an instant. It is essential to note that demons differ from other races. They possess the ability to tempt without regard to gender. The crux of this lies in the succubi, whose allure stems from an intrinsic skill akin to a passive ability, not merely relying on the distinction between male and female to exert their seduction. Indeed, in that fleeting glance, one could perceive the manifestation of such a passive skill. Fortunately for Qin Fan, being a skeleton, he was immune to her charms. Otherwise, he might have succumbed. "Boss, please save her. Hero, swiftly rescue that sister." Yet, as fate would have it, while Qin Fan remained unscathed, the 2 women beside him had fallen under the succubus's spell. The pressing question remained: how did the succubus detect their presence? NPCs do not possess the same ability as players to see the distinctive markers above their heads. Thus, her ability to sense them indicated that this succubus was no ordinary creature. Bang! Bang! Without uttering a word, Qin Fan swiftly struck the back of the heads of the 2 women. He was uncertain how to dispel the temptations of the succubi, but he knew that he could not allow these 2 to create chaos. Otherwise, the 5 horned demons could easily take his life. However, a thought occurred to Qin Fan. The considerable number of imprisoned horned demons likely did not align themselves with the 5 leading demons. It is well known that the demon race frequently engages in internal strife, and given their brutal nature, it would not be surprising if they intended to eliminate one another. If killing was to be done, why not allow Qin Fan to take on that task? Experience points are notoriously difficult to acquire. Yet with such a multitude of horned demons, he could potentially level up by at least 2 ranks. Only upon reaching level 50 would Qin Fan dare to traverse the demon realm with confidence. And now that the opportunity for experience was presented before him, he had no reason to delay. Thus, after the horned demon convoy departed, Qin Fan promptly roused the 2 girls and stealthily followed from a distance. The horned demons possessed keen senses, and it was imperative that they remained undetected. As nightfall approached, they finally halted at the entrance of a cavern, which appeared quite spacious and led into an abyss of darkness. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Fan retrieved the all-purpose die. I wish to acquire the skill of group disguise. As the die landed on the number 1, a wisp of white mist emerged and surged into Qin Fan's body, instantly bestowing him with a new skill in his mind. Universal transformation. Transform into another character for 10 minutes, usable by a group. Note, this skill may be discerned. Special NPCs and players possess the ability to see through it. Indeed, it seems rather impractical. Is this truly the skill derived from the lowest probability? Without the need for extensive contemplation, Qin Fan understood that if the number was 6, it must signify a prolonged disguise that would undoubtedly remain undetected. However, with no alternative at hand, the imperative was to execute the task as effectively as possible within the limited time frame. Mere moments later, the appearances of Qin Fan and his companions transformed to closely resemble that of the horned demons. It was then that Qin Fan, accompanied by the 2 maidens, ventured inside. Upon entering, they were greeted by a peculiar melody. Indeed, the off-key humming was the unmistakable sound of the horned demons singing, evidently in high spirits, reveling as if they were hosting a grand feast. Inside, Qin Fan observed 2 horned demons tending to the fire, while another pair sharpened their blades. The final horned demon was engaged in an unknown dance, flailing its limbs with abandon. In a corner, huddled together, were the captured horned demons and a succubus, trembling in fear. Do not misunderstand. Despite their malevolent nature, even demons are susceptible to fear. Was this an indication of their intention to consume them? The corners of Qin Fan's mouth curled upward. Consuming these creatures was, in fact, a fortuitous opportunity for him. The brutal methods employed by the demon race were undoubtedly something Qin Fan could not abide, yet he found no objection to playing the role of an executioner. These beings represented a substantial source of experience points. Acquiring such a bounty of experience was a prospect too enticing to overlook. However, he first needed to deal with the 5 horned demons. Upon entering, one particularly animated horned demon immediately fixated its gaze upon Qin Fan, standing rigidly, its eyes scanning him with a wary intensity. Who are you? The horned demon, presumably the most articulate among the 5, brandished a machete and approached Qin Fan, while the remaining 4 demons exhibited a similar air of vigilance. Should combat ensue, they would undoubtedly charge at once. To Qin Fan's surprise, he discovered that he could comprehend the horned demon's words. With the ability to communicate, the ensuing matters had become considerably less complicated. Qin Fan clasped his fists and continued. I came here upon seeing you, my esteemed elder brother, hoping to join your ranks and seek your guidance. What? The leader of the horned demons paused, a hint of confusion evident in his demeanor. Which squad did you originally belong to, and why do you wish to ally with me? Are you perhaps a subordinate of Shiza, sent here to rescue these individuals? Though the horned demon might misinterpret appearances, Qin Fan discerned from the leader's evident ire that Shiza was undoubtedly their sworn enemy. To acknowledge such a connection could very well result in being branded a foe and met with lethal consequences. No, you have misunderstood. Qin Fan hurriedly explained with trepidation. The 3 of us have all been bullied by that scoundrel Shiza. We have come to seek refuge with you specifically to confront him. I stand in firm opposition to Shiza. Qin Fan spoke with righteous indignation, his fury palpable in his chest, easily discernible to anyone present, momentarily unnerving the leader of the sharp-horned demons. After a brief contemplation, one of his subordinates interjected, Chief, we cannot place our trust in them. We have just abducted someone from Shiza, and they appear almost immediately. Something is amiss. How ironic it was that a mere lackey could outshine his leader in cunning. Indeed. Upon hearing this, the sharp-horned demon leader solemnly nodded. You are not wrong, shall see. These individuals undoubtedly harbor ulterior motives. How about this? Since you claim not to be under Shiza's command, seize your weapons and reduce these intruders to mere fragments. Then we shall relish the feast. What say you? What? You wish for me to orchestrate such a grand slaughter? That would indeed align perfectly with my desires. In a moment of overwhelming excitement, Qin Fan initially contemplated infiltrating the situation and devising a strategy to seize the matter for himself. To his surprise, the leader of the Horned Demon was so forthcoming. Since you have shown your goodwill, I shall ensure you remain whole. I pledge my allegiance. To demonstrate my loyalty, I am willing to undertake any endeavor. Qin Fan spoke with palpable excitement, and even the Horned Demon leader could perceive it. For a moment, he too was deceived and couldn't help but exclaim. It appears that this fellow is not under the influence of Shiza. Rather, he possesses the spirit to oppose Shiza. He might very well become my right-hand man. As he spoke, the Horned Demon tossed a blade towards Qin Fan, a weapon of exquisite sharpness. However, Qin Fan shook his head and replied, I shall manage on my own. I wouldn't want to sully my brother's blade. The bloodthirsty blade instantly materialized in Qin Fan's grasp, and with fervor, he approached the first Horned Demon, for this was a living embodiment of experience points. Transforming into the Horned Demon, Qin Fan grinned widely, his eyes gleaming with excitement. More fervent than upon encountering a virtuous maiden. In the next moment, without hesitation, he swung at the Horned Demon. Yet, to his surprise, the Horned Demon, displaying its own spirit, glared fiercely at Qin Fan and retorted, If Lord Shiza were to learn of your actions, he would undoubtedly not spare you. Who do you think you are intimidating? The more Qin Fan pondered, the more infuriated he became. However, just as his blade was about to strike the sharp Horned Demon, the latter unleashed an overwhelming aura that effortlessly deflected the bloodthirsty blade. Surely, this cannot be. These creatures possess such formidable resistance. How am I to slay them? Qin Fan felt a surge of urgency as he heard the leader of the Horned Demons chuckle. It seems your strength is lacking. Go assist him. Those from Shiza deserve death. The other 4 Horned Demons swiftly approached Qin Fan, each securing a limb of the previously mentioned demon. They then exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Fan, silently conveying that it was his turn to shine. Qin Fan was overwhelmed with emotion, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. Such treatment was unprecedented since his arrival here. Glancing back at the 2 sharp Horned Demons, Yuku and Meng Lei, he noted their distracted demeanor, as they seemed entirely disinclined to offer assistance. This led Qin Fan to ponder whether taking these 2 freeloaders under his wing had been a grave mistake. If only he could enlist these sharp Horned Demons to his cause, he could effortlessly amass a wealth of experience points with but a mere flick of his blade. With a decisive crack, it was time for Qin Fan to showcase his prowess. The bloodthirsty blade descended, crimson blood gushing forth, followed by a significant increase in his experience points. Paradise. This was nothing short of paradise. Before Qin Fan could express his astonishment, the 4 individuals swiftly shifted their focus to the next sharp-edged demon, one after another. It became evident that their intention was to eliminate Qin Fan entirely. For them, this was merely a test for Qin Fan, as they still had to contend with the so-called Westzai thereafter. Without hesitation, Qin Fan swiftly dealt with the captured spiked demons. Within 3 minutes, their spirit of resistance had completely vanished, and Qin Fan's level ascended directly to 49. It was no small feat. Had he only targeted the demon bats, it might have taken him 10 days to reach this level. As time progressed, the captured spiked demons grew increasingly reluctant to resist, leading the 4 spiked demons to return to their respective tasks, some tending to the fire, others chopping wood, while only the spiked demon leader continued to observe Qin Fan intently. With the remaining captives dwindling, Qin Fan glanced at the time. Merely 1 minute remained for the illusory transformation. He needed to expedite the battle and exit this place. The spiked demon leader was currently placing trust in him, aiding him in his endeavors. However, should he revert to his original form, he might very well become the first casualty. Intensifying his pace, as he approached the last spiked demon, he noticed a cold smirk curling at the corners of its mouth. It then spoke, Thank you for your efforts. Upon your return, please inform Lord Shiza that our sacrifices were not in vain. What nonsensical drivel was this? Did it truly believe he was sent by Shiza? By the way, who exactly is this Shiza? Upon careful reflection, Qin Fan realized that commanding such a multitude of sharp-horned demons likely indicated that this individual held a certain stature within the demonic lineage. However, this fellow seemed prone to misunderstandings. I am merely here to garner experience points. After concluding the life of his opponent, Qin Fan's gaze fell upon the final demon, the previous succubus. With merely half a minute remaining, he needed to hasten his actions. Yet, even if he were to vanquish her, it was uncertain whether he would achieve level 50. Otherwise, he could indeed contend with those 5 sharp-horned demons. Qin Fan let out a faint sigh. Yet when confronted with the succubus, he showed no trace of compassion. The bloodthirsty blade gripped tightly in his palm. He swiftly brought it down towards her neck. Her large, pleading eyes brimmed with desperation, and her soft voice echoed in his ears. "Help me. I beg you, save me." For a fleeting moment, his mind wavered, and the bloodthirsty blade hovered in midair. Though Qin Fan quickly regained his composure, ready to strike again, he heard her speak once more. "If you wish to slay these demons, I can offer you a far greater opportunity, one that will allow you to kill to your heart's content." To your heart's content. The allure of such words was undeniably enticing to Qin Fan, who had just experienced firsthand the overwhelming rush of accumulating experience points. How could he be so easily deceived? Yet, he still retained a semblance of clarity. With merely 15 seconds remaining, he resolved to eliminate her and promptly concoct an excuse to depart. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan steeled his resolve, declaring, "You, succubus, are a creature of the demon race. I shall not be swayed by your deceit." However, before his blade could descend, the succubus interjected, "Those 5 horned demons behind you can also be vanquished with my power. Are you not tempted?" Tempted? How could he not be? Yet, what grounds did he have to trust her? As Qin Fan hesitated, a voice of discontent resonated from behind him, belonging to the horned demon leader. "Surely, you are not captivated by the succubus. Our team has no need for such feeble trash. What nonsense is this?" Turning around, he beheld the other 4 horned demons brandishing steel knives, swiftly advancing towards him, their murderous intent already apparent. No wonder the demon race found themselves isolated. Their fickleness is rather excessive, is it not? Qin Fan was utterly taken aback, for just a moment ago, the sharp-horned demon had greeted him with a cheerful smile. And in the next heartbeat, it had drawn its blade against him. These creatures truly possess no sense of integrity. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. In no time, the countdown concluded, and the expressions of Qin Fan and his companions transformed dramatically. "They are not our kin." One of the sharp-horned demons bellowed this proclamation. Yet the leader of the sharp-horned demons remained remarkably composed as he responded, "Do not be hasty. I have long discerned their true nature. I merely wish to observe what tricks they intended to employ. After all, they are assisting us in dealing with Shiza, so there is no necessity to expose them." The leader maintained an air of nonchalance, a slight smirk lingering at the corners of his mouth, and his words bore an authenticity that could not be feigned. "The leader is indeed wise." The 4 sharp-horned demons chorused in unison. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this individual possessed the capability to see through their deception, yet refrained from revealing it simply because he regarded them with utter indifference. "I care not for your intentions. On the territory of our demon clan, to commit such heinous acts warrants a price to be paid." Qin Fan suppressed the urge to curse, astonished by the sharp-horned demon leader's audacity. Yet, he was resolute. He would not yield so easily. A cold smile graced his lips as he fixed his gaze upon the demon, declaring, "You had better stand by your words, or I shall be the one to end your life." This was directed at the succubus behind him, who hurriedly replied, "My lord, I will assist you." Whether her words held truth remained uncertain, but as the sharp-horned demon lunged forward, Qin Fan's eyes narrowed, and the bloodthirsty blade ignited with a crimson glow. When confronting those of the demon race, one must show no mercy. A single misstep could be fatal. Meanwhile, the succubus behind him, whether she acted or not, was irrelevant. As Yuku and Ming Lei quickly recognized the peril and promptly bestowed numerous buffs upon Qin Fan. With a swift draw of his sword, he struck. The sound of metal clashing resonated, and Qin Fan's body was forcefully slammed against the wall. A cloud of dust enveloping him as he felt several bones fracture under the impact. Minus 2,510. Damn it. Are you all trying to eliminate me in an instant? Qin Fan immediately sensed the vast chasm that lay between him and the... He feared that he would scarcely be able to withstand the next strike, which would likely lead to his swift demise. How foolish it was to hesitate. This woman was merely here to deceive me. Ultimately, he could not perceive any enhancement brought by the gazes of the 4 were steeped in malevolence. For them, eliminating Qin Fan was as effortless as crushing an ant. "My fate is sealed." Within Qin Fan's heart, these words echoed, yet he soon realized that the 4 horned demons had come to an abrupt halt, their expressions oddly transfixed, as if they had beheld an exquisitely beautiful sight. "Now, my lord." The succubus's voice pierced through his reverie, and Qin Fan immediately grasped the assistance she had rendered him. Uncertain of her methods, he understood that time was of the essence. The 4 horned demons found themselves devoid of any means of resistance, as the bloodthirsty blade swung decisively towards their faces. When it came to seizing opportunities, none among the players could rival Qin Fan's prowess. 542. 741, 785, 763. The passive effect of the bloodthirsty blade manifested, bestowing upon Qin Fan a substantial replenishment of health. Almost immediately, a crimson aura enveloped the bloodthirsty blade once more. Bloodthirsty blade level, epic skill, Bloodthirst Savior's Spirit Blade, an evolved version of the blood-sucking blade. Each attack on an enemy siphons 5% of their health. Note: when the user's health falls below 10%, a shield capable of absorbing 2,500 damage is granted. A surge of joy coursed through Qin Fan's heart. The bloodthirsty blade, much like himself, possessed the capacity for endless evolution. However, the magnitude of this enhancement was indeed extraordinary. My lord, there is one more. The voice of the succubus abruptly yanked Qin Fan back to reality. The horned demon leader glared fiercely at Qin Fan, his rage palpable as he bellowed, "You wretch! I shall not spare you for slaying my kin." The very fact that the horned demon leader had ascended to such a position attested to his considerable strength, far surpassing that of his fellow horned demons. In an instant, a trident materialized in his hand, and his bat-like wings unfurled dramatically behind him, hovering midair. He fixed his gaze intently upon Qin Fan. Would he be able to restrain him? Qin Fan employed gaming terminology, yet the succubus seemed to comprehend his meaning. However, she promptly shook her head. "His mental fortitude surpasses my expectations, rendering me incapable of seducing him. We must rely solely on your strength to engage in battle." Can my prowess truly match his? Qin Fan felt somewhat despondent as he beheld the horned demon leader raising a triangular trident above his head. A surge of black energy coalescing around him, his eyes aflame with fury. In the next moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the swirling black energy. Resembling an enlarged horned demon, its mouth lined with razor-sharp fangs akin to those of a saber-toothed tiger. Wait, this is dark magic. In Qin Fan's understanding of the game, dark magic is merely a form of sorcery wielded by mages who manipulate dark energy. The shadow he now faced was, in essence, a formidable assault. Dark magic, like other forms of sorcery, is composed of elemental forces. At first glance, it may not seem particularly remarkable. However, to think so would be a grave misjudgment. One must recognize that the energy harnessed by the horned demon leader has now taken on a demonic form, obedient to his command. Under these circumstances, the shadow inherently possesses terrifying power, capable of inflicting damage on Qin Fan, whether through direct assault or by detonation. The crux of the matter is that it is a mass of energy. How can one strike it directly? It is akin to someone hurling a bomb at you. If you were to attempt to cleave it, you might inadvertently trigger an even swifter explosion. What should be done? Qin Fan dared not confront directly. The damage inflicted by a high-level sorcerer was exceptionally terrifying. A single strike could very well claim his life, and to act recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Mere seconds later, the misty figure's mouth widened menacingly, contorting into a sinister grin. "Die!" bellowed the horned demon leader, as the mist surged rapidly towards Qin Fan. It was evident that the figure wielded a trident, seemingly poised to launch a direct assault on him. The fifth evolution truly exemplifies the pinnacle of gaming prowess. Such an extraordinary ability manifesting in an ordinary NPC is nothing short of astonishing. With gritted teeth, Qin Fan let out a roar, Sword of Light. A colossal blade descended from the heavens. Although the demon race does not belong to the forces of darkness, the powers they wield can be considered dark in nature. Moreover, the misty shadows were inherently composed of dark elements. Thus they would naturally be countered by the elements of light. Boom. In the next moment, a tremendous sound echoed as the two forces collided. The horned demon leader's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Why does a creature of the dark faction wield the powers of the light? He exclaimed incredulously. Yet, Qin Fan had no time to explain. Although his previous strike seemed to have held off the attack, the resulting shockwave from their energies converging inflicted considerable harm upon him. Had it not been for the recent evolution of his bloodthirsty blade, which provided a shield from the spirit blade, he might have perished in that moment. This assertion was no jest. Qin Fan was currently at a mere double-digit health, and numerous cracks had formed in his bones, giving him the sensation that he could crumble to dust at any moment. Just you wait. No matter the transaction between you and Shiza, I shall unearth it. At that moment, the horned demon leader's voice reached him, revealing that he too had sustained injuries. Mere seconds later, Qin Fan observed the demon making a swift retreat. This scoundrel dares to flee first. Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback, but he soon relaxed considerably, collapsing onto the ground. Although he felt a hint of surprise, relief predominated his emotions. Had the demon leader truly intended to engage him in a life-or-death struggle, he might have perished on this very spot. "Boss, I will attend to your wounds immediately. You hurried over, her sole purpose being to heal Qin Fan. Meanwhile, Meng Lei positioned herself defensively in front of him. You shall not harm my hero. You demons are unworthy of our trust. Upon hearing this, the succubus spread her arms in a gesture of concern. Gazing at Qin Fan for a considerable time before finally speaking, My lord, are you unharmed? Spare us your flattery. Meng Lei retorted angrily. You are one of the demon race. We shall never trust you. My lord, I have prepared some bone and blood salve that is particularly beneficial for your skeletal kin of the dark faction. If you do not mind, I could apply it personally, ensuring a swifter healing process. The succubus's eyes radiated sincerity as she held out a peculiar vial. After contemplating for a moment, Qin Fan replied, Bring it here. Hero, she is a demon. You must not trust her. Indeed, boss. The demon race is notorious for their cunning, and succubi are particularly adept at deception. Do not let her ensnare you. Qin Fan shook his head and nonchalantly remarked, She would not harm me, at least not at this moment. However, upon hearing his words, the two maidens immediately recoiled, their expressions darkening, suffused with jealousy. If you dare to harm our master, we shall not spare you. One of them exclaimed. Should our master fall victim to your deceit, I will rally the elven forces. Even if it leads to our mutual destruction, we shall eradicate your demonkin. The fierce determination of the two maidens was palpable, and honestly, Qin Fan felt quite vexed. Nevertheless, the demonkin had not truly transgressed. They presented the so-called bone and blood ointment to Qin Fan and began to apply it gently. Their touch was indeed tender, each movement executed with utmost care. As if they feared inflicting pain upon him, one could hear their incessant inquiries. My lord, is this pressure suitable? If I am applying too much force, do inform me, and I shall be more cautious. My lord, do you feel any better? After a brief interval, Qin Fan rose from the ground. The effects of the ointment were remarkable, rejuvenating his body as though his bones had been reborn. Qin Fan stretched his limbs, discovering that the effects of the bone and blood ointment were indeed far superior to his expectations. Before long, he anticipated his full recovery. My lord, may I accompany you in the future? The succubus beside him suddenly posed this question, her eyes brimming with hope. Given her alluring appearance, it was likely that few men could resist her charm. However, Qin Fan was different. With only a skeletal frame remaining, he harbored no such thoughts. In the midst of his hesitation, Yuku and Meng Lei spoke in unison. Boss, the members of the demon clan are inherently untrustworthy. It would be wise not to keep her. Indeed, hero, I concede she is strikingly beautiful, but she is certainly unsuitable for you. I mean, she must have ulterior motives. We cannot allow her to remain, lest it leads to grave consequences. Their words, laden with apparent ulterior motives, echoed in Qin Fan's ears. He discerned that Yuku's aversion to the succubus stemmed from fear, as tales of the demon clan were plentiful, and they were often regarded as irredeemably wicked. Furthermore, the demon clan was rarely associated with compassion. Their actions seemed solely motivated by self-interest. As for Meng Lei's strong opposition to the succubus, Qin Fan speculated that it might be rooted in jealousy, given the woman's extraordinary beauty. Qin Fan felt a sense of helplessness. However, he found no compelling reason to retain the succubus, for he harbored no fondness for her either. The tales surrounding the demon race were indeed numerous, depicting them as beings driven solely by self-interest, capable of betraying even their closest kin. Thus, Qin Fan was resolute in his decision to dismiss her. You may leave. This marked Qin Fan's final act of mercy. It is worth noting that he was typically a merciless individual, one who regarded the shedding of blood as paramount, eliminating any creature that could yield experience points. To spare the succubus was, in fact, an act of extraordinary leniency. However, as soon as Qin Fan's words escaped his lips, he observed the succubus momentarily taken aback. My lord, do you wish to cast me away? I am of no use to you, and as they say, I do not trust beings of your demon race. Qin Fan's voice was frigid, and after a moment of contemplation, the succubus replied, If I can prove my loyalty by remaining by your side, would you be willing to keep me? Such words indeed seemed fitting for a succubus. Yet I pondered the question, what value does your loyalty hold for me? Qin Fan did not hastily dismiss the succubus. Instead, he reached out to touch her forehead. Enchantment demon level, 57 health, 8261 defense, 352 attack, 315 skills, heart enticement, shadow assault. After a careful examination, it became evident that the succubus relied solely on her appearance to beguile others. Her skills lacked any substantial prowess, and with such loyalty as yours, it seemed to offer little enhancement. When Qin Fan felt a sense of discomfort, The succubus seemed to perceive something. My lord, perhaps we could approach it this way. I am willing to demonstrate my sincerity. You are a being of insatiable bloodlust. How about exchanging the lives of 3,000 demon soldiers for the privilege of remaining by your side? Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. This indeed seemed like an exceptionally advantageous deal. Yet, what warranted trust in her? Sensing Qin Fan's hesitation, the succubus promptly responded with a smile, My lord. We succubi possess a fatal weakness, and I am willing to disclose it to you. Should you find that I am deceiving you, you may slay me at any moment. A fatal weakness of a succubus? No. Rather, every demon harbors such a critical vulnerability, one that, upon mere contact, could very well seal their fate. This notion is not without reason, as demons are inherently a formidable race, their prowess often surpassing that of other beings. Thus, the existence of a fatal flaw is entirely plausible. However, this weakness is typically elusive. One would not dare to probe a massive demon indiscriminately. While a succubus may possess a certain allure, the scenario changes dramatically with other demons. Take, for instance, the horned demons. Their imposing stature is compounded by an unpleasant odor. While men may be boisterous, even Qin Fan finds it intolerable. What hope does an ordinary individual have of enduring such a presence? Hence, uncovering this fatal weakness proves to be a challenging endeavor. Qin Fan pondered for a few moments, realizing that the crux of the matter lay in the 3,000 demonic elite soldiers mentioned by the succubus. If he could annihilate them entirely, it would undoubtedly elevate his level significantly. In doing so, he would become increasingly formidable. Boss, you can't possibly be considering agreeing to her, can you? One voice interjected. Indeed. Hero, her words are not to be trusted. Those are her kin. How could she possibly be willing to betray them? The demon kin are known to forsake everything for profit. They possess no sense of shame. The succubus's actions must surely be motivated by some advantage. Yet, what could it be about himself that piqued her interest? Qin Fan was no fool. He harbored a vague suspicion in his mind. However, despite pondering for quite some time, he could not discern what exactly the succubus had taken a fancy to. After much contemplation, Qin Fan decisively declared, You may stay, but do not deceive me. Otherwise, I will not hesitate to end your life. The succubus nodded obediently, resembling an ordinary neighborly girl, her gentle demeanor capable of captivating many men, save for the pair of prominent horns adorning her forehead. Subsequently, she leaned in close to Qin Fan's ear and whispered her fatal weakness, leaving Qin Fan momentarily taken aback. How could such a vulnerability exist in that particular place? Qin Fan gazed at the chest of the succubus, his eyes devoid of any lustful intent. However, in the eyes of Yuku and Meng Lei, his gaze was profoundly intriguing. Hero, what are you looking at? Meng Lei could no longer contain herself and pouted, saying, I possess such things as well, and if you wish to touch, I would be more than willing to oblige. This girl, does she not realize the implications of her own words? Qin Fan, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his forehead and then inquired, Where do you intend to lead us next? Where are the 3,000 demon elite soldiers? To Shiza. The succubus promptly exclaimed, adding, My lord, I was originally one of Shiza's subordinates. And now that you have rescued me, I can leverage this to gain access to Shiza's military camp. However, if I venture into the territory of the demon clan, will I not be putting myself in grave danger? Qin Fan retorted, although he was willing to go to great lengths for experience points. He was not foolish enough to descend to such depths. He then heard the succubus follow up with, My lord, please do not misunderstand me. I have no intention of causing you harm. You must understand the demon race. They are a wicked lot, willing to go to any lengths for their own ends. Therefore, seeking out Shiza is advisable. As long as you can provide valuable clues, they will accept you. The demon race is comprised of beings who only consider their own interests. However, this is only true for lesser demons. Higher-ranking demons possess another characteristic, which is that everything they do is for their own amusement. The actions of demons are solely for their self-interest, and they seldom contemplate the consequences. What, then, constitutes a valuable clue? Qin Fan gazed at the succubus and inquired, What? Pray tell, is the standing of the one you refer to as Shiza within the demon clan? Naturally. Qin Fan had his own thoughts regarding the 3,000 demon elite soldiers mentioned by the succubus. However, should the adversary prove too formidable, he would certainly contemplate an escape route. To possess courage without strategy is to be but a reckless fool. Shiza is the leader of the forged demons. The succubus began to articulate slowly, I originally belonged to the clan of the forged demons. It was the conflict between the forged demons and the horned demons that ensnared me in this turmoil. The reason we were captured by the horned demons this time is that we pilfered highly sensitive intelligence. With this intelligence, we can gain Shiza's trust. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan nodded in agreement, realizing that Shiza would undoubtedly place his trust in them. However, such trust was merely ephemeral. For the demon race, there existed no true friends, only eternal interests. What status do the refined demons and the furious horned demons hold within the demon hierarchy? In response to Qin Fan's inquiry, the succubus elaborated. Within the demon clan, there are 4 major categories of demons. The refined demons and the furious horned demons rank 3rd and 4th, respectively. Currently, it is the refined demons who seek to eradicate the furious horned demons. Qin Fan nodded slightly. The horned demons are among the most common of the demon kin. However, when one considers the multitude of demons within their ranks, it becomes evident that only the most formidable can ascend to a position of prominence. Take, for instance, the incubi, who speak of the tempered demons, those who hold a certain status among the demon tribe. In contrast, beings like the horned demons are merely commonplace, akin to street vendors. Thus, they often serve as mere foot soldiers under the command of various great demon clans. I shall trust you once. Let us proceed. As Qin Fan uttered these words, the succubus promptly nodded and led Qin Fan and his companions to their encampment. Meanwhile, the fleeing leader of the spiked demons, seething with indignation, swiftly returned to the stronghold of the furious horned demons. Upon his return, a towering figure with blood-red skin and 2 horns resembling those of a bull scanned the area with a cold, indifferent gaze, dismissively glancing over the spiked demon leader. Yes, Captain. The previously fierce demeanor of the spiked demon leader transformed into that of a meek lamb as he fixated on the formidable demon, scarcely daring to breathe. Suddenly, without warning, the red demon struck him across the face, exclaiming in fury, "You wretch! Where have you been all this time? You've returned in such a disheveled state. Did you lose to those wretched refining demons and slink back in disgrace?" The spiked demon leader was momentarily taken aback, then hastily replied, No. I encountered 3 individuals along the way, and they bested me." 3 individuals? The red demon's expression shifted, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. "You mean they are not demons?" The spiked demon leader nodded vigorously, explaining, "One is a skeleton warrior from the dark faction, accompanied by a member of the light faction and an elf." "What?" the red demon exclaimed in astonishment. "Why would those beings unite? If that is the case, this complicates matters. We must deal with them swiftly. You gather some reinforcements. By the way, do you know where they went?" The spiked demon leader, filled with elation at the prospect, eagerly responded, "From what I know, they are currently with the succubus I captured. They should have followed her back to the territory of the refining demons." Upon hearing this, the red demon's fury intensified, and he declared, "How dare they? Our demon clan is of the highest order. They cannot be allowed to consort with such beings. I will inform Lord Furious Horn. You, go summon the others." Unbeknownst to Qin Fan and his companions, they soon returned to the territory of the refining demons. However, as they reached the entrance, 2 gaunt demons barred their path. Adorned with a single horn on their foreheads and possessing deep blue skin, they appeared rather peculiar. "Refining demons, are you?" Qin Fan mused quietly to himself that these demons possessed the potential for growth, much like the Dark Lord, who initially began as an ordinary skeletal warrior but evolved into the formidable Dark Lord through relentless development. The refining demons before him, undoubtedly deserving of their title, exhibit certain distinctions when compared to their leader. As Qin Fan contemplated this, he noticed that the 2 refining demons were fixated on him, though their gaze predominantly lingered on the 2 women behind him. Qin Fan remained calm, understanding that it was prudent to maintain a low profile in the territory of the demons. A mere glance would not cost him anything. However, as he was contemplating this, one of the refining demons spoke up. "You lot, halt. Do you even comprehend where you are? What makes you think you are worthy to be here? Succubi, you despicable demons, have you no pride left to bring these intruders back with you?" Upon hearing this, the succubus quickly interjected, "They are our guests. I will clarify everything to Lord of the territory shortly. Please step aside." "Ha! The Lord has no time for your nonsense. Get out of the way, or I will slay them." The taller refining demon exclaimed, his gaze fixated on Qin Fan, ready to attack. Qin Fan's expression changed as his hand instinctively moved to his waist. Although he preferred to avoid escalating the situation, he would not allow himself to be an easy target. If these individuals sought to strike, he would not remain passive. "Do you seek to harm me? Are you courting death?" His tone turned icy, and the bloodthirsty blade materialized in his hand. The refining demon's expression shifted, and he bellowed, "A lackey of the Dark Alliance daring to be so brazen in our domain. I shall eliminate you first." In truth, Qin Fan harbored little confidence in victory. These adversaries were of a higher rank than him, and the succubus's level was even inferior. As the tension escalated towards combat, the succubus hurriedly stepped in front of Qin Fan. "Do not overstep your bounds. This intelligence is crucial, and they have invested significantly for it. If the refining lord learns of your harassment towards them, do you understand the consequences?" Upon hearing her words, a smirk curled at the corner of the refining demon's mouth. "The truth of the intelligence you speak of remains uncertain. Moreover, you may never see the refining lord again. How can you boldly claim we will face repercussions?" This statement was clear to any observer. These two were not inclined to allow Qin Fan and his companions to leave unscathed. Qin Fan had long been prepared, swiftly drawing the bloodthirsty blade from his waist. The crimson flames within his eyes burned with intensified fervor, though his level might not match that of his opponent. It was fair to state that Qin Fan possessed far more means to safeguard his life. Surrendering at this juncture seemed improbable. With this thought in mind, Qin Fan resolved to take action. The succubus's gaze flickered unpredictably. She genuinely wished to avoid a confrontation with the refined demon. What was occurring? At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. Turning his gaze, Qin Fan beheld a towering blue-skinned demon, standing at 3 meters tall. A pair of massive horns adorned his forehead, and long tusks jutted from his mouth. His skin was wrinkled, and his eyes were so large they appeared on the verge of popping out. Behind him trailed a group of refined demons, indicating that this particular refined demon was their squad leader, already evolved. He approached with heavy footsteps, the sound echoing ominously. The expressions of the previous two refined demons shifted, and they instantly adopted a more respectful demeanor. "Lord Zhuwu," they addressed him with deference, standing rigidly thereafter. Reporting to Lord Zhuwu, the succubus has returned with 3 individuals from other races, and they intend to meet with the Lord. Thus, we obstructed their passage. Indeed. Lord Zhuwu, look at that wretched creature. It seems he intends to engage us. They hastily elaborated. Qin Fan could not suppress a scornful thought. Had his level been greater than theirs, he would have dispatched them without hesitation. "Lord Zhuwu, they have gathered valuable intelligence for me, which the Lord should certainly appreciate." The succubus interjected promptly. Zhuwu pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Is this information related to the Furyhorn demon clan?" "Yes," the succubus affirmed, her confidence growing. "With this intelligence, we shall undoubtedly annihilate the Furyhorn demons, and the Lord's wishes shall be fulfilled." However, Zhuwu's expression darkened, lacking the succubus's enthusiasm. He cast a cold, disdainful glance over Qin Fan and the 2 others, inadvertently letting out a contemptuous snort. The intelligence they provided may not possess the certainty required to vanquish the Furyhorn clan. Nevertheless, follow me, he commanded. "Once within the territory of our refined demons, you must obey our orders. Otherwise, a path to demise awaits you." With that, Zhuwu turned and led the way forward. Upon hearing the voice of Meng lay behind him, Qin Fan responded, "Hero, these individuals hold you in contempt. Let us not associate with them, but instead take our leave. My lord, please do not take it to heart." The succubus, concerned that Qin Fan might depart, hurried to reassure him. "The demon clan is one where only the capable prevail. As long as you can demonstrate your worth, they will undoubtedly submit to you. Whether or not they choose to submit is of little consequence." Qin Fan is even less concerned about their regard for him. However, the 3,000 elite demon soldiers undoubtedly represent a considerable source of experience. For the sake of his growth, how could Qin Fan be bothered by the words of these NPCs? Ultimately, it is merely the proud disposition instilled by their programmed personalities. Qin Fan nodded slightly and followed closely behind the succubi. Before long, they arrived in a grand hall, where they beheld a colossal demon seated upon the throne. He supported his head with his right hand, his eyelids drooping lazily. However, the aura emanating from him was distinctly unlike that of any other demon, an overwhelming pressure. Qin Fan was also taken aback. Ordinary wild monsters and NPCs could never exude such overwhelming pressure. It seemed that this so-called refinement lord was indeed exceptionally formidable. There was no room for doubt, for the refinement lord was not only large in stature, but also emanated an indescribable aura, particularly within his eyes. There lingered an unsettling sense of terror. As Qin Fan drew closer, the lord's gaze suddenly lifted, but upon closer inspection, those eyes were as thin as a thread, with the rest of the irises a deep crimson. Under his scrutiny, Qin Fan felt an inexplicable paralysis, as if he could not move an inch. This game world was astonishingly realistic. The palpable sense of pressure had even penetrated the depths of Qin Fan's soul. The stench of humanity, the decay of the elves, and the dark Qin all mingled together in an extraordinary manner. His voice emerged as if wrenched from his throat. Yet it was more visceral to perceive it as a sound that resonated from the depths of hell. My lord, they were brought by the succubi. It is said they possess crucial intelligence regarding the anger horn demons. Zhu Wu interjected. Upon hearing this, the refinement lord turned his gaze toward the succubi and extended his hand, as if generating an immense magnetic pull. In the blink of an eye, the succubi was yanked before him. His massive claws showed no hint of mercy as they seized the succubi with great force, constricting her throat as if to claim her life in the next moment. Succubi, where is the information? At this moment, the succubi was exceedingly anxious. Her eyes filled with panic, yet the powerful grip around her neck rendered her incapable of articulating her thoughts. Was this brute so merciless even towards his own kind? Release her at once. Otherwise, how can she speak? As Qin Fan's voice resonated, he swiftly approached the forging lord, with Zhu Wu promptly interposing himself. It was evident that should Qin Fan make any move, Zhu Wu would be ready to eliminate him without hesitation. Yet, in that moment, Qin Fan did not retreat even a single step, his gaze fixed intently upon the forging lord. Is Qin Fan out of his mind? How dare he oppose the refinement lord? Did he not previously declare the necessity of utmost caution? No, Qin Fan is not insane. The demon clan has never been one to heed sentiments. If the succubus were to perish, it is unlikely that Qin Fan and his companions would survive either. It is essential to recognize that the succubus is the one who possesses the crucial intelligence. Should the succubus meet her demise now, would the refinement lord show them any mercy? Certainly not. Qin Fan's mind was remarkably clear. He was intricately bound to the succubus, as a single thread pulled would affect the entire being. Should the succubus cease to exist, their demise would inevitably follow. Yet, was assisting the succubus truly beneficial? The refinement lord could effortlessly eliminate even a succubus. Would extending help spare Qin Fan from the lord's wrath? This was the gamble Qin Fan was undertaking. The succubus must possess some assurance to have brought him here. If not, death was the only outcome. However, he vowed not to succumb to cowardice before his end. This encapsulated all of Qin Fan's thoughts. Begone! The voice of Zhu Wu rang out sharply, his eyes burning with fury. He continued, wretched skeletal minion. The forces of darkness are no allies of our demonic kin. Should you dare to obstruct me, I shall take your life. Qin Fan, of course, would not retreat. Whether it be the refinement lord or the demons of the dark faction, their motivations are solely driven by self-interest. My presence here is to assist you. Should I rashly eliminate her, the consequences would be dire, for the Fury Horn Demon clan has been eyeing you for quite some time. This is not mere speculation on Qin Fan's part, but rather a deduction. Previously, the succubus mentioned that the refinement demons and the Fury Horn demons have been embroiled in conflict for ages. Yet why have they not determined a victor? This can only indicate that both factions possess equally formidable strength. Thus, any attempt by either side to strike first would pose a significant threat to the other, which explains the urgency of the refinement lord to conquer the Fury Horn demons. Consequently, the trio led by Qin Fan does not pose a threat to the refinement lord. Yet the threat from the Fury Horn demons remains unabated. A mere comparison reveals the correct course of action. Indeed, mere moments later, a cold smile crept across the lips of the refinement lord as he unceremoniously cast the succubus to the ground, his gaze growing even more frigid. Speak. Have you thoroughly investigated the matter I entrusted to you? The succubus quickly nodded, eager to respond, but before she could utter a word, the refinement lord interjected. Save your details for later. We have outsiders present. You mentioned that they provided significant assistance for this information. What do you mean? In response, the succubus hastily explained. At that time, we were captured by the Fury Horn Demon's main forces, and it was thanks to this esteemed individual that we were rescued. Had it not been for him, I might already be dead. Were the others dead? The refinement lord asked indifferently, to which the succubus nodded in affirmation. Humph, a bunch of useless fools. At least their deaths were not in vain. The refinement lord then turned to Qin Fan and declared, leave them here for now. We shall discuss other matters later. Upon hearing this, Zhu Wu interjected, follow me. The succubus exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Fan, who, without further contemplation, followed her outside, anticipating that the refinement lord would inquire about the intelligence. Upon stepping outside, Zhu Wu's disdain remained palpable. After a few moments, they arrived before a series of peculiar structures, at which point Zhu Wu stated, You three will reside here from now on. Remember, this is the territory of the refinement demons, so it would be wise not to attempt any tricks. Otherwise, you shall face grave consequences." With a sweeping gesture, Zhu Wu strode away. Qin Fan gazed upon the room before him and pushed open a door, only to discover the presence of other demons within. They appeared to be asleep. But upon noticing Qin Fan and his companions, their expressions immediately contorted into fierce visages. Fortunately, they uttered no further words. Their impatient demeanor clearly signaled a desire to expel Qin Fan and his company. Qin Fan had no choice but to search again, discovering that nearly all the rooms were occupied, leaving only a small one available. It was evident that Zhu Wu intended to accommodate them there. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as they could eliminate those 3,000 malevolent demon soldiers, they would depart immediately. Qin Fan subsequently settled down here in a state of melancholy. Yet he was not as anxious as Yuku, nor did he experience the accelerated heartbeat that Dreamlay felt. This place was a sanctuary from the outside world, and in their presence, they were truly the outliers. The crucial point was that they did not belong to the same race. After an indeterminate period, they finally awaited the return of the succubus. She pushed open the door, her face bearing the imprint of a large hand, swollen and pitiful to behold. "My lord, I have arranged with the refinement lord for you to stay here temporarily." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan's expression darkened with displeasure. Remaining here seemed futile. What he truly valued were the 3,000 demonic elite soldiers. Sensing Qin Fan's thoughts, the succubus hurriedly remarked, "My lord, we must wait a while longer regarding the matter of the 3,000 demonic elite soldiers. I understand your impatience, yet what is required now is patience." Patience? Qin Fan possessed an abundance of it, yet he feared that in the end, he might be betrayed by the succubus. Despite agreeing to come here, his distrust towards the demon race remained largely unchanged. "However," she continued, "if my lord is interested, there will be a grand battle tonight, featuring many formidable individuals." A glimmer of light flashed in Qin Fan's eyes, but he swiftly grasped the succubus by the throat, his voice cold and indifferent as he inquired, "Do you truly know me well?" Qin Fan is not a bloodthirsty individual. Were it not for the purpose of advancement, he likely would not have ventured here. However, the succubus seems to exhibit an uncanny awareness of Qin Fan's desires. Could it be that the succubus possesses a hidden ability, such as the power to peer into his innermost thoughts? No, that cannot be the case. Qin Fan had already harbored murderous intentions. This fact, distinguishing him from ordinary NPCs, must not be revealed. Even the mere awareness of this among the NPCs posed a significant threat. The succubus's tone grew increasingly frantic, as if she felt greater pressure in Qin Fan's presence than she had when confronting the refinement lord. In her agitated voice, she implored, "My lord, please do not misunderstand. The reason I know you would desire to create slaughter is due to the weapon in your hand. According to legend, an ancient crimson blade known as the Blood Blade has survived through the ages. This blood blade, inheriting the essence of antiquity, grows ever stronger, and those who wield it will unleash an unending massacre upon this world. For the blood blade is the blade of slaughter. Only in this manner will it grow more powerful." Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The succubus did not appear to be lying. The crucial point was that she had even provided an account of the bloodthirsty blade. It was evident that possessing the bloodthirsty blade without committing murder would result in the weapon remaining stagnant in its power. It seemed that the narrative design of the fifth evolution game was fundamentally sound. Qin Fan nodded slightly and inquired, "Pray tell, whom do you refer to in this great battle?" Qin Fan hastily inquired, to which the succubus elaborated, "My lord, do you recall our earlier encounter with Zhu Wu?" In truth, from the very outset, Zhu Wu had intended to lead his forces into battle. However, our unexpected arrival has caused a delay in his plans. What does this imply? As Qin Fan reflected, it indeed seemed to be the case. Previously, Zhu Wu had appeared quite fervent, rallying a group of individuals as though in search of trouble. "Very well, my lord, it would be prudent for you to accompany me," he suggested. They contemplated for a considerable time before leading Qin Fan outside, with Yuku and Ming Lei closely following in their wake. Before long, the group had exited the territory of the forged demons. The sky was gradually darkening, and the realm of the demons, which was already rather intimidating, now seemed even more eerily sinister under such circumstances. After navigating through a series of winding paths, they finally arrived at a secluded location where a cave lay before them. Faint flickers of fire visible within. "What brings you here?" Qin Fan was perplexed as the succubus suddenly halted her steps, neither leading him into the cave nor showing any intention of departing. Just as she seemed poised to offer an explanation, they heard the sound of approaching footsteps, prompting her to hastily pull Qin Fan and his companions into the concealment of the woods. At that moment, Qin Fan peered through the foliage towards the source of the noise. While it was true that the sky was rather dark, the scene before him appeared distinct. It was as if each figure bore a name hovering above their heads. Among them, the name Zhuwu stood out prominently. However, it was not this name that captivated Qin Fan's attention. The focal point was a colossal head protruding from the cave, which appeared extraordinarily large. The greed demon was inscribed with 4 crimson characters upon it. This was a stark contrast to the ordinary sights Qin Fan had previously encountered. Typically, wild monsters and NPCs bore white names without any special markings, but this creature's name was rendered in red. Based on his extensive gaming experience over the years, Qin Fan deduced that the greed demon was likely a significant boss tied to a special quest. Such bosses were exceedingly rare within the game, seldom making an appearance. Yet when they did, they stood alone as the sole boss, with no other NPCs or wild monsters resembling them in any capacity. Should he manage to vanquish this entity, the experience points gained would undoubtedly be substantial. Succubus, would you assist me in defeating him? Qin Fan was instantly intrigued. However, as soon as he inquired, the corner of the succubus's mouth curled into a slight smile. She nodded gently and said, "My lord, the great war I speak of will undoubtedly present you with numerous opportunities to reap such benefits. Yet, to speak candidly, I cannot assist you directly. Thus, the timing of your intervention must await a more opportune moment." Qin Fan comprehended the implications of the succubus's words. The opportune moment was merely a means to leverage the capabilities of those who refined demons. This included the subsequent 3,000 elite demon soldiers, all of which the succubus could orchestrate with precision. What Qin Fan needed to do was prepare himself and absorb all the experience points that would come his way. "My lord, we must also exercise caution." The succubus seemed to have a sudden realization and hurriedly added, "To eliminate those who refine demons, we must enlist the aid of certain peculiar individuals. They appear to have a particular affinity for vanquishing the demon race and seem to harbor some animosity towards your dark faction." Peculiar individuals? Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback, pondering the peculiar individual the succubus had alluded to. Just then, a multitude of figures emerged in the distance, a throng of approximately 20 individuals, each adorned with a string of names above their heads, showcasing their IDs, levels, and professions. Were they not the players of the 5th evolution? They had arrived. The succubus suddenly appeared significantly anxious and hastily exclaimed, "My lord, we refer to them collectively as demon hunters. To my knowledge, their prowess is formidable, and they have come here specifically to confront the colossal demon we encountered earlier. However, there should be no animosity among them. Even I am unaware of their motivations for this action." "Why?" Qin Fan remained silent, fully aware of the intentions behind the actions of these individuals. While the succubus seemed oblivious, their objective was clear: to vanquish the greed demon and, in doing so, amass a substantial amount of experience points. However, given that this was the territory of the demon race and even Zhuwu and his entourage had ventured here, it was evident that this was, in essence, a treasure dungeon. Their coordinated assault was undoubtedly aimed at securing the ultimate reward. Upon closer inspection, Qin Fan noticed 3 individuals who piqued his interest. Their IDs were as follows: "Become the top and quit, a level 63 swordsman. Make me lose my loved ones first, a level 61 mage. And I will personally place a wig on you, a level 64 archer." These 3 players had all surpassed level 60, though the other participants were not to be underestimated, as they were all above level 50. It was likely they had arrived in a group, yet these 3 were the ones Qin Fan deemed significant. As they approached the cave, Zhuwu stepped forward, flanked by a cadre of sharp-horned demons and refinement demons. Before hostilities ensued, he began to hurl invectives. "You reckless fools dare to cause a ruckus in the domain of our refinement demons. We shall not spare you." The demons behind him exuded an air of confidence. However, the players remained unfazed, displaying not a trace of fear. Was this not self-evident? To them, they were merely facing a horde of NPC-like monsters. No matter Zhuwu's tirade, it would not penetrate their resolve. After all, once the battle commenced, the ultimate victor would likely be them. With confidence in their ability to conquer this dungeon, they were certainly not here to meet their demise. Arriving without a modicum of faith would render them nothing short of a joke. The succubus remarked, "This number of foes is insufficient." Qin Fan suddenly spoke, his gaze fixed upon the succubus. "The strength of this demon hunter is formidable. Relying solely on Zhu Wu and the others will surely lead to defeat. It would be prudent to summon additional tempered demons. The succubus was momentarily taken aback, naively inquiring. But, my lord, is it not your desire to simply await the opportune moment to strike and eliminate them all? Qin Fan harbored similar thoughts. He nodded slightly and elucidated. The crux of the matter is that these demons, combined, cannot secure victory. Thus, a mutually destructive scenario is unlikely to unfold. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to summon additional demons. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, the succubus was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at him with a hint of confusion as she inquired, My lord, given the current circumstances, they should be fighting to the death. If we call upon more, what if the situation turns against us? Upon hearing this, Qin Fan smiled and remarked, I possess discernment. The combination of the greedy demons and Zhu Wu may not necessarily secure victory. Thus, we must summon additional demons to ensure triumph. The succubus hesitated slightly, prompting Qin Fan to ponder and then gaze intently at her, inquiring, Are you concerned that the refining lord will refuse to send troops? Indeed, the succubus nodded, continuing. The refining lord does not regard me as favorably as he appears to. My lord, if I were to return now, he may not heed my words. This scenario would inevitably lead to failure without the reinforcement of more individuals. Moreover, the succubus' involvement would be futile, as the refining lord is not one to trust her counsel. Of course, it would be disingenuous to claim that Qin Fan lacked ulterior motives. The arrival of additional demons would naturally bolster the defense against the player's onslaught. Consequently, should Qin Fan eliminate more demons, his eventual gains would also increase. Nevertheless, whether driven by selfishness or not, the reality remains, without reinforcements, failure is certain. If the dungeon cannot withstand the assault, the player's power will escalate dramatically, compelling Qin Fan to confront even stronger adversaries in the end. Although it is not essential to secure an advantage here, who would wish to witness their strength diminish while others thrive? In the midst of this indecision, Qin Fan cheerfully stated, You should return first. If the refining lord is unwilling to dispatch troops, inform him that should he refrain from sending assistance this time, he shall be the one besieged next. I assure you, these entities are here with him in their sights. The succubus paused, her gaze toward Qin Fan tinged with skepticism. Yet, she quickly replied, My lord, I understand. But please, ensure your safety. I shall return post-haste. Qin Fan nodded slightly. In truth, what reassured him most about the succubus was her unwavering obedience to his every word. Consider this. Despite having spent considerable time in this world, both Yuku and Meng Lei often questioned him, yet the succubus never did. It goes without saying who he favored in comparison. Nonsense. Qin Fan is destined to be a ruler of great stature. Thus the control of power holds paramount significance for him. Although he has chosen to keep both women by his side, it is not merely a matter of preference. He seeks to avoid a rigid delineation of class. Moreover, retaining these two individuals serves a strategic purpose. One hails from the righteous faction, while the other is a princess of the elven lineage. Should conflict arise between these two factions in the future, he will possess a valuable contingency. Setting that aside, once the succubus departed, Meng Lei immediately expressed her displeasure, saying, Hero, I truly fail to comprehend why you would place your trust in that woman. The reputation of the demon clan is far inferior to that of your dark faction, yet you choose to believe her. Honestly, it would be better if you had said nothing at all. Qin Fan felt a tinge of frustration as he gazed at Meng Lei and remarked, I know my own limits. Although you both are following me, remember this. It is I who has chosen to keep you, not the other way around. Meng Lei and Yuku were taken aback. They were not foolish and understood the implications of Qin Fan's words. If Qin Fan had invited them to accompany him, they could naturally offer suggestions, and he would be inclined to listen, as they would then be considered his subordinates. However, the current situation was different. While he had retained them, it signified something entirely distinct. They were not his subordinates, but rather individuals he had temporarily chosen to keep close, with the understanding that he could dismiss them at any moment. Qin Fan expressed his thoughts in a manner that suggested he wished to cease the incessant suggestions from the two women, while he was open to constructive advice. He found it utterly ridiculous when such counsel stemmed merely from prejudice against the succubus. Both women fell silent, acutely aware that throughout their prolonged association with Qin Fan, it had invariably been he who offered them protection. Opportunities to assist him were indeed scarce. Upon the succubus's arrival before the Lord of Refinement, he lifted his eyelids with evident disdain and remarked, Succubus, why have you returned instead of focusing on that individual from the dark faction? His tone reflected his displeasure. The succubus promptly lowered her head and replied, "It was Lord Qin Fan who instructed my return. He has learned of the demon hunter's incursion into our demon tribe and conveyed critical intelligence, asserting that relying solely on Lord Zhu Wu and his allies will lead to defeat. We must dispatch 1,000 soldiers." Without hesitation, the Lord of Refinement acquiesced to her request, uttering the command with finality before lapsing into silence once more. He propped his head upon his hand, closed his eyes, and resumed his slumber. The succubus was taken aback. It was perplexing that the Lord of Refinement did not even entertain the notion of inquiring further. Could it be that he harbored such unwavering trust in Qin Fan? After all, prior to their encounter, Qin Fan had meticulously prepared a discourse, yet the Lord of Refinement's immediate faith in his judgment was indeed curious. Without the opportunity for further questioning, the succubus made her way to the threshold, adhering to the Lord of Refinement's directive. She gathered a contingent and hastily proceeded to the location where Qin Fan awaited. Qin Fan gazed at the approaching succubus, who nodded and remarked, "The Refinement Lord has dispatched 1,000 troops. It seems that dealing with these demon hunters should pose no challenge this time." "What? 1,000 troops dispatched?" Qin Fan was far from being as naive as the succubus. Dispatching 1,000 troops was certainly not a trivial matter. However, this course of action would unequivocally obliterate Qin Fan's intentions. With such a force deployed, how could he possibly act? Now, all he could do was redirect his thoughts toward the players. Yet, Qin Fan remained skeptical and slowly inquired, "When you approached the Forging Lord, how did he respond?" The Lord did not ask many questions. "I merely conveyed your perspective, esteemed Qin Fan," and the Forging Lord readily acquiesced. "I, too, found it peculiar that the Lord would place such trust in you." Upon hearing the succubus's response, a cold smile crept across Qin Fan's heart. Trust? No. This was certainly not a matter of faith. It was more likely that the Forging Lord harbored ulterior motives, or perhaps was deliberately cautious of him. Well, he thought, one step at a time. Qin Fan chose not to dwell further on the matter. It was imperative to first deal with the players before him. Gazing towards the cave, he noticed dozens of players prepared and gathered at its entrance. At that moment, the leader, a man bearing the rather peculiar ID, "I will personally place a wig on you," made a gesture, prompting the players to launch their assault. Suddenly, the cave's mouth erupted in flames. With all the players being above level 50, their attacks were undeniably fierce once combat commenced. Before long, a horde of demons surged forth from the cave, and trailing behind them were Zhu Wu and the Greed Demon. The Greed Demon, towering in stature, caught Zhu Wu's eye. Yet he did not rush forward. Instead, the Greed Demon bellowed, "You reckless mortals, having arrived, do not even think of leaving." Before the boss battle commenced, it was customary for the boss to utter a few taunts, though few paid heed to the words of an NPC. Without hesitation, "I will personally place a wig on you," gestured for the players to charge forward fearlessly. The players seemed to lack coordination, to Qin Fan. They appeared to be a ragtag group of casual players. A fierce battle erupted as they faced the ordinary demons, and the players felt little pressure, having reached a commendable level of strength. In mere seconds, the demons were all knocked down. As Qin Fan had anticipated, these creatures were mere cannon fodder and would not last long. Zhu Wu promptly seized a broadsword, which must have been his weapon, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he plunged into the fray. This fellow was level 65. Caution was imperative. The voice of "I will personally place a wig on you" rang out immediately, causing Qin Fan to pause momentarily. He had already suspected that Zhu Wu's strength would not be insignificant, but to reveal a level 65 prowess right off the bat raised concerns. These players might not withstand the onslaught. Could it be that his judgment was flawed? In Qin Fan's heart, suspicion lingered as he observed Zhu Wu plunging into the throng, brandishing his formidable broadsword with an air of majesty, reminiscent of a war god. In that moment, it seemed nearly impossible to discern a victor. However, Qin Fan remained unperturbed, for these players were unlikely to unleash their ultimate abilities right from the outset. Even he would not resort to such a tactic. Firstly, these players were not akin to ordinary individuals. Their skills required a certain amount of mana. The consumption for ultimate skills was even greater, and should one commence with such a move, it would either imply that the skill was utterly ineffective, thus warranting its reckless use, or that the player lacked any understanding of the game. At this juncture, the three players above level 60 had yet to make their move. Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the unfolding scene, recognizing that the players would be at their most vulnerable when they struck. This was only natural. The majority of those who formed random teams were essentially fodder, and while they might manage to slay a few demons, the experience points they garnered would be meager. They could never be considered the main force. The true vanguards would remain until the end, reaping the lion's share of the rewards. It was merely a matter of resource allocation. The lower-level players were acutely aware of their limited prospects for rewards. They typically aimed to survive and develop. Returning to the matter at hand, with Zhu Wu making his move, the number of fallen players increased significantly. Witnessing this, a top-tier player who had considered quitting sprang into action. He was a swordsman, wielding a slender, elongated blade that was evidently no ordinary weapon. As the man plunged into the throng, his strikes were executed with a swiftness reminiscent of a wolf among sheep, each movement executed with breathtaking speed. Moreover, every technique he employed was remarkably elegant. The fifth evolution had perfectly inscribed the martial arts of the great nation of Blue Star into his repertoire, resulting in extraordinarily graceful maneuvers. Notably, this individual also dealt substantial damage, instantly engaging Zhu Wu in combat. Both were formidable adversaries. Their clashes sent shockwaves that even snapped the surrounding trees asunder. Qin Fan gazed at their performance, increasingly astonished. A level 50 intellect could indeed be considered a stage of prowess. The strength of these individuals was terrifying. If he were to enter the fray, he might very well be eliminated in an instant. For a moment, Qin Fan even forgot his greed for experience points, relegated to merely observing their battle from a distance. It must be said that Zhu Wu was truly formidable. A situation that had initially been unfavorable was now reversed by this singular demon. Step back. At that moment, the player known as becoming top and quitting the game immediately changed his mind, shouting at the others, "Let me handle him alone. He is beyond your capability." The other players understood, realizing that his intention was not to showcase his prowess, but rather that their current situation rendered them ineffective. Moreover, they had not come to contribute damage but to deal with lesser demon minions. Becoming top and quitting the game turned his gaze toward Zhu Wu, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Not everyone possessed the peculiar quirk of needing to exchange a few boastful words with NPCs before engaging earnestly in battle. In the next instant, the blade in his hand lunged forth. To him, that sword resembled a decorative knife, swift enough to be likened to a flower sword, piercing the air with what appeared to be a flurry of strikes in a mere second. However, Zhu Wu's strength was not to be underestimated. With a broadsword in hand, a series of sharp clangs echoed as his attacks were deftly parried, inflicting minimal damage, only a few dozen points in Qin Fan's eyes. Old 3, this demon poses a problem. He possesses a shield. We must shatter it. Otherwise, our efforts will be futile, akin to striking a stone with an egg. Becoming top and quitting the game discerned this truth, his gaze fixated on the broadsword wielded by Zhu Wu, seemingly recognizing that the shield originated from that very weapon. Long Rainbow Infusion. He called out, unleashing the name of his skill. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light, hurtling toward Zhu Wu. The latter, sensing no danger, merely scoffed and chose to block the attack with his broadsword. What a fool! Qin Fan inwardly cursed, exclaiming that to deliberately block with a skill capable of shattering shields was utterly insane. As expected, in the fleeting moment when the two swords clashed, the shield enveloping Zhu Wu diminished by almost 90%. A flicker of astonishment appeared in his eyes, only to be swiftly followed by a piercing strike from a sword, heralded as top tier, that inflicted a staggering damage of -1,421. Such an immense blow. Qin Fan felt a flicker of astonishment within, yet in the following moment, he heard the player who had reached the pinnacle and then withdrawn exclaim the name of a skill once more, Shadowblade. In an instant, the figure of the player who had attained the zenith fragmented into dozens of duplicates, followed by a flurry of resplendent strikes, each blade piercing into Zhu Wu's body. -4,282. Such power. Qin Fan was utterly astonished. The prowess of this individual surpassed his expectations by several hundredfold. Could it be that Zhu Wu was on the verge of being vanquished? However, Qin Fan's concerns were unwarranted. It remained unclear just how robust Zhu Wu's vitality was. Even with over 6,000 health points diminished, it merely intensified the fury etched upon his countenance. Beyond that, Zhu Wu moved with remarkable agility, seemingly unscathed by any fatal injury. Indeed, he was exceptionally resilient. My lord Qin Fan, shall we merely observe? The voice of the succubus echoed beside him. Qin Fan shook his head in silence. He too longed for the opportunity to eliminate one or two of the demons. His current level was perilously close to reaching 50, requiring only a smidgen more experience. He was exceedingly eager to ascend to level 50 in this battle. Yet, patience was imperative. A single misstep could cost him his life. Meanwhile, although Zhu Wu had not sustained any mortal wounds, the face of the greed demon morphed dramatically. My brethren, you dare to act? It seems you truly wish to meet your demise. Ironically, it was this fellow who had been incensed. From seemingly nowhere, he produced a chain hammer, wielding it with an aura of terror that remained undiminished. The greed demon hurled it towards the one who had reached the pinnacle and then retreated from the game. Had it not been for the swiftness of that individual's reflexes, he might have found himself sprawled upon the ground. At that moment, the succubus spoke again. My lord Qin Fan, the 1,000 elite demons are approaching. Following the direction indicated by the succubus, a formidable horde of refined demons appeared, their physiques robust and far surpassing those of ordinary refined demons. In Qin Fan's eyes, a glimmer of hope finally emerged. Meanwhile, the players on the other side were engulfed in panic. What was happening? Hadn't the designer previously stated that there weren't so many demons in this dungeon? Why had so many appeared? This was perplexing. Could it be that the difficulty of the dungeon had escalated? That seemed implausible, even if the challenge had indeed intensified. It was inconceivable for such a multitude of opponents to manifest. It felt as if the difficulty had surged from A level to S level. Do not panic. I will personally adorn you with a wig, he asserted, maintaining his composure. Take your positions. We will fight as we had originally planned. Fear not. With me here. No matter how many demons come, they shall not be our adversaries. These words served merely as a source of comfort, a means to steady the troops' morale. In truth, even he was uncertain if they could successfully complete this dungeon. A cold smile crept across Qin Fan's face, not due to the heightened difficulty of this instance, but rather because his presence as an unpredictable variable had elevated the challenge to a new qualitative level. Thus, should the battle continue, the players would undoubtedly stand no chance of victory. However, a solution presented itself. They could besiege the greed demon, the pivotal entity within this realm. Should they vanquish him, the instance would be deemed complete, allowing for a swift exit. Clearly, the player known as I will personally place a wig on you promptly recognized this fact, shouting, everyone, focus your attacks on the greed demon. Slay him. This is our only avenue of escape. The players responded immediately, unleashing their skills upon the greed demon. Observing this scene, Qin Fan felt a surge of amusement. An opportunity had arisen. While it was improbable that the 1,000 demon elites present could be exterminated entirely, there lay a splendid chance to eliminate the greed demon. If he could fixate on this objective, then the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be Qin Fan himself. Countless skills rained down upon the greed demon, who, in response, seemed to go mad, emitting furious roars. Yet, rather than faltering, he fought with increasing fervor. His body adorned with numerous wounds, showing no inclination to retreat. The 1,000 demon elites quickly joined the fray, yet the players displayed reckless determination, intent on slaying the greed demon first. The dilemma was that, despite the substantial number of demon elites, their sheer volume hindered them from effectively entering the battle. As the greed demon's condition deteriorated, Qin Fan swiftly declared, everyone, wait here for me. I shall handle this fiend. In the midst of his words, Qin Fan's figure vanished from sight. Yu Ku and others gazed in the direction he had departed, and in the next moment, another figure abruptly appeared in the battlefield, none other than the player I will personally place a wig on you. Indeed, Qin Fan transformed into a figure that I would personally adorn with a wig. This remarkable feat of transformation is indeed no mere coincidence, for in this circumstance, only Qin Fan could successfully deceive the eye. As for the players, they remained utterly incapable of discerning his true identity. Why? Why is there a second captain? Captain, could this be your doppelganger? When did he manifest? Let us not dwell on such questions. We must focus on our own tasks. After all, the newly emerged captain shares the same target, the greedy demon. Our victory is all that matters. They united with unwavering resolve, harboring no ulterior motives. Yet, they remain unable to distinguish between the authentic and the counterfeit. It is essential to recognize that novice players prioritize combat prowess above all else. Consequently, how many would bother to learn auxiliary skills? Who would take the time to master an inconsequential ability like perception? Thus, only one individual possesses the capacity to discern truth from illusion, and that is the original. The expression of the one who would personally adorn you with a wig appeared rather grim, pondering when this impostor had emerged. However, judging by his demeanor, it seemed he did not intend to confront me. Could it be that he also seeks to claim the head of the greedy demon? Upon this realization, panic surged within him, and he urgently exclaimed, first, eliminate this impostor. He is not the genuine me. He is here to claim my head. No, he is the true fraud. Destroy him. He is the one here to take my life. Qin Fan imitated his demeanor and shouted a phrase, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. They had no idea which of the two was the genuine article, The crux of the matter lay in both claiming to have slain the other. What were they truly scheming? The players were at a loss, unsure whose words to believe. However, confronting either of them seemed a formidable challenge, especially given the captain's inherent prowess. Therefore, the group resolved to first assault the greed demon. Within 10 minutes, those who could not discern the skill would find it impossible to differentiate the authenticity of Qin Fan and my intent to adorn you with a wig. The players, fixated on combating the greed demon, inflicted only minimal damage. Observing this scene, Qin Fan's heart swelled with concealed delight. Fortuitously, he had mastered this skill not long ago. Otherwise, entering the fray today would have proven far more arduous. Consequently, the demon kin would harbor no ill will towards him, for it was these demon hunters who had vanquished the greed demon. Meanwhile, the genuine article was nearly bursting with indignation. How could this doppelganger suddenly materialize? Especially one that bore an exact likeness? The face sculpting system was, after all, player customized, while encountering similar appearances was not uncommon. To encounter a crafted visage within the game was utterly absurd, suppressing the urge to curse. My intent to adorn you with a wig shifted in expression as a realization dawned. Could this counterfeit be a demon in disguise? Yet, such a course of action seemed unfathomable. Upon entering the fray, they neither engaged the players nor directed their efforts against the greed demon. Their actions hardly suggested a desire to ally with the players for victory. How curious. What manner of being was this? Qin Fan paid no heed to the details. He drew his sword and deliberately struck the greed demon. At that moment, he realized that its health had plummeted to a mere 3,000 points. Although 3,000 may seem substantial, in truth, the greed demon originally boasted over 100,000 health points. Hence, the players' combined damage had undoubtedly made a significant impact. Qin Fan feigned an attack, merely intending to gauge the health of the greed demon. Would he be foolish enough to strike now? If these players detected any hint of his true intentions, he, Qin Fan, could swiftly find himself besieged, falling here and becoming a mere casualty alongside the greed demon. Why? This is self-evident. Even if he assumed another's appearance, the skills they wielded were entirely distinct. Once genuine moves were executed, how could he avoid detection? Do not presume that I am unaware of your tricks. Even if you can deceive them now, you shall not fool me. I shall personally don a wig for you and swiftly arrive beside Qin Fan. With a furious rebuke, his eyes seemed ready to bulge forth as he scrutinized Qin Fan intently, eager to discern the truth. He could not believe that anyone in the world could possess a visage identical to his own. Yet at this moment, Qin Fan was fully immersed in his role. Enough of the nonsense. What is your true intention? Just speak plainly. My loyal brother, who has ventured through life and death alongside me, cannot possibly be deceived by you. Upon hearing this, the surrounding players turned their gazes towards the one who claimed he would personally don a wig, evidently beginning to doubt the authenticity of this individual. I am indeed the genuine article. Faced with so many scrutinizing eyes, he became anxious. Do not listen to his fabrications. I possess a means to prove that I am the true one. What method? Qin Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that only 8 minutes remained. Unless he waited for the deadline to pass, it would be impossible for him to revert to his original form. However, if I were to personally adorn you with a wig, there exists an alternative method to verify his identity, and then the situation would be markedly different. Once it is established that Qin Fan is an imposter, the likelihood of his demise would increase significantly. Are you afraid? I shall personally place the wig upon your head, exuding an air of arrogance. He then added, it's quite simple. Although their time with me has not been extensive, they are acutely aware of one fact. My most formidable technique is named the Heavenly Severing Sword. Since we are destined to confront this avaricious demon, let us unite in our assault. The one who employs the Heavenly Severing Sword authentically shall undoubtedly be the genuine article. This lad is not foolish. Once the distinction between true and false is discerned through skill, Qin Fan will be utterly exposed. How astute. Qin Fan's expression remained largely unchanged. Yet internally he was seething with frustration. With this predicament, he found himself utterly cornered. However, could this be the opportunity to vanquish the demon of greed? With over 3,000 health points and numerous players attacking in unison, combined with the formidable skill of I shall personally adorn you with a wig, the odds of victory were quite favorable. Therefore, it was decided. Today, he would engage in a contest of fortune to determine whose luck prevailed. The moment had arrived to take decisive action. Qin Fan could no longer afford to hesitate. If he failed to claim the head of the demon of greed, his path ahead would be fraught with challenges. Having exerted such considerable effort, returning empty-handed was simply not an option. In the next instant, Qin Fan raised the bloodthirsty blade, the crimson light coalescing upon its edge, rapidly forming a grand sword before him. Uncertain of what skill the "I shall personally adorn you with a wig" might entail, he resolved to unleash his abilities, striking fiercely at the demon of greed with all his might. In Qin Fan's heart, there lingered but a singular thought. The success or failure hinged upon this very moment. Soon, he beheld two distinct beams of sword light descending, and the expression of "I will personally adorn you with a wig" shifted dramatically, urgently exclaiming, "Indeed, it is you, that peculiar NPC. I never anticipated your rapid advancement, capable of mimicking us humans. Fortunately, I recalled your existence in time, thus avoiding your deceit. Everyone, he is the imposter." Upon hearing this, Qin Fan realized that all eyes were fixated upon his head. In that instant, he seemed to awaken to a realization. The heavenly slashing sword, such a skill did not exist. Did it? His tone turned notably colder. Qin Fan was no fool. Many matters could be deciphered with a mere moment's thought. "I will personally adorn you with a wig," smiled knowingly, then remarked, "You are quite clever, yet ultimately just a program. Erasing you will serve to prevent your malevolence from endangering this world. Therefore, you ought to express gratitude. At the very least, I have imparted a lesson, having been exposed." Qin Fan revealed a cold smile, directing his gaze towards the greed demon, with but one thought in his mind: kill. The sole savior in this moment was you. "Greed demon, I implore your mercy, allow me to strike you down. Henceforth, on this day each year, I shall burn 3 sticks of incense for you, accompanied by a throng of paper-crafted demonic beauties, ensuring your indulgence in a plethora of wives, reveling in ecstasy." Such were his fervent prayers, yet outwardly, he brandished the bloodthirsty blade, intent on claiming another's life. "I will personally adorn you with a wig," discerned Qin Fan's true intentions, and his demeanor instantly grew tense. The heavenly slashing sword, though fabricated, was no mere illusion when unleashed. One must acknowledge, this individual possessed a combat strength of 65 levels. Thus his damage calculations were quite precise. With over 3,000 health points remaining for the greed demon, combined with the assaults of other players, the one to secure the kill would undoubtedly be him. Of course, it would be remiss to claim he was exceptionally powerful. He had already expended some energy, entering a state of depletion. One skill could potentially inflict around 1,500 points of damage to the greed demon, leaving the remaining burden to his fellow players. However, he had been astute, deliberately waiting until the greed demon's health had diminished by 1,600 points before unleashing his attack, ensuring that the damage overflowed. Such was the secret technique for achieving a kill. Yet, since "I will personally adorn you with a wig" had grasped this detail, Qin Fan was even less likely to overlook it. Though he spoke of wagering his fortune, he was not foolish enough to gamble his life on such matters. Thus, the luminous sword appearing in the sky was merely a feint orchestrated by Qin Fan. Canceling his own skill was not a daunting task. The crux lay in nullifying it just as it was about to strike the greed demon, then waiting for "I will personally adorn you with a wig" to execute his skill before reapplying his own. Indeed, the calculation made by Qin Fan surpasses my intention to personally adorn you with a wig. For the past, Qin Fan has often encountered such scenarios. It could be said that, in most instances, Qin Fan embodies the role of an underdog. Why is this so? The majority of games he has engaged with are predominantly pay to win, and as an orphan scion of wealth, he could hardly squander his fortune entirely, regardless of his reckless tendencies. The wealth he possesses is sufficient to dominate the entire gaming realm. However, should he choose to do so, the essence of enjoyment within the game would dissipate. Who would relish the experience of being clad in golden armor, effortlessly vanquishing an ultimate boss? Players, too, can be categorized into various types. One type consists of those with limited funds who become engrossed in gaming, striving to equip their characters with top-tier gear. For them, the opportunity to invest is constrained, necessitating diligence and effort. Another type possesses ample resources. They may either indulge casually, spending enough to ascend to the pinnacle of power before abandoning the game, or they may belong to individuals like Qin Fan. For them, gaming is pursued for the sake of enjoyment and challenge. Prior to the advent of pay-to-win games, the aspiration of most players was to ascend the leaderboard, to become formidable, and to earn the admiration of others. However, when financial investment can yield strength, it ceases to be players engaging with the game. Rather, it becomes the game that manipulates the players. Qin Fan has always adhered to his original intention, to engage in games with minimal financial investment, finding genuine enjoyment within them. This principle, however, has not been without its challenges, particularly in the face of the current predicament he encounters, where he is compelled to resort to ambush tactics. Adopting the role of a cunning strategist, he transforms from an underdog to the final player, which is, in itself, a source of amusement. In the context of the present situation, Qin Fan's actions are entirely justifiable, yet his calculations surpass those of the other players. After all, he is, at his core, a player himself. As the sword of righteousness is poised to descend upon the greedy demon, I will personally adorn you with a wig. And it is then that I shall initiate the spell, having completed the incantation, thereby unleashing the skill. Qin Fan's heart surged with joy, and he couldn't help but smile. Unlike players, whose skills, once unleashed, are difficult to retract, since they rely on intent or a mere keystroke, Qin Fan, though categorized as a player, possessed a profound understanding of how to utilize his skills. It was as if he inherently grasped the mechanics of energy flow, thus, he could effortlessly negate or reclaim it when needed. At that moment, his expression transformed into one of wild delight. As if he were about to adorn someone with a wig himself. Victory was within reach. Boom. The damage from the Sword of Light evaporated abruptly. Only for the next instant to witness his skill, I will personally adorn you with a wig, striking fiercely at the greed demon. Foolish humans. I shall eradicate you all. Over and over again. This outburst incited the greed demon's wrath, yet it was a futile resistance. Seizing the opportune moment, Qin Fan's figure vanished. Reappearing directly before the greed demon, now transformed into the guise of an ordinary refining demon. Minus 1,423. The inflicted damage was not substantial, but the demon's health bar had plummeted to its nadir. The last sight the greed demon beheld of Qin Fan was that of an unremarkable figure, one of his own kin, utterly unprepared for the ambush that ensued. His eyes reflected a mix of resentment and disbelief, but there was no recourse. His heavy body collapsed to the ground. My lord! Zhu cried out in alarm upon witnessing this scene, rushing towards the fallen greed demon, oblivious to Qin Fan's transformation into a refining demon. However, upon seeing the greed demon topple, an enraged roar erupted from his lips. How dare you slay one of our refining demons? You shall all perish. Gather, my brethren. None shall leave this place unscathed. I shall see to it that they are torn to shreds. As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhu Wu's form underwent a grotesque metamorphosis. His blue skin expanded several times, ripping apart to reveal a fresh layer beneath, adorned with numerous barbed protrusions. Not only that, but his once normal eyes were now replaced by a stark whiteness, and sharp horns sprouted from his arms. His visage was filled with fury, clearly provoked by the events unfolding. I will personally adorn you with a wig had no time to ponder. Pursuing Qin Fan was out of the question, and these fiends could not be allowed to escape. Brothers, meet at the resurrection point. With that declaration, the players charged into the horde of demons. Simultaneously, upon returning to their hideaway, Qin Fan's expression shifted dramatically. The succubus anxiously inquired, Lord Qin Fan, what has transpired? I am about to evolve. Keep watch for me. As soon as Qin Fan's words fell, the brilliance around him began to fade from his sight. It felt as though he had traversed a considerable distance on foot. Fatigue enveloped his body. He closed his eyes, and a cascade of memories surged into his mind. Is this my persona? No. Qin Fan swiftly dismissed his thoughts, gradually realizing that he possessed no so-called persona. Rather, the direction of his evolution was indeed bound by certain parameters. The Hades Rider, having wielded a cursed blade to traverse the underworld for an extended period without encountering any rivals, ultimately faced his nemesis, the Shadow Wolf. The Shadow Wolf engaged in a deathly duel with you but was ultimately vanquished, meeting his bitter end on the spot. The introduction may not be extensive, yet it merely encapsulates the role Qin Fan plays in this world. Initially, Qin Fan's identity came with a brief description, albeit rather mundane. However, at this juncture, Qin Fan found himself contemplating certain issues. These descriptions pointed towards his current identity. For instance, at the onset, he was merely an ordinary skeletal soldier, a designation that bore little in the way of distinctive introduction. Naturally, what differentiation exists between an ordinary skeletal soldier and a typical wild creature? There would hardly be any superfluous details provided. Yet, Qin Fan soon entertained a bold hypothesis. Should he continue evolving, a unique narrative would emerge for him. However, at present, his legacy consisted solely of tales from the past. Consider the Dark Lord, who would have the next skeletal soldier evolve into that very identity, thereby supplanting the Dark Lord himself. Just a moment ago, Qin Fan had indeed glimpsed the option for the Dark Lord upon encountering him. He had acquired the Dark Lord's legacy. It was likely that what he had seen was that very inheritance. Nevertheless, without a second thought, Qin Fan bypassed the opportunity. The title of Dark Lord sounded quite formidable, yet upon reflection, it was evident that the Dark Lord had ultimately been vanquished in an instant. Qin Fan is not the kind of person who places undue emphasis on appearances while disregarding substance. After all, if he truly cared little for depth, then all his current endeavors would be rendered utterly absurd. Given this, it stands to reason that there must be numerous similar entities among the underworld riders and my arch-nemesis. The Shadow Wolf is likely a product of mass production, considering the abundance of level 50 wild monsters. Yet, there remains potential for further evolution, which implies that my current level is not particularly elevated, correct? The name of this game, Fifth Evolution, could easily lead to the misconception that evolution is limited to 5 stages. This notion is likely erroneous. However, the fifth evolution may possess some distinctive characteristics. Yet, mere speculation yields little clarity, compelling Qin Fan to momentarily retreat to reality. At this moment, Qin Fan's evolution is nearing its conclusion. His exterior is now adorned with a layer of desiccated flesh, tightly affixed to his bones. Gradually, a layer of golden armor manifests around him, intricately embellished with finely carved skull motifs. With a resounding cry, Qin Fan directs his gaze downward, where a skeletal steed has materialized, engulfed in black flames. Reminiscent of a scene from a film he once watched, has it finally transformed me into a figure of striking elegance? Qin Fan's heart was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up within him. Such a magnificent sight had only ever existed in the realm of his imagination. Of course, it had not been entirely absent from the game. Yet he had never encountered such an elegant skeletal steed before. Moreover, it seemed to be his exclusive mount, which sent a thrill coursing through his being. Simultaneously, Qin Fan opened his attributes panel. Hellish Phantom Rider level, 50 health, 7850 attack, 5812 skills, blade draw, thunder crescent slash, sword of light special abilities, plunder, lucky critical, absorb. Tier what Qin Fan valued most were, in fact, these so-called special abilities. Ordinary skills could only grant him a commonplace experience, but special abilities could significantly enhance his prowess. The likes of Lucky Critical and Absorb exemplified this notion, while the newly unveiled Tier skill particularly captivated his attention. Tier, regardless of how many shields or enhancements the enemy possesses, it can disregard all and inflict 80% of the skill's true damage. What? True damage? 80% of the skill's power. This could be considered a qualitative leap. It is important to note that, regardless of the skill employed, there is always a possibility of it being countered. However, with this new enhancement, Qin Fan could ensure that any skill he used would leave his opponent in tears. Why? True damage directly assaults health points. Surely, this constitutes a transformation. To think that after reaching level 50, he had become this formidable. No. Rather than attributing his newfound strength solely to his leveling up, it would be more accurate to say that this skill is rather extraordinary. Ordinary skills could never inflict such terrifying damage. Qin Fan's heart was filled with immense excitement. As he completed his evolution, the voice of the succubus reached his ears, revealing her even greater enthusiasm. My lord Qin Fan, you have grown stronger once again. Indeed. Qin Fan nodded slightly. The concept of evolution is not solely known to players. All NPCs and wild creatures are also capable of recognizing this fact. Whether these wild creatures will flee, however, is a different matter entirely. The gains from this endeavor have been commendable. Let us proceed. Qin Fan wished not to linger in this place any longer, yet he heard the succubus chuckle. Master Qin Fan, do you not require these fellows any longer? Those fellows? The succubus referred to the 1,000 demonic elite soldiers. Individually, they posed a manageable challenge. But if they were to attack en masse, Qin Fan would become a mere jest. Thus, he was acutely aware of the decision he needed to make. However, who could have foreseen that upon turning his gaze, he would discover that the players were not yet vanquished. They were mounting a final counterattack. Boom. At this critical juncture of life and death, the players poured forth their utmost effort, flames erupting around them, intensifying the conflict. I shall personally adorn you with a wig was among the chaos. He was the fiercest combatant. Each strike he unleashed left Qin Fan in profound astonishment. For ordinary players would never exhibit such prowess. This individual seemed to have unveiled my true identity. Could I truly allow him to escape? In the depths of his contemplation, Qin Fan suddenly heard the voice of the succubus. My lord Qin Fan, I can discern that you may not wish to take risks. However, those humans are remarkably formidable and could indeed enhance your strength significantly. The succubus believed that Qin Fan's rise in power stemmed from the bloodthirsty blade, and thus, she was earnestly considering his interests. Yet, at that moment, Qin Fan, after a brief reflection, felt a stir of interest and inquired, "What do you propose?" "My lord Qin Fan, my idea is quite straightforward. Eliminate them all, and then no one will return to inform the refinement lord of this matter." The succubus smiled with innocent glee, while Qin Fan could not suppress the urge to slap her. He was fully aware of the implications of such actions. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that the demonic elite numbered in the thousands. Could he truly contend with such overwhelming odds? However, Qin Fan refrained from hastily chastising the succubus and instead focused his gaze upon her, awaiting a more suitable explanation. With a mysterious smile, the succubus continued, "My lord Qin Fan, do you not possess a unique transformation ability? That, indeed, is your advantage." "Oh, an advantage? How so?" Intrigued, Qin Fan suddenly perceived the succubus, perhaps possessing a semblance of reliability. "Although I am unaware of the mechanics behind your technique, it must be evident that few can discern your true form, correct?" Upon hearing this, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, he had plunged into a throng of people. Had anyone truly uncovered his real identity? Both the demon Qin and those players would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to expose him without hesitation. How absurd. Qin Fan was striving towards the K-head. For the greedy demon regarded these individuals with significant importance. How could they possibly remain silent? Thus, it can be said that demons and players possessing the skill of discernment are nearly non-existent. So, what do you intend for me to do? Qin Fan gazed at the succubus, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. In this predicament, possessing only a transformation skill, it seemed implausible that he could swiftly eliminate these adversaries. "Lord Qin Fan, these demons are under the jurisdiction of the Refinement Lord. Who do they fear the most? Undoubtedly, it is the Refinement Lord." These creatures could not discern Qin Fan's true identity. Thus, assuming the guise of the Refinement Lord would enable him to issue commands at will. With this realization, Qin Fan felt a surge of elation. It appeared that his decision to retain the succubus was not a misguided one. In this very situation, her ingenuity proved to be invaluable. "I understand now," Qin Fan replied, his gaze inevitably falling upon the succubus, this exquisitely perfect female demon. What ulterior motives could she possibly harbor? Her choice to follow him surely extended beyond the mere desire to serve as a strategist. It is imperative to remember that this woman is a demon, an unscrupulous fiend who would not extend her assistance to Qin Fan without compelling reasons. Yet, despite his contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion, and thus, he chose to refrain from dwelling on the matter any further. Regardless of the circumstances, he would remain vigilant against her. Turning his attention back to the battlefield, he noted that a shift had indeed transpired. The players were engaging fiercely, yet the 1,000 elite demon soldiers, having only recently arrived, were at their peak strength. How could such a weakened force withstand them? The situation was dire. He would personally adorn you with a wig. Even as he struggled against the odds, his energy nearly depleted, unable to unleash any skills and relying solely on a battered blade to endure. "My lord Qin Fan, the time is nearly upon us." Qin Fan nodded slightly, seizing the opportune moment. His figure transformed into that of the Refinement Lord, while the succubi and others accompanying him also morphed into the guise of refinement demons. At that moment, a group of individuals hastily approached the assembly of demons. Qin Fan let out a chilling chuckle, and then, with a furious tone, exclaimed, "What nonsense! 1,000 demon elite soldiers have allowed my beloved subordinates to perish. What on earth are you all doing?" Upon hearing this, all the demon elite soldiers turned their heads in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically upon realizing that it was the Refinement Lord. "My lord, why have you come in person?" Zhu Wu's voice was laced with palpable tension. Does Qin Fan truly have the capacity to oversee so many matters? Previously, it was that arrogant fellow Zhu Wu who disregarded him entirely. With a few strides, he charged forward and delivered a resounding slap across Zhu Wu's face. The sharp crack of the slap reverberated throughout the cavern, leaving the other players in stunned silence. What on earth is happening? The battle hasn't even concluded, and they are already embroiled in internal conflict. After receiving that blow from Qin Fan, Zhu Wu dared not utter a single word. Naturally, the Refinement Lord is the most formidable entity among the Refinement Demon clan. Who would dare to act insolently in his presence? Even Zhu Wu would have to cower. Humph. Qin Fan let out a cold snort, dismissing Zhu Wu's words with indifference. "I grant you 1 minute to apprehend them all. Should you fail, I shall execute 100. Zhu Wu was taken aback, pondering the unusual demeanor of the Refinement Lord today. In truth, it was not entirely unexpected. For the Refinement Lord was indeed of such temperament, quick to resort to bloodshed at the slightest provocation. Given Qin Fan's current display, few would doubt his identity as the Refinement Lord. Upon hearing Qin Fan's command, Zhu Wu immediately shouted, "What are you all waiting for? Do you believe the Lord is jesting with you? With a mere minute at their disposal, if they could not subdue those players, 100 lives would be forfeited. As soon as these words were uttered, the 1,000 demon elite soldiers sprang into action, swiftly charging towards the players. However, how could 1 minute suffice to deal with those players? Even if they were cornered, they still possessed a measure of capability. The final wave of their counterattack would not be so easily extinguished. Qin Fan remained unhurried. He was determined to slay the 1,000 demonic elite soldiers. As anticipated, the one who would don the false crown for him immediately charged toward the ranks of the demonic troops. This individual possessed formidable combat prowess. Yet it was evident that he was merely witnessing the final wave. The demon clan could not be allowed to boast. With a mighty roar, he raised his sword to the heavens, and in that instant, the sky darkened ominously, followed by the descent of a colossal axe from above. In a heartbeat, the winds howled, and the entire horizon seemed to resonate with fury. Many of the demonic elite soldiers, upon witnessing this spectacle, hastily retreated, their gazes falling upon numerous comrades being hurled through the air. Qin Fan gazed upon the scene, his mind consumed by a singular thought. You may retaliate as you wish, but do not extinguish my life all at once. The anguish within him was palpable, yet as he prepared to unleash his final skill, he vowed to adorn you with a wig. In that fleeting moment, he found himself encircled by the demonic elite. Even in death, I shall not allow you rabble to claim my life. To his astonishment, this fellow exhibited remarkable fortitude. As the words escaped his lips, he resolutely inflicted a wound upon his own neck. Capture them all alive. Should one perish, I shall take down 50 of your demonic soldiers. Let it be seen. Qin Fan immediately felt a surge of anxiety. If others were to follow suit, it would result in irreparable losses. However, witnessing the gravity of the situation, these malevolent elite soldiers were driven by desperation, their eyes aflame with fury as they rushed into the throng of players, engaging in a frenzied battle. Qin Fan expressed great satisfaction with their performance. However, regardless of whether they had exerted their utmost effort, today was destined to be a day of slaughter. In no time, a minute had elapsed. Useless. Qin Fan immediately erupted in fury, exclaiming with palpable irritation, "They are merely a handful of demon hunters. Their numbers scarcely amounting to a fraction of yours, and yet they waste so much of our time. If this battle does not conclude in 2 minutes, I shall slay 500 of them. The count of 100 demon elite soldiers is already established, and these fiends are desperate to avoid becoming casualties beneath my blade. Thus their counterattack is exceedingly fierce." Zhu Wu furrowed his brow, fully aware of the volatile temperament of the refining lord. However, instigating such extensive carnage at this juncture was ill-advised. Consequently, Zhu Wu promptly interjected, "My lord, I implore you to temper your wrath. As we stand on the brink of a monumental clash with the Angerhorn demons, it is imperative that the strength of our refining demon clan remains unscathed. Though they may be a band of ineptitude, their death should still hold some value. I beseech you to reconsider your decree." Zhu Wu, a favored figure before the refining lord, was perhaps the only one bold enough to voice such a suggestion. Yet, this was not merely the refining lord. It was a being intent on indiscriminately slaughtering demons for mere experience. A cold smile crept onto Qin Fan's face as he advanced closer to Zhu Wu. Questioning him from a position of superiority, "Zhu Wu, it was I who entrusted you with the protection of the greed demon. Now that he lies dead, you still draw breath. Do you intend to assert that you bear no responsibility? The greed demon was my most valued general, yet he has perished while you remain alive. Do you truly believe you have the standing to utter such words to me?" Zhu Wu's expression faltered. He had not anticipated that he would be held accountable for pleading on behalf of the 1,000 demonic warriors. The one being reproached turned out to be himself. Overwhelmed by the gravity of the situation, Zhu Wu's legs buckled, and he knelt before Qin Fan. "My lord, Zhu Wu has failed in his duties. I humbly submit to your judgment." Qin Fan gazed at Zhu Wu, recognizing that this fellow possessed considerable strength, having reached level 65. To eliminate him would undoubtedly yield a substantial bounty of experience points. However, Qin Fan could not afford to act hastily. What skills the refining lord might possess remained a mystery to him. The previous encounter had already revealed the risks of being lured into a trap, as he had been deceived into donning a wig. To attempt such a ruse again would only serve to expose his own identity. Thus, patience was imperative. Qin Fan let out a cold laugh and spoke. "Zhu Wu, you have followed me for quite some time. I shall grant you a swift end, but prior to that, you must act on your own." Zhu Wu was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless in an instant. Despite the seemingly charming words, suggesting that he would allow the lord to handle the matter as he pleased, Zhu Wu had no intention of meeting his demise. After so many years of allegiance, could it all amount to naught? The demon clan, though driven by interests, surely had no justification to eliminate him. Wasn't that merely common sense? It had been said that a war with the angered horned demons was imminent, and if the Lord were to kill Zhu Wu now, it would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Yet, Zhu Wu never anticipated that the Lord would exhibit such short-sightedness. Out of personal vengeance, he genuinely intended to take Zhu Wu's life. Caught in hesitation, Zhu Wu's expression shifted, and Qin Fan sensed the change, fearing a sudden betrayal. However, to his surprise, Zhu Wu rose, revealing two azure wings unfurling behind him, pausing midair as he flapped them vigorously. Since you lack compassion, do not blame me for being unprincipled. To be frank, the angered horned demon clan has long extended an olive branch to me. I have devotedly followed you, but given your ruthless actions, I shall not remain passive. Qin Fan was taken aback. So you have been contemplating betrayal all along. Truly, the Lord of Refinement did not reveal your intentions. But I managed to unearth them. What an unexpected delight. Did you genuinely believe that your concealment was effective? Qin Fan retorted, indifferent to whether this was part of the designer's intended narrative. After all, his presence was extraneous to the plot, so altering its course mattered little. If he was to feign the role of a refined lord, then he would embrace it with utmost elegance. What does this mean? Zhu Wu was momentarily taken aback, staring at the confident smile that graced Qin Fan's lips, feeling a twinge of panic. My lord, have you already discerned my ulterior motives, yet chose not to expose me? Indeed, what Qin Fan desired was precisely the astonishment reflected in Zhu Wu's expression. He then remarked, Zhu Wu, amidst the refinement of demons, you are hardly a character worthy of my regard. You contemplate betrayal, yet why should I expose you? It is simply because I hold you in disdain. Just as you presently intend to flee rather than confront me, is it not the case that one who seeks to betray lacks the courage to strike from behind? To put it plainly, you are afraid. Zhu Wu was momentarily stunned. Of course, who isn't afraid? The refined demon clan ranks third within the entire demon faction, while the angered horned demons are on the rise yet remain in fourth place. Zhu Wu had been deliberating whether to switch allegiances. Had it not been for Qin Fan's intention to kill him, he would likely not have considered betrayal. In essence, it was Qin Fan's emergence that compelled Zhu Wu to defect. It was out of desperation to escape the might of the refined lord that Zhu Wu contemplated flight. Thus, when asked if he was afraid, the question seemed redundant. If he were unafraid, why would he consider fleeing? As his countenance turned a shade of iron gray, Zhu Wu exclaimed, My lord, I am being coerced by you. This choice I am compelled to make leaves me in a most passive position. But will all this change the outcome of your betrayal? Qin Fan's tone was frigid. With Zhu Wu now in betrayal, he had even more to say. A hint of a cold smile appeared as he proclaimed, You had better flee swiftly, delay for even a second, and you shall meet your demise. And you lot, the useless ones, have you not yet captured those demon hunters alive? Hurry and seize Zhu Wu, regardless of life or death. If you fail to do so, I shall eliminate you all. The demon soldiers hastily sprang into action, while the players found themselves powerless to resist, overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons. This was not a game of invincibility. They could not vanquish all the demons at once, and as time passed, many players were captured. Qin Fan gazed at them, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. The glint of the bloodthirsty blade flashed through the air, accompanied by the incessant sound of increasing experience points. In just a few short seconds, Qin Fan successfully leveled up. Indeed, the experience gained from defeating enemies of a higher level proved to be exceedingly abundant. Simultaneously, Qin Fan absorbed the experience points of these players, while on the other side, Zhu Wu fled with remarkable speed, quickly disappearing from sight. However, Qin Fan had little interest in pursuing Zhu Wu. His gaze shifted to the horned demon before him, who had returned to deliver news. Master, Zhu Wu has escaped too swiftly. We were unable to trace his whereabouts. The creature trembled as it reported, fear evident on its countenance. You are all a bunch of useless fools. I have previously stated what the consequences would be if you failed to meet my expectations. Do you not know what to do? The horned demon, fully aware of the implications, immediately bowed before Qin Fan, hastily exclaiming, Master, I was wrong. I beg your forgiveness this once. I assure you, next time, I will accomplish the task. There will be no next time. Qin Fan let out a cold chuckle as he slowly raised the bloodthirsty blade in his hand, executing a seamless combination of the thunder half-moon slash and the gentle slice. The demon elite soldiers believed Qin Fan to be merely a mere refining lord, even if they had 100 times the courage. They would never dare to confront him directly. Thus, this truly became a massacre. The air was filled with incessant screams of agony, accompanied by numerous pleas for mercy. Even demons, when faced with the brink of life and death, could be frightened into submission. Fortunately, in a span of merely 10 minutes, eliminating a group of non-resistant demons posed no challenge for Qin Fan whatsoever. Moments later, he transformed back into the visage of the Yellow Springs Death Knight. And if he possessed a face, one would surely see the corners of his mouth rising in a wild grin. 1,000 demon elite soldiers, along with the experience points provided by players, astonishingly propelled Qin Fan to ascend 4 levels. Level 54. Had he merely farmed those demon bats, it would likely take hundreds of thousands to achieve the same. Thus, it is no wonder that grinding monsters for levels is not the optimal approach. One must slay the elite of the demon race. Qin Fan was quite pleased with his personal growth when he heard the alluring voice of the succubus. My lord Qin Fan, it is nearly time for us to return. The Lord of Refinement must be eager to learn about the betrayal of Zhu Wu. Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan's gaze lingered on the succubus for a few seconds. This woman had revealed her weakness to him, yet her assistance felt rather peculiar. Without further ado, Qin Fan reached out and grasped the succubus's neck. What is your intention? The tone of Qin Fan was icy. The succubus was the only demon privy to the entire sequence of events. If she were to return and disclose the truth to the Lord of Refinement, her demise would be inevitable. Master Qin Fan, do you truly wish for me to speak? The succubus's expression was tense, yet at this moment, she resolved not to keep Qin Fan in suspense any longer. Indeed, Qin Fan replied. And the succubus hastily said, Lord Qin Fan, there are 2 matters upon which I seek your assistance. This is the very reason I intend to follow you. First, I believe that your strength will continue to grow, and it is only a matter of time before you surpass the refinement lords. At that point, it is likely that the entire demon race will not stand a chance against you. Hence, I wish to enlist your help in dealing with the Zero Demon. Second, you are the only one who can aid me. I have sought assistance from others, but they were unwilling to help, although I currently belong to the Refinement Demon Clan. The Refinement Lord has never considered avenging me. How refreshingly candid. Qin Fan was taken aback, yet he could not shake off the anger that welled within him. What did it mean to say that he was the only one who would assist her? Was he, Qin Fan, reduced to a mere lackey, rendered so inconsequential? After all, he was destined to become the Skeleton King. One day, the entire world would bow before him. While Qin Fan silently scoffed within, he couldn't help but acknowledge the truth in the succubus's words. There was at least a 99% chance that her statement held validity. Was the Zero Demon also a member of the Demon Clan? Upon posing this question, Qin Fan harbored certain suspicions within his mind. Currently, the succubi belonged to the lineage of the refining demons. If they were easily manageable by these demons, the situation would not have lingered until now. After all, succubi are demons that can easily be swayed if they are willing to barter their allure. Yet this particular succubus was distinctly different, exuding an air of haughtiness. Thus, it was evident that she had not seduced other demons. Perhaps even if she had, she would not dare confront the Zero Demons. Indeed, the succubus hastily replied, My lord Qin Fan, the Zero Demons are the sovereigns of the demon race, and my entire kind has been slain by them. To this day, I am the sole survivor of the succubi. This grudge must be avenged. Therefore, regardless of your demands, my lord Qin Fan, as long as it aids in my quest for vengeance, I am willing to comply, even at the cost of my life. Qin Fan was taken aback. Among demons, it is rare to find beings who value loyalty and affection. This is not difficult to comprehend. Just consider the case of the Horned Demons. They belong to the same kin yet are divided into opposing factions, one aligning with the refining demons and the other with the wrathful Horned Demons. Ultimately, they resort to exceedingly brutal methods to annihilate one another. It is as if they yearn to devour each other's very flesh. Is there truly any genuine emotion within the ranks of the demon race? Qin Fan certainly would not think this way. Yet the demeanor of the succubus did not suggest deceit. Could it be that he has encountered the one and only benevolent demon? What kind of extraordinary luck would that require? Are you so certain that I will assist you? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the succubus, letting out a cold snort as he spoke. The Zero Demon is formidable beyond measure. I cannot even handle the refinement of mere demons. What gives you the audacity to rely on me? Is this excuse not rather far-fetched? Lord Qin Fan, since you acknowledge the strength of the Zero Demon, it follows that you wish to utilize them to feed the bloodthirsty blade in your possession. The succubus replied instantly, causing Qin Fan to momentarily pause in surprise. Indeed, for Qin Fan, the mightiest adversaries do not evoke fear. Rather, the stronger the foe, the more powerful Qin Fan becomes. It is a double-edged sword that can either dissuade him or embolden him to rise to the occasion. As far as I am aware, the bloodthirsty blade comprises 6 distinct stages, and presently, Lord Qin Fan has only ascended to the 2nd stage. If he seeks to grow stronger, he will undoubtedly require an abundance of formidable beings. The Zero Demon, being the pinnacle of the demon race, is surely the most enticing prospect for Lord Qin Fan. Damn it, you have seen right through my thoughts. How am I to maintain my position as leader now? One might think you have been a parasite within me for a time. Qin Fan felt somewhat disheartened, yet the reasoning provided by the succubus was indeed irrefutable. Humph. Very well, I shall place my trust in you. Qin Fan chuckled coldly, remarking that one cannot measure a demon with conventional reasoning. Only the strong inspire fear in them. However, on my path to becoming stronger, you must lend your assistance. Otherwise, I shall not aid you in avenging your kin from the succubus clan. As Qin Fan and his companions returned, they were truly indebted to the acting prowess of the succubus. What did you say? The refinement lord sat at the head of the table, his expression twisted in a fearsome grimace, clearly having lost the composure he once possessed. He ground his teeth in fury and demanded, "Zhu Wu has betrayed me and killed those 1,000 demon elite troops?" Indeed. The succubus knelt before the refinement lord and hastily replied, "I cannot fathom why, but when those 1,000 demon elite troops arrived at the lair of the greed demon lord, Zhu Wu went mad. Just when it appeared he would eliminate those demon hunters, he struck from behind, catching them off guard. I found it exceedingly strange and confronted Zhu Wu, questioning him about his betrayal of our own kind. His response was equally bizarre. He claimed that one day he would return with the wrath demon for vengeance. With a resounding thud, the refinement lord slammed his palm against the table, erupting in anger. Nonsense. I dispatched so many troops, yet that scoundrel Zhu Wu managed to escape. When did he become so formidable? The succubus was left dumbfounded. And Qin Fan was equally perplexed. What do you mean by that? Were the 1,000 demon elite troops you sent actually intended to deal with Zhu Wu? My lord, I do not comprehend your meaning, the succubus exclaimed. At this, the refinement lord let out a cold snort and fixed his gaze upon Qin Fan, stating, "Such a foolish woman, and she still cannot grasp the truth of the matter. You explain it to her." Me? Are you out of your mind? Qin Fan remained oblivious to the fact that the refinement lord intended to entrust him with the authority to elucidate matters. However, Qin Fan was truly at a loss regarding the true implications of the refinement lord's intentions. After much contemplation, he finally spoke. The refinement lord has long been aware of Zhu Wu's treachery. The dispatch of 1,000 demonic elite soldiers, aside from confronting the demon hunters, is undoubtedly aimed at eliminating that scoundrel Zhu Wu. My lord, am I correct in my assertion? This statement was merely Qin Fan's conjecture. He had no insight into the thoughts of the refinement lord. Yet, considering Zhu Wu's eventual betrayal, his reasoning seemed plausible. To his astonishment, the refinement lord nodded slightly, affirming Qin Fan's words. Zhu Wu has already forged an alliance with the Fury Horn Demon Clan. While I remain uncertain of his betrayal, he certainly harbors some suspicion. I cannot allow such a character to linger by my side. The demise of the greedy demon was undoubtedly orchestrated by Zhu Wu from the shadows. The succubus came to me earlier, claiming that you, Qin Fan, had sent her, requesting additional manpower. It seems she has also perceived Zhu Wu's ambition. The refinement lord fixed his gaze upon Qin Fan, and within his eyes, there was a glimmer of appreciation. Indeed, this was a case of serendipity. Qin Fan resolutely agreed and continued. Zhu Wu's gaze towards the lord was peculiar, and considering his actions behind the scenes, it was clear he held the lord in low regard. I sensed something amiss with him. The demon of greed is indeed a formidable warrior under the lord's command. And my greatest concern was that Zhu Wu was scheming in the shadows. Alas, it seems I was a step too late. Sigh. Qin Fan feigned a sigh of resignation. Though in truth, the words spoken were mere fabrications. How could he possibly foresee the betrayal of Zhu Wu? Moreover, had he not assumed the guise of the refinement lord, Zhu Wu would undoubtedly have concealed his true nature. Yet, fortuitously, this circumstance allowed Qin Fan's numerous slayings of demons to be conveniently attributed to Zhu Wu, sparing him from suspicion. Nevertheless, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. The refinement lord furrowed his brow and remarked, when the third squad departed, I distinctly informed them that the objective was to apprehend Zhu Wu. Why then did everyone perish in that encounter? I am well aware of Zhu Wu's capabilities. He cannot be as formidable as this suggests. Qin Fan paused, feeling the piercing gaze of the Lord of Refinement fix upon him. Was he beginning to harbor doubts? The demon hunters were indeed formidable, The team led by the greedy demon lord had been relentlessly resisting them, resulting in casualties on both sides. Upon discovering the arrival of 1,000 new demon soldiers, they promptly turned their aggression towards them. This provided the opportunity for Zhu Wu to launch a surprise attack from behind. The succubus's explanation immediately followed. Upon hearing her words, the Lord of Refinement let out a cold chuckle and replied, "You are not entirely wrong. In such circumstances, one would undoubtedly be caught off guard. It matters not. Zhu Wu is destined to betray us. His departure now is merely a timely act of damage control. Let us consider this matter concluded." The succubus nodded slightly, visibly relieved. Qin Fan then spoke up, "My lord, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. We take our leave for now." Being in the presence of the Lord of Refinement, one could always feel the oppressive aura emanating from him, a constant reminder of his vigilance. The more they interacted, the more discomfort Qin Fan felt. It was akin to being continuously scrutinized. How could one feel at ease under such scrutiny? Just as he was about to depart, however, the Lord of Refinement called out to him, prompting Qin Fan to halt, his senses heightened. One hand instinctively reached for his bloodthirsty blade. The Lord of Refinement was undoubtedly no benevolent figure. He epitomized the very essence of a demon. Why? A demon willing to eliminate someone due to the potential for betrayal would hardly be virtuous. Qin Fan was uncertain of the exact duration Zhu Wu had followed the Lord of Refinement, but it seemed to span at least over a decade. The Lord was indeed a ruthless character. If he sensed anything amiss, he would not hesitate to eliminate Qin Fan without a second thought. "My lord, what is it?" Qin Fan turned to face the barely concealed smile playing on the lips of the Lord of Refinement. "Qin Fan, your performance this time has been commendable. Coupled with your previous retrieval of crucial intelligence for me, I intend to reward you handsomely." "A reward? Truly a reward?" Qin Fan harbored a measure of disbelief. Yet he yearned for a reward, preferably 1,000 demon soldiers to significantly enhance his prowess. As he contemplated this, the Refinement Lord casually tossed the body of a succubus into Qin Fan's embrace, a lewd smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I present her to you. The last survivor of the succubus lineage, and still a maiden to this day. Enjoy her to your heart's content, Qin Fan. Moreover, you shall remain within my demon refinement clan from now on. I have heard whispers that you escaped from the Dark Sovereign after slaying him. The jungle lord of your dark faction is tirelessly searching for you. Medusa? That madwoman?" Upon hearing these words, Qin Fan was beset by a throbbing headache. The level of that madwoman far surpassed his own, and during their previous encounter, he could sense that Medusa would not hesitate for a moment to take his life if she so desired. He had never anticipated that by vanquishing the Dark Sovereign, he would inadvertently attract her attention. In light of this, did the Lord not leave him with an additional burden? Qin Fan gazed at the Refinement Lord, pondering whether this fellow intended to use him as a mere tool to curry favor with Medusa, only to subsequently confront the Angerhorn demon. Such a possibility could not be dismissed, for demons are not known for their loyalty or camaraderie. Am I to wonder, Qin Fan? Will you immediately betray me and flee? Or, let me inquire, in the domain of my demon kin, can you truly escape? The Refinement Lord appeared unfazed. And upon uttering these words, Qin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Given the current circumstances, if he were to rebel, it would be utterly impossible for him to contend with the Refinement Lord. Even if he managed to flee from the Refinement Lord's territory, he would still be ensnared within the realm of the demons. In such a scenario, Qin Fan would likely find himself trapped for centuries, enduring the arduous task of slaying 1,000,000 demon bats daily. This was untenable. Who could withstand such a wretched existence? Even the most beleaguered office worker has not faced such indignities. Rest assured. Just then, the Refinement Lord's expression grew considerably grave, his smile fading as he remarked, "Qin Fan, as long as your worth surpasses the value I would gain from presenting you to the Jungle Queen, I shall not abandon you. The reputation of the demon clan is already tarnished, and I shall refrain from playing tricks with you. Tomorrow, I shall commence our battle against the Angerhorn demon clan. If you prove yourself in that endeavor, I shall retain you. As for the succubus, she is your reward. You must understand, the last descendant of the succubus, Zhu Wu, has implored me for ages, yet I have not granted him the succubus. Thus, you should comprehend the significance I place upon you." Qin Fan was taken aback. The straightforward words of the Refinement Lord provided him with a sense of reassurance. After all, a true enemy is not as terrifying as the hidden adversaries lurking in the shadows. What? Is Qin Fan truly that despicable individual? It is hardly a matter of contention. Upon entering the game world, he finds himself bereft of familial support and relentlessly pursued by both players and his own kin. without a modicum of cunning. Would he not meet a most tragic demise? My heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed Lord. Qin Fan, understanding the situation, expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Just before he departed, the refinement lord reminded him, Succubus, ensure that Qin Fan is well taken care of. The opportunity for you to avenge your family rests entirely upon him. That remark made it sound as if Qin Fan possessed some extraordinary ability to satisfy women. The succubus readily agreed, as she had already placed all her hopes on Qin Fan. As they exited the refinement lord's chamber, Meng Lei exclaimed in exasperation. This refinement lord is truly despicable, attempting to orchestrate a union between the succubus and the hero without even considering who the rightful wife is. Although the chief lacked an official partner, the refinement lord was indeed excessive, treating him as nothing more than a lecher. If the chief were truly a lecher, they would have long since been utterly exhausted. You followed suit, chiming in, causing Qin Fan to nearly curse in frustration. How could they portray him as a monk devoid of interest in women? If his brothers were to learn of this, he would be the subject of their ridicule. The most crucial point was that he lacked the means to indulge in such pursuits. Qin Fan could hardly be bothered to elaborate further. These two girls undoubtedly had some issues with their reasoning, as they seemed oblivious to the absurdity of their own words. Enough of this. It is time to return and rest. Upon uttering these words, the Lord of Refinement had already arranged a new residence for Qin Fan. After all, in the eyes of the Lord, Qin Fan had rendered remarkable service. Would an ordinary person be able to discern the treachery that Zhu Wu was contemplating? Upon reaching the door, Qin Fan instructed, Yuku, Meng Lei, you both should return and rest. Mimi, come in with me. Mimi nodded, while the two young ladies appeared quite anxious. Boss, do you have something yet to instruct? Sister Mimi cannot bear such immense pressure alone. I shall accompany her. Indeed. Hero, if there is something you wish to disclose, you need not conceal it. Even if it pertains to personal matters, I can assist. After all, Mimi is essentially a demon, distinct from us of the dark faction. What nonsense are you spouting? Moreover, you belong to the elven race. How have you come to align with the dark faction? Have you succumbed to darkness? Return and rest. I seek only to question Mimi regarding certain matters. Upon uttering these words, Qin Fan stepped through the threshold and instructed the succubus to close the door behind him. Left behind, Yuku and Meng Lei stood in a daze, their hearts heavy with frustration. The succubus, however, displayed a keen awareness. Upon entering, her delicate visage flushed with a rosy hue as she cast her gaze downward. Daring not to meet Qin Fan's eyes, she gently tugged at the delicate ribbon adorning her shoulder, her voice dripping with allure as she spoke. Master Qin Fan, this is the first time I am uncertain of your preferences, yet I assure you that I shall do my utmost to accommodate your desires the moment you express them. In the fleeting moment after Qin Fan seated himself, he began to scrutinize his attribute panel, a feature invisible to both NPCs and players, which afforded him the audacity to observe without restraint. However, in the next heartbeat, he was taken aback by the words of the succubus. Raising his gaze, he was met with the sight of her having shed much of her attire. The magnificent softness before him was almost overwhelming. Who could withstand such an allure? Although Qin Fan no longer possessed a physical form, he remained an innocent youth, untouched by the trials of the world. His innate curiosity and thirst for knowledge nearly led him to overlook the seduction of the enchanting demon. What are you doing? Put your clothes back on. Qin Fan's words caused the succubus to momentarily halt her movements. She foolishly inquired, My lord Qin Fan, did you not summon me to serve you? No. Qin Fan spoke coldly, quickly put on your clothes, and then I shall inquire about certain matters. Just answer honestly. The succubus paused momentarily before slowly donning her attire, her mind racing with thoughts. Had she been mistaken all along? Could it be that without sacrificing her allure, she could have Qin Fan avenge her grievances? Succubus, I have heard from the Lord of Refinement that you were the last of your kind. What transpired prior to this? What was the cause of the annihilation of your race? In Qin Fan's understanding, the succubus tribe could hardly be considered a formidable demonic lineage. After all, in many games, the succubus race exists, characterized by their ability to seduce enemies and their alluring appearance. To Qin Fan, a race so feeble should not have faced such a dire fate. Surely, there must be underlying issues. Why? The reasoning is quite simple. The succubi possess little combat prowess and are aesthetically pleasing, which makes them a treasure to the demonic kind, or even to many players. In this realm of escapism that is virtual gaming, they could certainly exploit their charm to great advantage. If that is the case, why must the succubi be exterminated? It would seem far more fitting to retain them as playthings, aligning more closely with the design philosophy. Indeed, if Qin Fan were the one in power, perhaps this is precisely what he would choose to do. Upon hearing Qin Fan's inquiries, the succubus appeared to recall sorrowful memories, letting out a sigh before gradually beginning her explanation. Lord Qin Fan, are you aware of the heart of the succubus? Qin Fan shook his head. He had indeed never heard of the heart of the succubus. If it were referred to as the heart of seduction, it might be interpreted as something that entices others. But the heart of the succubus, could it be the very heart of a succubus? The succubus then spoke. Many years ago, a legend circulated among our kind, asserting that all succubi are extraordinarily powerful beings. The so-called heart of the succubus is an object capable of enchanting all demons. With the heart of the succubus, one would awaken a skill that allows us to bewitch any existence. I cannot say when it began, but indeed, such an entity emerged within our kind. The succubus king possesses the heart of the succubus, yet this accusation is utterly baseless. At this point, the succubus sighed. It is precisely because of this false information that our clan faced annihilation. The Zero Demon, alongside the Night Demon in the second rank, treated us as mere toys for slaughter, directing all their hostility towards us, ultimately leading to the extinction of the succubus clan. Qin Fan was taken aback. Could this be considered an imbalance in the realm of the game? In fact, within the gaming world, various species could trigger narratives at any moment. Such a high degree of freedom in gameplay would naturally allow the storyline to evolve over time. Thus, the annihilation of the succubi could be attributed to the self-preservation instincts of other demon clans. However, as the succubus articulated, the heart of a succubus is undeniably a formidable skill. According to her, possessing a succubus heart enables one to beguile any being, regardless of their nature. Is this not a testament to its strength? Whether human or not, all creatures fear the potent. The succubus heart, evidently, is a most terrifying entity, which explains why others might harbor murderous intent towards the succubi without any moral qualms. Of course, to maintain equilibrium in the gaming universe, one must consider that many players pursue encounters with such species as succubi. If, upon arrival, they discover not a single succubus in sight, the ensuing disappointment would be profound. Ultimately, the likelihood of players abandoning the game would significantly increase. Therefore, the presence of a succubus becomes exceedingly precious. The undeniable truth of this world is that at least one succubus must exist. Have all your kin been exterminated by the Zero Demon? Qin Fan gazed at the succubus, who nodded in affirmation before continuing. Lord Qin Fan, our kind, the succubi, have all been slaughtered by the Zero Demons. They are a wretched breed. They commit heinous acts without restraint. The succubus's eyes blazed with fury, yet for some inexplicable reason, Qin Fan discerned a hint of insincerity. Having watched countless films, he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the art of performance. The traces of the succubus's acting were overwhelmingly pronounced, her efforts too forceful, rendering her portrayal utterly disingenuous. Is there more? Qin Fan fixed his gaze upon the succubus, reluctant to expose her true nature all at once. Should he choose to retain this woman, he wished to avoid the constant apprehension of being ensnared by her treachery. The succubus was momentarily taken aback, startled by his perceptiveness. She had not anticipated that he would discern certain clues. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke. My Lord Qin Fan, allow me to speak candidly. The reason I wish to follow you, esteemed Qin Fan, is that I have set my sights upon your bloodthirsty blade. The vendetta against the succubus clan is of little consequence to me. My mask serves merely as a means of self-preservation. If they are capable of annihilating the succubi, it is only a matter of time before the conflict is thrust upon me. Thus, I seek to wield your power as my shield. Naturally, if it comes to it, I would willingly lay down my life for you, but I must ensure that my demise holds significance. For no matter what, I am deeply curious to discover how far you can truly go. It is said that the bearer of the bloodthirsty blade can vanquish all under heaven, and I long to witness the day when you accomplish this feat. Qin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This was indeed the voice of a succubus. A demon does not seek vengeance for the death of its kin. Their primary concern remains centered upon themselves, which embodies the true nature of demons. Thus, upon hearing these words, Qin Fan's wariness towards the succubus naturally diminished considerably. So, how do you intend to assist me? Qin Fan gazed intently at the succubus, who, after a moment's contemplation, declared, to die for Lord Qin Fan is not without merit. Thus, allow me to remain by your side, for I shall undoubtedly assist you. My Lord Qin Fan. Qin Fan chuckled coldly, fully aware that the other party was merely a tool. Nevertheless, it brought him a certain sense of satisfaction. Very well. You may remain. Qin Fan uttered these words and then continued, however, Demonis, you must ensure that I do not discover any intentions that may be detrimental to me, or else you shall not witness the vision you desire. The Demonis hurriedly nodded. Subsequently, Qin Fan declared, Very well, you may depart. The remaining 3,000 demon soldiers may not suffice. I require the entirety of the demon clan. Thus, you must prepare yourself well. If you cannot assist me, you will meet a similar fate. Thank you, Lord Qin Fan. The demoness replied promptly. As she retreated to the doorway, Qin Fan called out, there's one more thing. What is it, Lord Qin Fan? Do you wish for me to remain and serve you? The glimmer of excitement in her eyes made Qin Fan ponder her sanity. Certainly not. Qin Fan interrupted the words of the succubus. In her eyes, a hint of helplessness emerged. He then remarked, Zero Demon, if possible. I would like to meet the Zero Demon first. The underlying implication of Qin Fan's request was a desire to observe the structure of these beings firsthand. However, upon hearing this, the succubus hastily replied, Lord Qin Fan, there is no need for haste. To my knowledge, the Zero Demon will send representatives tomorrow to meet with the Refinement Lord, and at that time, the Refinement Lord will certainly include you, Lord Qin Fan. Oh, what brings the Zero Demon here? Intrigued, Qin Fan listened as the succubus spoke. I am uncertain. However, based on my conjecture, their arrival is either related to my affairs or to you, Lord Qin Fan. After all, this is the territory of the demon clan, and the sudden appearance of an individual from the dark faction is bound to arouse their curiosity. Although the Refinement Lord outwardly maintains a facade of neutrality with the Zero Demon clan, they cannot truly be considered allies. Qin Fan nodded slightly, finally grasping the situation. Thus, he resolved to take each step as it came. Regardless of the circumstances, he intended to eradicate the entire demon clan. Soon after, the succubus departed, and Qin Fan lay down on his bed to sleep. The following morning arrived. Qin Fan was roused from his slumber by a peculiar sound. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld an odd entity hovering not far above him. To describe it as strange would be an understatement. It resembled a being from the demon clan. With a pair of diminutive bat-like wings sprouting from its back, the creature was not particularly large, measuring no more than the combined size of 2 adult palms. It flitted through the air by vigorously flapping those wings, a sinister smile playing upon its lips, while it brandished a trident with 3 prongs in its grasp. Qin Fan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such an entity, springing up from his bed in fright. Immediately, his gaze turned vigilant, fixated upon it. At that moment, he realized that, in addition to this being, the Refinement Lord was also present, with the succubus casting her gaze upon him as well. My lord, what is the meaning of this? Qin Fan immediately spoke, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. Qin Fan, he belonged to the Zero Demon clan. The Refinement Lord soon began to speak, and one could even hear the mirth in his voice as he declared, he is known as the Slayer, a general of the Zero Demon clan. I have come here to make your acquaintance. What? Qin Fan felt a tinge of frustration. If you wish to get acquainted, why not simply do so? Are you all unwell? Peering at a grown man? No, a mere skeleton warrior, as he slumbers? One might be led to believe you possess some peculiar predilection. Qin Fan was evidently somewhat displeased. Moreover, the moniker Killer seemed to be the title of this Zero Demon, which he could see emblazoned above him in 3 distinct characters. Thus, observing me in slumber could be considered a form of acquaintance, wouldn't it? As soon as Qin Fan's words left his lips, the bloodthirster approached him, glancing left and right, even sniffing around him, exhibiting an exceedingly peculiar demeanor. Bloodthirster. You have already encountered Qin Fan, have you not? The Refinement Lord observed the bloodthirster, acknowledging that, after all, this was his territory and Qin Fan was still considered one of his own, thus remaining silent seemed somewhat inappropriate. Heh, Refinement Lord. Are you truly feeling sympathy for an outsider? The bloodthirster finally spoke, yet its voice was gravelly, akin to the sound of scraping stone, causing Qin Fan to involuntarily shudder. Sympathy? The Refinement Lord found it somewhat amusing and replied, Bloodthirster, you seem to be mistaken. I harbor no interest in men, and besides, Qin Fan is not to my taste. You shouldn't have come here merely to act mad before a skeletal soldier. The Refinement Lord's tone also conveyed a hint of displeasure.